It's good that everything ends well, but you can never predict that everything will turn upside down, and even the genius of computer games himself did not calculate his moves. It would seem that nothing could go wrong. The genius everyone had been waiting for so long arrived at the arena. Take it and rejoice. You are the star of the evening. All you have to do is go on stage and show that you are the most valuable player since the 6th championship and have won championship after championship every year. The name of this genius, who, compared to the inhabitants of this world, is just a little man with glasses, Lee Tae-ho, whom the inhabitants of this world regard as a miracle. That is exactly what they call him in the world that opened up to the unfortunate champion after he somehow magically found himself in this world full of heroes. Such names had never been heard of in this world before, so for the Vikings, the name Lee Tae-ho is something foreign, and he is dressed unusually and is short in stature. For a long time, these two great warriors did not discuss the newcomer, so when they guessed that it was no coincidence that they had refused at the gates of the underground kingdom of battle heroes, they immediately understood that one of them had definitely killed the other in a duel. But it was clear that this was no reason for them to be angry or resentful, because for Vikings, it is an honor to die in battle. And it really began to seem that now these two would start beating the crap out of each other. Surely they would decide to take revenge on each other at the gates of Valhalla. Lee Tae-ho felt all the nerves in his body tense up and the hair on his head stand on end because he was unlucky enough to be caught between two fires at that moment. The poor guy thought that a battle was about to begin between two sworn enemies who had been transported from the battlefield to the afterlife and decided to settle their differences once and for all. Looking at their tense faces and the anger in their eyes, you would think that in another second, not a single stone would remain standing. However, soon the two simply shook hands, and the blonde Viking said that his opponent had made it to Valhalla, and that he had only himself to thank for that. The brunette, of course, said that the battle was indeed excellent, but his comrade was only here because his death was instantaneous and the blow was on target. However, the brown-haired man explained that immediately after that, he was sent to the other world by a guy with a braid who shouted that he was doing it in the name of revenge for his father and struck him in the stomach. The brunette immediately realized that he was talking about Bjorn, who was able to avenge his father, which greatly pleased both Vikings, and they acknowledged that his father would have been proud. However, Lee Tae-ho stood in complete shock and could not understand how he ended up in this crazy place. However, he still had to remember everything. Memories of the last festival of his life came to mind, as well as the joyful faces of the crowd who were looking forward to seeing their hero and expecting another victory from him. Now, everything was going according to plan, and he was definitely going to win the championship. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, but trouble usually comes without knocking on your door, which is what he experienced. The life of a professional gamer is always a violation of the regime, a bunch of stimulant drinks, which ultimately led to his death at such a young age. It's impossible to believe because just to die at such an important moment seemed like madness, but it happened, and Lee Tae-ho's files exploded. And now this poor guy realized that what happened to him was definitely not a dream, but until the very end, it was simply impossible to believe because it sounded like complete nonsense. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Valkyrie, who announced that this was the champion who had won all the duels in dozens of battles. The Vikings immediately began to rejoice, as warriors are welcome here, and they welcomed the king of duels, small but impressive, with good skills as a good opponent. Lee Tae-ho, in a state of complete shock, watched what was happening with the Vikings while Valkyrie searched for words to explain it all to the shocked brunette. Now, the brunette began to understand what had happened, and it began to dawn on him what had happened and how this woman was related to him and his death. Yes, in principle, he died because of her, and she was directly related to his rebirth. But why the hell was she winking at him right now as if nothing had happened? Lee Tae-ho remembered how he fell face down on the table after a heart attack right in the middle of the match, and how his consciousness separated from his body as a result. It's not every day that you get the chance to observe your own body, which lies dead on the game table, in the form of a soul. After watching his living body for a long time, the former gamer couldn't help but notice that there was light at the end of the tunnel after all, and a surprise awaited him after death. And then he saw Valkyrie, who acted as a guide to the other world, welcoming the soul of the hero who had lost his life in battle. The young man looked closely at the fact that the body was real, without any glitches or gaps, meaning that he had really died, and this was not a joke, so everything was very serious. Now, it finally dawned on him that he had lost his life, and that he was standing before the so-called beautiful female version of the Guide of Souls to the afterlife. Still, he blinked a couple more times and saw that the Valkyrie's legs, like her upper body, were completely real, without pixels, so he was sure he was dead. And now, when this beautiful creature sent by the gods to accompany the souls of warriors spoke to him, he was convinced that there were definitely no glitches. Lee Tae-ho was no fool, and asked where they were going. Just in case, he decided to ask again if they were trying to send him to hell, but it was clear that they were not going there. However, the bespectacled man never got an answer to his question, as the Valkyrie simply asked him to give her his hand, which certainly didn't make things any easier. On the contrary, the tension increased even more when they grabbed his arm and abruptly dragged him somewhere in an unknown direction toward a rainbow light. Valkyrie replied that they were heading straight to Valhalla, where great warriors like Lee Tae-ho, who technically gave his soul to God during battle, belong. Technically, he died as a Viking should during battle, although the battle could be called purely formal, but the poor young man still cannot understand what kind of place this is. The last thing the inhabitants of the intermediate world between the higher pure world and the earthly human world heard were the cries of the seriously surprised posthumous champion. This ended the memories of his own death, and it began to dawn on Lee that he was in Valhalla, the underground world from Norse mythology where warriors rest. The posture of this messenger of the gods with white curls was so confident that she definitely took him for a great warrior and definitely thinks she made the right choice. Lee tried to explain that he was not a warrior, but simply good at games, but the Valkyrie considered games to be equivalent to real battles on the battlefield. He tried in vain to explain that these were completely different things and asked to be returned to the place from which he had come, but it was clear that the Valkyrie was not listening to him. The horn began to sound, and since one of the warriors responsible for the alarm sounded it and alerted the people, it meant that something extraordinary had definitely happened. The sound of the horn meant that they were now under threat of enemy attack, and the Valkyrie hastened to inform everyone present. The white-haired woman ordered everyone to prepare for battle immediately, and the army of huge, strong Vikings was ready to tear apart the throat and everything else of anyone who dared to attack. Playing for the Vikings is one thing, but meeting such a crowd of huge, strong men in reality and experiencing their strength and the roar of their voices for yourself is another. And so he was able to admit that this was not what he had expected from his life, but no one was going to wait for him to figure it out. The enemy raid began, and Lee Tae-ho, like a true Viking, had to prove that he was worthy of the heroic title bestowed upon him by the Valkyries. The enemies here are not simple either, because in real life, werewolves can only be encountered in delirium or during hallucinations, but here it is real. There is no doubt that he has been transported to the world of the same game that the young man had the honor of playing shortly before his own death, but now he is something more. He is no longer a player who observes the game universe and controls a character. Now he is a full-fledged inhabitant of this world with the right to make his own choices. Standing aside and watching the hell that is happening would probably be a little unfair to the rank with which he came here. However, what can be expected from a person who just played games? And what should he do in such a situation, since he certainly did not hold a real sword in his hands? However, it was not for nothing that he was considered a genius player, because a talented person is talented at everything and quickly began to understand what was going on, and that you don't die twice. Lee Tae-ho understood that he had ended up in Valhalla after he died, as everyone knows, regardless of their faith or religion, that you cannot die twice. It is impossible to take away what already exists, so in principle, he risks nothing if he decides to attack a monster that is an order of magnitude stronger than him, but he only has to think. He would probably have taken a direct blow to the head and the door of the wolf if it weren't for that huge Viking with chestnut hair who shouted something incomprehensible. The Viking didn't think twice and swung his fist, delivering a direct blow to the werewolf, using his signature move even after death. Lee Tae-ho didn't even know that he had just had the chance to see the legendary stone fist technique that had defeated a bear in his lifetime. What can I say? He had never seen anything like this in the real world, so the sound wave that came from the blow to the rocks literally deafened the poor guy. One might have expected the more experienced Viking to mock him for his clumsiness and cowardice, but he simply asked if the newcomers knew what a saga was and seemed to mean no harm. Such pressure and such a sharp change in the situation on the battlefield literally made the unfortunate man's jaw drop, and he would probably have screamed hysterically upon hearing such a question. And probably anyone would have screamed in that situation if they were looking into the fanged face of a huge man who could crush half your skull with one fist. The frightened brunette looked at the Viking from behind his glasses, simply terrified, and nervously asked what the saga was and why everyone was talking about it so actively now. The warrior was, of course, surprised that someone did not know about such a thing as a saga, but he was ready to explain it if necessary in order to promote the battle according to all its canons. Naturally, at the moment when a stone exploded above his head, the brunette did not think to wonder what a saga was, clearly not realizing what it was. Lee, of course, had never heard of this mysterious saga and froze with an expression of complete surprise on his face, but he was lucky with the storyteller. It was good that the bearded man was reasonable and explained that Valhalla was a so-called story, and that to get there meant to have outstanding achievements in life. Otherwise, as he said, achievement is the power that blesses a warrior accepted into the underworld for the best of the warriors who lived before, and there are no simpletons here. And everything depends directly on how great your achievements are, because the greater they are, the more famous you will become in the wider circles of Valhalla. However, these explanations do not make it any easier for him, because he has to think about what achievements are, and his are quite notorious and have nothing to do with combat. Let's think for a second about what his achievements are, because my god, what can you expect from an ordinary gamer, even one of his high level? Indeed, his achievements amount to only a few columns in the game reports of the real human world. However, in Al-Hali, he is just a simpleton. The realization that his achievements as a genius player will not help him here struck the unfortunate man like a bolt of lightning, as they say in his world. And then the memory of which character he played in life came to mind, at the very moment when death overtook him at a young age. Indeed, if you think about it, his abilities may be directly proportional to the character he played during his lifetime. So then it's clear. This fundamentally changes the whole situation, as the achievements of his immortal warrior, Kalstead, will be the abilities that were passed on to the person who controlled him. Finally, he understood that it was not for nothing that he had achieved these accomplishments, and that it was not for nothing that Valkyrie had led him to the gates of Valhalla. And it was right after that that the most important thing happened. A bright blue light from an unknown energy tore through space and turned into lines of simple Scandinavian runes that were supposed to point to the truth. It was good that the warrior immediately explained everything and clarified that Lee definitely had his own saga and said that the letters of light in front of him were the very story of the hero. Lee immediately realized that he could indeed see the letters, but without knowing them, he could still read them somehow, which was equivalent to using image translators. He was simply connected to his game character, so all he had to do was synchronize with his former game profile and become its embodiment. It was easier than pie for him, but the Viking, unaccustomed to such know-how, didn't understand anything. After all, they were in the middle of a battle, and this jerk was acting cool. Yes, all the achievements and the title of Immortal Warrior belong to Kalstead, but if Lee can use them, he will become the strongest in the world. Obviously, the Viking is focused on what is happening now and simply told his newfound comrade to look ahead to see what surprise awaits him. Lee has clearly forgotten that he is in more danger than losing synchronization with his character, and he is about to become the prey of a werewolf. Finally, the young hero was quick enough to raise his head and see that a monster was hanging directly above him, ready to easily tear his head off. The werewolf's blow hit its target, and it was about to hit him right in the head, and the fall would definitely not be so soft, as such a blow could break his spine. It hurt, and he flew forward, his head hitting the rocks, but there was nothing he could do to soften the fall and the entire flight. He had to fly a decent distance in order to apply the rules of aerodynamics and land on his feet like a cat rather than on his head. It's good that Lee Tae-ho's head works as it should, and he was able to find the balance that was important in such a situation for his own safety and not die a second time. Something was wrong here, as Kalstead's strength could not have been so weak that he could be kicked by some flea-bitten werewolf with a stick. Something was definitely wrong here, as a hero of such high rank would have easily defeated the werewolf, but he continues to feel confident. Tae-ho thought that there must be some kind of problem with the saga, and that some kind of glitch must have occurred, causing the synchronization to be disrupted and not working properly. Indeed, the situation was a complete mess, as the saga of the hero known as the Immortal Warrior with the Avar Kalstead in the game did not exceed 1/100% of progress. The brunette literally lost his mind because of such a setup, because it was just an insurance document with the smallest possible font, and God, how it infuriated Lee Tae-ho. The Viking who was watching the young man admitted that he was indeed very funny, but that was the end of his help. However, this is not the end of the saga, which continues. Finally, the warrior gave his name, saying he was called Bjorn, and asked the young man to continue writing his saga, hoping that he would survive and they would meet again. It's nice to know that someone wants to meet you and that you've only just arrived but have already found a friend. But the situation is still shitty and he's in danger. After all, he is incredibly weak, having only 1/100th of the strength of his game avatar, but still, it's better than nothing, and at least he has something. Lee is certainly not stupid, and understands that it is better to have little in his arsenal but use it as effectively as possible, and this small amount of strength is quite enough. Of course, the enemy surpasses him in physical strength and size, but the principle of rats attacking dogs is such that small size often gives an advantage. Instead of charging like an idiot and putting his life in unnecessary danger, the brunette simply ran underfoot using all his agility in his legs and body. Even though he only has 1/100th of the strength of a man who single-handedly opposed 100 soldiers, he still has his strength. With no choice but to use his intelligence, Lee Tae-ho breaks through under the werewolf's feet to grab the hilt of his sword and attack the werewolf. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Therefore, he has no choice but to try to survive in order to continue writing the saga. It was hard to think that one fine day he would find himself in a rather unequal battle against a monster dozens of times larger than him. However, now that his earthly life has come to its logical end, a new chapter in history begins. A story about him and that very Kalstad who became his guide. The enemy is much larger than Lee himself, but it is a well-known fact that the bigger the wardrobe, the louder it falls, so the enemy's strength is a secondary consideration. The main thing is how, with such a small reserve of strength, you can defeat an enemy that surpasses you physically and in terms of level. According to the canons of the genre, werewolves are quite strong warriors, but the newly minted Viking with Asian roots is no slouch either, because as a rule, the smart ones survive. Still, the brunette's mind was filled with memories of how the crowd supported him when he was alive and how they cheered that day, believing in the victory of their idol. These were memories of how the immortal knight Kalstad was his gaming avatar and acted as a kind of wings, giving the brunette courage. The ice storm, thanks to which the immortal knight became famous, and also the unbridled hurricane that sweeps away enemies like houses of cards, is not just a character. It is Kalstad, controlled by the legendary Lee Tae-ho, the chief genius of the human world, who is now writing his own story in the world of the Vikings. This is the name of a warrior who has forever entered world history as a figure who will terrify enemies for centuries to come, even when his body has already decayed. He must continue to write his saga and do everything possible to make it as long as possible and not end so shamefully in battle with an overgrown mongrel. And Lee Tae-ho, the true face of Kalstad, will now show that he was not chosen in vain by the Valkyries as a respected resident of Valhalla, and he must give his all. He is like a little kitten with a huge fishbone in its teeth, the weight of which pulls it to the ground, but it does not give up because that is the only way to write its story. Of course, it hurts to fall and hit your butt on the rocks, but there is no other way to prove yourself, so no matter how scary it is, you have to pull yourself together and be a man. Valhalla, as a definition, does not tolerate weak people, and Lee Tae-ho is certainly not weak, because with only 1% of his heroism, he was able to scare the werewolves into squealing. And now he himself has realized that the call to achievement adds a new twist to the saga, and most likely this ability is the so-called movement speed buff. In principle, it is to his advantage that he has this ability in the garden, because only with its help will he be able to survive, so Tae-ho is ready to strike his first blow against the werewolf. With grief in their hearts, the enemies were left behind, and when such an opponent was defeated, it was possible to throw a feast in the Great Hall, gathering all his comrades in arms there. As they say, once the job is done, you can relax. And now that the battle is over, the Vikings can do what every man should do after such a long period of tension: drink beer. The Vikings were glad that everyone they knew had survived the battle and boasted that for them it was just a warm-up and nothing special. Lee Tae-ho also survived the battle and now sat greedily gnawing on a chicken leg, which now seemed like manna from heaven to him, even though it was as tough as rubber on his teeth. The bespectacled man was surprised that the so-called warrior's feast would serve only alcohol and meat of such low quality, but he was hungry and tired and would devour it all. Then the big guy, Bjorn, spoke up and explained that if you want good food, you need to raise your warrior class, and then you'll get delicacies and the best wines. The brunette with the tattoo explained that this was a low-class feast, and that the warriors here were of the lowest class and newbies, which is why the meat was so tough and the beer so sour. Lee asked if Bjorn also belonged to the low class, and he replied with a cheerful laugh that he had just come down to his friend for a while so he wouldn't get bored. The brunette thanked the Viking for his help on the battlefield, because without his help and the story of the saga, he would have been long gone and become a new victim. And then, even though he wasn't that experienced, an idea popped into his smart head about what would happen to him if he died here, but the young man couldn't really come up with a good answer. So, out of curiosity, he asked Bjorn what would happen to him if he died here, and the good-natured warrior replied that the souls of the dead are reborn here as steel warriors, immortal warriors of steel, who, like iron, can fight forever and feel neither hunger nor pain nor fatigue, and the very possibility of rebirth is a heavenly blessing. However, Lee couldn't understand how the hell this could be considered a blessing because, damn it, it's just a miserable coffin on wheels, and who in their right mind would want such a fate? The young warrior understood that he did not want to die and should not have to, and while he was shaking in panic, Bjorn explained to him that his allegiance would soon be determined. From one shock to another, he was told about some kind of affiliation, and the calm and even excited good-natured Bjorn explained that it was about to begin. And then the moment came, and all the warriors began to rejoice when a voice announced that the so-called controller had seen how wonderfully all the warriors had performed during the battle. And again, the The Valkyrie with bright red hair and shining green eyes announced that she would now tell them all which legion they would belong to. Seeing her, Taeho was surprised to see Valkyrie, and Bjorn explained that she was Odin's daughter, Regenleif, who was born of noble blood as a storm rider. The daughter of the gods raised her sword in her strong hands and gave the command to look into their cups, where they would see the names of those they would trust and follow. Bjorn explained that they all belonged to the Legion of the Gods of Asgard, and that this god would grant them even greater power. But of the Scandinavian pantheon, Lee knew only Odin and Thor. And if he could gain strength and really wanted to gain the patronage of a powerful god, then let it be Thor or Odin, whom he already knew. However, things don't always turn out the way you want them to, and fate is truly deaf to many prayers. Or perhaps there were other plans for him, and Lee Tae-ho was handed over to women. How he ended up with such a life was the question that was spinning in his head now as he and the bright red-haired Valkyrie were taking him to meet the goddess. There was a tense atmosphere of silence between them, because Tae-ho was thinking how this could have happened to him, because who the hell handed such a genius over to a second-rate goddess? The question swirled in his head. My god, this is called Legions of Gods, but what kind of surrealism is happening to him and what kind of injustice is this? Clutching his head, Lee Tae-ho shouted, "Why are they doing this to me? A legion must be a lot of people, right?" But poor Valkyrie didn't understand such behavior because it was strange. The redhead tried to calm him down, saying that their legion had many strengths that were second to none. And when Lee asked about them, she replied that no one was grumbling from above. And there were no problems from below, and no one was causing any trouble, which made Valkyrie think it was just paradise. But Tae-ho was afraid until the end, and didn't believe that he was completely alone in the legion. This made no sense at all, as he was ready to write a saga, but they gave him to the protection of some low-grade goddess he didn't even know. And so, at the banquet, he was assigned to the Legion of Iduna, known as the Goddess of Eternal Youth, the daughter of a simple dwarf and the wife of the god of poetry, and that's definitely not great. The name Iduna means nothing to him, and the shocked young man stares at the name on the cup like a sheep staring at a new gate, because it was definitely some kind of surreal situation. Everyone had either Odin or Thor or some other great god, and all the Vikings were simply in tears over how lucky they were, while the unfortunate Lee Tae-ho tried to understand the situation. Lee asks Bjarni who Iduna is, but the man pauses briefly before saying something that certainly does not reassure the shocked young man. The young man immediately realized that this was definitely not divine intervention when he saw the shocked expression on Bjorn's face, which was replaced by pity and a brief wish to hang in there. While the bespectacled man was trying to understand what was happening in the arena, another Valkyrie with long white hair, calling out Odin's name, asked everyone connected to him to raise their heads. And those who had been assigned to his people approached her as his official representative in the arena of separation of newcomers, launching a division into the ranks of the gods. Odin put forward the white-haired girl, apart from his daughter Regenleif, to gather those poor souls who would now follow her and become members of his regiment, replenishing its ranks. Besides her, there were many other representatives here, and each warrior now had his place in the arena. But there was one who had long been torn apart by anger. Poor Lee Tae-ho was trying to find the very Valkyrie who represented Iduna, and his pale face showed panic and incomprehension of where he, poor thing, had ended up. Exhausted from the endless search for the seemingly useless goddess, Lee Tae-ho continued to chant her name loudly. No one could have imagined that the red-haired Valkyrie sitting listlessly and awkwardly on the ground, with a winged hairpin behind her ear, would turn out to be the messenger of the goddess Iduna herself. The red-haired messenger of the gods had already fallen into a half-sleep, waiting for at least a dozen of the large number of recruits to become her flock. They say that one man in the field is not a warrior, and no one would be eager to join such a weak squad. But then a strange-looking young man appeared. A silly look of surprise appeared on Lee's face. At first, it probably annoyed her, and she waited for a sharp remark, but then this strange-looking young man said that he was in her legion. Well, that completely changed the situation, and now she was very happy that for the first time in so many years, a newcomer had appeared in their ranks. It seemed like a dream. The girl was so happy that they had a newcomer that she was literally ready to throw herself at the young man with hugs, which greatly embarrassed the brunette. This beautiful Valkyrie was called Hedda, and now, according to all the canons of the genre, she was responsible for him. And then this weirdo asked what her legion was fighting for. From the firm gaze of the newcomer's blue eyes, it is clear that silly jokes will not satisfy him, and he demands serious explanations, so let's get started. Hedda decided that since he was so interested, she would explain everything, and visualize her story for a better understanding so that the young man would understand the essence of what she was saying. Using her magical powers, she showed him the tree of the world in which they find themselves, and explained that they are in a part of it called Asgard, the city of the gods. Without darkness, the harmony of this world would be impossible, and beyond the city of the gods lies Muspelheim, the cradle of monsters, one of the 9 worlds, the city of fiery giants and monsters. From there, giants, dark gods, and monsters, commanded by the fiery giant Surt, with a black heart invade the bright world of the gods and the mortal world of humans. However, there was one part of the map that caught the attention of the newcomer, and when he inquired about its nature, he received the answer that it was the city of Eren, fallen into darkness. As Hida said, because of Eren's fall, the front line was moved closer to it, and now they are engaged in a long, bloody, and difficult battle with monsters. Hearing that Lee asked if they were dealing with something like Ragnarok, it seemed that he had already dealt with the end of the world in the game Valkyrie Live. It turns out that he is not so stupid, and the red-haired girl confirmed that they are participating in the story of the end of the world, fighting for the very chance of this world's existence. Heda said that they are fighting to save this world and not let its fate end so unfairly under the onslaught of the originally black creatures of hell. However, the true essence and purpose of what they are doing in the mess called battle is simply to survive and save their own skins in order to continue the story. Hearing mention of several worlds and the very concept of their parallel existence, Lee realized that if such a thing was possible, then it was possible to travel between these worlds. He didn't really want to stay in this crazy world because he didn't belong to all this with the Vikings, the threat of the end of the world, and the battles, and he wanted to go back home. He wondered if he could return to where he came from and completely forgot that they were on the road until Valkyrie reminded him that they had arrived at their destination. Heda led him to the temple of the goddess of the Legion to which they now belonged, and he was obliged to pay her tribute as her subject. Fate had certainly played a trick on the young man, and he had not expected that at some point he would be following a strange Valkyrie through the dark corridors of a damp medieval basement. However, he liked the temple, and looking around, the surprised brunette asked if he would be able to see the goddess here, and the Valkyrie simply smiled indulgently. The messenger of the gods explained that he would only see the goddess from a distance, for she dwelled far above this earthly temple. However, it was always possible to get closer to the goddess through sacrifice, and the Valkyrie instructed him to take the golden apple she had given him and throw it directly onto the altar. After all, Idun gives the gods golden apples that maintain eternal youth, and without resisting for long, Lee Tae-ho stood on the golden altar with the gift in his hands. Everything happens for the first time, and he did not know all the subtleties of the sacrificial ceremony. However, he decided to simply do as his mentor told him and follow the instructions. Plucking up his courage, he, who in principle had nowhere to go but down, threw the apple at his feet, and it rolled loudly across the gilded floor of the goddess's hall. He remained alive, which was good, but when the artifact touched the gilded marble floor, bright golden patterns lit up with a pleasant golden fire. Yes, it was the righteous god, the second sun that blinded Tai-ho with its bright light, and he squinted from it. Yes, it almost blew him away with a golden wind. Iduna, the goddess of youth and life, dressed in gold, waited for him and greeted her newly arrived warrior, Lee Tae-ho, asking him to come closer to her without fear. The poor fellow's eyes popped out of his head when he saw the goddess herself, and it turned out that she really existed. Deciding not to anger her, the young man sought the strength to go on. As befits a goddess who gives golden apples to all, she stood next to the huge tree Yggdrasil, calmly waiting for her faithful servant to come closer. He was not struck down, and for that he was grateful, for the goddess had taken a liking to him and came to her only servant who had been given the chance to become her warrior. Lee obeyed the maiden's voice. He knelt down and bowed his head with his hand on his heart, letting divine energy into his body, honoring the goddess who now protected him. A pleasant warm sensation flowed through him, like warm water and light, like the bright golden sun that finally comes after a long, endless winter. This was the very blessing of the goddess that any hero who had been initiated into her legion of servants could dream of, and finally, Lee himself was honored with it. And his body, as if by nature, honored the goddess, reflecting in his mind and soul a bright golden flutter of loyalty and love for her majesty. Iduna herself gives him her blessing, which will protect his brave body and spirit from mortal danger and support his endeavors and efforts in everything that awaits a warrior. The Holy Virgin bestowed upon him the great blessing of Iduna, whose name is the Sigil of Life. May his body be filled with sacred power and the light of the soul for eternity. And she gave him the Great Seal, which in itself meant that youth is the true strength of those whom the beautiful ruler had marked with her doe. His chronic back pain and bone damage from his profession disappeared, his neck stopped hurting, his stomach returned to normal, and now he is truly a new version of himself. The former Tae-ho died, as did the mortal shell of his physical body in that match. in order to be reborn in the body of a great and powerful warrior in the new world of the gods. And now the beautiful goddess of eternal youth is waiting for a great contribution from the one who appeared in her flock after so many years, because this is such a great rarity over the years. However, there were still questions that remained unanswered that interested the young servant of the goddess of eternal youth even after receiving her blessing. Let them rush to rejoice that he had received the blessing of the goddess, but still, that was not what he really wanted. Not this world, but to go home to his computer. Hedda explained that Idun was the goddess of eternal youth and longevity, and even after experiencing excruciating pain on the battlefield, those blessed by her could hardly die. More precisely, the chances of dying for those blessed by her are simply zero, and as he grows, the blessing will also become stronger, so both values are proportional. For such unique abilities, their regions were called the Zombie Legion. However, even such treats did not please Taeho. His face was clouded with heavy thoughts. Lee asked Valkyrie if he could defeat all these enemies and return to his native world, which greatly surprised his escort, who did not expect to hear such a thing. Since he died as a completely innocent young man who had not yet experienced love, the newly minted warrior tried to maintain his image as a womanizer. His gaze was serious, of course, but it was clear that he wanted to impress any girl with his composure if he wanted to. You can't fool a Valkyrie, because she is a being far superior to humans, and she thought it was quite cute when a man behaved like that, to be honest. She said that if the conflict could be brought to an end, as the young man had said, then of course he would be able to return home if they could win. If he wanted to return home, of course no one would keep him here by force, because the victor had the right to decide whether he wanted to stay here. It was too early to divide the spoils, and Lee reached out his hand to Valkyrie, realizing that he had to return home because he saw no joy in remaining in this madness. It was immediately apparent that this was the first time in his life that a girl had touched him, and he was nervous, so he almost broke poor Valkyrie's hand with his strong handshake in response. The feeling of female skin and warmth was something new to him, and he reacted to it with a quiet sniff, acknowledging that women's hands are indeed different. And God, the girl was so close to him for the first time, and her hands were so warm that it made sense to stay here for now because not everything was as scary as it seemed. His imagination had run so wild that the brunette had transferred his dreams of finally starting a relationship and family in real life. He would have a red-haired Valkyrie wife who would eagerly await his arrival and hear the door lock ringing in advance, as if Odin himself had descended. And he would finally become a serious, respectable office worker, casting aside all these gamer whims and becoming a real man for the sake of his family. He will have a stable job, a neat hairstyle, and a beautiful wife who will wait for her hard-working husband at home with a hot dinner and open arms. He will eat normal home-cooked meals, as befits a respectable, good man who is cared for by his wife and has normal dreams of a young man. He is not so hopeless that he dreams of his wife feeding him the most delicious meat with a spoon, because that would really be nice. Eating normal, healthy, home-cooked meals prepared with love, they stuff themselves with dry cardboard breakfasts from delivery services and ruin their stomachs. However, don't forget that you are still at rock bottom, and your red-haired wife Valkyrie is just an attempt to escape into your dream world. At the feast for low-ranking warriors, the meat is so tough that it can easily be mistaken for a leather boot, and only this could tear the brunette from his pleasant dreams. Hedda laughed, asking if her subordinate was okay, and asked if the meat was too tough, suggesting that she work hard and improve her warrior class. After all, if he worked hard and improved his rank, the food would be better, the attitude would be better, and he would live in normal conditions rather than in some shack. She sincerely believed in him and wished that Lee Tae-ho would persevere and strive to break through and get a good life for himself, which made him very happy. Tae-ho is ready to move mountains for his dream, and dreams that he and his red-haired wife are now on the banks of the Han River with a beautiful child in their arms. It is clear that the young man is not so hopeless if he wants to have a family and dreams of getting what he wants, and his delusion is simply reaching a critical level. The time has come to take stock, and every time Lee defeats an enemy, he will receive a unit called a rune, which can be used for growth. And now, he thinks that his body is absorbing some kind of red energy, and indeed, according to Valkyrie's observations, he already has a couple of runes, which is not bad. Lee realized that he is not stupid, and that the runes he receives can give him the abilities he needs to become stronger, and he asked if he was thinking correctly in this case. He wanted to know if it made sense for him to strive for improvement, because if the runes could help him develop, it would be incredible luck for him as a warrior. He was right, and there are 5 attributes: strength, endurance, agility, mana, and willpower. Strength, endurance, and agility are clear, but what about mana and willpower? Hedda explained that mana strengthens the user and increases magical defense, while willpower strengthens the user's concentration and mental defense for stability. Lee understood that he would have to accept this for now, and asked if sagas themselves could also be strengthened by mana, and received the answer that a saga is a special thing. A simple increase in statistics does not make them stronger, and the more people know the story, the more powerful it becomes. And then we can talk about its real growth. Sometimes it happens that a saga becomes stronger than it was originally in reality. For example, the capture of a large snake turns into a victory over a dragon. But the sagas of lower-class warriors are easier than boiled turnips, and they basically boil down to becoming stronger and faster in the short term. They make every effort to prove themselves in battle, achieving the best results and statistics, trying to grow as quickly as possible without stress. Of course, this is all commendable and good in its own way, but it does not quite measure up to a true saga because a saga is, first and foremost, the embodiment of a legend, and each one is unique. There is no clear description for them. While one can create weapons, another can transform and even summon entire armies of soldiers, but with reservations. There is one rule. The ability to summon a saga and its development cannot be shifted onto anyone else, because, as we know, a person forges their own destiny from the saga as well. Therefore, the responsibility for how the saga will develop and how good it will be lies solely on the shoulders of the one who possesses this saga, and Lee understood everything. This is his story alone, and it is also the saga of the Dragon Knight Kalstead, who is inextricably linked to him, and therefore he cannot simply take it and lose it in disgrace. Kalstead is his own legend, inextricably linked to him, and Lee is ready to fight for it so that he does not have to do it in the name of his own story. Reflections on his beautiful heroic valor and on this world as a whole are certainly good, but the loud ringing of bells was so loud that it deafened even the most experienced. You didn't have to be a genius with a huge intellect to understand that the battle bells were ringing, announcing that the village was under enemy attack. The ringing of bells could be heard throughout the training camp, signaling to all the warriors that the time had come to prepare for open confrontation with the enemy. Hedda asked if he knew what it meant and reminded him that it was nothing more than a signal to prepare for battle, and of course Lee Tae-ho understood this perfectly well, but it was too early. It was too early to relax, and this time it was clear that the alarm was not a simple one, as the fabric of space had been torn and a portal had appeared in the middle. And that was interesting because, according to Valkyrie, passing through these purple gates would lead to the deployment waiting area, and everyone was definitely gathering there first. You can't go into battle without armor, because what kind of idiot in their right mind would go into battle in simple gamer clothes with minimal protection, which now only consisted of glasses with lenses? So, to start with, Hedda picked out some armor for her precious subordinate and adjusted it so that it didn't hang loosely on his thin body and would protect him from injury. Tae-ho tried not to squeal when the girl's hands adjusted his clothes, because he liked Valkyrie very much, but her attention was pleasant to him. Hedda praised Lee Tae-ho's appearance, and he was pleased, although embarrassed that the Valkyrie liked him, and said that it was time for him to go into battle. But she called out to him. The young man turned around, embarrassed and blushing, peeking out from behind a huge shield with a golden apple emblem to look at the love of his life with red braids. And now, this beautiful red-haired maiden, the messenger of the goddess Iduna, asks him simply not to die in battle, looking at him with such affectionate eyes that it makes him blush. Let his soul be torn apart by embarrassment, but he could not show it, and looking into the eyes of the Valkyrie, Tae-ho promised that he would come back alive because he was blessed. For the goddess had given him a true blessing, and in their order death was extremely rare, so Hedda herself was pleased that her protege was fearless. And now he went forward, keeping complete control over his emotions, and entered the portal to finally stand in a real battle in the arena, and nothing frightened him. Hedda, who for the first time in so many years was seeing off a warrior with the Iduna crest on his back, looked at him as if he were her own child, took up his sword, and went forward. Tae-ho also walked with his head held high, trying not to show that he was afraid, but in fact he was also quite nervous, and all this unexpectedness frightened him. Everything had come down on him so unexpectedly that the poor guy couldn't even realize that behind him stood a horde of Vikings ready to go into battle. To be honest, Tae-ho didn't even look like a boy, but more like a frightened kitten that couldn't find its mother and found itself in the middle of a pack of wild dogs. And yes, the army was simply colossal, and one could even go mad and die from all the shouting, and Tae-ho stood in this motley crowd like a lost soul. He resembled a little black kitten that had lost its mother in the crowd, blinking his bright blue eyes, realizing that there were a lot of people here and that a big battle was waiting for everyone. But he did not know that now the poor fellow would experience the shock of his life, and he did not know that now a big, strong Viking hand, whom he already knew, would slap him on the back. And who was this mysterious man with a voice as loud as thunder and big hands, who shouted his name and slapped Tae-ho across the back with all his might, making him squeal? Although Lee expected it to be someone familiar, he was not mistaken when he saw Bjorn behind him, who was once again side by side with him and smiling as before. There was no denying that Bjorn was not a bad man, and he was glad to meet Tae-ho again on the battlefield and was sincerely happy to see his young, strange friend. Lee, of course, had not yet recovered from the shock, but he was still very happy to see Bjorn, even though he had greeted him so unexpectedly and looked at the man in a state of shock. The bearded man noticed how good Lee Tae-ho looked and jokingly teased him that the Valkyrie they had sent him must be a real beauty. Lee did not respond, but his red cheeks and cold sweat, coupled with his surprised eyes, betrayed the true emotions that swirled in his blue eyes without words or gestures. Bjorn laughed and said that Valkyries were all unreal beauties by default, and then he hit Tae-ho on the back so hard that he coughed and sent him to find his legion. The dark-haired Viking explained that, unlike the previous battle, this one would have a full-fledged commander, who was a huge black-haired man with demonic eyes. Lee stood among all the huge war machines like a small reed, and this so-called commander immediately noticed him, because the young man stood out like a sore thumb. The commander immediately realized that this was a warrior of Iduna, and found it strange that he was completely alone here. Amidst the laughter of the other soldiers, he was sent to the back of the line of warriors. Lee nodded and walked away, and when everyone was in place, the commander introduced himself as Ragnar from the Heimdall Legion, and now he would lead them in today's battle. The goal of this battle was to reclaim the territory that had been lost in the battle with the spawn of the Black God who had come and occupied Eren last time. And for this, it was an absolutely brilliant idea to appear through a teleport right in the middle of the battle without wasting time, and with a loud cry, the warriors of Valhalla went into the portal. They fought for Asgard and all 9 worlds, marching in orderly columns, trusting their commander, who was ready to throw himself on the sharp spears of the enemies. Ragnar commanded that he would lead everyone behind him and gave a direct order to his entire army to follow him, promising that he would cover them all with his back as their commander. The army understood perfectly and was happy to have such a great commander, recognizing that he was a real man, and chanted Ragnar's name at the top of their voices, rejoicing at this. However, Lee Tae-ho, who was comically much shorter than every Viking present, admitted that he could not see anything behind them. The battle itself did not take long to begin, and once the warriors arrived in the midst of the fray, the brutal slaughter was inevitable. The battle was in full swing, and Odin's noble warriors threw themselves into the fray to fulfill their noble duty and defend their stolen lands. The opponents on both sides were formidable, even though they were diametrically opposed to each other, but as we know, only one can win dominance in the 9 worlds. It's good that reinforcements arrived, because more soldiers on Asgard's side is a nice bonus, since you can count on your allies to cover your back. As they say, don't be afraid of the enemy standing in front of you. Be afraid of his improvisation from the rear, because you don't know when his attack will fall right on your head. The enemy will be like the first snow to wow you, but the snow is somehow very heavy and falls painfully instead of landing lightly on your shoulder. It is clear that this hammer fighter is not fighting such a large number of opponents for the first time, and clearly wields his hammer at a professional level. All hell breaks loose in the ranks of the Vikings, and they fly in all directions like dirty kittens scattered by their mother for making a mess. And they, poor things, could not have predicted it. A ferocious wolf who, as they say, has already eaten more than one dog in these battles, burst into the fight like a true beast, tearing apart anyone who stands in his way. And this was no ordinary wolf, nor was he an ordinary warrior, for he turned out to be Whitefang, the legendary boss who had no equal among the warriors here. The experienced Vikings could not help but admit that his performance was incredibly strong and assumed that he was definitely the leader of this raid of northern werewolves. He is truly enormous, and his size is certainly much greater than all the other wolves previously defeated in battle, which is clearly not a good sign for human warriors. The enemy will not defeat himself if he simply continues to discuss how big he is. It is easy to play into his hands because you need to clearly think through the battle strategy itself. If you just keep talking and standing still, you can simply die here without ever seeing the so-called Ragnarok with your own eyes, and then your life will definitely be over. There was no need to fear the enemy because even such a strong boss can be defeated by uniting as one, and then even such a seemingly formidable enemy can be defeated. That's right, Saga won't write itself. That's why you need to rush forward, putting everything you have on the line. Be ready to go on the offensive even if you are left with nothing. Being an excellent ladder, the black-haired Ragnar led his warriors forward, exposing himself first to enemy attacks, ready to be the first to take the blow. They must be in hell, because the monsters here are definitely not easy to deal with, having come with their main boss, who was already pressing down on him like a snowstorm. And then something happened that no one expected. Although the enemy looked quite impressive, no one expected him to make a sudden move forward, overtaking the army of the light gods. Demonstrating excellent hammer skills, the werewolf swung his hammer around, literally knocking down the Vikings, who were far from the weakest. Tae-ho was one of the last to arrive, so he did not yet know the extent of the destruction and the truly difficult situation that awaited him. so it came as a surprise. Seeing such a werewolf was unexpected for him, especially since the creature was now facing him with its mouth open and a huge hammer in its hands. The first thing he saw right in front of his face was the werewolf's open, toothy mouth, which was about to tear his head off like a stupid child tearing off a doll's head. One of the tracks didn't even flinch when this creature growled at him with a predatory roar, and perhaps the werewolf didn't have time to react or decided to scare away such a cockroach. To be honest, compared to real big men, they decided not to eat him, but only a truly soulless creature could do such a thing to soldiers. In essence, it was a real delivery of meat by pre-order, which could not but upset Lee and the other newly arrived Vikings. As always, Taeho was lucky enough to take on the strongest enemy, because now the newcomer, who had only seen wooden training equipment before, was in battle with White Fang. But the young man understood that he needed to calm down and think of it as a simple battle against a boss, because that was the only way to develop a strategy and not die here in vain. It is important to remember that he is a brilliant gamer who definitely has brains in his head, which, with all the planning, can be used perfectly in this battle. It is important to think through each step in order to have a logical sequence of actions and not get caught out, because the enemy was superior in all areas of combat. And most importantly, Brack is a genius hammer to his father, who has only one young son, Taeho, who understands perfectly well that one blow with such a hammer will be the end of him. His pathetic shield would definitely not be able to withstand such a serious attack, because it is a simple wooden shield without any additional parameters or attributes of durability. Therefore, the young warrior understood perfectly well that with such a tiny shield, which had no improvements or spirits, he would not even be able to protect himself from a heavy blow. As in any situation in any battle, the enemy was not going to wait for him to figure out what to do and was preparing to deliver another crushing blow to eliminate him. Lai realized that in this case, he would have to throw his shield aside and rely only on the runes he had accumulated through long training and honing his skills. He understood that he needed to distribute the 5 unfortunate runes he had wisely so that they would not go to waste and invest them in the right attribute. He understood perfectly well that in a battle with such a large opponent, only the speed of a smaller body and its skillful distribution of strength would win. Lee invested in agility. You have to make sure that this huge thing doesn't crush you all at once, so agility saves your life in this case, but you can't relax and you have to keep your eyes open. At that moment, he was almost hit in the head with a hammer, but in addition to his agility, Lee also had a natural observant nature that gave him unique logic. As a bonus, Lee himself can now see his opponent's attacks, which is an advantage for him as a person who is fighting a very strong opponent alone. The Vikings who remained on the sidelines watched as the short man skillfully dodged such large opponents, and such agility from a simpleton in strange glasses. The situation is certainly dire, because even such strong Vikings were easily scattered by the wind, created by the blow of the hammer with which the werewolf cut through the air. Further, one could only hope for God himself, who probably does not exist in this universe in the usual sense, because the White Fang is berserk. Real hell began because the speed of the hammer exceeded all laws and gravity, and for the Vikings, it was clearly an unfavorable situation to continue the unequal battle. Lee realized that he would only get in the way here and die before even starting to write his saga, so he decided to run away and buy time for a new attack on such a giant. He understood perfectly well that simply dodging was useless, and that it was worth thinking about a new strategy and trying to attack the werewolf's legs to shake his position. Lee ordered everyone else to aim for the werewolf's legs, thinking that this would reliably destabilize such a serious opponent as a werewolf. The Vikings immediately rushed into the attack, trying to stop the enemy's advance by hitting him in the legs, but it seems that this is not working well so far because of the plan. More precisely, the complete absence of a plan, which is why the whole situation turned into a disaster, because there was no clear strategy and no clear order of action in such a situation. Lee realized that he was definitely somewhere, and suggested first aiming somewhere else on the werewolf's body in order to definitely inflict significant damage. He understood perfectly well that this new enemy required coordinated actions and strategies, which, unfortunately, he did not have at his disposal at all. Since this was not even a normal werewolf, but a boss who was essentially the strongest member of his pack, Lee froze right under the hammer blow. The only way he could think of right now was essentially the most legendary ability that made Kalstead famous in the world of battle and death. Since he possessed that 1% of the power of an immortal warrior, Lee was fully entitled to use the legendary warrior's charge, which was similar to a storm. As the true owner of the legendary thunder charge, Lee is going to use it at all speeds and abilities available to him, just to defeat the boss. It is impossible to predict how this battle will turn out, but you will not know unless you try, especially since your opponent now has many soldiers on his side. This is a golden opportunity that does not come along very often during a protracted battle. Right now, there is a huge chance to deliver a fatal blow to the wolf's head. He remembered very well what he had promised himself and, most importantly, Valkyrie, that he would survive on the battlefield because, after all, his mind and soul were not alien to the simple. Human emotions were not the last thing for him, and he remembered how Hedda asked him not to die before he went into battle, and he wanted to see her again. She was the one who told him that he was capable of creating a saga and improving his chances, and that he himself was the one who would influence the twists and turns of fate in the saga. Because only he himself is the architect of his own destiny, and depending on how a person behaves, his saga will be known to other people in the future. And now, he has already begun to get very angry because his brain is pushing memories of Valkyrie on him. I told you how angry he was that she thought he would die. I remember that the saga's warrior charge is like a storm, and so far it's just a buff to speed and movement, but he can develop it. Yes, but is it a vertical jump? All that remained was to think a little about how this saga could be developed into an effective weapon. They are just a temporary enhancement of the body. However, you can't defeat such a strong enemy with an ordinary jump, so you need to have a brilliant mind and excellent strategic abilities to think it through carefully. It would be great if he could use double jumps to effectively demonstrate his strength, so now Lee must make every effort here. While the wolf cannot see him directly, he must try to strike, even if he fails. The main thing is to try, and only then will it be possible to say whether he succeeded or not. At first glance, he failed because the unfortunate young man was thrown, probably very painfully, into a ditch as a result of the hammer blow. However, his failure was only an illusion because at that very moment the wolf howled because it was seriously wounded and its eyes were reliably pierced by the brave warrior's sword. Lee himself nearly died when he was thrown with such force that his fragile human body hit the ground and his entire face was smashed to pieces. If he did not have the blessing of the goddess Iduna, he would have died on the spot, but he managed to stay on his feet and turn around to face the wounded wolf, which was in a bad way. Now that the young warrior had managed to blind the wolf, it was time to finish it off, and that time was now or never. Otherwise, they would surely be reborn as empty-headed iron warriors. It's easy to say, but to carry out this plan successfully, he needs a good weapon, and for that, he will have to summon Saga's abilities and use them. As mentioned earlier, having the legal right to use at least 1% of the power of his immortal warrior Saga, the brilliant strategist summoned the warrior's sword. This seemingly small, unfortunate soldier, who came from a squad that was completely useless in the eyes of the goddess's strong warriors, was now tearing up the battlefield all by himself. The huge Viking stood and stared in amazement as this small young man, whom they had not ridiculed, flew like a rag doll, something that these strong men could not do together. Of course, this young man lacked muscle and experience, but any of these Vikings could envy his ferocity and intelligence. All this was observed by one of those who essentially decides the fate of this world on behalf of the gods, and at the table on which the map of actions was spread out stood the right hand of God. So far, the situation was going in favor of the gods, and she moved the figure representing the gods, shifting what they had now gained the advantage of advancing on the map. In principle, they had not had this for a long time, because one of the territories had been captured by the enemy, but now, thanks to one interesting frame, everyone got a chance. She was not alone the whole time and was going to report what had happened to the glorious Black Warrior, the messenger of the gods who had flown in to learn the entire course of the battle. Valkyrie Rasgrid greeted the god Odin, expecting that it was he himself who had come in the form of a raven. However, he replied that it was only Hugin and not Odin himself. The Valkyrie chuckled quietly. However, the messenger of God was not bad because in any case, all this would come directly through his minions. Hugin asked, without wasting any time if there were any who stood out on the battlefield. However, the Valkyrie did not rush to answer, deciding to think before speaking. Raven, interpreting her silence as a lack of positive information, asked if she was ashamed to say that no one had stood out, but he was not surprised because the warriors there were from the lower ranks. In principle, nothing could be expected of them, and it was a miracle that they were still alive. However, smiling, Valkyrie said that things were not as bad as they seemed at first. There was one impressive figure on the battlefield, a newcomer from whom no special feats were expected, since he had joined the legion of the most unpopular goddess. A light appeared in the legion of Iduna that gave hope to the whole world, and he defeated a huge wolf and was now glorified in the name of the great god Odin as a genius. Lee had only just joined the army, but he had already proven himself to be a pretty good warrior, and finally, he had the right to stand tall and prove that he had been given life for a reason. And now, looking at all these people who were cheering him on, he froze because all this rejoicing reminded him of his past life, and to be honest, tears were streaming down his face. The cheers that the Vikings gave him reminded him of the past, which he might never be able to get back, but he was still worthy of this praise. Lee's memory preserved the cheers of the crowd when he won, admiring his trophies as if it were their own personal victory. So sincere were the emotions of the crowd. Looking at his sword, Lee thought that this weapon was not just a piece of iron, but a true rune fang, which was an order of magnitude higher than any weapon on the field. Once upon a time, it was one of the few powerful items in the north, but later it became an ordinary low-level weapon, which means that now Lee is a warrior of that rank. However, he was not satisfied with this title because this young man had boundless ambition and intended to exalt himself and make his name legendary. The ambitious young man wants to continue hearing applause, and for this, he is ready to become stronger and move forward, no matter the cost, for the sake of such glory. And on this beautiful day, the one whom the world has longed for was born, Tae-ho, god of battle glory, the one who leads the masses forward into the flames of conflict. The day will come when he will become the best warrior of Valhalla, and such success could not be missed by his very first friend in this world, because Bjorn saw everything perfectly well himself. The good-natured warrior praised his friend, who was doing well with his saga, and Lee thanked Bjorn personally and mentally honored the Valkyrie Hedda. Bjorn admitted that creating a sword in the air was not a pleasant sight, and Lee, in turn, admitted that this was not the first time for him either, but he could control it. Hearing the explanation that now his friend could hide it and show it whenever he wanted, Bjorn said that it was all well and good, but it was time to move on. Tae-ho asked in surprise if they were already returning, but Bjorn said that they needed to go on to recapture the fortress. But for now, they had to stay here for the night. As they say, like it or not, they had to make a stop because you can't walk for long without breaks, because everyone needs rest and sleep too. No matter how proud Tae-ho was, he also wanted to rest and sleep, so he was the happiest to get his own tent, where he could finally relax. Lee admitted that it had been a very long day that had exhausted him, and the young man couldn't believe that such a long day had passed because he was as tired as if he had been working for a year. But now he had food for thought, because even though this tent was not a luxury bedroom, at least here he could think about how he had grown in battle. The young fighter was genuinely interested in how much he had grown and how far the saga he had fallen into had progressed, because that was his main goal now. Runes flashed before his eyes, informing him that he had received new notifications, and now he could check his growth statistics while it was so hot. And indeed, he had made some progress because the number of low-rank runes exceeded 24, and there were only 2 lower-rank runes. It wasn't much, but at least the synchronization speed had improved to 0.05%, and he had also received an additional slot for Saga, which was already a good sign for development. Now he could use 2 sagas at the same time on his dreams. One of his partners interrupted his successful use of Saga, calling out to Tae-ho sharply. One of his companions, a red-haired Viking with a bushy beard and a sharp smile that could cut an apple into pieces, came and announced that a guest had arrived. And the guest came specifically to Tae-ho, who sincerely did not understand why the redhead was smiling, and the other Vikings were hooting and hollering as they left the meat behind. Well, a wonderful surprise awaited him. Lee didn't understand such a reaction and the stupid expressions on his partner's faces, which began to annoy him because the whole situation was just a circus on the road. But when he saw who had come to see him personally, the bespectacled man was breathless, and his face lit up with such unexpected pleasure at the visit of this guest. Oh my God, who was it, and who was so special that they came to see the great hero face to face, making him blush like an apple in August? The familiar mane of a beautiful bright red hair by the fire and the pleasant, joyful voice could only belong to one lady, and it was Hedda who had come to visit the hero. Hedda, his sweet Hedda, who stole the young man's peace. And she was also so happy to congratulate Tae-ho in person that she came to the battlefield and sat by the soldiers' campfire. However, after a few minutes, the situation took a turn for the worse because Valkyrie fell to her knees and began to tearfully beg Tae-ho for forgiveness for her misdeeds. And now she really wanted to see with her own eyes all the achievements that Tae-ho had managed to accomplish in his entire life, and she sincerely wanted to see it. Shocked, he asked if it was legal to show such things to other people and if it was too confidential. But Valkyrie said that if he wanted to, he could. And what can I say? He had an incredible number of achievements and victories over leaders and kings, and even monsters, princesses. He saved fortresses, captured them, and was simply a hero wherever he went. Seeing how many achievements the person she had been instructing all this time had actually made, and telling him simply not to die in battle, Valkyrie cried out at the top of her voice. She suddenly felt ashamed for behaving so badly towards such a great man, and even though Lee apologized to her for his insolence, she continued to beg for mercy. Lee tried in vain to shut her up and explain, but she kept whining in panic. But he was glad of that because she was so cute to him that he could lose consciousness from such a sight. However, cuteness aside, he had to explain to her that everything was fine, as it was all just a game that Lee had been playing his whole life long before his death. He died playing it, and now it was recorded in the saga as an achievement. But Valkyrie, who knew nothing about technology except for the talking warrior Odin, did not understand. Lee does not deny what she saw, but explains that it is true that he achieved it, but it is a virtual world and it is just binary code, but the unfortunate Hedda does not understand. For her, it's a dark forest, but the main fact is that he did achieve it, even in the virtual world, and even in this way, it is truly an incredible achievement of power. He was shocked that even his modest achievements in the virtual world were regarded here as simply brilliant feats, and he wondered how to explain it. What he was doing had a separate name, esports, and the young man doubted whether it could even be called a sport at all, because it was a long computer game. The world had gone so crazy that even exemption from the army for such things was granted to him. This consolation of the afterlife seems very strange, to be honest. However, Hedda still insisted that they should continue talking about the saga, and told him the main fact that the number of sagas that a hero can use is unlimited. Well, as she sees it, at the level that Lee has, it would be better to limit himself to one for now, otherwise he could simply split into two parts, and that would be extremely difficult. After all, as soon as Lee creates another saga, he probably won't be able to create another one for some time. Therefore, it is necessary to think about this very carefully. It is possible to accidentally create a useless saga, so it is better to limit yourself to one, but a very high-quality one, and follow all the canons and subtleties. One saga, and if we sum up the current sagas, then at this point, Taeho should already have at least one normal attack skill for the sake of propriety. And now everything comes together because this is the ability he needs most right now, and he has every right to possess it, so he will have an advantage. And the name of this saga will be the Saga of the Dragon's Eye that sees through everything. And this is an ability that Taeho needs more than a sip of water in the middle of the desert. Of course, he was so carried away now that his emotions were displayed on his face with striking brightness, even though he had tried to remain as calm as possible before. The strikingly bright fire in his eyes even frightened the Valkyrie a little, who did not expect such vivid emotions and fire in his eyes that she was a little afraid of the young man. When the young man's emotions calmed down a little, Hedda decided to ask if he had made up his mind, and he replied that he had, and thanks to the Dragon's Eye saga, his vision had improved. It had improved so much that he no longer needed glasses and could see through things as if analyzing his goal in the game. Yes, and now he could see through all objects. He could even see through many things, and know another person in all details, even the most personal ones. And poor Hedda became a so-called tester. From what he saw, the poor young man's head literally exploded in a figurative sense, which greatly frightened the unfortunate Valkyrie, who did not understand what the hell was going on. She asked if the brunette was okay because his head had literally exploded before her eyes, and it was scary, and he admitted that he had almost died there from the shock. It was time for him to leave, and even though the time for the so-called conversation was up, Hedda now knew for sure what an incredible person she had found, and she believed in his future. He will become even stronger, and until then, he is the lucky talisman of their legion. And the fact that he has joined their community is a real blessing for the entire pantheon of Iduna. Wow, for the first time in his life, a girl hugged the poor guy, and now he's in a state of shock after shock. What can I say? He almost gave his soul to God. What can I say? The whole tent almost exploded, flying into the air with a bright pink light. So strong were the emotions of this young hero of the Iduna Legion. However, even after she left, he was not allowed to sleep normally because there was another seemingly important person with emerald green hair in the tent. Opening the curtain of the newcomer's tent, the young man asked if there was a warrior named Lee Tae-ho inside, and from the expression on his face, it was clear that the latter was in for a conversation. Hearing that he was being addressed and asked if he was inside, the brunette answered affirmatively and asked what had happened to cause such panic on the battlefield. The young man with green hair was named Rolf and belonged to the Ulra Legion. He added that he was a warrior from the Siri squad and had been thrown into Ragnar's squad, and that it was time to get ready. Now, everyone was gathering at the outpost, and the green-haired man reported that Lee Tae-ho had come to test his newly acquired Dragon Eye ability on him. The Mother of God, apart from Rolf's level and affiliation with the Ulra Legion and the fact that his nickname was Wolf Hunter, saw this beautiful young man completely. Seeing such details, which he definitely did not want to see, Lee literally went into shock, which greatly surprised Rolf, who clearly did not possess such gypsy tricks. Lai was personally visited by the goddess, and therefore Rolf sincerely envies and admires Tae-ho. It's really impressive and cool, but he is modest and never brags about it. If Rolf himself had such luck, he would have already told everyone about it, and the brunette thought that it could really be like a celebrity who came in person. In general, the powers of Iduna's legion are quite good, but at the same time it was interesting to ask Rolf what the power of his own legion Ulra was. And this wonderful man replied that their true strength was stealth and surveillance, and although you can choose one of the two, in the end, you get both options anyway. He himself chose the skill of stealth and demonstrated it to his new friend, who immediately appreciated the ability and said that it was cool after all. Surveillance is exactly what it sounds like, the ability to pursue an enemy and find a target, even from the smallest trace on the ground. Impressed, he acknowledged that all abilities are good in their own way and continued on his way, coming to a gathering of Vikings around a campfire, so it was time to leave. Probably while they were walking and talking, the newcomer made another friend in this world, but even pleasant things must come to an end, and it was time to move on. It was high time to move on to take the fortress, and Rolf had just brought in a warrior named Lee Tae-ho, which he had just reported to the commander himself. But now, the jaw of this newly minted owner of the Dragon's Eyes dropped because instead of a stern, healthy man, the commander turned out to be a woman. And a rather beautiful one at that, perhaps even on par with the Valkyries themselves, with hair as long and blue as the depths of the sea and a stern gaze. He was even confused because it was the first time he had seen a woman in Valhalla who was not a Valkyrie, and he hastened to give his true name to the commander of the detachment. Hearing the name of the newcomer, she asked if he was the warrior who had defeated the giant werewolf Gaul today and admitted that she was pleased. It was nice to meet such a warrior, about whom she had heard so much, but the great warrior himself was unexpectedly frightened by the aura that this great woman exuded. Truly, she was the first female he had seen since Hedda, and how dramatically different these two girls were in their aura and gaze. If Hedda had the aura of a pleasant, somewhat anxious girl who resembled a mother figure, this was a true warrior wolf capable of intimidating with a single glance. With a lady like that, you definitely wouldn't behave like an idiot. You would feel like a bug under her boots, although some people might even find that pleasant. Here, whether you want to or not, you will stand at attention, and then she calmly said to wait for the commander and not to leave the designated location. He managed to break through her defenses with the help of the Dragon God's Eye, but my god, she was the first person he saw in profile and fully clothed. This was the very Ciri that the thug had mentioned at the beginning of the class, and she was surprisingly charismatic. Immediately, the Vikings noticed that a Valkyrie is approaching. Incidentally, this was the second one that evening, but this time it was an icy maiden with white hair and blue wings that sparkled like the ice of the Arctic. It seems that another Valkyrie named Razgrid had heard about this great warrior and decided to come here herself to see this wonderful person in full. And before her was indeed a small boy with black curls, but now without glasses, who looked at her like a child looks at a huge balloon in the sky. And so, it was the Valkyrie Razgrid from Odin's Legion, nicknamed the Ice Princess, which was very interesting, of course, but the main thing was that this nickname was given by the warriors. She gave her name, said she was Razgrid from Odin's Legion, and reported that she was responsible for this battlefield, as well as for the lives of everyone here who was performing their duties. She was forced to deliver the unpleasant news that Ragnar had fallen in battle with a werewolf like a true hero, and his squad had now become part of the Ciri Legion. She was given the honor of being the commander, and the Valkyrie sincerely counted on her for such a difficult task because the lives of such warriors, even lowly ones, are very valuable. For Ciri, being appointed commander was a great honor, and she swore an oath that she would fulfill her duty, that it was not worth swearing allegiance to the god Odin. The Ice Princess was grateful for her oath, but she had something else to say, and summoning fire, she created a scroll from it in order to deliver a very important speech. Unfolding the scroll, she read that she had been watching them all this time and saw their remarkable efforts, and that those who had made a great contribution would receive a well-deserved reward. But the young warrior Lee Tae-ho stood out above all others. When he heard his name, he froze like a string stretched on a guitar, waiting for the praise that was about to be spoken. For single-handedly defeating the leader of the giant White Fang Goblin Squad, he would receive a reward of a bag of gold coins and a rune, along with 10 points of contribution to the Legion. Lee understood that he had to act like a man and not smile yet, but his lips betrayed him, forming a smile at the thought that he was already becoming famous. Yes, he destroyed the giant boss of the White Fang Gnomes, and on top of that, God, he was also famous because Valkyrie personally visited him in the evening. How could he not smile when even the Vikings admired him, enthusiastically declaring that it was so amazing and that the newcomer was simply on fire? They really adore him, admire him, envy him, admitting that it's just incredible to have such luck, especially for such a small guy. And he realized that Valkyrie had come to him. Even if it was Heida's responsibility for his legion, it was already a big event, even more so than the victory over the monstrous wolf boss. The Ice Princess announced that everyone was already assembled, and since such a large team had already gathered, it was time to recapture the fortress day by day. They would use a tactic known as Steel Rain, and the warriors present would be required to land on it, which everyone present was eagerly awaiting. However, poor Lee was in no hurry to share the excitement because he did not fully understand how great an honor it was for Valhalla that everyone was shouting with delight. The problem was that this poor fellow did not know what this Steel Rain was, and the only person who could explain it to him was the green-haired Rolf, who was also rejoicing. Turning to his new friend, the brunette asked him what this steel rain was, since the Russians were talking about it and everyone was rejoicing with such great enthusiasm. However, the Russian stared at him like a sheep at a new gate and said that he himself had no idea but was shouting along with everyone else for the sake of company. That's how two idiots are a force to be reckoned with. However, whether they understood what steel rain was or not, it was time to move forward, since the Ice Princess herself was commanding the siege of the fortress. Valkyrie gave a direct order to start the battle without delay because time is of the essence here, and the fortress will be besieged not for a day or two, but possibly even several weeks. This battle promises to be even more difficult than the previous one because there are more monsters this time, and we may not be as lucky as we were last time with Li Tae-ho. Therefore, much more strength was needed than last time because there would be more enemies, and they clearly would not engage the boss, White Fang. No matter how scary it may be, the Vikings' fortifications have long been ready, and none of them are afraid of a direct confrontation, showing all their bravery in their pumped-up bodies. The boss this time is also very difficult, and judging by the size of his body, it is clear that this is another beast, even though it would seem that the only boss was killed at the very beginning. Last time it was White Fang, but now they are dealing with Red Eye, who may turn out to be much more terrifying than White Fang, who may have been an angel. And indeed, this beast is formidable, but his simple werewolves are not inferior in strength to even the most elite Vikings, with whom they were lucky enough to fight an equal battle. It is clear that even healthy men, for whom the whole of life is a vision of battle, have difficulties, and for them, battle is truly something like a divine test. The battle has begun, and now there is definitely no turning back because combat is a very serious matter that cannot be overlooked and requires a detailed plan of action. And when the siege begins and the enemy's attention is focused on the front, another stage of the plan can be launched and the fortress wall can be connected. Now, Ceres' squad overcomes the fortress wall and opens the castle gates to pass through, but before that, one more very important part of the plan must be carried out. First, they need to make their way to a place called the Runic Magic Control Room. Only then will they be able to open the gates as the commander instructed his men. Together with Rolf, Lee discussed that they should cross the wall with the help of Iron Rain, and the brunette concluded that his friend was acting as if he knew everything. However, he knew nothing, just like Lee himself, who still did not know what this Iron Rain was, whether it was some kind of teleportation magic or something more interesting. However, it turned out to be something he definitely did not expect, and it was clearly not magic, but rather a prosaic device with iron bars on the windows. As mentioned, they were crammed in like sardines in a barrel, and now they realized the hard way that the Iron Rain was something like an airship. Rolf himself was basically delighted with this, and did not understand why the one who wanted to know about the Iron Rain was suddenly sitting with a sour face as if he had swallowed a lemon. Unlike the other Vikings who were jubilant at finding themselves in the legendary Iron Rain of Valhalla, Lee did not share this bright enthusiasm, and he was definitely afraid of heights. The one who was responsible for ensuring that in case of an emergency they would go to rock finally gave the signal to prepare the cannon to launch the soldiers right into the thick of the action. As they say, the moment the plane shook, Lee felt firsthand what it meant to finally believe in the true mercy of Iduna. He was scared just like anyone who is afraid of heights. Besides being a genius gamer and warrior, he was still a living person. He was probably even cursing his beloved Hedda for throwing him into such a mess. But there was nowhere to go, as the cannon was loaded with a live shell in a barrel. As they say, there was no escape from the submarine, and so it was with these poor wretches who were thrown straight into enemy positions in a wooden barrel with a grate, hoping for the best. As they say, Godspeed, but the unfortunate Lee had no luck. I, on the other hand, was literally a live shell fired by human forces. Unlike another Viking who probably had never experienced anything better in his life and was as happy as if he had seen his mother again after her death. And in principle, everyone else was thrilled to finally experience the legendary Iron Rain that I, the Ice Princess, had spoken of. The barrels really flew one after another, like a shell flying out of a barrel, which looked simply impressive considering the backward level of technology in this world. One by one, the barrels began to land smoothly in the middle of the base, which meant that the troops sent by the gods were getting closer and closer to their true goal. And indeed, now it was only from a bird's eye view, but it was already more than nothing, because finally, people had at least some development and steps towards progress. To be honest, the Vikings were delivered to the scene in a state of boiled herring, which was not surprising after such a wonderful journey inside a barrel. They were literally marinated in wooden containers like heart juice, and the poor wretches simply fell out of the barrel, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Someone bit off their tongue. Someone like the unfortunate Lee, who was already afraid of this flight, broke his nose when he fell to the ground, but they all remained alive, and for that we are grateful. Commander Ceres' attack did not greatly affect their condition, as it was time to prepare for battle because the enemy never sleeps and had already begun to advance, leaving less and less time. In the middle of the castle walls were creatures of all kinds and colors, and this time they encountered a new breed of freaks who decided to play with humans in a battle for a place under the sun. This time, the Vikings, already exhausted from constant battles, faced enemies in the form of giant carnivorous beetles, which were definitely overwhelming in number. These giant monsters surrounded them on all sides, literally encircling the soldiers, but it was too early to panic. Before panicking, they needed to understand their behavior. Giant beetles usually move in groups of 5, and if you destroy the one that acts as the leader, the rest will become useless and make the task easier. Rolf took on the role of guide for the newcomer Lee, and, in a panic, said that they all behave the same way, so they would have to rely solely on luck. However, no one knew that this little guy who was considered a hero had one ability that would allow him to quickly identify the enemy's weaknesses. Using his dragon class, he quickly figured out that there was indeed a leader among them who was identified as an intelligent giant beetle, and that was him. This skill came in handy at that moment, and he told the commander and his comrade Rolf that thanks to the abilities described in his saga, he could tell them apart. The commander was in no hurry to sacrifice such a valuable soldier, and rushed forward to cover the back of the one who could be the key to their victory. In essence, she acted as a brilliant commander and strategist, shielding the group's eyes so that nothing could harm their valuable resource. But the brunette did not understand. At first, he was surprised that the commander had acted this way, but she immediately punished him for pointing at the leader and told the other warriors to follow her lead. Now that the explanation had been kindly spoon-fed to him, Lee understood and activated his all-seeing eye ability to scan the enemy and find his target. Using his unique ability, the young fighter immediately pointed to the spider that the army needed within a second without even blinking and proved that he was worthy of his name. And this same giant bug immediately paid with his life as soon as he was pointed out. He didn't have long left to terrorize people, because you can't hide from the all-seeing eye. Lee continued to point out spider after spider, who at that moment sighed, not even having time to take a step towards the people because they encountered an enemy that was clearly too much for them. The whole situation caused the Vikings to go wild with excitement because they had someone who could easily distinguish between enemies that looked identical to the average person. And even more so to help the one whom the commander herself protects because in his opinion, it is simply incredible luck and an honor, and they are happy to help. Since they were all a team of intelligent and strategic geniuses, the group identified their enemies with great ease and had to cut down as many of them as possible. It's just mystical because no one has ever managed to do this before, and it's still difficult, but you can't expect everything at once because it's already progress. As they say, there are fewer and fewer enemies, but they will not end until there is a clear strategy that works like clockwork because the enemy has taken root. Ciri did not even think of retreating from Lee because he is literally the hope of this entire regiment right now, and if he dies, they will simply be killed in a matter of seconds, and it was tense. The soldiers of Asgard stood in a circle in order to conduct an effective attack, and it really made sense because the enemy was now also moving in a circle around them. However, the enemy was not far behind, and one of the gnomes was already sounding the alarm when he fell into the rock, attracting the attention of the other soldiers because the enemy in the form of people turned out to be a serious threat. The werewolves did not wait long, and now hordes were gathering around the soldiers, gradually surrounding them and creating more and more units to drive the enemy back. Blue-haired Ciri, who was no fool, realized that there were more and more enemies and that it was necessary to assemble a separate squad, so she ordered Rolf to assemble an additional squad. She ordered him to leave the army with us and go to the control room while she prepared to take up defensive positions. The green-haired warrior immediately accepted the order without question. Rolf was a responsible soldier, despite his childish appearance and character, which could seem childish. He was a man of his word. Ciri also said that the green-haired warrior should take the warrior Taeho with him because she trusted him much more than this childish young man with green braids. Smiling at Taeho, she said that she trusted her soldier to such a reliable and intelligent warrior who had been given to this world by the once-forgotten warrior of the goddess Iduna. Even for a legend like Lee, it was a great honor, which he accepted with his hand on his heart, ready to devote all his responsibility to this important mission. Now, a whole squad had been formed which was given a special name, and it was necessary to gather all these special newcomers together, who were clearly capable of doing what needed to be done next. Lee expected that a heavy hand would now fall on him and shuddered at the unexpected touch, but the touch carried no hostility. It was the same green-haired Rolf, who sternly told the young man to stay close to him so that the technique devised by the master of stealth would work. Wow, this warrior's level of stealth was simply outstanding, as he was able to hide the soldiers' physical bodies in a matter of seconds using his rune magic of stealth. Wow, miracles abound, as they say, because Rolf's abilities completely hid the 4 people who were ordered to enter the control room to destabilize it. Now the 2 squads split up, and the squad of warriors, who were stronger, went to clear the battlefield of spiders while the intellectuals went to the castle. However, don't think that the latter's task was much easier, because it required a lot of intellectual effort. This is because they had to memorize the map. And not just memorize it, but memorize it completely, every detail for a year, which in principle the clever Rolf was able to do, pointing out where the secret door might be. And he was right, because as soon as he pressed a small bulge on the stone, a portal immediately opened that had previously been hidden from prying eyes. It turned out that there was a whole basement underground that had previously been hidden from prying eyes, and it was the very emergency passage that was directly connected to the control room. Now, all that remained was to not get lost in the passages while under Rolf's command, and then head in the direction of that room, because then it would be considered lost. There was so much cobwebs there that you could start a silk factory, and the one who was lucky enough to get into it was Lee, the shortest of all who were in this basement. There are so many cobwebs because this place has not been used for a very long time, which is why it is so cluttered, but that's not a problem because they are on the right track. All that remained was to take a few steps, and they would be in the right crypt hidden underground, which would be the very secret room where the control systems and rune cipher were stored. However, none of them knew yet what monster was watching them from the air, because all their thoughts and strategies were focused on reaching the control room. And they missed another spider, which had been on the ceiling all along, and no one saw that beautiful moment when the green-haired conductor raised his torch. Rolf immediately warned his companions to be careful, because there could be very dangerous enemies hiding here that could cause irreparable harm. The green-haired man immediately said that everyone should watch their step carefully, otherwise tragedy would be inevitable, so attention and coordination were key. Lee did not argue with his commander and promised him that he would keep both eyes open, because he was the key to survival, on whom the outcome literally depended. Another Viking man, much larger than both the all-seeing warrior Tae-ho and the green-haired master of stealth Rolf, also nodded his head, promising to do as he was told. However, as they say, the terrible end crept up completely unnoticed, just like the big spider that had been sitting on the ceiling all this time and watching. The attack of this hypertrophied, segmented nightmare of arachnophobia was not long in coming. He grabbed one of the soldiers from the already small group and began to devour him. The soldier didn't even have time to squeak before he literally turned into lunch for the huge spider, and it seemed that his life was now definitely coming to an end, and there would be no choice. Even if it was just a nameless soldier, people in this battle were too valuable a resource to just throw away, and it was necessary to quickly rescue the poor guy. And it was a real werewolf spider, truly huge, and unlike the other creatures they had encountered at the entrance, they were also quite predatory creatures. Rolf immediately flew into a rage when he realized that this creature was truly hungry and they were powerless, and the fact that they would no longer be able to save the soldier greatly upset him. It was no wonder that the far-sighted Siri had sent the brilliant newcomer with his all-seeing eyes with him when he reported that there was not just one spider here, but that they were dealing with an army of monsters around the entire perimeter of the hall. That's how the situation really started to smell like kerosene, because the group commander himself immediately saw how much work awaited them and how many monsters there were. When Tae-ho himself saw this branch of hell on Earth, he went into a state of real shock, but having a fairly cool head, he quickly managed to control himself. The young man immediately ordered himself to calm down and focus on observing the area to determine the enemy's location, because it was necessary to urgently find their weak spots. And he quickly found it. It turned out that the monster's weakness was a special trait called paralyzing poison, which could be effectively neutralized with fire. In principle, he could handle this himself, having such an excellent saga in his arsenal, because he essentially possesses the saga of a warrior capable of using fire. True, the fire of his sword would be cold fire, but blue fire is still fire, and to be honest, Rolf was more confused by the fact that his subordinates summoned a sword from nowhere. Not only did he create a weapon as if it were a mere fly swatter, but he also wielded the sword brilliantly, even though he had just entered into a full-fledged battle with his enemies. The sword flew forward like a brilliantly sharpened arrow to finally strike its target, which was a wow effect and a demonstration of power for experienced warriors. Jokes aside, activating the Rune Fang was truly a brilliant move in such a battle when there were more enemies than you could handle. Once his Rune Fang was activated, all that remained was to launch a fiery attack that would destroy the spider's poison glands, but now they would have to run. The target was set, and all that remained was to launch the fire so that it would ignite and destroy the target. Flames burst from the sword, which would destroy the poisonous glands. Lee immediately ordered his companion to leave this place immediately and run away while the passage was still open, because otherwise they too would burn here and turn to ashes. From one shock to another, as they say, Rolf was sincerely but pleasantly surprised that his new companion turned out to be a magician. But what would happen to the sword after that? Lee replied that it didn't matter what would happen to the weapon because he could always create a new one, and he planned to run here just as if he were playing another video game. And finally, they were lucky because there was another door ahead, and now they had to get to it by any means necessary before the fire reached them and burned them to the ground. Okay, Rolf and Lee were skinny guys who could run because they weren't weighed down by fat, but they shouldn't forget about their comrade who was much heavier. However, he managed to run there, and they immediately ordered him to close the door behind him as quickly as possible because the spider was not far behind, wanting to eat. The situation turned out to be a complete mess because the spider managed to overcome the obstacle of the door and ran towards the guys who thought they were finally saved. Then there was an awkward pause because all four of them were tired from the chase, and there were 3 warriors and a spider, which was really superfluous because it was an arthropod. Where one spider ran, there would be a dozen more, so all these hungry creatures immediately rushed into the room in hordes. And now the situation was panicky. Even brave men like these warriors were in a real panic because they had to close the heavy doors as quickly as possible to prevent a massacre. Of course, these guys didn't need any extra problems, so confrontation with the spiders had to be avoided at all costs because it would be a waste of energy and time. Luckily, their bespectacled friend had quick reflexes and was able to break through and easily neutralize the spider, essentially saving himself and everyone else. They managed to slam the door shut, and even though one of the Vikings who closed the door was a huge man, he was extremely exhausted, just like Rolf. Lee could barely breathe, but he quickly pulled himself together and began to look around because they had to get to the control room for the magic command. This room turned out to have a magic console in the middle that could be controlled by anyone on the expedition who was knowledgeable enough. Lee, who boldly assumed that this was the emergency control point, was not mistaken, which was confirmed by the green-haired Rolf as captain. They dug up a second hidden point in the fortress fortification, and the brunette confirmed that this road was indeed difficult and the place was truly very well hidden. This place was perfectly hidden so that the enemy could not reach it, so no guards were needed, but it was necessary to hurry, as the captain said, removing his brooch. The brooch that the green-haired man had been wearing all this time was a key, a runic artifact that could give access to the control panel. Now it was necessary to open the gates of the fortress as quickly as possible to avoid heavy losses, and the emergency authorization was successful, which was a good sign. But the surprises did not end there because immediately after the screen protecting the panel cracked, another person appeared unexpectedly, and not an easy one. Again, it was a woman, and it seemed that she was either a Valkyrie or another demonic creature that had been hiding, or more accurately, in a state of sleep until the soldiers woke her up. The girl introduced herself as part of the security system, bearing the name Black Fortress, stating that she was now awaiting orders from the soldiers who had awakened her to proceed. However, the 2 oafs, one huge and the other handsome with green hair, were in no hurry to give orders, simply staring lovingly at the goddess. Either annoyed by this reaction, because they were in a hurry, or firmly reminding Rolf that they actually had to do the most important thing now, he immediately woke up and ordered the gates to be opened. The Black Fortress did not resist and immediately opened the gates, but made a mistake because they pointed to the wrong door. They needed to open the gates of the fortress to the hall. Rolf finally realized that it was enough to give the order, but that he also needed to think it through properly before giving it, because otherwise, they would have almost become lunch for the spiders. However, they managed to kill all the creatures that had entered the room, and now they had to hold this place until their troops captured the fortress. But here's an interesting thing. Since they have a little time, they can also chat with the women. However, the system interrupted them with a warning that someone was coming. They shouldn't have relaxed and clicked their beaks, because in that very second the door was kicked in by a huge werewolf who burst in, and the situation took a very unpleasant turn. It was scary that it was a really thick iron door, which for the monster turned out to be a piece of cardboard that he kicked through, and there were a lot of spiders outside. However, the spiders were no longer a problem, as the soldiers were able to kill them all. Now all that remained was to deal with the werewolves, a monster they were all too familiar with. My god, it was Red-Eyed, the second legend of the Goblin Army, another of the legendary final bosses they had to face. However, there was no turning back, and they needed your strength no matter how powerful this monster was, promising to tear the so-called rats from Valhalla to pieces, even though he hated them. Red-Eyed was angry that people from Asgard had come here, and Valhalla now seriously threatened their dominance established over so many years of darkness. Now the situation had turned into a real horror because they needed to run away and save their skins first, but unfortunately, they couldn't run far. Lee understood that his ability to summon weapons literally out of thin air could now save them, and although he was very angry, he was confident in his abilities in battle. There was no time to think, of course, but they had to look in all directions. The keen eyes of the dragon god helped, and the brunette was able to tell them that the enemy was now behind them. And indeed, the werewolf was now standing behind them, swinging his hammer, ready to knock down and knock out those unfortunate ones who had the misfortune to be here. The werewolf continued to swing his hammer in the air, choosing his target. He was interested in the thin boy who had managed to find his weak spots. The blow fell on a huge fat man who was unable to escape, thus saving and buying time for his teammates to attack the werewolf. Most likely, this blow was fatal even for a healthy man whose muscles were stronger than iron, and he flew into the wall like a rubber ball with a crash. The man clearly had a hard time because such a strong blow certainly left him no chance of survival, but that was not all, because the huge man was not the target. Red-Eye came here for the little rat whose eyes allowed him to get this far, and it was his bloody boss who now wanted to smash him like a cockroach. It was worth remembering that even cockroaches can fly, so first of all, you had to look up carefully because the owner of the Eye of God attacks from the air like a bird. With his enormous agility, reaction speed, and attack, the newcomer is a serious threat to the entire monster kingdom, which is why I deserve to be eliminated. The werewolf was pleased that the man had revealed himself, so all that remained for him to do was to skillfully swing his battle hammer. One careful maneuver, and the heavy weapon flies to the side in mid-air, increasing its chances of decapitating any target. Even a mosquito could be left headless. Lily threw herself at him from the air, which basically made it easier to catch him. However, you shouldn't just write off the young man because he is not an easy bird to catch. As mentioned, it's good when the prey comes to you, and all you have to do is try to catch the damn cockroach that ruined the entire strategy of the dark forces. The fox himself felt that a rather unpleasant confrontation was about to take place, one that would be impossible to avoid, so he had to dive with all his strength and precision. He understood that he could break his face, and not just his face but his whole body because he was the only one who could defeat such a huge creature. Since Bloody Eye had to come specifically for him, he would fight him, because only equals can fight each other. That is the law. Yes, their physical strength was at different levels, but a person does not live by physical strength alone, and this was clear from how fast and agile Lee was. The situation was certainly not simple, because such horror should not have happened with the perfect execution of their ingenious plan of action, which was indeed good. Rolf, of course, stood his ground and managed to avoid the blow, but he was so shocked that he almost lost his hair when he fell on his head and saw what had happened to his partner. Lee was seriously injured and now lay coughing up blood from such a strong blow to the ground that it could have caused internal bleeding and damage to his internal organs. Like any normal person who saw what was happening to his comrades, who was literally dying before his eyes, the green-haired man was ready to scream in helplessness. Lee was seriously injured, and it seemed that the young man had definitely died because his brain was experiencing the typical sensations of agony, transporting him to a strange place where he felt no pain. Opening his eyes and looking normally at the space, he saw a warm, pleasant light, thinking that this was probably the end of his life as a warrior, even after his real death. The brunette thought that this must be what true death feels like because he did not feel his death in the real world, dying instantly from cardiac arrest. The last thing this poor young man probably saw before his so-called clinical death was the fist of a werewolf hitting his skull, smashing it to pieces. It hurt, and the werewolf's fist knocked the life out of his skull every time, but the fact that he felt pain only meant that he was not yet dead. A dead body would not feel pain, but as long as he was able to feel the blows and see what was happening around him, the situation was definitely stable and something could still be changed. However, now he could really die because the situation was critical and he couldn't even move his hand, but his comrade Rolf was ready to take up the bow just to save Lee. Unable to just stand and watch his first and possibly only friend die, the brave archer raised his weapon loaded with flaming arrows into the air. At that very moment, an active battle began between the remaining forces of the special unit represented by this green-haired man, and he could not allow the complete loss of the team. Rolf ordered his friend to pull himself together and shouted that they had already lost a medic from the previous squad and that it was sacrilegious to just throw people away like that. The werewolf was not going to just stand by and let people kill themselves because in his predatory scarlet eyes, all people, including the comrades of this sharp-eyed man, were enemies. These enemies had to be cut down in droves, and it seemed that the people's strength had long since begun to wane. But then why was this stubborn fool with green hair baring his teeth? It seemed like he should leave the boy here and run to save his own skin. Why should heroes die for stupid praise? However, since he was not going to give up, he was definitely provoking the second boss. He was not going to leave this nasty young man alive, and at that moment, the werewolf's mind was torn between two things, and his crazy red eyes darted about in a fever. He didn't understand who to get rid of first, this clown with green hair who was pretending to be a strong man, or the living cockroach. He looked at Lee, who seemed to have already given up his soul to God, and wondered whether he should deal with Rolf or finish what he had started without splitting himself between two fronts, killing the youngster. Lee was no fool, so he immediately realized that in these situations it was better to play dead, because that's what little children are taught to do with bears in the forest. Looking at the supposedly long dead body with its tongue sticking out, he thought that the werewolf was definitely dead and decided to take on the second insolent young man. That's how the cards fell, and the mood was green. So now Rolf, who was actively trying to survive and put up at least some resistance to such a warrior, had to die. Rolf tried with all his might not to die, and literally threatening with his arrows, waited for the werewolf to make his move and attack, but he was already ready for whatever came next. Bloody Eye paused, concentrating all his strength in his hands in order to strike the clown who called himself an archer, and lost sight of the second young man. And that was his biggest mistake, because the little bugger was tough as nails, and this resilient little boy had a lot of strength in his veins and went into the second round of the World of the Dead. As it turned out, the disguise worked perfectly, and even as he got up with incredible pain in all his limbs, Lee noticed that the pain was simply unreal and that he felt like he was dying. However, he was still alive and would make himself known because the werewolf couldn't see him, distracted as he was by his companion, and this was a real chance to deliver a direct blow to the back that would crush him. In his arsenal, Lee had incredible speed and quite advanced weapons that he could summon at will, and this was a real miracle and salvation. The werewolf didn't even look in his direction, expecting to simply get rid of the clown with green hair and then tear off the head of the smaller boy. When Lee, who had recently been lying in a state of near death, ran past him like a fury, the werewolf's eyes bulged out of his head, and then he let out a howl. Wow, the move that the young idiot pulled off with the werewolf was just incredible, and his ass must have hurt a lot after that stupid Asian joke. He thought it wouldn't hurt, but it did, and the smell that the howling werewolf emitted into the air was disgusting, and he shit his pants like a child. As they say, the plan was disgusting, but the execution was incredible. The pampered dandy Rolf covered his beautiful nose with an embroidered handkerchief. Huge Vicky, who had been in many battles, also did not expect such magnificence, but admitted that even though the strategy itself was nasty, it was executed magnificently. However, the green-haired man was grateful to Lee for his help, and saw how badly he had suffered, and clumsily offered him a big but still helpful way to get rid of the pain, which was severe. Lee was about to agree, but looking at the werewolf, he decided that he first needed to finish what he had started, and then swallow his pride and heal himself. Looking at the monster who was about to give his rotten soul to the devil, Lee decided to ask his friend for forgiveness and finish off the second boss once and for all. Using his warrior saga, he was shocked by the scale of the weapon he was able to summon this time, because it was not a small sword resembling a knife. And God, this time he summoned a real hammer, with which, if he really wanted to, he could forge a real nuclear bomb, and the name of this machine was the Skull Crusher. This time, the weapon was very heavy, and only a young man could lift it, weighing at least 200 kilograms, not some miserable two poods. But he was absolutely serious about getting rid of the damned boss who had greatly hindered their already difficult path to liberation. With surprising ease, Lee raised the sword above the werewolf's head and finally took his life, avenging the cruel treatment he had inflicted on them and his comrades. For his comrades, who had essentially already said goodbye to their lives, Lee's unexpected victory was like a salve on a wound. Once again, he solved everything with unique speed and wit. And the savior of the whole world was a little soldier from the legion of the forgotten goddess Idun, who had not brought joy for a long time. The enemy was already behind them, but who could crush the unfortunate Tae-ho, who was checking his synchronization? It was his two comrades who joyfully rushed to embrace their friend. He became a hero to his friends, and the green-haired handsome Rolf, who was already jealous of Lee, now respected him even more and definitely wanted to be like him. And that is how the army of Valhalla defeated the enemy in the depths of the dungeons and brought the world of the gods closer to victory, which was no longer as far off as it had seemed at the beginning. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, everything was going unexpectedly well because there were also strong warriors there who were defeating the bosses one by one and finally overthrew Frostmane. The warriors advanced in the name of their god, and this time a young, fierce warrior from Thor's squad, ready to fight and kill in the name of his beloved patron, proved himself. And so, thanks to the efforts of a brave warrior named Brockie, the last commander of the enemy's Zero Legion, Frostmane fell, and victory went to Thor's Legion of Heroes. Nothing can be hidden from the so-called King of the Gods, Thor, who watches everything that happens in the world through the eyes of a raven that blends in perfectly with its surroundings. Hugin, in his role as Odin's eye, recognized that although the young Brockie was good and strong, there was one young man who had proven himself to be a true genius. Tiho was the hero of this era and the one who turned the world upside down, for he was the very hero who was now carried on their shoulders, for this young man had led them to victory. So the fortress was recaptured by the people, and this would never have happened if they had not had such a good warrior at their side who could solve everything so easily. As they say, after the job is done, drink beer boldly, and in this universe, it was distributed in the same way to the Valkyries, so they, together with the heroes, raised a toast to the liberation of the fortress. It was a grand feast in which heroes of all kinds and classes were equal, the first in so many years of humanity's hard-won victory over monsters. However, the very hero thanks to whom they could boast of being alive was in no hurry to arrange a huge feast on this occasion and stood aside, thinking about his own affairs. His head hurt badly because it had been smashed almost like a watermelon, and he had a swarm of thoughts that he couldn't get out of his head, so Lee walked away with his beer. However, he was unable to remain alone for long, as he immediately heard his friend's voice asking if he was okay, because his loyal friend Rolf had noticed his absence. He didn't beat around the bush and said that, to be honest, he felt like he was dying, to which Rolf replied that despite this, he was very happy that his friend was alive, because his fall had been frightening. They would have stood there talking about how hard the battle was when Captain Siri's voice rang out, asking if she could rest here with them in silence. The blue-haired captain praised the guys for their wonderful results on the battlefield and offered them another glass of elite alcohol, which was simply a blessing. Rolf immediately agreed to this offer because it is a great honor when the captain offers you a drink, and he was literally floating on air from such a concession on the part of the captain. However, they were not even allowed to enjoy the peace and quiet, as the rest of the Vikings immediately ran up and begged the captain to let them drink with them. In principle, she didn't even mind, because the more people, the more fun, because in principle, they all distinguished themselves today and could drink to Valhalla as a group. Of course, Rolf didn't like such a noisy company that stole the captain's undivided attention, but what can you do? Let's drink to our dear captain who led us to victory. However, Lee was basically happy with this situation because everything turned out completely differently than he thought, in a good way of course, and these people turned out to be much better. At first, he thought that all these Vikings were huge, cold, unfriendly men who would be angry and uncouth, as befits warriors who spend all their time in battle. But looking at Rolf, who was enthusiastically telling about how they defeated a huge spider, gesturing actively and imitating the monster's fangs with his hands, it became funny. They were ordinary people who were simply destined to be reborn as warriors, stereotypically known for their stone-cold hearts, but they were also alive and emotional. They could be made to laugh by stories about how a werewolf castrated a little boy in leather armor on the fly, and of course, Lee was a little shocked by such attention. He just wasn't used to it. But complaining would be ungrateful because these people also know how to laugh and enjoy simple things. However, the story did not end there because somewhere in the Black Fortresses, there was still such a celebration that the earth would tremble for more than a week after this great celebration. The fortress's victory continues because despite their roughness and gloominess, the Vikings know how to celebrate victory on a grand scale that is hard to imagine. As expected, after such a long-awaited victory, people could not simply calm down because they had managed to do what had long seemed an impossible task. It was logical to expect that the celebration would continue day after day, gaining momentum each time, and that people would not be able to stop celebrating their victory. It was impossible to imagine that the Vikings, these healthy men who always seemed to be serious, impenetrable mountains of muscle, would celebrate so brightly. However, miracles do happen, and you shouldn't judge by appearances. Here, the music is at full volume, the DJ is spinning, and the alcohol is flowing on the dance floor, which is hotter than even the hottest days of July. People are literally tearing up the dance floor, and the Vikings are dancing as if they were glamorous girls in a club, not huge men with a reputation as the most brutal warriors. In principle, it's nice that people are happy, but who are these glamorously dressed people who have shown up recently? And when will this madness finally end? That's what worried Tae-ho. He was already losing his composure from all the colors and noise that had been dumped on his poor head, and he wanted everyone to finally go to sleep and stop making noise. At the same time, one of the red-bearded Vikings was bursting with alcohol and wanted to show off his drinking skills, but his comrades realized that he had had enough to drink and decided to restrain him. He managed to distract himself from the brawl when he heard a familiar cold voice that unexpectedly called out to him, drawing his attention amid all the commotion. It turned out that the Ice Princess herself had arrived, along with his longtime acquaintance, the red-haired Valkyrie, who was hiding in the shadows, supposedly too shy to show herself. Behind the tall figure of the snowy Valkyrie was hiding the short, red-haired Hedda, who was supposedly peeking out coyly, shy to approach the young man, but now there was no choice. None of the Vikings, and even Taeho himself, could believe that guests had come to him at such a late hour, but this was no ordinary guest, but in fact a half-divine being. Rarely did any of them receive personal visits from the Valkyries, let alone Odin's right-hand woman and confidant of the goddess of youth, who had personally decided to visit a low-ranking soldier. Once again, Lee became the hero of the evening thanks to the fact that the Valkyrie Hedda herself came to visit him, and the Snow Princess even brought her shy companion along. In fact, he was now not just a warrior but a hero lover, and since Hedda had a couple of questions for him, they needed to leave and discuss them, and amid the friendly hooting of the warriors, they went somewhere behind the door. I'll throw a couple more dirty looks at the young people. Two burly men thought they should return to the festive table, but the Snow Princess said that was enough. Tomorrow, they have another very important mission to attend to, for which they need to be sober, so now it's better for them all to go and rest, so that I don't have to deal with a hangover at work. In the end, the men decided to listen to Valkyrie's advice and go to sleep, and in principle, the morning was calm and passed with the singing of little birds, as it should always be. Finally, they all gathered again, and the hero they had been waiting for so long arrived. The great and beautiful Taeho blessed them with his presence, and they had many questions for him. Lee yawned loudly because he really hadn't slept well and was tired, probably because the whole night had been quite fun since Valkyrie had come to him, and she was a girl. And how could a night with a girl go by without romance, of course? So everyone wanted to know what he was doing with Valkyrie, but he said it was a secret. Lee's answer set off a devilish mechanism because everyone immediately said that they definitely had something, but he insisted that nothing had happened and that was enough. No matter how much he tried to joke that nothing happened, they kept insisting that something intimate happened, but he remained silent and in truth a gold apple pendant adorned his neck. However, the circus reached its peak with the interrogations, but the mission would never wait while the warriors were boasting, and the captain announced that a mission awaited them ahead. It was time to hit the road because the mission was waiting, and it would not tolerate drunkenness and sloppy work because that would only ruin what had already been lost. Now, their goal, which was worth fighting for, was located west of the Black Fortress, a dwarf mine, a strategically important object for the economy that needed to be liberated. After the gnomes attacked and captured the fortress, the dwarves themselves stopped working in the mine and went into hiding, halting the entire process. So it is necessary to find out how they are doing there. There was no news from them, so they were given a mission to go there and personally assess the situation to make sure that the great dwarves who drive progress were alive. Everyone immediately understood what wonderful creatures we are talking about, because these are the smallest warriors known for being ready to sell their souls for a glass of fragrant beer, and not just one. Rolf explained that dwarves are crazy about beer, and after so much time, they will definitely ask for beer, so you have to free them if you want to drink normally again. Rolf naturally caught fire with desire and understood that after a long period of abstinence and seclusion, the dwarves would want to throw a feast, while Lee noticed that his friend had only been drinking and was already drying up. The green-haired man's blood boiled at the thought that he would be able to drink with the dwarves themselves, while the others noted that the dwarves were such men that even their women had beards. The captain interrupted their chatter, saying that the meeting was not over yet and explaining that the mine was far away, so they needed transportation to minimize travel time. It seemed that the poor woman did not like the means of transportation they were offering, and she felt sick when she remembered the last time she rode here. Siri reminded them that they weren't going there for no reason, not even on the Iron Rain, but on the real Black Lightning, which was probably another method of torture straight from hell. The reminder of the Black Lightning made everyone break out in a cold sweat, but Rolf tried to act cool until the very end, even though he probably didn't know what the hell this weapon was that everyone was so afraid of that they were trembling. As I expected from this very beginning, Rolf had no idea what Black Lightning was, which was basically what Lee expected to hear from his friend. What happened between Hedda and Taeho that night remained a secret. There was nothing obscene about it, but it was better that no one else knew about it. The girl asked her protege not to reveal what had happened between them in this conversation, and realized that since he didn't let her down, she had something for him. Valkyrie took off her necklace and handed him a pendant in the shape of a golden apple on an elegant cord, which was one of the artifacts of the Iduna Legion that was supposed to protect him. This pendant would speed up his recovery during battle, but that wasn't all, because she had another gift in her bag, and it was like some kind of gift-giving evening. And what was in the bag? There were pieces of a golden apple, the universal elixir of Valhalla, which could mend a broken nose, remove toxins, and heal scratches. All this time, Lee was looking her in the eyes, staring at her lips and waiting for the Valkyrie to say something important, and she was indeed ready to say that this was not all. Then she kissed him on the forehead and said that this was the last blessing from the goddess, which she had brought here directly from Idun herself for a faithful warrior. Gawkers are not liked in the army, as they say. If you don't sleep, you'll freeze to death, which was experienced firsthand by Tae-ho, who was thrown across the mine site by a lightning bolt. Not only that, but he almost lost the pendant that could have saved his life, and in fact, it was thanks to it that he did not freeze to death when the snow covered the gamer's weak body. The name teleportation weapon basically justifies itself like nothing else. But brothers, throwing soldiers into enemy territory in coffins is just the height of engineering logic. This is no longer a frontline, but some kind of poorly written script for a zombie apocalypse movie in which a newcomer warrior has a chance to participate. He really was a zombie, digging himself out of the snow and wondering which of his comrades had survived, because the method of transporting people was truly unreal. No, Lee immediately realized that this was something unusual, but not so much that they would be stuffed into coffins here with black iron shells that simply pierced the snow like bullets. All that remained was to find his friends and dig out those who were lucky enough to survive the flight in the snow, but all that awaited him was a whole gallery of human asses in the snow. It was really hard to tell who had survived and who hadn't, because at first glance people looked frozen to death, which was logical given the circumstances. He immediately realized that his necklace was the key to why he felt relatively normal and got away with a slight fright, while the rest were definitely dead. However, his greatest fear of being left alone did not come true because the entire army had survived the unpleasant transport and they were standing at the entrance to the dwarves' sanctuary. It was empty and dark here, and they thought they had been deceived because the door was open. However, the captain did not rush to spread panic because she knew the true nature of these creatures. After looking around and realizing that there was nothing to judge, Siri ordered everyone to go inside because a truly grand series of events might await them there. One of the warriors complained that it was very dark here, but was told that dwarves hate light because, according to legend, it turns them to stone, which was funny to hear. Some of the men believed that dwarves must drink blood, but they were quickly silenced by the statement that they were actually gnomes, not vampires, so this was nonsense. Siri, as the captain of this detachment, addressed the dwarves, calling them over and saying that they were warriors of Valhalla sent here by the Valkyrie Razgrid, and waited tensely for their response. She was prepared for the worst, but they had sharp eyes in the form of Tae-ho, who was already eagerly scanning the area for hidden dangers in the dwarves' cave. And he was right to be so tense, because from the very beginning, someone had been watching them from above, and it was unclear who it was, but this creature's intentions were definitely not the best. Lee immediately shouted that the captain should pay attention to the fact that there were too many names highlighted in red, and that they were definitely enemies, dangerous ones at that. They had to react as quickly as possible. The enemy's children had an advantage that they did not have. They could attack all at once from the air, and the air was cleaner. Fortunately, the captain trusted her subordinate and was not a foolish woman, so she immediately ordered the wall of accounts to be raised in anticipation of a massive attack from the air, and she was right. Immediately, with lightning speed, shields were raised above their heads and bloodshed was avoided because the keen eyes of one young warrior saved everyone again. The hail of arrows was not long in coming, and immediately an iron rain fell on them, capable of killing them all like flies that had the misfortune to fall under a fly swatter. If he hadn't warned everyone, there wouldn't be a single living soul here now, because there were simply a colossal number of arrows, more than ever before. It is understandable that even such strong and experienced warriors as the Vikings were frightened by a direct hit from an arrow that flew right before their eyes. He immediately shouted, otherwise he would have jerked, but he received an order from his friend to stop moving. After all, it hurts. They are all packed in here like sardines in a barrel. The arrows continued to rain down mercilessly. However, thanks to a well-thought-out strategy, no one was hurt and they got away with a slight fright and trembling knees. The scene was certainly frightening, with a pile of shields on the floor and arrows scattered everywhere, so that there was essentially no place left untouched. However, the main thing was that the warriors beneath them were alive. Siri briefly asked if Tae-ho could recognize the enemy from here, because the distance was quite large, and the arrows could be a significant obstacle. The young man replied briefly that it would not be a big task for him, because his eyes could see at distances greater than a few meters. However, the real shock was who this enemy turned out to be. There could be no one else in this dungeon, and now these same dwarves whom they were supposed to save were attacking them. The situation was already codenamed with a word beginning with the letter D. However, this was beyond the realm of reason, because what I saw was clearly not a dwarf. Well, technically, it was still a dwarf, but the only thing it had in common with a real dwarf was its flesh. More precisely, it was a zombie dwarf, a mindless creature driven only by bloodlust. Ralph, like the others, logically began to panic about the fact that there was a zombie here, because there couldn't possibly be two of them in the dungeon, and Lee tried to explain. Siri told everyone to shut up and not interrupt, to listen to the end, because Lee was saying very important things that could help them, and they had to let him finish. It turned out that these two dwarves had been dead all along. which is why they hadn't been in contact. And that was the sadness and gravity of the situation, because dwarves are a valuable community. Rolf doubted that they were all zombies, but Lee, supported by Captain Siri, confirmed the hypothesis, saying that yes, they were all undead, although they were different in class. There were dwarves of different weapon classes, ranks, and other attributes, but the main thing was that they were all dead, which united them into one subtype of undead zombies. Of course, they had different names, and that didn't help them, but now it was important to know how to deal with these vile monsters in such a dangerous situation. The situation was also difficult because one of the zombies, who had been an archer in life, was now aiming an arrow at them, which was now a direct threat. And what's worse, the zombies were getting closer, and the captain immediately gave the order to raise their shields to avoid unnecessary casualties, which no one needed at this point. Raising the shields was certainly necessary and would have saved them from immediate danger, but the shields were full of holes and useless, like a colander with such perforations. All that remained was to cry and whine, because now they would not be able to block the attack and think that they were definitely cornered like rats with no chance of escape. The wonderful prospect of dying here and becoming food for zombies did not please anyone, but in principle, the guys had no other choice, so they froze in panic. Locked in the dungeon and surrounded by undead creatures that most likely had no intelligence and were based entirely on instinct, the guys were ready to accept a proud death in battle. In such difficult times, salvation comes from where you least expect it, and usually it is brought by a person whose appearance is like a bolt from the blue. The guys had already managed to bury themselves alive here when they heard a voice calling out to them all, and the voice definitely belonged to, or rather by some miracle, was still alive, a dwarf. Whoever it was, this person brought a brilliant rescue that the situation demanded of them at that moment, and he brought a flammable mixture in a bottle. The Molotov cocktail came in handy, and when the guy in glasses threw it, he was glad that he could somehow help push the troops deeper into the mine. After throwing the flammable mixture, the man ordered everyone to step aside because the whole venture was very dangerous and anyone caught in the blast could be seriously injured. Closing their eyes, the Valhalla troops prepared to take the full brunt of the blow. Some even covered their faces with their hands to prevent dust and debris from damaging their eyes. They had to run as fast as possible because they could easily pay with their lives for entering the mine, so the mysterious dwarf led them all to a safe area. He led the army to a hatch in the ground that was already open and ordered them to climb in as quickly as possible. Rolf, as always, distinguished himself, and his shoulders got stuck in the hatch, causing the young man to panic that he was stuck and ask for another way out, which there definitely wasn't, which was bad. The dwarf said them there was no other way to get out of there, so he should just shut up and climb in, and if he couldn't get through, he would push his legs and roughly shove the young man down the pipe. Taeho and Siri slipped through easily, but the green-haired one whined for a long time that his body hurt, although the end justified the means, and most importantly, they survived. Of course, after they descended, a truly magnificent sight awaited them, which made the brunette's eyes pop out of his head when he saw what was waiting underground. The mine was truly magnificent, worthy of the dwarves. There were crystals and amethysts like grass in a meadow, stalactites, and an underground river flowing with a blue glow. The dwarf explained that the vampire had done a good job with the current situation, and that's why the whole situation was now out of control and the disaster had come quickly. The halfling said that yesterday at dawn, a vampire suddenly appeared and wreaked havoc in just one day, and it turns out that one such beast is enough to cause chaos. The nature of these monsters is such that if they bite someone, they will take their life and they will become ghouls, which is equivalent to what happens to a human or any creature if a ghoul bites them. Of the huge number of dwarves, only a dozen were lucky enough to survive and not become victims and a feast for a vampire or ghoul. Siri, as captain, asked about the distinctive features of a vampire, and the dwarf replied that it was a huge creature with a gray body and several other interesting features. It also had a bald head and completely black eyes, long claws, ears decorated with many gold earrings, and, of course, huge fangs. This creature also relied more on its physical strength than on its newborn magic, which was strange, since most creatures usually use magic. Siri asked Isaac, for that was the dwarf's name, if he was going to take revenge, because if he was serious about revenge, it would be better for him to postpone it for now. Because now they should split into groups and go back upstairs to finish what they started a long time ago, because it would be safer that way. However, the dwarves spoke up and said that right now, at this very moment, the main issue needed to be resolved, and as Isaac said, there was something more important than revenge. Isaac reported that Uru had recently been discovered in the dungeon, which still had to be dealt with because it was a very important thing that needed to be obtained urgently. The mention of this relic among the dwarves caused a stir, comparable to if you had suddenly descended here alone, and only from their faces could you understand how important it was. Rolf, as a true king of drama, is surprised along with everyone else, although in reality he has no idea what this Uru is that everyone is talking about. But this artistic, simple-minded young man is the most surprised of all, because he is also hearing about such things for the first time. And for everyone, the discovery of Uru is a sensation. Toho also has no idea what Uru is and what it is used for, why everyone is talking so much about this little thing, and it's bad that none of those present can give him an answer. Even the experienced Vikings, who have been in these parts much longer than he has, did not know what this legendary metal was and how it could be useful to them in this situation. However, if they say it is needed, then it is needed. And on top of that, it is a very rare material, so they must get it immediately before the dark forces steal this treasure. The Vikings pretended to be experts and said that this thing was indeed very valuable, but Rolf gave up and asked, since it was so hot, to explain what this miracle was. Uru is a substance called the metal of the gods. It is the strongest substance in the world and contains a naturally high concentration of runic power. Thor's hammer Mjolnir is made of it, so the blood of war must not be given to enemies, and they must figure out how to ensure that the material ends up in the right hand. So they would probably have continued on, not knowing where they were going, if Isaac hadn't stopped them and told them that they needed to stop and that they had actually been in the same place for a long time. He pointed to a huge building and said that the place they were looking for was right there, but right there was the beginning of the summit, which still had to be reached. Right now, they were at the gate, but on the top floor was the sacred anvil of the dwarves, and if you followed the logic, you could assume that the one they were looking for was here. Uru is located in the same place as the anvil, which means that the vampire must be here, and Uru can only be perfected with the help of starlight or moonlight, which is unusual. When Isaac heard that starlight or moonlight was needed, he was surprised, because they are underground, and such a luxury is unlikely to be available underground. But the top floor of the tower is connected to the surface, and there it will be possible to open part of the ceiling, which is useful information, and as Taeho said, it is now noon and the vampire is weak. So they opened the door and gathering their courage went forward to ram the monster that could easily turn them into its own kind, and then the whole world would be no longer pleasant. The warriors knew what they were getting into, but the excitement was even stronger because Uru is the material on which literally the entire fate of the divine, and not only the world, depends. Siri, as a brilliant captain, gave the order to attack head-on because this attack required lightning-fast reactions and they had to go on the offensive in order to succeed. When they opened the door, they were not greeted by hordes of armed monsters, but by ghouls who were playing cards, drinking wine, and enjoying the afterlife. What an idyll! Naturally, you would not be happy when some people come and ruin your fun, so troops were immediately raised to besiege the insolent ones. The Vikings were ready to tear and tear in order to wrest from the evil spirits the sword that was a strategic goal that should have been only in Valhalla. The ghouls, born from a vampire's bite, savagely tore their jaws apart and with only one thought in their minds and a bloodthirsty gleam in their red eyes, rushed into battle, eager to spread the plague. Opposing them were the elite warriors of the keen-eyed god Taeho Rolf with the skills of a brilliant spy, and their brilliant captain Siri, who had already led them to victory in the second battle. Vampires are also quite strong warriors because they are already dead, and have essentially no sensitivity to any attributes other than sunlight and fire. Siri understood that defense had to be considered first, and ordered the vanguard to immediately prepare a team of shields, forming a wall to provide protection. The warriors worked in unison, and raising their shields, immediately smashed the heads of a couple of ghouls who decided to try their luck by splitting their empty skulls into several pieces. Next came the dwarves with their magnificent swords, which could break even the strongest like walnuts. And so the power of humans united with another form of life. The dwarves' attacks, honed by years of wielding huge hammers, were an impressive force, similar in their execution to a gust of wind that knocked people off their feet. As expected, these were the bravest of warriors who proved their true strength by fighting those who had once been their comrades and relatives. The captain liked this turn of events, and while the warriors of the courts were clearing the area, it was necessary to move forward while there was still an opportunity to do so. Isaac led the way, along with the two other Viking archers who opened fire on the enemy positions. He understood that he was now in a difficult situation. He was fighting with a flamethrower against those with whom he had lived and worked for so many years, but he understood that these creatures were no longer his comrades and therefore had to die. Most likely, they would not want such a fate for themselves to be silent, blood-sucking creatures that only bear the shell of a noble dwarf. While Isaac and the other warriors provided fire cover for the elite squad, consisting of Captain Tai Ho and Rolf, their task was simply to break through. They managed to reach the desired location when they saw a huge stone gate in front of them, behind which was the sacred anvil, meaning they were at the top. All that remained was to push the door open and enter the room where the very relic for which you had traveled such a difficult path and fought so hard would be found. Indeed, when they pushed the door and it swung open, there was a shiny golden object that was the very thing they were looking for, and it seemed to be lying right in the palm of your hand. All you had to do was reach out and take it, as the elite regiments and the other soldiers who joined them later probably thought when they cleared the area. Of course, the fact that it was here was a very good sign, but the vampire was not visible, which was quite a suspicious sign if the creature was just standing in front of them. T-Ho lived up to his reputation as a keen observer when he immediately announced that the creature they were looking for was on the ceiling and that they should look up instead of down. Indeed, as expected, the creature, which was essentially a mutated bat, a spawn of hell that sucked blood, hung upside down from the ceiling. There was no time to waste, and in that very second, bolts had to be prepared for a direct attack on the monster, with Rolf commanding the army fighting the evil. T-Ho immediately noticed that the vampire was smaller than a giant gnoll, but it exuded an aura of death and decay and was as terrifying as death itself. It was decided to immediately target this monster, as it was expected to sleep during the day, and it would be much easier to get rid of vampires in their sleep than to engage them in battle. You need to shout "Hooray" when you jump over, and you can really understand the soldiers who were already rejoicing at their easy victory, but they paid for their overconfidence. Rolf, in the sad irony of combat life, was confronted with the fact that he saw his comrades, for whom he was responsible, die before his eyes, blood splattering in his face. T-Ho was also in shock because he was expecting a fairly easy battle, but he was wrong to think he was smart enough to handle such a serious situation, so he was in shock. The vampire turned out to be much smarter than the usual undead, and pressing the young man's carotid artery, he asked how they got there because this place was guarded like nothing else. Holding his finger on the warrior's artery, he held him at gunpoint, explaining that this treasure belonged only to him and that they had no right to even be here. This time, the enemy was on a much higher level than all the monsters they had been lucky enough to encounter before, so the battle promised to be interesting. The main question now was to survive, because if they died here, they would remain prisoners of the dungeon forever, brainless and eternally hungry for blood. The ghoul continued to hold Tae-Ho at gunpoint, pressing his carotid artery with his finger, hinting that if he moved, he would lose his head immediately. The situation stinks because the ghoul has the eyes of the squad in his sights, and if they move, the bastard will tear off their heads like dolls. This is an ambush. Siri, seeing how badly Rolf was bleeding, asked about his condition, but the young man assured her that he was fine, but not everything was so smooth. The archer was seriously wounded and would no longer be able to shoot his bow as well. The injury reduced his accuracy. He was smart enough to understand that the ghoul had a plan. The green-haired man knew that the vampire had deliberately left them alive, and the vampire confirmed that it would be an unforgivable sin to simply get rid of such skilled warriors. Therefore, he had a plan to turn them all into his own army of the living dead, because only an idiot would refuse strong warriors. The mere thought of becoming a stinking, bloodthirsty beast that would only walk around the dungeon and blink its rotten eyes was terrifying. T-Ho and everyone else realized that it was better to die than to become a ghoul, but even if they died, they would still become brainless zombies, so there were no options here. It seemed that a saving arrow had come that could save them by smashing the ghoul's head, just as children smash nuts. But it was too early to rejoice. The vampire immediately caught the arrow with his hand, stopping it in mid-flight. He was probably very angry and amused by the people's attempts to save themselves. He laughed and said that they were really stupid to think they could stand up to him because he considered himself an absolutely invincible immortal fighter. Siri showed him that they would rather die here and turn to ashes in the fire than serve this brainless freak with a skull instead of a head. Isaac agreed that it would be better for him to die here and burn in the fire than to become this freak's zombie dog, just as he had done ungodly things to his comrades. Although dwarves are a different biological species from humans, they are still warriors for whom it is an honor to die in battle, which is what he intends to do. Even if, by dwarf standards, he is very young and does not have a beard as a sign of manhood, his enthusiasm and perseverance alone are enough to command respect. The vampire laughs, calling all humans pathetic for their attempts to save their own skins and survive, because in his humble opinion, this is an absolute that humans are incapable of. The vampire believes that people's attempts to cause him any physical harm are pathetic because he can easily repel their attacks. And indeed, at first glance, it seems that he cannot be burned. However, everyone has their weaknesses, but the vampire's weaknesses are not yet known. But this is only temporary. The captain immediately gave the order to organize a wall of accounts that would protect Isaac's back from all sides, because he was now ensuring the safety of almost the entire group. The Viking didn't need to be told twice. And immediately, with the help of the dwarves, a powerful wall of defense was formed to cover the main character of the show. The ghoul felt like fire and water, and he rushed forward, but as we know, good times don't last forever, and at any moment, very difficult times could come for him. But so far, only the humans are suffering losses because they don't have a clear strategy and don't know how to deal with such a serious enemy since this is their first time. A vampire is a creature more powerful than a gnoll, even though it is very small, but it has enormous potential. So for now, the warriors are flying in all directions like kittens. Of course, it was painful for Ciri, who was shocked by how quickly everything changed on the battlefield, and it was upsetting after the easy battles. The dwarves understood perfectly well that now the entire course of the battle depended on them. Their intervention would determine whether they would become ghouls or not, so a decision had to be made. However, for the ghoul, it was like a light tickle from a gentle sea breeze, and he laughed because, in his opinion, these people were just pathetic freaks. He couldn't understand why they didn't just give up, since they were going to die anyway, but he generously gave them a chance to become his elite warriors. What was wrong with that? He couldn't understand what kind of idiot wouldn't want to be an immortal warrior and would simply want to die here and be forgotten for centuries, because the chance to become a vampire was a rare opportunity. People understood that the battle was difficult, but they had to survive it, if only to get the material that was the #1 strategic objective. T-Ho, watching all this, understood that he needed to try a little harder to achieve his goal, but the main thing was that he was still alive. The young man did not take his eyes off the werewolf in order to calculate the perfect moment when he could pull the lever and turn the tide of events in a completely different direction. The young man was naturally nervous because his hand was now holding the lever that would turn the tide of battle in favor of the humans in a matter of seconds, and there was no room for error. Yes, his hand was shaking because it was literally on the lever that would trigger the transformation of the divine metal into something higher in form. Finally, Tae-Ho pressed the lever, thereby opening up the flow of light available in this room and the ghoul's main weak point, because it has no immunity to the sun. Now it was a small matter because the sun does all the work for them, and since no weapon could defeat the undead, the sun would incinerate it, according to popular wisdom. The sunlight flooded the entire room with its soft light, probably bringing immeasurable joy to people, but for the ghoul, it was a deadly blow below the belt. As another piece of wisdom says, the bigger the fall, the louder the crash, and the monster, who considered himself invincible, burned alive in the rays of the soft afternoon sun. It was the death he truly deserved, but now Tae-Ho had another virgin task because he had to do something with the lever he was turning back and forth. The young man understood that the lever had to be broken so that the ceiling would never close again, and he continued to press the lever chaotically. The battle was coming to its logical end, and now the monster that had caused so many problems for the world, killing dwarves and humans before, fell powerlessly to its knees before the warriors. All that remained of it now was a dried-up body, a reminder that once there was a powerful vampire here, but one should not expect it to die just like that. The warriors calmly watched as their previously invincible enemy withered away, but in the mind of one of them, who had never known what this was, a question arose. Of course, immobilizing a vampire under the sun is good, but even in open conditions, he will remain a very dangerous threat, capable of terrorizing the locals. Rolf seriously asked Tae-Ho for some very important information that would help secure the situation, leaving no option for the ghoul. So the wounded archer asked Tae-Ho if he knew how to kill a vampire for sure, and he replied that he wasn't sure about that idea, but you could try driving an aspen stake into its heart. Or you could just stand there and watch as he melts in the sun and dies on his own, which is also one of the possible outcomes, but not everything is so smooth. Tae-Ho noticed with horror that the vampire was not dying. He was still alive, and what's more, he left them no hope, and the trouble was that this creature was still alive. The vampire took advantage of the fact that the soldiers were now interested in celebrating their victory and getting rid of him and whispered a spell. So this bastard was also a sorcerer who immediately cast a spell that created clouds. Of course, he had a strong desire to live and enslave people. This was certainly a blow below the belt, and everyone immediately began to panic when the soldiers realized that this jerk was summoning clouds, so they had to act quickly. The soldiers suddenly turned into vampire hunters, whose main task now was to cut the carotid artery of this bloodsucker. To be honest, it was like carrying water in a sieve, because the ghoul could split into thousands of smaller bats, which complicated the task. It's one thing to chase a large enemy, but when there are thousands of small ones, it's like trying to catch fleas with one hand and one eye as a paralyzed invalid. Watching thousands of bats fly away into the sky, the warriors of Valhalla realized that they were too late and for the first time in a long time, had screwed up big time. They were really in deep shit because the ghoul had mutated into a new phase with higher physical characteristics and stats. The vampire quickly entered the second phase of Bergoth. If he had any vulnerability from his humanoid body before, now he was just a killing machine. Rolf, along with Taeho and Captain Siri, watched as this creature mutated before their eyes and wondered where they had made a mistake, cursing themselves for their weakness. The vampire wisely reminded them that no one has the right to relax on the battlefield, and now, thanks to their weakness, they would not be able to touch him in his new phase. However, they should not have underestimated Taeho's keen eye, who immediately noticed that the monster was gathering too much green light in its throat to attack. The warrior hurried to warn his comrades that the creature was about to spit right in their faces, and then there would be a catastrophe and nowhere to run, so they had to at least dodge. At that very moment, the vampire opened its mouth and spewed out a huge clot of bright green slime, which, by its color alone, hinted that it was deadly poisonous. Looking at this emerald green sun, it was clear that it would be better to dodge because it clearly resembled acid, and acid and human flesh are incompatible. And now the bearded simpleton, who was more interested in the speed at which flies fly, would experience the power of acid on his own skin. If Taeho had any brains or self-preservation instincts, this idiot had none, which is why he burned to the bone in the position he was standing in. As they say, natural selection works better than the executioner, and those who were quick-witted and smart enough were able to dodge, but you can't hold out like that for long. The ghoul mocked how he made people run, hinting that they wouldn't be able to chase them around like rats for long because sooner or later they would run out of breath. I was also almost all over the field, which greatly complicated the task, but it was impossible to just leave the situation as it was. There is always a plan that comes unexpectedly. Rolf desperately, but quite correctly, pointed out that there was almost nowhere to retreat because the poison was spreading across the battlefield at an exponential rate. Unlike his friend who was clearly panicking, Taeho tried to remain as calm as possible because that was the main criterion for survival in such situations. Understanding that the battle had no moral right to end this way, the brunette prepared his rune blade to at least put up some resistance and engage in combat. He had no choice but to attack head-on, but the most valuable strategies are those that are flexible and can come up with moves even when directly involved in battle. It was not for nothing that this recruit was called a genius, and no matter how much the vampire called him a fool for attacking head-on, he was very much mistaken because he did not know how brilliant a warrior he was. It should not be forgotten that this man, small at first glance, had the blessing of the goddess of eternal youth and life and in essence protection from any blow or injury. In general, it would have been a sin not to take advantage of this blessing in battle, which is what Taeho was going to do, because only he possessed almost complete invulnerability here. In addition, with his high speed and agility, he dodged any poisonous volleys of health, giving at least some hope to people who had probably despaired of victory. The ghoul lost sight of his back, which was already being targeted by the sharp blade of a human warrior who turned out to be much faster than he could have imagined. And perhaps it was not for nothing that he decided to spare the life of this man and his friends, for they were strong warriors who would remain useful even as ghouls, perhaps even stronger. The little one, who had easily deceived the vampire, now found himself in a winning position, raising his sharp sword above the back of the bloodthirsty monster and taking aim. It is unknown how much time it took for the vampire to realize how skillfully he had been deceived and that he had wasted his precious strength on nothing. Finally, he realized that he had been led by the nose, and the vampire, who had expected an easy fight, was greatly angered by this and was beside himself with rage and disappointment. Taeho understood that he had no right to make a mistake, so he gathered all his strength and raised his sword above his head, intending to split the ghoul's head like a walnut. It seemed that he had already struck the head, but the long-awaited effect was not there. The creature was still alive. Apparently, his dagger was too simple for such a purpose. The situation certainly smacked of kerosene. The young man was shocked that his blow had not worked, and to be honest, it was an unpleasant blow for all of humanity. The ghoul laughed and said that it was just a pathetic attempt by a kindergarten kid and that such a sword couldn't pierce a low head. So let this brunette say goodbye to life. Taeho realized that he was already at great risk, but he had no way out and had to improvise and deal with what he had at the moment. And what he had was sitting astride the vampire, just as in ordinary life a peasant or knight would climb onto a horse, which looked quite comical. The bloodsucker asked what the young man was doing there, and he replied, sitting down more comfortably, that he just wanted to try riding a vampire and was ordered to get off immediately. Taeho pretended to be an idiot, pretending that he had climbed onto the vampire's neck without thinking and asked how, in the vampire's opinion, he was going to get down from such a height because he could break his neck. Stratos shouted that it wasn't his problem and that he could climb however he wanted, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to meet the human boy halfway, even though he didn't know what he was up to. The vampire suggested that he would now lower the young man to the ground, and then they would continue fighting. The answer was unexpectedly logical and really made sense. Stratos had already decided that he would now smash this fool into the ground, performing a powerful somersault in the air, because after all, he had the advantage as well as wings. However, the world is not without surprises, and immediately a small funnel of bright blue light began to swirl around the chest of the cunning Tae-ho, and he asked the vampire to wait in surprise. Hearing this request, the vampire asked irritably what else had happened, since they had agreed on the same terms, and now this insolent boy was asking for something else. Tae-ho knew perfectly well that this bright blue swirl meant only one thing. In the midst of a fierce battle, a new saga was born, truly unique in its nature and power. Indeed, flying into the sky on the back of a ghoul looked epic, but so many questions remained unanswered because a saga is an amazingly complex thing. And even more questions were asked by the comrades and the captain, who watched their comrade fly away on the back of the one they had been fighting fiercely with a few minutes ago. Of course, for an ordinary person, flying on a vampire is quite an event, and every day I experience such extremes as a simple mortal warrior. As a proud creature, the vampire naturally liked the fact that people rode him like a horse, and he never missed an opportunity to express his dislike of such behavior. However, Tae-ho didn't care about him because he wanted to concentrate, so the vampire's unnecessary movements were completely inconvenient for him. The bloodsucker was outraged that this insolent human scoundrel dared to give him orders and promised that for such tricks he would now tear off his head like a toy soldier. However, the only thing that concerned Tae-ho now was obtaining the main ability of the immortal dragon knight Kalstead to Saga, which he had been confidently pursuing all along. And finally, what he had been striving for so persistently and for so long had come to pass. A power that had never before existed in the world was now in his hands, and it was the best of all creatures. The king of flying creatures, from majestic griffins to wyverns and even dragons, were mere chickens compared to him. These were the mountains of Kalstead, which were in the hands of Tae-ho. Thus, by taking the ghoul by the horns, he was able to tame the once dangerous beast that threatened to suck his blood and turn it into an obedient little steed. This was the saga of the Dragon Lord, which was unlocked in such an interesting way, and as it turned out, it was enough to just ride the ghoul a couple of laps. And from a bloodthirsty beast that could wipe out an entire army at once and turn hundreds if not thousands of dwarves into ghouls, the monster became a fluffy cutie with fangs. Tae-ho commanded it not as one commands a good horse, which could not go unnoticed by Rolf, who had been bitten by this beast, and the rest of the squad. Isaac noticed with confusion that the ghoul had suddenly become a very cute creature. Apparently, taming smoothed out all the angular, sharp features of the original monster. They had just had the honor of seeing how a man had tamed a ghoul that had caused so much noise before, and now, landing on the ground, he was calling this filth a good boy, like a dog. Of course, there are many questions, but there is no guarantee that they will receive any meaningful answers or that there will be any answers at all. However, Isaac has one interesting idea. After all, the former enemy had become such a cute creature that everyone wanted to pet him and squeeze his chubby black cheeks. He was just a big flying mouse that we loved so much. Siri watched as this small and unremarkable boy saved their asses once again, and in fact the whole world, in an unusual way. The monster, who at first glance seemed invincible and cruel, became a gentle, soft, fluffy creature that everyone loved, and he himself enjoyed the affection and company of people. Yes, she was the captain and had to be strong, but like any person, Siri had a weakness for little fluffy creatures, so she reached out her hand to pet it. It would seem that nothing foreshadowed trouble, but the fluffy creature was just a bat with teeth the size of a good horse, and the captain's touch began to upset him. It turned out that the taming was not complete, and Stragos was still resisting, leaving room in his head for Bergoth's transformation, and now he would definitely put these people in their place for their insolence. You see, they dared to touch him like some kind of dog, and now he would definitely devour Tae-ho whole because this little shit decided that he could reshape the entire nature of a vampire. Now Stragos will definitely tear them apart like a hot water bottle. But Tae-ho still has an idea of what to do in such a case and remains calm and collected. He is a collected person by nature, and when the others have already fallen into a state of panic, the brunette remains calm, realizing that he has not yet finished the saga, so he needs to do something else. It turns out that taming has its own limits, so he still has to ride this beautiful creature that almost blew their minds. As they say, he has a coupon for endless rides, so Tae-ho is the only one who can take control of this creature in order to save all of humanity again. The completion of his saga depends on how effective the second ride on the vampire will be, so while he is inflicting as much damage as possible, they need to join forces. Rolf, on behalf of the entire unit, accepted the order and stated that they are counting on Tae-ho, who must now ride the vampire again to wear it out. Now he will chase Stratos in circles, ordering him to fly as fast as possible up to the heavens. and my strategic plan is to bend the creature's will so that it obeys. The plan is certainly very reliable and, one might say, ingenious, because this man has a truly ruthless mind, and his own saga is the cornerstone. When Taeho said he would exhaust Stratos, he was not joking, because he flew straight to the sun, knowing that this very star is the scourge of death for any evil creature. Naturally, Stratos was in incredible pain because the sun burned his flesh, causing the creature hellish pain, which was basically what Taeho wanted. Now that the monster felt the pain and was ready to submit, the young man sharply commanded it to rush down at full speed, lowering its stats. It was good that he had enough speed and elbow room to jump off just as the animal, completely trusting him, rushed down with all its might, hitting the ground with its snout. Now that there was little left to do and the ghoul was essentially completely in his power, Taeho could finish his saga of the immortal warrior and become the Lord of the Dragons. As they say, the saga of the warrior's sword was given to him so that Taeho could use it to advance his saga of becoming an immortal knight. And the skull-crushing hammer was his golden key, with which he would now open the way that would lead him further to the name of the immortal Kalstead. One sharp blow to the ground will be enough to crush at least a monolithic stone, and the vampire will definitely be scattered into a pile of rotten old bones. Taeho continued to beat the ghoul with all his might, sparing no effort or his own hands, because the whole situation had worn him out and he was very tired. The poor soldier had long wanted to end it all, but he noticed that the ghoul was still alive, which he had expected, as it had all come too easily to him. As they say, help comes from where you least expect it, and this time the same dwarf, Isaac, intervened in the arena with a brilliant plan to solve the problem. Warning that it would be best to leave the battlefield because things were about to get hot, the dwarf jumped into the arena throwing his legendary weapon, explosives in a glass bottle, into the arena. Taeho already knew very well that a Molotov cocktail was a deadly weapon, capable of starting a massive fire in a matter of seconds. It was good that he managed to dodge it, because in the next second he experienced the burning heat of the fire that was a millimeter from his butt, and the heat literally burned him. However, things don't always end well, and even in a fiery attack in a battle with a ghoul, you still risk breaking your face if you fall awkwardly right on your face. It's unpleasant and painful, of course, and now Taeho curses the one who decided to intervene. And of course, thanks to Isaac, the psychopath who carries explosives on his back, he is in so much pain. There are certainly many psychopaths in this dungeon, but it seems that the ghoul has now been eliminated for sure, and that is really the only thing that concerns Rolf, because he hated the ghoul. As Taeho said, watching the remains of Stragos burn in the fire, he was sure that this time the monster was finished, so he could breathe a sigh of relief. The rotten remains of the vampire finally burned away, leaving behind patches of stone, and now it was time to deal with the sacred ore, thanks to which everything would be accomplished. From now on, the ceiling would be open, so there was no doubt that the moonlight would not be able to reach the ore of Uru, because it would only change into any form when there was light. Once again, they had to risk their lives, but it was worth it. They could open the golden chest and finally take the material into their hands, and they were really expecting a large piece. Finally, Isaac lifted the lid of the chest, and the golden light that opened up to curious eyes foreshadowed that there was indeed something magnificent there, at the very least, and everyone immediately froze, expecting to see a rather heavy piece, at least a brick, but what they saw was much smaller than even a human fingernail. All three of them looked puzzled, because the lesson turned out to be just a piece of blue crystal that could only be used to make an insert for a crown, but not a weapon. The guys didn't understand how it was possible to kill each other over such a tiny piece, because its loss would be completely invisible, yet they fought to the death over it. Isaac was outraged that people did not understand the true value of the crystal. In his opinion, it was enough for a whole ring, but the guys expected that at least a hammer could be made from it. However, as always, it is better to have a bird in the hand than two in the bush, and one should be satisfied with what one has, even if it is only a small piece of Uru, so Isaac closed the chest. After all, it could be used to make at least a strong ring, and the honor of melting the Uru was given to the best warriors of Valhalla, because the dwarves now had no resources. He honestly and sincerely admitted that they now had neither the time to melt it nor the means to defend it, since everyone had been killed in the battle with the vampire. It was a great honor for them that the masters themselves, who worked with gold and metals, entrusted them with the honor of smelting the artifact from the ore of the gods. I promised to deliver it safe and sound. Having done the job, drink beer boldly, so Isaac suggested that everyone go and have a feast, because for such merits the saviors were promised a barrel of ale as a sign of respect. This sounded manly, so everyone agreed to such a generous offer because dwarf beer was famous throughout the world, and one could not miss the chance to try this heavenly drink. However, even in the most righteous team, there is always a killjoy who will sharply reply that now is not the time to get drunk because their resources are limited. The captain immediately shut them down, saying that there was no time for drinking and that they needed to return now, and no amount of flattery worked on the captain, because she was as strict as ever. The tongue admitted that in this case he had no right to insist, but they could not let the rescuers leave empty-handed, so they had to look for an alternative reward. After a moment's thought, the dwarf decided that he had an alternative worthy reward and asked the travelers to follow him, as they had to go a little further. And the halfling led them to a hall where there was something that would fully compensate for the disappointment of the missed opportunity to drink, the squealing of pigs, and the refusal of the speech apparatus. And when all these brave men saw what was hidden behind the doors of the hall, their delight was even greater than that of beer, because there was a whole armory there. It was truly a legendary repository of all the weapons ever dug up by dwarves, which were real treasures and masterpieces. Beer is certainly good, but weapons are much more useful, and there was enough armor here to equip not just a legion, but a dozen legions. These are weapons of the highest class, which caused the men to tremble with excitement, and everyone found an artifact to their liking. There were even gold toothpicks for aesthetes. Isaac noticed that this main hero of this battle was standing aside as if he were shy and said that Tae-ho should not stand aside because he, like no one else, was worthy of the reward. The dwarf asked him to come up and choose a weapon to his liking, and the young man probably just thought about it, so he fell out of reality and realized that now he needed to be attentive. Remembering that he was the only one who possessed the unique ability to see hidden attributes, whether in people or inanimate objects, he decided to investigate. The dragon's vision was truly universal, and it quickly pointed out which weapon he would need. There was a wide variety of equipment. As they say, it is not a person who chooses a tool, whether it be a craft or military tactics. It seems that the weapon you need always finds its way into your hand. And so, Tae-ho found his weapon, and every warrior had in their hands what would help each of them. And now it was time for them to go home to Valhalla to rest. Of course, the dwarves would never stop thanking those who saved them and helped them take righteous revenge for their fallen brothers. But one man stood out. Isaac noted that there was one excellent warrior among them, namely Lee Tae-ho, who had an excellent eye for choosing equipment, which impressed the experienced dwarf. Lee grabbed a cloak in the shape of a hawk's wing because it was the only blue item he needed among the entire arsenal, but it seemed useful. True, this cloak is very durable, but to use it, you need a spell that Isaac swore to teach the young warrior, but if something goes wrong, it's better to return to the fortress. It turned out that this cloak was connected with the ability to transform into a bird, which was a great advantage on the battlefield when a person was ineffective, and it seemed that the spell worked as it should. It was wonderful to finally see the world through the eyes of a bird, even though it seemed like an impossible task. How it is connected to the saga is unknown at this point. Nevertheless, it was time to return home, and the gift was indeed timely, because flying in a coffin was not the most pleasant experience for Tae-ho and the others. Of course, he's not a masochist who would choose to fly at bird's eye level, forcing himself to shake with fear in an iron coffin, and the view is better. Now the young warrior could see the Black Fortress without any obstacles, and it was decided to fly there since the location was clearly visible to everyone, especially to the young and beautiful eagle. Upon arrival at the Black Fortress, or rather the drill, it was time to inform the higher authorities about what had happened and what the results of the battle were, and they were good. The fact that only one vampire, Stragos, was able to capture the dwarves' mind was a frightening statement, and the fact that everyone united for victory was incredible. The light forces of the gods were also able to protect the legendary material Uru, which the dwarves and their masters entrusted to them as heroes and saviors as a trophy. Valkyrie Raskrid said with surprise that people had done truly incredible things and was surprised that the Uru material was so tiny. She also promised that the fallen warriors would be reborn as immortal soldiers and promised to take proper care of the remains so that they could pass away peacefully. With these words, Raskrid let them go to rest, and in an awkward silence, Captain Siri, along with Rolf and Tae-ho, went ahead, looking forward to getting some sleep. Rolf was already going through withdrawal because he finally wanted to drink beer, so he started urging Tae-ho to go with him and relax after a long day. However, he picked the wrong person because Tae-ho refused to drink due to fatigue, and even Captain Siri's consent did not help, as the young man did not want to take even a drop. The stubborn asshole and strange Viking who hated alcohol insisted that it was for the common good and that the goddess Idun would not be happy if her warrior got drunk. You give him your word, but he doesn't want it. So Rolf was left without a drinking buddy for the evening because his friend turned out to be too principled of an asshole. Finally, the two of them left him alone, and he was alone with his goal because he wanted to do something very important to him personally because only his saga matters to Tae-ho. He remembered that Stragos was an incredibly strong opponent and understood that his abilities were truly top-notch for a simple creature. Able to transform and summon thunderclouds, he was an incredible, serious opponent that you don't meet every day on the battlefield. However, thanks to the victory over such a serious opponent, he managed to accumulate a bunch of hands that could be used for his own synchronization. The saga moved slowly but surely and had already reached 0.9%, which was a big step forward, because the jump in power during the last battle was huge, no doubt about it. Lee Tae-ho wondered what would happen if the remaining percentage were added, but now the winged Valkyrie Regenlife was conducting her planned reconnaissance in the mountains. The redhead realized that she had flown very far because the area was unfamiliar, but she had to return since she had accidentally strayed so far. However, nothing happens by accident, and having flown so far, she heard a sound that was probably not characteristic of a quiet, deserted area in the middle of the snow. It seemed that something like a mammoth, which had been sleeping under the snow for an eternity, had shed its centuries-old body, and the snow had triggered an avalanche in the mountains, which frightened the maiden. A strange noise in the middle of the deserted mountains would cause anyone to feel tension in their lower spine, and it was no wonder that Valkyrie was so alarmed by what had happened. The redhead understood that this should not be the case and that it was necessary to go on a reconnaissance mission, as the earth should not shake so much under normal conditions. The plan was to get closer and examine the area with her own eyes, but logic and self-preservation instincts said it was better to use another method. Approaching closely and detecting the presence of higher powers nearby was a reckless idea, so it would be better to use the form of transformation, disguising herself as an animal. After all, the ability to transform into a noble beast, especially a bird, was given to gods and demigods such as Valkyries, so let's go for it. Having at her disposal the ability to use remote swan wings, it would be simply foolish, and in fact an act of self-destruction, to rush in directly. And even if someone saw a swan, no one would think anything of it, because birds are common in these parts. So Thor's noble daughter decided to act cunningly. After a while, the Ice Princess Razgrid, clearly not in the style of her famous nickname, banged her fists on the table, shouting that the invasion of the army was a horror. Indeed, the Snow Queen is terrifying when angry, and even Thor's daughter trembles before her like a schoolgirl, shocked that she arrived so quickly and even finished her report. The army's invasion would even enrage the Snow Queen, and she understood that at this rate, the battle would drag on for a long time, and reinforcements from Valhalla would be needed. Regenleaf did not remember what she was reporting, and probably due to the urgency, did everything automatically. But the information was soon conveyed to Captain Siri on an urgent basis. Once again, she strictly forbade the soldiers from drinking, and they complained that it was cruel because it was the only joy for a warrior after battle, and besides, they were men. Siri was worried that Tae-ho was nowhere to be seen, because the last time this weirdo disappeared from view, a disaster happened, and she wondered where he had gone. At the same time, he was sneaking through the streets of the snow-covered city in the dark of night, trying to find a secluded place where no one would disturb him as he practiced his new abilities. And he already understood that since this was the case, he needed to train in order to perform well in tomorrow's battle and not screw up, because his ability was complicated. Since they had been so abruptly torn from their rest and ordered not to feast but to go to bed, he might as well spend the remaining time usefully rather than idling away. The city did not sleep, just as the most responsible soldier of humanity did not sleep, understanding that now was definitely not the time to calmly give into oblivion. As they say, once in a millennium, soldiers are born who are ready to train and work until morning, understanding that the outcome of the battle depends solely on them. In the highest chambers where the Valkyries gather, there is no longer peace, for the highest-ranking Valkyries have been summoned and have arrived here on orders. Ingrid, from the northern region, also a Valkyrie, brought 500 lower-ranking warriors and inquired whether the number of enemies was currently known for statistical purposes. Regenleaf reported that there were more than 6,000 of them, but there was a problem with them, because there were only about 2,500 combat-ready soldiers in their ranks. But, as always, there was no choice. And since this was an emergency, she, as one of the main Valkyries, was ready to use defensive magic. There was no point in talking. They had to step forward and go into battle, because now the fate of their native Asgard and the 9 worlds would be decided. As we know, the enemy never sleeps, and he has already gathered his troops to attack the cities, promising that a real massacre is about to begin. However, the forces of Asgard are not so simple. Asgard, like Valhalla, has already brought a record number of soldiers to the battlefield, drawing on all the reserves that could be found in all the reserve armies and legions. However, one should not underestimate the fierce soldiers of Valhalla, who have such valuable assets as Thor's Legion and especially the warlike soldiers of Braki. Siri immediately gave the order to the Yuli Legion to prepare their arrows for attack, urging them to fight for their native Asgard and all 9 worlds at once. Tiho understood that his sword would not get him very far because he needed a weapon with a long range, a crossbow that was fast and had a shock effect when it hit. However, even with such a weapon, it was possible to work, so the young man rushed forward with his crossbow with the clear intention of wiping the enemy off the face of the earth in the name of Heda and Idun. The enemy had also prepared thoroughly. Instead of cavalry, they had real mammoths in size, which could only be compared to dragons. The situation is certainly difficult, because the werewolves are armed from head to toe, but as we know, they are nothing against the fierce warriors of Valhalla, because they still have those troops. However, they did not have long to rejoice, because soon the human army began to fire coordinated shots at the wolves, causing them to literally howl in pain as the arrows pierced them. Most likely, part of the army managed to weed themselves out at the initial stage when the arrows were flying at them, but there were those among them who were able to withstand the attack. Those who were able to take cover behind shields had a slight advantage over those who were unlucky enough to be exposed at that moment, who were too late and fell forever, remaining a kind of hero in the eyes of their comrades. Those who survived now took out boarding hooks to throw them onto the walls and try to gather themselves. Well, as we know, the plan is good, but not in its execution. They managed to hook onto the wall, but that was only half the battle. They still had to climb up somehow, so it was too early to shout hooray until they had cleared the main obstacle. Naturally, some of the troops managed to climb the wall, but I was waiting for them with an unpleasant surprise, because Vikings love guests, of course, but you have to warn them. Otherwise, you'll end up in a bath of boiling water that will burn your flesh to the bone, turning you into boiled meat, useless for anything. They doused him with a bucket of hot water so that you were completely boiled, and this was the so-called welcome from the brave Vikings, which enemies were better off not entering. The Vikings were serious, so they threw stone after stone at their ideological and natural enemies, destroying entire armies of attackers. They threw a large cobblestone after it, and it seemed that this was not the only stone that would now fly at the heads of the mounted infantry, showing them that there was nothing to do here. It says, if you're an idiot, move on, and if not, you'd better go home before you get crushed by the huge boulders that are being thrown with astonishing frequency. However, mammoths are not considered hard-headed creatures for nothing, and even a meteor shower would probably be nothing to them, so they continue on regardless. As they say, even a stone has a weak spot. The main thing is to find the right crack, and the mammoth troops are very quickly defeated by well-aimed stone strikes. The werewolves try to fight with the maximum effectiveness possible in their situation, attacking the Vikings from all sides, trying to break their spines. However, as we know, these are the elite warriors of Valhalla, who have proven themselves even as novices and remain the strongest soldiers. Therefore, a bunch of flea-ridden dogs against them is just a pathetic provocation that will be easily defeated without any unnecessary effort. The archers are not far behind the masters of hand-to-hand combat, firing fiery projectiles from all sides, burning alive every werewolf in their path so that life does not seem like honey. In such difficult battles, even the captain herself fights alongside ordinary soldiers, and Taeho does not abandon his comrades on the battlefield during long-range combat. However, he also has a job to do, because as a master of long-range vision, he has the advantage of agility and insight, so he is able to see more. Looking up at the sky, he saw that there was definitely something strange in the sky above them, and there were many, many dragons circling there, with riders on them. Tiho immediately noticed that something was wrong on the battlefield, and that the sky was full of creatures unknown to him, which would have a great influence on his entire saga. There were wyverns in the sky, but they were not alone. They seemed to be commanded by werewolves who rode them, like a person commands a mule or a horse. Tiho immediately realized that he was dealing with wyverns, which are also fire-breathing dragons, and quite dangerous opponents on the battlefield. The situation was very difficult, because these were fire-breathing dragons capable of burning entire regiments alive, and the Vikings understood this immediately. They were under direct fire, and so far, it seemed that the enemy had the upper hand, but this was temporary, given the number of troops they had in their ranks. As promised, Regenlife immediately used the sacred power of the runes to protect the troops from a direct attack from the sky. The Valkyrie instantly summoned an energy shield that protected the people and the entire city from the fiery attack, but it was only a temporary measure. The red-haired maiden reminded everyone that this barrier would collapse with each attack, so they needed to clear the skies as quickly as possible without delay. No sooner said than done, and the brave man who literally ran to clear the skies at the first call was none other than Taeho with his cloak. He knew that he would be the only one who could influence the situation in the sky, and, misunderstood by the captain and his comrade, he rushed forward to the edge of the fortress. Already at the edge, he jumped like a bird, spreading his cloak, knowing that now he would not break but transform into an eagle right in flight. The saga, required him to use his hawk wings to fulfill his divine mission and free the heavens and the entire city from the filth that was creeping in from all sides. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man jumped off the edge of the cliff, showing with all his intentions that he was seriously ready to fight because there is no smoke without fire. Just as there will never be peace without a fight, he activated his hawk wings and rushed into battle, preparing to defend the sky from filth. The transformation was successful, and now no one could tell him apart from an ordinary hawk patrolling the sky in search of prey. Now he can see the whole world from a bird's eye view, so he can calmly deal with threats in the skies, comrade, while remaining almost invisible to others. First and foremost, a hawk is a bird of prey known for its hunting instincts, which give it a serious advantage in survival. Its strong talons and wings, as well as its keen senses and enviable eyesight, are a great advantage. Taeho noted that it was a good sign that none of his enemies noticed him in the sky, so he could act calmly in his bird form. Now was the time to show the results of yesterday's training, because there were plenty of wyverns soaring in the air here, and he could give his claws a good workout. The dragons tried with all their might to break through the city's energy barrier, but he would not have long to enjoy his advantage in the air, for he had arrived. The predatory hawk would never allow anyone to rule on his own territory, so it would be better for them to leave while they still could. But it was too late. As the true master of his territory, he rushes forward at full speed to catch up with the enemy at the most unexpected point. The blind spot of a wyvern rider is always their back, because this creature is naturally slow-moving, which is enough to deliver a blow directly to the head. Therefore, the hawk took up its position behind, striking from the back, preparing to release its claws and knock the rider out of the saddle so that life would not seem so rosy. With its sharp talons at the ready, it prepares to strike, aiming to knock the heavy, muscular werewolf off the wyvern's back and into a circle. It was a legendary technique known as the blow of a monstrous bird, allowing a deadly blow capable of breaking the enemy's spine and knocking out their brains. If used correctly and distributing all the weight correctly across the points of impact, it is possible to eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop so that they do not suffer. This is what Taeho was able to do, literally eliminating the werewolf in mid-air by knocking him down and taking position on the dragon so that he would not understand what was happening. After a successful blow, the werewolf fell down the cliff and was definitely defeated, while Taeho himself was already sitting on the dragon, rejoicing and waving the reins like a new rider. His plan worked, and now he would definitely have fun. The operation was successful, and the wyvern now belonged to him, as written in the saga. The saga of the Dragon Lord had begun, but it was too early to relax because this was only the beginning of a full-fledged battle, and the wyvern now obeyed unquestioningly. Now he needs to use the part of the saga called the Warrior's Sword to summon a spear and fight a normal battle, and that's another lottery. The funny thing is that this time, instead of a full-fledged iron weapon, the system decided to give him a bamboo spear, and now what to do with it? However, if the system gives you a bamboo spear, it means that it knows you will find a use for it and you will have to use it for its intended purpose. There is no choice but to drive the faithful forward, and the creature obediently follows the orders of anyone who saddles it, such is the nature of warfare. As they say, keep a close eye on your military transport, otherwise your wyvern will be taken away in a second and the enemy will fire on your own people. Using the wyvern for its intended purpose, Taeho opens merciless fire on the enemy forces, literally burning everyone with napalm, methodically. He has long since entered a frenzy, and the battle is going quite smoothly, so he manages to effectively hit one wyvern after another, destroying the soldiers at the same time. It's too early to relax, so he'll have to chase after them on his dragon for at least a couple more laps until the ground is littered with the burning bodies of his enemies. The enemy had already noticed that one of the wyverns seemed to be under human control, so he prepared a counterattack, charging at Taeho and the traitor in the form of his mount. In principle, this could scare any novice warrior, but Lee Taeho knew perfectly well that he could get out of this situation and that was necessary. He expected the enemy to see through his diversions, but he still had a trump card up his sleeve, preparing to deliver direct blows, because you can't get very far in a long-range battle. Now, using his warrior's sword, he cut them down left and right, just as a farmer would cut wheat during harvest season, but this was a bloody harvest. As they say, with a sense of purpose, Taeho scattered every enemy that came his way, leaving not even a chance of survival for the damned gull. It is important to me what the system has given you, but you can do things with a bamboo stalk that others cannot do with the sword of the gods. The main thing is the skill in the swordsman's hands and tactics. And this young man's tactics are truly amazing, as is his attack power, and with just a bamboo stalk, he does things that are impossible to imagine even in the wildest dreams. Now, the name of his goddess will remain in the public eye for a long time because her subordinate has proven himself to be much better than many of the soldiers belonging to large legions. Idun has given this world a new hero whose name will shine for a very long time, and he is going to give this beautiful world many more victories in the future. The sky is ablaze. Chrysalises fly like burning bodies of wyverns falling down, and this boy, Tahoe, shows true miracles that have never been seen on the battlefield before. Even the messenger of the gods herself admitted that this was incredible, and that the power of this young man was impressive as he single-handedly defeated an army of wyverns. But there was one thing. The red-haired maiden immediately noticed that this was not the end, and that the end was not near, so she hurried to warn the warrior so that he could gather his strength for a new attack. More and more wyverns were approaching, even though he was clearing them one by one, so he had to react as quickly as possible, or maybe they weren't wyverns at all, as it seemed. And he was right. It was a more terrifying creature with a humanoid face but with wings and claws, a whole legion of devilish harpies, a type of monster unknown to him. And there were too many of them here, so he had to deal with them one by one. Well, he had to think quickly, because no one would give him any extra time. Therefore, he ordered his wyvern, Taeho, to immediately descend in order to slightly change the rotation of the battle and convey the entire situation to Captain Siri. He understood perfectly well that he would not be able to handle the whole situation alone, so he needed help from at least someone else, and that someone would be the captain, because she was reliable. And because the captain was the only member of the team who could help him now, Taeho reached out his hand to the girl and asked her to cooperate with him. Siri understood that he would not have approached her just like that, so she did not ask Taeho any unnecessary questions and decided to simply trust him because he knew the situation well. Realizing that he wouldn't have approached her out of the blue-haired girl reached out her hand, allowing her subordinate to seat her on the dragon and fly up for the attack. As they say, two heads are better than one, so Siri's arrival on the battlefield was a serious relief, which is why Taeho immediately returned for her without delay. Every warrior dreams of riding a dragon at least once in their life, and now that dream had come true. Although the girl hadn't asked directly, everything had gone as it should. Tahoe couldn't handle both fighting and controlling the wyvern at the same time, so he needed a backup archer, a role that the captain took on thanks to her saga. Siri is a brilliant archer, which is confirmed by her warrior saga, but she is not a warrior. She is also a witch, and a very good one at that. The captain's saga is called the Witch's Arrows, which always hit their target no matter where they are aimed, and now the harpies will experience these arrows for themselves, tasting the captain's coldness. This dubious fun will last a long time, but the captain and the keen eye of all Valhalla will still show everyone their highest piloting skills, and there will definitely be a scarlet glow in the sky. The decision to take the captain, who was an archer, with them was truly brilliant, because now everyone has the good fortune to watch the bright pink glow of the witch. The sky is crisscrossed with similar pink explosions, and the bodies of harpies flying down with screams and squeals, unspeakably happy, and everyone who managed to watch the battle. The Vikings had no doubt that the warrior Iduna and the captain would prove themselves in tandem, but it was not worth relaxing prematurely. For the first time ever, Regnleif smiled, acknowledging that they were winning the last battles, and this one too only because Idun had given them such a warrior. However, you should only shout "Hooray" when you have already finished the job, and hear a bright red pillar of fire cut through the ground, scaring people into hysterics like kittens. Thank God the Vikings' instinct for self-preservation worked as it should, and they hurried to jump aside when the bright red comet crashed into the ground next to them. Something was definitely wrong here because the sky suddenly turned red, as if someone had used a sudden weapon that cut through the space around them. Taeho had never seen anything like this before and guessed that whatever had fallen from the sky was something similar to what they themselves had used. What landed from the heavens resembled a giant black lightning bolt, a teleportation device they had used before to move to the Black Fortress. But the explosion completely disproved the theory that it was black lightning, showing that the creature that had arrived here was clearly beyond the understanding of humans and Valhalla. The bright blue, icy eye amid the flames hinted at the supernatural nature of the creature that had arrived here and did not speak of peaceful intentions either. They had never seen anything like this before, so the skirmish promised to be at least an unpleasant event for Taeho and the forces of Valhalla as a whole, and a sign that they had miscalculated. As they say, they miscalculated, and judging by the size of its paws, the creature that arrived on the battlefield was not a simple dragon like the wyverns. The captain, like Taeho, understood from the creature's size that it was simply enormous, and it was impossible to describe the threat it posed in a single word. The enemy used heavy artillery called the Giant Ghoul, and it was a warrior of Utgard Loki of simply incredible size and strength. The final boss was gigantic in size and equally powerful, instilling fear in the hearts of the warriors, who did not understand how people could fight such a machine. The evil creature walked over people without even looking down, because to him, They were just bugs that were not worth noticing when walking towards his goal. For him, those little bugs running underfoot were just obstacles that needed to be removed on the orders of his superiors, and he didn't even use his head. Taeho and Siri realized that they needed to retreat quickly, which I hastened to tell the captain, and asked him to stay with Rolf, and the brunette nodded. Without further ado, Taeho agreed to make concessions in order to survive and minimize casualties because he is a very valuable employee. The situation was, of course, complete shit, but Valkyrie Regenlife, as promised, defended the people to the last, using the magic of the runes given to her to protect the troops. Regenleaf understood perfectly well that it was now up to her whether her soldiers would survive, and she was now ready to sacrifice herself for the sake of the people. The situation is very dire, and if she reacts too late or incorrectly, she can say goodbye to the fortress and the lives of the people, so speed of reaction is key here. The fortress, where most of the soldiers were concentrated, was now under attack, and the giant ghoul had no intention of leaving anyone alive. The situation is dire, and the Vikings are now suffering enormous damage. Even if they do not die from the blow, they will be seriously injured, as the enemy's forces outnumber them several times over. Valkyrie herself felt the blow when the monster struck the fortress. The sound wave that followed immediately after the blow to the stone was so strong. It was frightening because a breach had already been made in the barrier, and with a menacing roar, the ghoul continued to sing, knowing that the barrier erected by the demigod would not hold. Valkyrie could only pray that she and the others would survive the attack, but the situation was getting more and more complicated, and she was already crying from exhaustion. But no one would ask her if she was tired or afraid, because she had to hold the barrier, which was cracking with all her might, but she couldn't do it alone. The barrier had already begun to crack around the entire perimeter, and the Valkyries were once again faced with a big problem that required them to work together and muster as much strength as possible. There were 3 Valkyries, and as they looked at all this, they wondered how it would be possible to fix such a serious problem that none of the warriors could handle on their own. Razgrid immediately came to the rescue and, supporting the barrier, asked if the redhead was okay, because she was feeling unwell and they would not be able to hold out like this. At this rate, they could only withstand a few more blows, and as the Snow Princess said, a low-ranking warrior could not compete with such an enemy, and she was already on the verge of collapse. Valkyrie does not know whether she will use her special power in this situation or not, because it would mean that she has gone beyond the limits of her body's capabilities. This would be Valkyrie's true power, which seems to be usable only in special cases, as it requires enormous expenditure of strength and energy and a violation of the ban. The situation dictates its own terms, and they must go against Odin's instructions, who had previously said that this is not a power that can be used indiscriminately. However, now the situation was truly beyond the limits because it was impossible to resist such an enemy, plus they still had lower-ranking warriors behind them. They are still responsible for these soldiers, so using them as a living shield is simply a crime against morality, so everything is up to the Valkyries. The barrier no longer works here because all the Valkyries' powers are designed not for defense, but simply to sustain life, and they only manage to patch up the cracks. It looks not like superglue, but like holding cracks together with tape, which is basically ineffective and works until the first serious pressure is applied to it, and then there will be trouble. It's hard for the Valkyries to work just to stay alive, and now they really need to use much more of their potential to defend themselves. Ragnarok appealed to Odin, asking him to allow her to use this ability to reveal the battle seal in the name of a noble mission. However, Odin's messenger, the Raven, watching them, was in no hurry to give his consent, because this is a serious step and the battle cannot be made easier thanks to the goddess's seals. The situation was certainly dire, and perhaps now the god should give permission to people to use forbidden power in the name of their salvation, but he refused. The Valkyries were shocked by the god's sharp refusal to help his subjects, and it really was like a bucket of cold water thrown over their heads. Odin's messenger appealed to the Valkyries, reminding them of the very essence of Valhalla and pointing out that they were beginning to forget what social selection was. He explained that what was happening now was just a test of how competent the warriors were for the world that awaited them, and that it was impossible to go against natural selection. Valhalla, like the world itself, requires only strong warriors, which is why a test and selection process was introduced to decide who would live on and who would perish. It was harsh, of course, but there was no other way, because if you pity the warriors, you will only raise an army of cowards who will hide under the Valkyries' skirts all the time. But the warriors themselves did not ask for any help, because among them were unique individuals who were ready to fight left and right no worse than the gods themselves. They had a young lion named Braki who called on all warriors, regardless of which region they belonged to step forward in the name of the gods. Now, there was no such thing as belonging to different legions and their enmity, because everyone had one goal. But Braki enjoyed enormous support from the people. As a man of incredible physical strength, he understood that this would not be enough unless they grouped together and attacked their opponents at the right point. Brachus gathered all his strength, choosing the right strategy to inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy and using his strength with maximum efficiency. The young man ran at full speed so that he could, in his name, knock the head off this cursed freak with fangs so that he would howl. There was no longer any division into legions or rivalry for the title of the most elite divine squad, as Brachii took the blame for everyone when Tae-ho went into hiding. Of course, no one who decided to go against the army was lucky enough to meet such a brave warrior on their way. It would definitely be said that they were dealing with the devil. Brachii is the very devil that the ghoul was unlucky enough to meet, and his people are not just a rabble, but elite warriors ready for anything. And this young man, wielding his axe no worse than Thor himself, can split a head in two, so it is not worth underestimating such a valuable soldier. Yes, people are small, but their advantage is that even though they are small compared to monsters, they can brilliantly build a strategy and defeat any enemy. With people like Tae-ho and Rolf in reserve, there is no need to worry about the safety of the world, as they also have a smart captain who knows what to do. When asked by Tae-ho what they were going to do now, Siri replied that for the moment, she and Rolf would create a breach by distracting the giant, while the brunette would attack. Since he is the only one capable of flying, he will attack, especially since there is an opening, so go ahead while the wind is still blowing without the blood of your ally. Brak created a breach in the werewolf's body, which basically shocked Tae-ho because the monster seemed truly invincible, but he immediately pulled himself together and asked where the breach was. It was not difficult to guess. The main thing was to have clear logic because the monster was now holding its head, which meant that its head had been pierced, and now it was necessary to strike there without delay. And indeed, right on the forehead of this giant was a huge scar, clearly made with a hammer, and now that the monster had removed its hand, it was visible. Now it was clear why it was so angry, because such a bald spot on its head was indeed a painful injury, but no one cared about the monster's feelings. Tae-ho commanded the wyvern to fly, suggesting that they try to attack again, now that they knew its weak spot and had a good chance of hitting the target. Siri and Rolf were left alone at the fortress, and now that part of the problem had been lifted from their shoulders, they had to think about a joint attack further around the circle. It was called a siege ballista, something the green-haired man had never heard of before, but he was told that they needed to activate their sagas simultaneously. Every day on the battlefield you can hear something new, and he probably didn't even know that sagas could be used in tandem. But as they say, you live and learn. Meanwhile, the most important part of the plan was with Tae-ho, who commanded a huge creature to deliver a direct attack to the head of the ghoul, who was wounded. For a second he hesitated, thinking that in principle he could wait calmly. But as they say, don't sleep or you'll freeze because this is a battlefield. It seemed that the ghoul was distracted for a second and closed his eyes, treating his wound and thinking about what to do next. And now it was time to finish him off. But no, it was better to stand and think about what to do next. As we know, evil never sleeps. And at the very moment when no one expected it, the creature opened its eyes and immediately attacked. Lee flew past him like a mosquito, whose nasty squeak woke up something that had long been asleep. And for that, he would now be crushed with one decisive blow. Thank God the brunette had the sense to turn around and see what was coming at him from behind. Otherwise, they would now be celebrating his funeral. It was too early to relax. Yes, he was able to speed up and avoid a direct hit, but the threat still remained, as his faithful flying steed was seriously injured. It could be said that the wyvern voluntarily took the blow to protect its rider, who was now definitely going to die or at least be in incredible pain. His steed was wounded, so there was no question of any support in the air or flight, because he would now be seriously ill if he did not receive help. The picture of events was sad, so now, the one who was supposed to lead the army to salvation flew towards the ground, plowing it with his nose like a tractor. The picture of him flying, raising columns of dust behind him, probably went unnoticed by the Valkyries because it was unreal to miss something like that. The young man left so many columns behind him that one could doubt that he had survived such a collision with the hard surface of the earth. The Valkyries immediately noticed that the warrior Idun was in a very difficult situation, but there was a dilemma. Should they break away and run to save him, since Odin had forbidden it? The Snow Princess certainly deserved her title thanks to her imperturbable temperament, but the Valkyrie's heart could not help but tremble at such suffering. Throwing aside her defenses, the white-haired warrior rushed forward under the surprised glances of her colleagues, because her heart could not bear the thought that such a warrior would die in vain. Raskrid explained that she was now going to rescue the warrior Idun because their entire salvation now depended on him, and he was their hope, who had no right to die. And indeed, even ignoring the blessing of his goddess, He was on the verge of death, as his wounds were so serious that they could not be ignored, for his bones were already crushed. Taeho coughed up blood, trying to catch his breath and spit out at least the dust from his lungs, realizing that his end had definitely come, as sad as it sounded. It would have been fine if he had been wounded and left alone, somehow managing to hold out until his comrades arrived, but now the werewolves began to surround him, taking advantage of his helplessness. Realizing that he had no right to just die and give up, the warrior Idun forced himself to stand up, but his body, understandably, no longer obeyed him, and the cold took over. In such cases, the most dangerous thing is to allow yourself to fall asleep, because as soon as you fall asleep, your brain shuts down and deceives you with a feeling of warmth in the middle of winter. There is nothing more frightening than the cold and hallucinations of warmth when you are losing blood, and weakness really affects your desire to sleep, but that is the biggest mistake. He was afraid that now he would surely die, and it would be the saddest ending of all possible ones, but something pulled him out of the oblivion that dying people see in the train car. However, instead of some horror story, he saw the face of the one he had so tirelessly imagined as his wife, and hearing her call him, he perked up, surprised by his vision. The location was completely unlike that snowy battlefield. It was the very apartment of the newlyweds where he had planned to settle down with Hedda in his dreams. This is how the fantasies of a Valkyrie in love can sustain life in the body, and the image of his future wife asks him to continue eating because it will get cold. It seems that his subconscious is hinting to him that there is one unusual thing, the slices of golden apple given to him by the Valkyrie earlier, and that is the key. As we know, they can heal even those dying from serious wounds, and since Hedda lives in his imagination, she will feed her beloved young husband. Well, who is he to resist when your beloved wife, even if she is a Valkyrie in the past, feeds you, and not with simple food, but with slices of a golden apple elixir? They say that dreams are absolutely useless, but for some people, dreams and an active inner core of struggle can be the only salvation. Taeho found the strength to swallow the golden apple, guided by his dreams of living with his beloved girl, and the golden light that he caused with his actions shocked even the goddess Razgrid herself. What she saw shocked the Snow Maiden to the depths of her soul, because the golden pieces of the apple are divine, but what they do in the hands of a lowly warrior is a question. After all, this is the direct power of the gods, which is only available to the highest beings. And now, having absorbed all the power of the goddess along with the pieces of gold, Taeho stood up. His body literally glowed with golden divine power, which could not go unnoticed in the middle of the cold landscape. The young man was like the sun. For the werewolves, who were already anticipating how they would divide his bones among themselves, the unexpected resurrection was a shock, and they could only bark collectively like idiots. They miscalculated, and the one they already wanted to devour was completely healed, and in addition to his wounds healing completely, he still had a lot of strength. Now that he had fully recovered, the young warrior no longer felt any fear of his enemies, no matter how many there were, because now he was almost a god. Even though they themselves did not even have a basic speech apparatus, they decided to collectively attack Taeho, realizing that the gifts of the gods do not lie around on the ground. Not even all of the gods could receive Idun's blessing, so it was very important for them to finally taste someone who had even a fraction of rejuvenating power. Deciding that they had nothing to lose, they decided to attack Idun's warrior, because even a small piece of his flesh would be enough to strengthen them. But they were not destined to do so, because they should not have forgotten that this man now had more than enough strength, and he scattered them all like mangy kittens with a single blow. Taeho now possessed truly divine power, for which he sincerely thanked Hedda, who had given him the apple fragments, and the goddess Idun herself, the ruler of this sacred apple tree. Rolf and Ciri were worried about him, so as soon as they saw him standing on his feet, they asked how he was feeling, and he said that everything was fine, and that he was alive. Meanwhile, the two of them were able to prepare siege ballistas for the attack, and the weapons were assembled, so they asked if Taeho could attack from the sky again. However, they received a rather disappointing answer, as the young man said that he had lost his dragon, so the plan was impossible, which was a rather unpleasant sign for everyone. The golden rule is that help comes from where you least expect it, and who could have imagined that the Snow Princess would do such a thing to him? Probably no other Viking had ever been offered to ride a Valkyrie instead of a dragon and fly through the skies, which left the poor young man speechless and stunned. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield did not calm down, and the warriors literally tore and threw themselves around, trying to destroy the damn giant, but they fought against a barrier like flies against glass. Thor's warriors were brave, of course, but they had to remember that the enemy was so strong that even the Valkyries could not maintain the barrier under his blows. And you would be nothing more than gnats being swatted out of the kitchen, so the idea was more like a collective session of self-destruction in real life. One couldn't help but praise these brave people for their efforts, because even though they were getting beaten up every time, they couldn't stop charging at the enemy. Tahoe still couldn't stomach the senior Valkyrie's suggestion to saddle her like a horse, because it just didn't make any sense to ride on top of a person. There was no point in trying to prove anything to him, so I decided to show him by example and uttered the transformation command aloud, triggering a metamorphosis in my body to calm him down. With a single command, Draco, she performed a true miracle, literally dazzling the young fighter with a bright blue glow that accompanied the manifestation of her true power. And in just a couple of moments, instead of the majestic, tall maiden with silver hair standing before Taeho was an equally majestic, beautiful dragon, as if made of crystal. It turns out that Valkyries can transform into magical beasts, and this is indeed a divine right, but poor Taeho had no way of knowing this for sure. Only now did Razgrid begin to understand why the supreme god Odin had forbidden the Valkyries from directly interfering in the affairs of the warriors of Valhalla, but now was not the time. This was an exception, because the soldier standing before her was truly strong and turned out to be far more powerful than she could have imagined a simple warrior to be. This battle was truly unique and depended on only one person. It was Taeho's battle, and they were merely auxiliary units under his command. No matter how strong he was, he could not do what this seemingly insignificant young man, who at first glance appeared to be physically weak, could do. Thor's people were undoubtedly very strong, but alas, they were not chosen like this young warrior, so Taeho had no moral right to die as a treasure. The fate of the whole world depended on him, and Taeho understood that he had to win with his own hands even if it meant drowning the battlefield in blood. The Valkyrie, transformed into a dragon, ordered the warrior Idun to climb onto her back and promised that the other warriors would buy time for them. It was their only chance because the situation was critical, as the enemy was a giant of incredible proportions who posed a direct threat to all these civilizations. Still, climbing onto the back of a demigod, even in the form of a dragon, is quite a confusing and shocking thing, so before mounting, Taeho asks for forgiveness. Now he is able to see the area from a bird's eye view, and it is good that the city is currently protected by the combined spells of the Valkyries, but this is a temporary measure. They have very little time, so every second is worth its weight in gold, and wasting time would be a real sacrilege and disrespectful to the other warriors. They are flying fast, of course, and the dragon's speed is incredibly high, so they have to hold on tight to avoid flying off and crashing. Ciri and Rolf watched their comrade fly away on the dragon and decided that they needed to attack right now, combining their sagas into one. The captain calculated the opportune moment and ordered the green-haired man to attack so that they could finally deliver a full-fledged blow to their common enemy. Rolf reacted as quickly as lightning, as befits a member of the Ul Legion, known for its agility, quick wits, and high reaction speed to any event. Their ballistic siege as two archers was truly magnificent in its complexity and in how well the collective efforts of these two soldiers were honed. It seemed that now they were one person, because no one had ever seen such a well-coordinated tandem before, so the activation was launched simultaneously and without hesitation. The young man from Thor's Legion was not far behind either. He already resembled a wolf that could tear flesh with its bare hands because his anger at the enemy was stronger than ever. He was truly beautiful, but now, seeing him in the midst of battle, covered in blood and ferocious, one could die. But in this lies the glory of a warrior who is ready for anything. This is the saga of the brave warrior Bragi, whom he called the Son of God, and if you put aside all the mockery, this brave man was worthy of this title like no other. The witch's hunting arrows, known for never missing their target, are reinforced with a fiery explosion that always hits the mark, and this will be another such strike. Now that the young warrior is flying not on a simple dragon, but on a Valkyrie transformation that is essentially invulnerable to ordinary attacks, it can be said that the ghoul has no chance. In addition, there are fiery arrows that are aimed specifically at this attack and never miss their target because they are a combination of two legendary sagas. The witch's arrows rush straight to their target, promising that whoever they hit will be teleported straight to hell, because these monsters deserve nothing else, and sins are punished severely. Brachis had no intention of retreating, because his own saga, named so loudly, demanded actions confirming that he was worthy of it, and he would prove it. The witch's arrows, coordinated by the captain's assistants, fly straight to their target, leaving the giant no chance to stand on his feet, and the ghoul has many weak spots. For the first time in a long battle, the ghoul fell on its back, and now it seems that the people are closer to victory than ever, all thanks to the coordinated attacks of their joint efforts. Thanks to the fact that there is now no division between the warriors of their own and the enemy legion, they managed to advance on the front, even though this was impossible to predict a few minutes ago. Thanks to the fact that most of the work has been done, the warrior Idun can finally deliver his deadly coup de grace, which will put an end to this long battle. And in this strike, the Chosen One must put all his strength and truly risk everything he has, even his life, because no one will give them a second chance at victory. And he gathered his strength so well that, having calculated the force, strategy, and speed, he was able to pierce the skull that had previously only been damaged. It seemed that now the long, bloody battle that had drained everyone's strength had come to an end, and people would finally know the rest they had long awaited. Their personal branch of hell was coming to an end, and after passing through it, these people would finally be able to become free and filled with pride and courage. The giant ghoul Utgard Loki was finally defeated and lay breathless on the ground amid the rubble, which meant that the people had finally put an end to this hell. Like no other, these warriors had achieved the greatest rewards and deserved a feast and a sea of alcohol, which they would drink after the shock, and no one would dare to interfere with them. The Valkyries themselves would drink wine or the sacred nectar of the gods with them, as they were required by law to congratulate the warriors on such a brilliant victory over death. Raising a toast to the warriors and the 9 worlds, hands filled with nectar, Regan Life calls to the warriors, thanking them for their victory and urging them to raise their gilded cups. It is a great honor for her, as it is for all Valkyries, to be among such brave warriors, so they drink first and foremost to bravery, courage, and teamwork. According to the best traditions, they are the ones who must fill the cups of each warrior. But as they say, she is alone and there are many warriors, so compromises must be made. Rain Life apologized for not being able to give everyone a drink, but the night is long indeed, and there will be more than one toast, so everything can be forgiven. Let's party, and let her beautiful sister, the Valkyrie Razgrid, fill the cups of the 2 warriors who turned the tide of today's battle in favor of Valhalla. Unlike her fiery-haired sister, the Snow Princess is not thrilled about being dragged into the public eye and dreams of beating up everyone who shouts her name. Of course, she loves warriors, but the nickname Ice Princess has gotten on her nerves. But no one asks her because traditions are traditions and must be followed. So now she will summon each of them personally and offer these glorious heroes delicious nectar as a sign of respect, bowing before these great men. And the first to be honored, of course, was the warrior of Thor's legion, Bragi, a man with incredible physical characteristics, a wolf rather than a human child. But his true title is Son of God, because he is an entire legion of soldiers in one person. The invincible warrior Bragi became a legend of this battle thanks to his strength and will. Another hero of this battle was, of course, the only warrior from the Iduna Legion who single-handedly accomplished something that was difficult to imagine, Lee Tae-ho. Naturally, everyone knew him as the one to whom the Valkyrie herself appeared, and the soldiers could not ignore this because none of them had ever seen the Valkyrie, so he was a star. But now, every soldier will definitely get it because some genius decided to remind everyone how Tae-ho greatly upset the Ice Princess Razgrid. Ingrid, standing next to the great heroes on stage, solemnly declared that for such merits, these 2 would be automatically promoted to low-ranking warriors, which was already an achievement. Tae-ho was surprised to hear this, but he was also glad that he was now a low-ranking warrior, a class that did not fall under any characteristics and was not expendable. He already knew one person with the same rank, and that was Bjorn, the good-natured strong man who had enlightened him to all the subtleties of the world, and now they would meet again. Only 2 people with a huge army were worthy of promotion, and these were truly the 2 greatest warriors who single-handedly performed an unimaginable miracle of miracles. Now these 2 would definitely not show up as dry meat and sour beer, so Regan Life herself raised a toast to them, and it was time to begin the feast in the name of the heroes. You don't have to tell Vikings twice, because these guys are always happy to get drunk if there's a reason and good alcohol, but as we know, they will always find a reason if there is beer. Brachis made a toast and clinked his mug of ale with Lee Tae-ho because they fought for the same idea on the battlefield, so now they are essentially brothers, 2 legends from Valhalla. Tae-ho finally feels as if he has always lived in this world. He is glad that he has now achieved something because his saga will never stand still again. His friends are also happy that their friend has achieved heights unseen in their eyes, becoming a warrior of a much higher class than they are, and they encourage him to drink to the bottom because men love beer. And for the first time, as if he had not grimaced at the mention of alcohol before, the young man drinks to the bottom amid the joyful cries of the Vikings, because now he definitely has a reason. Let this youngster have fun while he can, because soon he will certainly have no time for fun. But for now, let him receive his well-deserved compliments from the Vikings. If a Viking tells you that you are a real man, consider that you have achieved the best accomplishment of your life, because these men do not throw words around lightly. However, there was one person in the shadows of the hall who simply watched silently as the warriors celebrated their brilliant victory, and he was not alone. A familiar figure stood next to him. The hooded man was surprised that Tae-ho was able to use divinity at such a low rank as his, which was certainly impressive, but even his children could do that. The Valkyrie did not respond to such sarcasm, but only calmly asked the strangers to help Tae-ho, and he smiled, realizing that he had finally achieved what he wanted. After all, since she was begging him so much, the great stranger decided to help this time, but it would be a one-time favor and only because of their great friendship, as they say. With these words, the gloomy figure left the hall, leaving the warriors to indulge in a well-deserved feast after their long labor, because no matter how you look at it, they deserved it. The week flew by at the blink of an eye as the warriors recovered, and the dwelling of the now lower-class warrior Tae-ho was filled with the complete idyll of a peaceful village life. For the first time in a long time, he was able to sleep, as he had never slept before, because he had expended a lot of energy and now needed to replenish it with long hours of sleep. However, he was not destined to sleep for long, as the loud knock on the door was like an earthquake, and the young man jumped up as if stung in one place by a giant hornet. He immediately rushed to the door, kicked it open, and yelled, "What's going on? Who is it that decided to disturb his rest after such a long battle?" Of course, no one likes to be woken up by a knock on the door, but he could have ignored it because the tall figure in a cloak, a stranger he had never seen before, raised many more questions. Uninvited guests again, and what's more, this weirdo was studying the aura of lightning, which was definitely not a good sign, and the huge man with stubble certainly didn't look like a Valkyrie. Lee Tae-ho felt the finest hairs on his body stand on end, because it would be good if this turned out to be some kind of lost companion and not a thief or some kind of thug. To be fair, a thug would hardly have such a large amount of lightning aura around him that the young man suspected it was the Truman Show. First of all, he needed to find out who this man was so that he wouldn't feel awkward for having misjudged a stranger just by looking at him, so the brunette immediately asked a question. However, he didn't even have time to ask the question before the stranger introduced himself and confirmed that he had defeated 2 giant gnomes of commander level and more. This time, he distinguished himself by repelling the giant's attack. Of course, among low-ranking warriors, he would be a hero, but it was too early to get cocky because it was still a low level. According to the stranger, even his children could do the same, so in principle, this young man had done nothing special to be so proud because there was still room for growth. Just one glance at this man's figure and aura makes it clear that he is definitely not just a simple warrior from the masses, who not long ago was still floundering like a kitten. His blade alone had more power than Tae-ho's entire body, who, like a frightened little kitten, looked at the one who had come to his modest dwelling. One glance with the eye of God was enough to see that the guy who showed up was really not a simple person, and probably not even human at all. His strength was at least equal to that of a Valkyrie. Such was the potential in this man's body, or perhaps he was actually a demigod or a god, who knows what that is. However, it cannot be denied that this man, whose name is Ragnar Lodbrok, cannot be adequately described in terms of strength, and he declared that he had come to fight and wanted to see Lee's level. Of course, the request was very strong, but poor Tae-ho was at a loss as to who this man was and did not understand why he suddenly wanted to fight him. After all, as a normal person, he did not want to fight without a reason, and voiced his point of view to the stranger, who also wondered how to explain his sudden desire to fight. However, he also smiled maliciously, saying that he really needed to tell the reason for the fight to someone who, according to the rules, was about to die at any second. Hearing this statement, Tae-ho was horrified and began to break out in a cold sweat, because it's not every day that someone tells you that you're about to die, but it was too early to panic. Of course, it's an adventure when a mysterious warrior who appeared out of nowhere comes to your house and challenges you to a fight, but where will it lead? However, there was nowhere to run, and since you had been challenged to a fight, you had to accept it. Otherwise, you would not be a warrior, but a cowardly mongrel who only knows how to run away with his tail between his legs. No matter how dangerous it may be, a true warrior knows that the weaker one will not refuse a fight, because it is better to settle things in battle than to run away. Tae-ho understood this better than anyone else. Still, his pride could be hurt when they said that even Ragnar's child could beat him, and he was not going to forgive the insults just like that. Thus, 2 legends of this world clashed in battle, Ragnar of semi-divine rank, and Lee Tae-ho, though of low rank, but determined to prove himself in all his might. It seems that he would be useless against such a giant, but Lee uses his saga, or rather his warrior attack, with maximum effectiveness. Ragnar cannot be understood at such a low level because he has seen such tricks from his children when they were just learning to crawl, so this is just a warm-up for his fingers. But for Tae-ho, this is already quite good for her strength, which had probably dulled over the past week because all he did was rest and sleep without a care in the world. In principle, he expected such a low level of strength and probably did not intend to seriously harm this young man, but was simply testing his strength for the future so he would know. Ragnar had to understand who he was taking as his students, So he forced these fathers to prove themselves to the maximum while he just stood there doing nothing and smiling. Tae-ho understood perfectly well that his opponents were using a method to parry his attacks, but he had another idea of what to do in such a case when the opponent was stronger. The idea was to resort to dirty tricks. But as we know, there are no dirty tricks on the battlefield, and you have to hit your opponent in all the blind spots you can find. As we know, there are no living creatures on the back of the head, so why not strike at the back? It's a brilliant place to deliver a precise blow. It seems that the back is the only sensitive and unprotected area of this person, so no one will forbid attacking him once the battle has already heated up. Oh my god, how this young, inexperienced kid made a mistake. He probably didn't know or didn't realize that he was dealing with not just a simple warrior, but a seasoned wolf, and he miscalculated. The youngster chose the wrong target for himself, and God forbid he didn't break his neck when he flew after receiving a kick to the stomach, and now he will feel the consequences of his mistakes. He underestimated his opponent and, on the contrary, decided that he was no worse, but turned out to be quite reckless, and now he is paying dearly for it, because the army's rules are written in blood. A warrior's whole life is eternal training in the army, so you should get used to being punished by your teacher and stop taking offense because you deserve it. As mentioned earlier, the army's rules are written in blood, so you shouldn't be offended when you are smashed against the wall again for educational purposes as a lesson. It hurts so much that your brains will come out of your mouth, but there's nothing you can do about it. Such is the joy of becoming a warrior, and without pain there will be no progress, which has already become clear. Ragnar is just some kind of demon in human form, and it's no surprise that his blow was so strong that one hit was enough to keep your lungs from spilling out. All that remains is to sit under a tree like a wounded, beaten dog, whimpering, trying to lick his wounds and admit how rashly he sometimes considers himself a hero. Tae-ho understood perfectly well that if it weren't for the blessing of the goddess Idun, he would surely have died, but now he could at least patch up his body a little. Ragnar, watching him, reminded him of the truth that warriors who die here become steel warriors and then go to their true resting place forever. So even if she is not here, there is no need to be upset, and only then will he be able to find true repentance and depart to a better world and know eternity there. Therefore, there is no need to be so upset if you may perish, because here, before the final departure to eternal rest, there is one more chance to prove yourself as a warrior. Perhaps the legendary warrior became what the young man simply gave up and died, and what happened in the next second knocked the ground from under his feet. It turns out that the one he underestimated, called the burnt warrior, could not have guessed it himself, and the one he beat like a little puppy flew into the sky like a hawk. These were certainly miracles, and he certainly did not expect that such a simple man, confident in his strength, would have an ability that only a Valkyrie possessed. After watching the young man in the guise of a hawk soar through the skies for a while, the experienced warrior decided to give him another chance to prove himself in his eyes. Since you're already drunk, give it your all, and let Tae-ho show himself in the best light. I'll put all my strength into it, and he, as an experienced warrior, will take everything on his own. And this hawk, on his powerful wings, flies towards Ragnar, intending to use his signature move against him because he has been told to give it his all. With a huge hammer crusher, called upon by the power of his saga, the young warrior, choosing a stronger grip, is going to strike the enemy with it, who does not even seem to be straining. His hammer is certainly remarkable, and it is this weapon that has helped the young man win more than one victory in previous battles, so perhaps it will help him now. It looks significant, because the saga of this young hero is a vivid reminder of how great his warrior story is, which the young man is writing himself. It seems that Ragnar himself does not strain when a young warrior flies at him at full speed, as if for him it is a daily activity, like warming up his fingers before breakfast. Something so insignificant that it is not even worth wasting precious energy on, and even the explosion caused by the blow of the hammer is not capable of harming such a strong man as Ragnar. Ragnar easily parried the attack with one hand and smiled, acknowledging that this young man had a very interesting technique, which he could not help but admit personally. However, this was not enough to earn his respect, and the senior warrior ordered Tae-ho to use his full strength and not play around. Because if he continued to just shake the wind, he could definitely die. And it seemed that this stranger knew the full potential of Tae-ho, which he himself did not know. Since he himself cannot demonstrate it, and does not know that he has this potential, Ragnar can remember it and convey it to the young man's brain through his fists and punches to the face. Pain is the best stimulant, and since Tae-ho doesn't want to remember and understand how serious this fight is, Ragnar will remind him that he should be serious with his fists. Of course, it's painful and humiliating when you're simply beaten like a puppy, but Tae-ho is still clutching at straws to stay afloat and not die here. Ragnar was not going to let up, and was already preparing to beat Tae-ho with his fists until he decided to show himself as a true warrior with serious skills. The pain was terrible, and it seems that if this youngster had not had the blessing and help of the goddess, he would have died from the first blow to the face from such a strong warrior as Ragnar. In principle, Taeho was finished, and he lay in the middle of the cracked ground, so serious was his opponent, whose strength exceeded any reasonable limits. The image of Ragnar finishing him off, his glowing eyes and precise, concise movements, was probably the last thing Taeho saw before passing out. The fist slammed into his face, which at that moment probably no longer expressed any emotion, but most likely, knowing Lee Taeho, he could have pretended in order to strike. Ragnar admitted that he was disappointed because he had expected more from this youngster, but he decided to simply give up and die here, surrendering to the feeling of speed and fear. Even his sword didn't scratch him during the attack, and basically, what could be expected from a warrior of the lowest class was only that he would die before even reaching the middle of the battle. Ragnar wondered if this warrior, Lee Taeho, was so perceptive that he sensed his own death and weakness and decided to accept it and die peacefully. Ragnar was wrong to write him off so quickly, because at that very moment the silence was broken by the sound of an explosion and the warm, bright golden light that usually appears around a deity. Well, it turns out that the Valkyrie wasn't lying to him, because the power of divinity really did exist, and this young man was able to use it and rise. Even after such serious injuries, broken bones and ruptured organs, Taeho, gritting his teeth, stands up, surrounded by a bright golden light, which is Idun's gift. Wow, it's the same thing that happened on the battlefield. A wounded warrior, who at first glance had long been written off, rises again, ready to fight with new power. But there is a but. Now Ragnar saw with his own eyes confirmation that Taeho could use the power of a god and recognized that his goddess Idun truly trusted Lee Taeho. However, if you use it thoughtlessly, you can achieve a negative effect that occurs when you don't know how to use resources and plan. Ragnar hinted that when the goddess's power is used thoughtlessly, the body receives a sudden surge of energy, which is then followed by a loss of consciousness due to exhaustion. If you use the energy of divine blessing thoughtlessly and without a normal tactic, instead of strengthening and restoring yourself, you will eventually collapse. Ragnar did not finish off the unfortunate man, but carried him into the house, where the black-haired man soon regained consciousness to the frightened cries of his Valkyrie patroness, who had also arrived. Hedda arrived with Ragnar and now watched him with a worried expression on her face, frightened, asking if he had regained consciousness and if his body hurt after the fight. Of course, he was glad to see her, but there were several issues that needed to be discussed now, and of course it was good that the love of his life had come here because she was worried. However, he was attacked by some strange guy who appeared out of nowhere like a mushroom after rain and launched an attack, and now this psychopath was standing next to him. Taeho almost died and stared at Ragnar, who was standing in the corner with a completely piercing expression on his face, as if to say, "So what if he died? What's the point of babbling about it?" Nevertheless, this man achieved his goal with just one glance at him, and the young warrior began to hysterically tremble in his knees and experience psychological tremors. The poor warrior didn't know what the hell this psychopath was doing there, and Valkyrie decided to introduce them, presenting Ragnar Lodbrok as Lee Taeho's mentor. Well, a mentor is certainly a good thing, but there is one problem. He already has a so-called teacher, and that is Hedda, who has been mentoring him since the beginning of the events. Poor Hedda herself did not know that she had set in motion a diabolical mechanism, because none of them wanted to cooperate, and even Ragnar himself said that he would not be this idiot's mentor. The girl probably already had a whole cycle of 9 circles of hell in her head, and she probably didn't know how to get these two stubborn people to cooperate. Hedda explained that she alone would not be enough now, so she pestered Ragnar and begged him to become Taeho's teacher. Then she brought him here so that Ragnar could personally look at her ward, and he said that a low-ranking warrior with divine power was powerful, but so could his children. He added that if that was all Taeho had to boast about, he was very disappointed. But Valkyrie said that the gray-haired man would soon change his mind. And maybe soon, he himself would start begging on his knees for Taeho to become his student, and she said that she trusted her protege to Ragnar, asking him to show his saga to the teacher. Lenin began to argue with Valkyrie, and decided that since Hedda trusted this man, he had no reason not to trust him either, and she thanked him for his solidarity. Every Viking has a tool called a steel pen, a magical tool that allows them to demonstrate anything to other people, and here it is in his hands. When this tool was in Taeho's hands, Hedda asked if he could use it, and after receiving confirmation, she said to start as soon as he was ready. Ragnar was naturally skeptical of Taeho and did not expect that there could be anything so special that he would change his mind, but he let him show his saga. However, a rather unexpected surprise awaited him because the scroll of the saga was huge, not like usual, and this madman did something that greatly frightened him. Taeho held the steel pen as if he was going to slit his throat, but that wasn't what scared Ragnar. It was the saga itself, which he considered idiotic. As it turned out, standing before him with this little feather in his hands was not a loser, but a rather promising warrior who needed a little training. Hedda was right. He was an incredible warrior with a promising history, and Ragnar even started calling him by his first name after seeing how great Saga was. Valkyrie was quite sure that she was not mistaken, and was right that her subordinate's Saga would interest Ragnar and that he would stop acting like a goat. Now she asked what Ragnar thought would happen if Thejo finished his saga, and wondered how far the warrior thought the young man could go. As they say, the eyes never lie, and for the first time ever, Ragnar's gaze was serious and not mocking after he saw the young warrior in the saga. When a Valkyrie looks at you so intently, you can't lie, so you have to put on the mask of a serious warrior and show your steadfastness, but you have to speak. And he said that the saga of Teho would raise him to the level of Sigurd Snake Eyes, one of the Viking leaders and sons of Ragnar, and that this was certainly not the limit of the newcomer's abilities. Lee asked who Sigurd was, and Valkyrie explained that he was a great warrior of Valhalla who rightfully earned the title of the strongest of all Vikings and leaders. However, the Valkyrie was not as interested in the minimum as she was in the maximum level of the saga that her ward could achieve, but Ragnar remained silent. He put his heavy arm around Teho's shoulder in a brotherly manner and asked if training was his only goal here and, in principle, his only goal. Hedda was glad that Ragnar agreed to cooperate, but she still wanted to say something before her protege's training began. But she also knew the true nature of this man, so she asked him not to go crazy and not to rush things in the training of the warriors so as not to break Teho. And there was no point in having unrealistic expectations, because none of them were treasure chests. But now that everything was settled, Hedda left her Teho in Ragnar's care. He accepted his part of the bargain, and as they left with Hedda, he admitted that this young man's saga was so incredible that it was impossible to believe. Ragnar asked the Valkyrie not to worry about Teho's training because he would also have fun with him, as he was a much more promising student than expected. Before the swordsman left, Hedda asked how much he thought Lee Teho could grow in the future, because she was interested in her protege's growth potential. The question was difficult, of course, because it is impossible to predict a person's growth, which depends on many factors, but there were definitely opportunities here. Ragnar saw how much Hedda valued her protege, and understood that she would not have taken such care of a simple warrior without any special talents in Valkyrie. And he recognized the potential of his future student, realizing that he would definitely be able to appreciate this man as a warrior with a saga worthy of his son, who had become a great commander. And even without Ragnar, the young warrior Teho began a new life as a low-ranking soldier, not a novice who did not even have a classification, and Captain Siri met them. There were not only Braki and Teho, who had not yet arrived, but also several other people who already knew each other, and who had also managed to rise to a low rank. Siri was genuinely happy to see Rolf, who had grown up, become stronger and more mature, and this beautiful young man with green curls sincerely thanked her for her help. But one important person was still missing, someone who would be the pride of the whole company, and then Teho, whom everyone had been waiting for so long, appeared. Everyone was incredibly happy to see Lee Teho, and he was also sincerely glad to see his comrades Rolf and Captain Siri again, and he had grown up a lot too. Teho was well known as the warrior who rode the Valkyrie, and even more so as the one to whom the Valkyrie herself appeared, and naturally, he was already a star among them all. Everyone wants to be friends with him thanks to Rolf's PR, a good-natured, handsome guy who told everyone about how Teho defeated the giant, and Siri herself is tense. This is all poetry, and it's time to stop talking and making noise because the Valkyrie has arrived and attracted the attention of the public because it's time to perform. Valkyrie Gandor greeted everyone as the leader of this new expedition, and she belonged to the same Uli Legion as Rolf, and this is the beginning of a new level. The expedition will be small because only very low-ranking warriors from both Ul and Idun's legions are involved, but she warned us that the expedition would be difficult. All the Vikings immediately began to complain that it was always difficult and that they were tired of being tormented, but Valkyrie explained that you can't just sit around doing nothing your whole life. Teho noted that the Ula Legion itself is a kingdom of relaxed atmosphere where no one is stressed, but they need to get down to business because there is no other way to start. Gandor first suggested discussing the details of the mission after they arrived and asked if anyone had any questions for her while there was still time, and she would definitely answer them. Oh yes, there were questions. And guess who asked them? Rolf, who immediately asked where they were going, probably asking the question that everyone present at the meeting wanted to ask. Gandor was silent for a while, thinking about how to tactfully explain where they were going without scaring anyone off before the mission even began, because this was serious business. Deciding that there was nothing to hide, she said that the army would head to the land of the Dark Elves, where endless night reigns, so the location was new and they had to be careful. The name of this dark land is Svartalfheim, And now their doc will go there and restore order to the areas captured by darkness, if you need to solve such problems. Hearing that they were going to the territory of the Dark Elves, Taeho, of course, fell into a state of shock, but in principle, he had expected something like this, because the land is full of different creatures. Svartalfheim is that very corner of the earth where branches intertwine, completely covering the sky, and thanks to this, the area has earned the reputation of the land of eternal night. The time had come for them to go there, and the warriors overcame their fear and entered the dark portal that would connect them to those very dark lands known as the Land of Darkness. Taeho realized that even during the day it was as dark as night here, and it was also very humid, and he wondered if these dark elves really lived here, as it looked like some kind of sleepy swamp. Well, as they say, finally everyone was in place and ready to begin the task, but first, they needed to know what they were going to do so as not to make a mistake. Gandur explained that their goal was, as always, to clear the area and destroy the monster that was ruining the lives of all the local tribes. It didn't sound too difficult or scary, and no one knew that monsters could lurk in such lands, but as we know, they have existed in all corners of the world since ancient times. But the Dark Elves are allies of Valhalla, and one of them accidentally awakened the ancient evil of the basilisk while transporting medicinal herbs, thus triggering a catastrophe. The basilisk is the king of snakes, so the danger has reached a new level, which is why they were warned from the very beginning about the complexity of the mission. Gandur replied to Captain Siri's question that, due to the complexity of the enemy, they had brought in the so-called White Silence, another Viking weapon that everyone has heard of. The Vikings collectively rejoice at the fact that the White Silence will be used, because it must be a legendary weapon if they have decided to use it now in battle. Everyone is happy that they will be able to ride the White Silence, except for Taeho, who has already imagined what will happen to his vestibular system. It is clear that this young man does not share his comrades' enthusiasm for the various teleportation devices. The White Silence causes him bouts of irritation and nausea. Taeho asked Captain Siri what this miracle was, and received the answer that it was an amazing thing and that he would definitely like it. And this time, excitement was guaranteed. Instead of some kind of sophisticated device or engineering marvel, a team of huge white wolves with moonstones on their foreheads awaited them. These were truly amazing creatures that caused delight with their mere appearance, for they were truly giant and majestic wolves. Lee Taeho, who was against any kind of transportation used by the warriors of Valhalla, was delighted when he saw these divine wolves because they are really cool. This time, the young man did not resist or protest too much and decided to climb right onto the wolf without further ado, because it looked much safer than a steel coffin. And it was clearly more pleasant than traveling in a barrel during a hail of iron, and the captain of the Valkyrie Gander expedition was leading the way. Taeho felt in her element and admitted that riding these wolves was quite pleasant because their fur was soft as a cloud and they were quiet and fast. And Gandur praised the warrior's skills, and Idun admitted that he was indeed a good rider, to which he replied that it was thanks to his saga of the Dragon Lord that he was able to do so. And the patroness of the Ul Legion did not miss the opportunity to praise him and say that this warrior is truly talented, as described, and that it is an honor for her. Lee remains modest even now, but he is pleased to receive praise from anyone, especially from Valkyrie, because it's not every day that someone tells you how strong you are. Gandur warned Captain Siri that she must immediately settle all matters in the world of the Dark Elves, so let her troops visit the Collector's family, the very gatherer who woke the snake, because they now need support like no one else. And Siri accepted the order without hesitation, and Valkyrie is counting on them. And the wolves rushed forward after they parted ways with Valkyrie. And it seems that this part of the plan will be quite simple. To leave the feast, in principle, is easy. Sometime later, they arrived at the village of the Ancestors, where the Malo family, whom they had to visit during the mission, was waiting for them, and most likely, messengers were already waiting for them there. As you might guess, this entire race consisted of tall people with long white hair and pointed ears, as elves should have, but something was wrong. They were politely greeted by Toleris, their guide in the village of Ancestors, who would accompany the travelers to the head of the family for a so-called dinner for specially invited guests. However, with every minute they walk through the village, something begins to bother them, because the villagers themselves, for some reason, shun them like lepers, which is annoying. The Dark Elves kept their distance from them. Some looked at them with malice. Others whispered apprehensively to each other about the strange guests, and there was an unhealthy aura in the air. Some are afraid of them for unknown reasons, and it seems that someone warned them about the arrival of strangers and probably turned them against the guests, which seems strange to everyone. The perceptive Taeho immediately understood that the atmosphere was unfriendly, but for now, the gray inhabitants were neutral towards them and would not stab them in the back. For example, The guide's name glowed green, which meant he was not hostile, and in principle, no sabotage could be expected from him, but it was still worth being on guard. It didn't take them long to reach the main estate where I lived, the head of the entire village, and after naming the so-called breed of the entrance, the guide let them into the palace grounds. After all, it was not just a house, but a rather luxurious architectural masterpiece where a very important person could certainly live, on whom many things in this building depended. And it was here that they were invited to dine, and now the tall, white-haired envoy of the village head would lead them to a meeting with the head, where the two sides would meet. Finally, the doors opened before the travelers, and it was time to go inside to see what had been prepared for them in this large, seemingly hospitable estate. So far, everything seemed perfectly calm. Warm wooden furniture, lots of light, and in principle, it was quite cozy here. But, as they say, one should not let down one's guard. Talaris announced that they had finally arrived and politely stepped aside, inviting the travelers to enter and sit down at the table on the pier with the owner of the estate. And indeed, the table was already set, and not just any table, but one as if they were expecting incredibly important guests with an abundance of food and a whole row of maids standing by. Talaris informed the host that his guests had finally arrived and that the feast could begin, which must have pleased the seemingly benevolent head of the family. The head of the Malo family was called Malice, and he was an elderly dark elf who kindly invited the travelers to taste the delicacies at the table, as they must have been tired from their long journey. Seeing so many delicacies, the Vikings were delighted, and many of them began to salivate, for after the journey, everyone would surely want to eat, especially the warriors. The hosts invite their guests to drink exquisite wine and eat delicious food to satisfy their long-standing hunger, and the soldiers who had been drinking beer all the time finally get to try something new. Moreover, the host himself raises a glass and a toast, inviting you to drink so you can definitely relax and not expect anything to interrupt such a luxurious and long-awaited feast. The soldiers looked imploringly at their commander because this was a special occasion, and she definitely had to allow them to drink, especially since there would definitely be a rest after that. Siri decided that since events had unfolded this way, they could drink one glass each so that there would be no hangovers and fights at the feast, as usually happens. Hearing the permission from their commander, the soldiers rejoiced and immediately raised their glasses, delighted that they would finally be able to drink some fine wine. The atmosphere at the banquet seemed good and everything was fine, and even the ever-anxious Tae-ho was smiling and preparing to raise a toast with everyone else, but it seemed like a trap. He thought that he should just relax and that nothing bad could happen because the host was in a good mood, but there was something that seriously frightened the warrior. In his head, he thought about how the locals looked at them like enemies. Some were hiding, some were looking down on them, and usually, fish rots from the head, and that's the problem. Tae-ho immediately put down his glass, shouting that the feast must end immediately and that something was wrong here, that everyone must stop because something had gone wrong and he could feel it. With a magical gust of air, Tae-ho knocked the glasses out of the hands of the other soldiers, much to the disappointment of the men who had been looking forward to drinking some quality wine for so long. Their comrade raised a real ruckus at the table when he jumped up, thereby even misleading the hosts of the banquet hall, who had already begun to tense up. Lee Tae-ho rushed forward like an eagle, knocking everything off the table in his path, just to get closer to the captain and warn her of the impending danger. He was a man who never raised the alarm for no reason, and he immediately informed the captain that something was indeed wrong and that they needed to be prepared. Thank God, Siri was not a stupid commander devoid of a sense of superiority and stubbornness, so she decided to follow the path dictated by her soldier. The captain immediately ordered her people to get up from the table and go to the exit, while the host himself gave the order to seal the main gate until the people of Valhalla had left. The feast was ruined by the fact that some young rat could easily recognize the ambush and raise the warriors he had planned to drink and shoot when they were drunk. Thank God, in addition to his insight, agility, and speed, he was gifted with the unique ability of the divine dragon eyes, which could see anything and anyone. Therefore, the young soldier was able to immediately determine that the main concentrations of enemy forces were above, and again, if above, then they were archers, and that was a problem. The forces of the Dark Elves raised archers, all of whom were selected for their identical physical characteristics. It is well known that people living in the forests are excellent archers. The order was given to immediately raise shields for protection because the number of arrows and enemy forces clearly exceeded Valhalla's human resources by several hundred times. For their miraculous rescue and the fact that they did not die, we should thank Lee Tae-ho, who had the brains and instinct to react lightning fast to all provocations. Tae-ho understood perfectly well that they had to run out of the hall and lead the troops out before the guards, on the orders of their suzerain, close the doors, at which point all would be lost. The frightened servants tried to close the doors in a hurry, But it was too late because Lee Tae-ho was already rushing towards them like a tornado and was about to beat the shit out of them for such meanness. In that second, Lee Tae-ho scattered them with a single kick to the face and freed himself and his men a way out, which probably greatly disappointed their master. He didn't understand what had gone wrong and how these people had been able to recognize the diversion so easily because he had planned everything so well and some little punk had so easily ruined it. He took and easily ruined what he had been building for so long because they were so confident in the reliability of their own plan to attack and eliminate the forces of Valhalla that it hurt. They didn't give a single sign to suspect sabotage, so how the hell did this little cockroach manage to read his true intentions? Paranoia overwhelmed him, as did the fear that all his plans would become known to the higher powers, so he had to move quickly and subdue the little black-haired freak who had figured it out. The little puppy that Valhalla had brought was very clever, and somehow he understood that they weren't just going to be fed wine and meat to their heart's content. They had to get out of there as quickly as possible, and with all the fury of Lee Tae-ho, he flew out of the hall, leading his people behind him, realizing that their time and resources were now extremely limited. Captain Siri was the last to leave the hall, letting her soldiers go ahead of her. However, few managed to get out without a single injury. Many were hit by arrows during the escape. Siri held a whistle in her hands, preparing to call upon the main weapon for their escape, the very white silence that had brought the warriors of Valhalla to this place, which had almost become their grave. And immediately whistling, she summoned the transport that would save them from the barrage of arrows that could easily have killed them all at once if they had not been lucky enough to have Tae-ho with them. Seeing that the white silence had come running at the whistle, the Dark Elves were shocked, and seeing that the soldiers were running, they immediately ordered their commanders to open fire on the fugitives. The people of Valhalla acted as quickly as possible, trying to escape, but the Dark Elves had no intention of letting them go and wounded several Vikings during the shooting. It seemed that everything was over and that they would now kill everyone like puppies because the enemy's forces were much greater than those of the people of Valhalla, so now more than ever, a hero was needed. Tae-ho stood directly in the line of fire, which greatly frightened all his soldiers because he was standing directly in the line of fire and was the main target that could now be shot. However, this man always had a trump card up his sleeve, and it would have been foolish to expect that Tae-ho would not be able to fight back even against such a large number of enemies, because he had runes tattooed on his skin. The question is when he had time to deal with the unexpected addition of symbols on his body, because he needed to defend himself, which he did by creating a protective barrier. These runes were applied to his hands right after Hedda's injury, when he had already managed to become her apprentice for the role of Ragnar, so that her wards would have trump cards in battle. At first, the confused guy did not understand what this folk art was, but Valkyrie calmly explained that these were runes with which he could use magic. They are temporary, so they can be erased when deemed necessary. But with real magic, it would be more difficult because they themselves require a higher level of magic. If serious magic is used, problems may arise, although there is very little space on his body for runes, but the young man recognized that there was sense in applying the runes. And now these runes, albeit simple, came in handy in battle when he needed to save himself and his comrades from enemy arrows, and even weak runes were useful. Who would have thought that the power of runes alone could scatter thousands of arrows flying in your direction and save yourself and others from certain death? It was truly amazing. The soldiers stood with their mouths open when they saw such a display of magic, and the head of the house was about to start scolding them for letting such enemies through. Cornered like a rat, the head of the house shouted that they had no right to let the soldiers of Valhalla go, and ordered them to chase after them immediately, otherwise they would be skinned alive. Of course, the chase began immediately, but what was the point if the people had long since hidden behind the gates? After all, they had quite a progressive means of transportation. The wolves were much faster than the tired soldiers, and the head of the house, Malo, along with his soldiers, could only watch as the people of Valhalla fled, leaving them to their fate. Malus fell to the ground, holding his head, because he realized that now he had definitely been turned into a scarecrow by the elderly dark elf, and he didn't know what excuse to come up with. Thank God that absolutely all the soldiers of Valhalla were able to break away in the forest and finally take at least a short respite from their long run from the enemy. It seemed that now they were safe in the forest and could examine the wounds on the soldiers' bodies to avoid the possibility of poisoning or infection. Some of them had been hit by arrows in the shoulder or back, so the weapons had to be removed as quickly as possible because soldiers must always be ready to march, and an injured shoulder would hinder them. One of the Vikings managed to pull the arrow out of his comrade's shoulder and realized that it was coated with poison that could cause paralysis if left in for too long. The red-haired soldier explained that there was a powerful poison on the tip and, in a more tragic outcome, the man would have died from systemic poisoning and organ failure. His frightened comrade asked Captain Siri if they had time to stop to treat the wounds and provide first aid, but we were refused. The captain was certainly not deaf to the pleas of suffering people, but the situation required that the wounds be dealt with on the go, because it was necessary to leave as quickly as possible. It was too dangerous to stop until they could meet with Valkyrie Gandur again, and until then, they had to be careful because of the hidden threat. Malus knelt before his deity, trying to justify his failure and beg for another chance to prove himself, because he was ashamed before the deity. Since he was a follower of Utgard Loki on behalf of the Dark Elves, he was now putting his entire race at risk because he had failed the task given to him by the supreme deity. Naturally, the deity declared that Malus had screwed up and failed the task entrusted to him, and the man knew this, of course, but he earnestly begged for forgiveness for his failures. The elderly Dark Elf asked the deity to lend him some of his power and also to lend him Vasilisk, so that he could definitely achieve his plan and finish what he had started. Then he would definitely find a way, but most said that it was beyond his power. However, Malus should not be afraid because the god had long been prepared for such a situation. Meanwhile, the people of Valhalla made their way through the forest, and someone decided to heal themselves and their companions, but some wanted to know why their companion had reacted so quickly. Rolf asked Taeho if he understood that the head of the family was the enemy thanks to his saga, and he replied that everything was indeed so, and that his saga had really helped. Taeho thanked everyone for trusting him, especially the captain, who believed him and decided that she should always serve her soldiers because they were not stupid. Siri replied that this was quite natural because trust in comrades was the basis of coordinated teamwork, but something interrupted her right in the middle of the conversation. As she suspected, they needed to be as careful as possible, and something was definitely following them, and it came out when they were distracted by the conversation. Oh my god, a bright red portal opened behind them, from which unclean soldiers could now emerge. It was a real ambush that they hadn't even thought about. The captain hurried to shout that it was an ambush and that a real mess was about to begin, but it seems she was a little too late with her warnings, and so they suffered losses. One of the soldiers was wounded again, so there were more casualties, and it seemed that this time the man was mortally wounded, so there was one less soldier in their ranks. This time, the enemy promised to be serious, as they were able to use the portal and arrows for a parallel attack on several fronts, which was bound to be stressful. Taeho immediately realized that he was dealing with a rather dangerous enemy, who was himself a silhouette in a cloak and mask with dead gray skin and clawed paws. One glance was enough to understand how dangerous this creature was and that the battle with it would be a long one. The name of this monster was Boss Regenerator Marcus, so now they definitely had something to do for the evening, and there was no question of a break in this situation. Apparently, this was the trump card that the deity had mentioned, so now they had to figure out what to do with this monster, because the level was already beyond the limit. The Vikings naturally tried to chop it up with joint attacks with swords and hammers, but this was naturally an ineffective solution that only exacerbated the situation. The advantages of this boss were that he had a hook in one hand, and this hook was very deadly, working like a sickle for cutting meat, which caused fear. He was able to eliminate 3 soldiers in an instant, which could not go unnoticed, so the Regenerator was the most dangerous type of enemy, invulnerable to attack. Although Brockie was a fairly strong warrior who had seen many such horrors, he had never seen anything like this before because no one could knock out 3 soldiers at once. But he noticed something else. They were able to inflict a stab wound on Marcus's forearm, but at the same moment, the severed muscle tissue began to heal, which was unusual. In normal creatures, wounds do not heal so quickly, and only now did everyone realize that this boss's class was called a Regenerator, and that it was much more serious than it seemed. Therefore, like any normal captain faced with such a danger, Siri was already preparing a plan of retreat and rescue for the remaining living soldiers because it was a risk. She immediately identified Marcus's class as a Regenerator, but none of her surviving elite subordinates could imagine that such a thing was possible. Siri urgently ordered everyone to climb onto the backs of the White Wolves of Silence and get out of there, because otherwise there would be a mass slaughter, and this way at least some would be saved. They had to get out of there as quickly as possible, and the surviving soldiers decided that this was the moment to put their pride aside and leave while they were still alive. However, Marcus was not going to let them go so easily because these soldiers were of particular value as those who had escaped from Malus's estate and knew about the plans for sabotage. The Regenerator's hidden abilities did not end there, because he was able to summon a whole legion of snakes, which he used to paralyze the enemy's army. He was immediately able to suppress the entire army of whites in order to destabilize the enemy's vehicle and immobilize the entire infantry at once. Siri understood that they had definitely fallen into some kind of trap, but this woman was not going to die just like that, so she dodged all the snake attacks sent at her. Finding herself face to face with the enemy, She was ready to confront him in order to buy time for her soldiers to escape. Such a good commander she was. Yes, the enemy was strong, but she was no pushover. An elite captain, albeit of a lower class, she would fight to the end until she died in battle. After all, she was the witch whose arrows never missed, and she had to show her archery skills right now because her people were in danger, and she was their commander. She was the one responsible for the survival of her team and was ready to turn even an essentially immortal warrior into a civ, even though she thought it was absurd. The blue-haired woman had already seen that he easily healed even the cut and stab wounds that Brocky's axe had inflicted on him in the first attack, but she understood that this would buy her time. Seeing that her arrows had hit Marcus's body, the captain was ready to defend herself and stall for time at all costs, because there was no other way out. She was trapped. The girl tried to provoke the monster on purpose so that he would be distracted from the soldiers, and attacking him aggressively, she asked if he was even going to fight back. Of course, her pathetic blades were nothing more than 2 sticks compared to Marcus's hook, and she quickly felt the full force of his blow. Marcus naturally had considerable strength in his body and literally pinned the enemy captain in a corner, but she did not run away because there is no more shameful path for a warrior. It was better to accept death at the hands of the enemy and be defeated in battle than to flee when you were already in the heat of battle while Marcus struck mercilessly. Naturally, Ciri quickly fell under his blows and flew away unconscious in pain shock because the strength of the two sides was uneven from the very beginning. When Rolf saw with his own eyes how Marcus beat his captain, the young man no longer had any reservations about attacking. Since the captain was wounded, he would now burn this monster in the fire along with Ciri because he dared to raise his stinking hand against their captain, the Holy of Holies. The green-haired man frantically continued to burn Marcus in the fire of his own flames, but it turned out that this monster would heal even if you cut him to pieces. He was so eager to save his captain that he didn't notice that he was right in Marcus's sights, who was waiting for the right moment to strike Rolf. The predatory eyes behind the mask read the situation, not missing a single detail, neither on the ground nor in the air. He had no equal now, but this was a temporary problem. As always, when it seemed that there was no way out, Tae-ho came to the rescue, stopping the blade's strike just millimeters from Rolf. He managed to intercept the sword in midair in the last second, preventing a catastrophe because he understood that he was the only one who could prolong the fight. Now this monster Marcus has a new opponent who will definitely be able to pull off all his tricks, and that is Lee Tae-ho himself, who is destined to do the impossible on Earth. From this moment on, all of Marcus's attention must be focused on Lee Tae-ho because he has entered into battle with him, so it is his responsibility. Marcus basically didn't care who he was fighting, whether it was Tae-ho or someone else. The main thing was to completely destroy his opponent here and now. However, a rather unpleasant surprise awaited him when Marcus suddenly released a whole swarm of hydras from his hand to paralyze Tae-ho. The situation was certainly not pleasant, and the young man was shocked by this outcome. But being a trained warrior, he was going to simply cut all the snakes at once, which he did. This warrior was no joke because his sword was so sharp that he didn't know what an obstacle was. However, he still thought that something was wrong here. The problem was that Marcus did not block the attacks at all, and that was the whole tactic and the main problem of the battle because it complicated everything greatly. However, his opponent was Tae-ho, who, as we know, would turn any tactic around so that it would fail miserably and be nothing more than a fool's move. Even in this case, there is a way out, an idea that can be applied with maximum effectiveness, as he was taught in training with Ragnar back home. Watching his comrade get caught up in such a mess, Rolf hurried to warn him that he needed to attack head-on, but the problem was that it was a regenerator. This means that the monsters that were attacked early on will heal within a few seconds. But even in this case, Tae-ho has an idea of what to do and how not to screw up in battle. Marcus smiled, expecting that he would now be able to defeat this man who had held out for a surprisingly long time, but he did not expect what would now await him as a surprise. Leah decided to use the legendary divine power for the first time, as her mentor advised her to do, because that was the only way to avoid passing out from exhaustion in the end. Seeing such an ominous spark of divine power in the young man's eyes, Marcus tensed up because he did not expect him to have such a counterattack that he would not be able to stand on his feet. During training, Ragnar taught Tae-ho that divinity is not only aimed at recovery, but can also be used to increase strength during an attack. It is also possible to increase characteristics and bless other creatures and suppress them, but during combat, it is better to use it specifically during an attack. Now Marcus realized how much he had underestimated his opponent when bright purple demonic blood was already flowing from his legs, and there was no end to it. Blood was now gushing from the hole in his stomach, and his body was in no hurry to heal the wound, which meant exactly what he feared. Tae-ho would definitely be able to gain the upper hand in this situation. Following his mentor's advice, the young man increased the speed of his divine power attack, deciding that femininity should be used in this way. Marcus was now angrier than ever, expecting a quick victory using his regeneration, but someone appeared who trampled all his plans as if they were ashes underfoot. An annoying little cockroach who, clearly being of low rank, dared to use divinity against him in battle, was definitely the soldier the master had spoken of. In principle, one could be satisfied with the course of the battle. However, the problem was that no matter how strong and focused Taeho's attacks were, Marcus did not fight back. It naturally looked like mockery because he was giving it his all, and this jerk didn't even think about fighting back, only putting his sword forward for defense. This was starting to get really annoying because it was clear that the enemy was working purely to wear down his opponent and then finish him off when he was tired. Rolf tried his best to support his comrade, begging him to finally finish off this bastard, motivating Taeho not to give up until Marcus was defeated. Siri, being much more perceptive, understood that Marcus was only defending himself and that this was an advantage over Taeho's attacks, who was already beginning to tire. The fight was getting more and more intense, and it was clear that there wasn't a single drop of sweat on Marcus's face, while their friend was already in much worse shape, which was bad. The captain realizes that if this continues, Lee will be the first to run out of steam, and then victory will be on Marcus's side, which cannot be allowed to happen. Therefore, it was necessary to act as quickly as possible, and the captain, as befits her status and duties, despite her serious injury, broke out from the rear and rushed forward. She didn't even pay attention to Rolf shouting and asking her to stop. Her duty called her to rescue and help Lee Taeho, who was in serious condition. Marcus clearly had no intention of letting him live and grew more vicious with each blow, so the young man was on the verge of death and help was needed. It was only by a miracle that he was able to dodge the direct cutting blows of the hook blade to his throat, and even that was only a temporary effect because his strength was slowly beginning to leave his body. Help would be more welcome than ever here, because each attack was becoming harder and harder, and the outcome would be disastrous if Taeho did not have the blessing's power in reserve. This could not go on for long because even the strongest warrior has his limits, and he was already beginning to give way because he had been attacking without pause or respite. Realizing that he was about to give up his soul to God in this situation, Taeho gathered his last strength to make his attack as effective as possible at the end. He has no right to make a mistake because the last blow here must be decisive, and only one person will put an end to this battle because there will be no second chance. The situation was dire, but who said the battlefield would be easy? Marcus understood, just like Taeho, that he had to deliver the most effective blow possible, otherwise he would lose. Taeho knew that this blow would definitely be the last, so he had to put all his power into it in order to put an end to this battle once and for all. However, fate is merciless even to heroes, and the one who saved everyone from every blow was himself severely wounded in the stomach by a blade that cut through his flesh like a scythe through grass. The pain was so intense that the young man probably bit his tongue, because he needed more control over his emotions to scream, but instead he was paralyzed by pain throughout his body. The cold was hellish, and the pain was like an electric current running through his entire body and all his nerves, so that he could no longer control himself, and it seemed that now his saga was definitely over. Marcus probably began to rejoice too, because he was able to at least bring this boy closer to death, because his mere presence was interfering with the battle. However, Lee was not going to die just like that, because if he died, he would take this monster with him to the grave. Such was the tactic of the young Viking, and he continued. Marcus's animalistic face was contorted because he had never seen such an annoying person before. They were ready to accept their fate, and this young man still had something to say to her, which was astonishingly insolent at that moment. However, he was not alone. The captain came to his aid. Although she could not wound Marcus, she could push him back because the motto was, "We do not abandon our own." Taeho watched tensely as the captain helped him, but he was silently grateful for the help, so he decided to finish Marcus off as soon as he had the chance. With a pitiful fragment of a weapon in his hands, he stabbed the monster right in the chest, right in the heart, to end the fight for sure and tear the damned freak to pieces. Marcus coughed up blood, and the young warrior beneath him promised that this was only the first part of the program and that now would be the main part of his saga as a warrior of the sword and legendary weapon. The very same skull crusher that had come to his aid more than once in previous battles was able to end a battle that seemed to have no positive outcome for humans. That's how the legendary invincible Marcus Regenerator was defeated, which even the gods themselves found hard to believe, because he was the strongest warrior they had trained. If even such a strong immortal warrior as Marcus could not withstand, it meant that the head of the Mallow house would now definitely be sent to the slaughter, or there would be only one other choice. Since this is the situation then, As Malice suggested from the very beginning, they will have to resort to their plans for Basilisk, which was a last resort until the very end. The only option left was to use the one they had been reluctant to raise until the very end, and even Malice Malo himself could not influence this, even though he trembled greatly before Basilisk. However, the main problem now was that Taeho was seriously injured and did not come to, no matter what resuscitation methods his comrades used on him. This was a terrible problem because he did not wake up no matter what they did, and it seemed that the young man had died, but so far it was only a coma due to pain shock. Rolf had already tried everything, but his friend did not open his eyes, so he asked the captain what they should do at this moment, but she was already racking her brains over the situation. Siri felt that a catastrophe was looming and had a bad feeling about it, so she needed to get the message across as quickly as possible. Run away while the wind is still calm and there are no thorns. The captain looked like she was watching water, and the next moment, the silence of the forest was broken by a sound that could only mean that the basilisk was coming, and they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. There was no doubt about the nature of this sound, and they certainly expected this creature to come, but not so quickly and not now, when they had a wounded comrade in their arms. They had to solve this problem as quickly as possible so that they themselves would not die and abandon the wounded man, so the captain said that they all had to split up for the sake of the priority task. The encounter with Gander #1, so everyone should not unite, and then let them all meet in Valhalla, said one warrior. But there was no need to rush things prematurely, and it was already nauseating. Siri ordered him to go immediately and do it in the name of their native Asgard and in the name of all the other 9 kingdoms while she dealt with the wounded Taho. Rolf immediately asked what to do with Taeho, but the captain replied that she would take care of him. They had to flee long ago, and as soon as possible. Before leaving, the loyal soldiers simply wished the captain to be careful and survive, and only then ran away, leaving her in charge of his wounded friend. As soon as the soldier left, Siri began the main part of her mission, to save her subordinate, on whom so much depended, even though he was just a soldier who had been abandoned. And here, duty dictates that she do what she would never do for anyone else. Use her hidden power to heal the one on whom the world depends. Taeho was truly the one who had touched her cold heart, and whom Siri would never have chosen as a sacrifice under any circumstances, but for her, the other soldiers were valuable. There are some people who occupy a special place in her heart, and this small, weak boy became the one for whom she revealed the saga of the Wolf Witch at such a moment. Her reincarnation was indeed the form of a beautiful wolf, who always cares for the weak and has a maternal instinct developed above all else. The wolf is a mother who never abandons her cub, even if Taeho is just her. For her, he is like a child who must be protected from everything now. He did so much to save the whole squad, like the whole world, that the captain simply had to save him, and she would probably do it for everyone who is no longer there. Siri ran away with the wounded Taeho in her teeth, just as the basilisk fell into the clearing and stared after them, a second before the creature would have devoured them both. The very unkind gleam in its eyes and scales promised only that now the true climax and slaughter would begin, where even the regenerator Marcus would seem like an angel from heaven. Finally, he managed to reach Taeho, who seemed to be unconscious, and he heard the captain's voice calling out to him endlessly because he had scared everyone terribly. Finally, opening his eyes, the brunette asked who was in front of him, expecting to see the Valkyrie Hedda, but the face with blue eyes that he saw did not belong to her. It was Siri, his captain, who had traveled a long way to carry the wounded Taeho away from the basilisk's jaws a second before the global catastrophe. The captain leaned anxiously over the soldier's face, waiting a long time staring at his face, wondering when he would finally show some signs of consciousness. Wow, seeing the captain so close above him was unexpected, so he flashed and shouted, "What are you doing?" But the captain calmed him down, telling him to listen to her carefully. Now was not the time to make a scene because they were surrounded by enemies, and if they made even one move, the blessing of secrecy would disappear and they would be found. Then battle would be inevitable, and in his current state, Taeho would definitely not be able to be an effective soldier, so he realized that the captain had taken a big risk for him. He asked her directly if she had considered leaving with Rolf and all the other soldiers, risking their lives to save only him, because it seemed illogical. However, the captain replied that he was too valuable to leave behind because the loss of a soldier like Taeho would be a serious blow to Valhalla. Besides, the captain herself loved fighting alongside him, precisely because she didn't want to retire, even though it was time and according to the rules she could have stepped down long ago. Hearing these words, Lee Taeho was deeply moved because it was the first time in his life that he had heard that people trusted him so much that they would stay in service for his sake. He remembered how his teammates loved him, how they valued him, and in his heart he knew that he had to do everything he could to never betray that trust. After sincerely thanking Captain Siri for such an honor, He was already eager to try to become a soldier, but she spoke first, admitting how difficult it had been to resuscitate him. The woman admitted that she had used all methods to wake up the wounded soldier, and upon hearing this, the young soldier was completely stunned. Well, it's good that they value him so much that they will cure him by any means necessary, but the time has come to go, and as always, she is counting on Tae-ho, who has never let her down. He did not argue with the orders, but only nodded his head, showing his readiness to step forward and give his all, proving his worth. The time had come to move forward, and Tae-ho set off, riding on Captain Siri, who had been transformed into a wolf, and it was clear how much she trusted him as a soldier and a friend. Lee Tae-ho once again asked the captain to trust him, because his saga of the Dragon Lord was indeed something that could be used to gain trust. Siri truly entrusted her consciousness, abilities, and physical shell to him so as not to strain her wounded body too much through Siri's entire body. When the bright blue lights of Tae-ho's saga passed through Captain Siri's body, she finally felt what his saga was really like and how powerful it was on its own. However, now was not the time to figure out how powerful someone's saga was. After all, they were already surrounded on all sides, and the lights of their enemies' eyes were everywhere, surrounding them on all sides. Indeed, the basilisk itself created a pile of snakeheads that were like vines, entwining trees, rocks, and people on all sides. However, such tricks never worked against Tae-ho because his sword skills were incredibly high, and the heads of the hydras flew in all directions like cleaning. But the heads did not end because the basilisk could create them endlessly, which greatly annoyed and exhausted the warrior's physical limits. And that was very bad. As we know, you can't mess with a warrior like Tae-ho, so thanks to him, a complete rout is now beginning on all fronts and the heads of the hydra fly like chaff. Using different trajectories of cuts, the young warrior performs real miracles, using every angle in the battle to achieve maximum destruction. Alternating between different types of cuts in the air, Tae-ho tries to minimize the basilisk's chances of recovery, but his efforts are of little use. No matter how hard he tries, the monster still has the potential to recover, as its main advantage is regeneration, but he still manages to achieve some results. This does not detract from the main tragic event, because Tae-ho immediately realized that a giant snake was approaching them, the nature of which left no room for mystery. Realizing how close they were to failure, Utgard Loki's followers had no choice but to call on Basilisk to carry out the main task for reliability. After Marcus fell, the Dark Forces had no tricks left up their sleeves except to call upon the main weapon of their front to carry out the order. The situation was truly dire because the Basilisk, by its very nature, is the king of snakes, who, in addition to his deadly power and venom, has one special feature. And the victim of this feature almost became Tae-ho, sitting astride the reincarnated Siri when he froze, staring at him like a sheep at a new gate, just like today. The captain immediately ordered him not to look into the monster's eyes at any opportunity because this gaze paralyzes, which greatly complicated an already difficult task. The snake did not wait for the enemy to figure things out and immediately attacked his position, intending to knock the young man out of the saddle, but that was not to be. He reacted instantly, jumping out of the saddle and running away with the wolf in different directions, so that both survived the attack, albeit in different directions at first. Running away together was not an option, so they split up at first, having already dodged, because individually their mobility was low, as were their stats. In such situations, it is easiest to skillfully combine two sagas and each other's abilities to increase efficiency, which is what they did to achieve their goal. The basilisk loomed over them like a huge black statue, ready to pounce at any moment, so they had to act as carefully as possible to avoid being crushed. Being aware of the enemy's abilities meant they were already armed, so all that remained was to develop a competent battle strategy and refine the overall concept of attack together. Captain Siri and Tae-ho worked as a team, so the woman's words about how she preferred to cooperate with a warrior were not empty, and now was the moment to prove it. Tae-ho, determined to move forward, commanded the captain to advance into the attack. However, caution was still necessary. Vasilisk did not wait for them to approach and immediately decided to release poisonous gas from his mouth. The gas itself could poison a person through the respiratory tract, but Tae-ho was well aware of this and knew that any gas could be dispersed by the wind. If it had been someone else or just random passers-by, there would have been deaths, but in this situation it was more complicated. Using his rune magic and the ability to create wind currents, the very gift that Hedali Tae-ho had bestowed upon his skin, he once again saved himself and his companions. This time, he managed to break through the poisonous gas wall and take the captain with him, because in animal form, she is more susceptible to any kind of attack. The form of a wolf is a good advantage in this situation because the animal itself has a lightness, mobility, and speed that humans do not have. The wolf itself is more agile, which gives it enormous potential for the double realization of the saga of a warrior like a storm, as prescribed in Taeho's personal path. It is impossible to dodge the attack for long, so the young warrior jumps off his horse and decides to strike directly at the face, even knowing the destructive power of the basilisk's gaze and taking a great risk. The monster's reaction was not long in coming, and seeing a human approaching his face, he immediately opened his eyes and prepared to freeze in place. In this case, there is still a way out, and it is called Divine Blessing, a power that paralyzes any enemy attack, be it the basilisk or someone else. If the so-called king were just a simple man without abilities, even the god of snakes would not be able to help him, and stone statues would certainly be needed, but Taeho is stronger. The blessing given to him by the goddess Idun can be perfectly combined with the properties of the Sword Warrior Saga, which gives him simply unique statistics in battle. Thanks to his unique abilities, Taeho was able to summon a heavy spear supported by divine power, which would give maximum effectiveness to the strike. However, not everything is so smooth, and the spells that the captain used on herself slowly began to weaken due to her fatigue, which depleted the effectiveness of both. The captain's disguise and transformation had long since begun to fade, and she could no longer even stand firmly on her feet, so something had to be done about rest. Taeho himself admitted that he could barely stand, and Siri, without hesitation, suggested that they rest a little, otherwise they would not see victory and would have to stop. As they say, rest, but be on your guard because you are in the middle of a battlefield during a siege, so something could fly at you from any angle. During the rest, Taeho noticed something unusual. A curious thing was sticking out of the head of the basilisk he had already destroyed, sparkling in the sun as if it were the hilt of a sword. It was unusual to see a weapon hilt in the monster's throat, but it could have been there for a reason, and he could have devoured a warrior at some point. But that wasn't important now. Lee Taeho was ready for anything, but not for this. However, the sword hilt could still be useful. It was better to have something that could come in handy than nothing at all. Of course, seeing a sword fragment in the basilisk's mouth was unusual, but one should not forget that he was essentially standing in the middle of the forest, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Captain Siri again hastened to inform her subordinate that they had once again fallen into an ambush, from which it would now be much more difficult to escape due to their extreme fatigue. From one shock to another, just when you were ready for at least 5 minutes of rest, the captain announces that the beast known as the basilisk is attacking again. So they would have to survive again somehow, even though they were unarmed, and moreover Taeho was very badly wounded and had barely recovered. So the whole situation was even more frightening than it had been before. He even cursed out loud, saying that all the shit always happens when he is very tired and has no strength left to fight, and you can understand him because he is in pain. Siri decided that Taeho should be let go and ordered her soldier to leave and let her fight because he is too valuable a combat unit to risk. It was a difficult choice. He was really tired, but asking for a break in the middle of a fierce battle was the height of insolence, and it would probably have been better to leave and save himself. But the honor of a warrior lies in the fact that you can never abandon a comrade on the battlefield, and looking at the captain's trembling hands, he cannot do so out of loyalty. A warrior who disobeys orders is trash, but one who abandons his comrade is even more trash, and Lee Taeho refused to leave without his captain, saying that they would return together. Siri understood that she had chosen a truly worthy companion, but in her heart there was still a fear that her actions would destroy a young progressive talent. But Taeho's determination cannot be broken, and he even knows that now he will be dancing with death, ready to risk everything he has, even if the price of victory is his life. Siri and her loyal companion stood back to back against their common enemy, which meant that if they failed, they would meet in Valhalla with the rest. The basilisk, or rather several of its heads, were already closing in on them from all sides, trapping the two in an encirclement, and they understood that the battle would be incredibly difficult in itself. They were alone in the middle of the forest, surrounded on all sides by snakes whose single bite would be enough to destroy an entire legion of soldiers, but there were only 2 of them. Siri is determined to put an end to all this madness once and for all, so she swings her sword left and right, putting all her remaining strength into this blow, knowing that it is her responsibility. Taeho understands perfectly well that only he is writing his saga, one by one beheading the snakes, but he should not expect that after destroying the small ones, it will be easier. It's pure madness here because for every small head that falls, a dozen more will grow in its place, just like a cursed hydra that multiplies by budding. Vasilisk has already prepared a surprise for them, raising one of his giant heads from the ground to prepare a trap for the warriors that is more terrifying than a rabbit trap. This bastard has an incredible system of concealment, similar to how tree roots hide underground, which makes it easy to summon a new head. Taeho stood at the foot of this giant snake, realizing that things were about to get tough because the snake he had summoned was much bigger than the previous ones, and he would definitely not be alone. He even cursed out loud, no longer holding back, because this was again a huge snake that was much stronger than its smaller counterparts, which was logical. The captain immediately realized that this offspring of the basilisk would not be alone, but that there would be half a dozen of them, if not more, so they would have to work hard. And at that very moment, another head with purple eyes burst out of the ground and, with a predatory grin, hinted that it was about to give them a fun game of chase. It really resembled snakes cornering two hares, because the basilisk summoned head after head, which seemed to grow out of the ground like roots. A real trap is being set. However, there is a saying among the people that if you chase two hares, you will catch neither, and this has nothing to do with the number of enemies. Yes, there may be many more than the forces of Valhalla, because Ciri and Taeho, but who said that they are weak warriors, because in essence they are the elite who did not run away. The captain immediately noticed that there were 5 of them, and that they were in a very difficult situation from which the outcome was unlikely to be positive for the 2 of them, and that was unfortunate. Ciri understood perfectly well that they were surrounded and could only run underground if they dug in, which greatly upset and demoralized the already exhausted pair. There was nowhere left to run. All routes of retreat were closed, so they had to decide what to do in a situation where all paths were blocked due to fatigue. The situation was not made any easier by the fact that Taeho was so exhausted that he could not use any of his powers, but the captain still hoped that something could be done. For example, he replied that he could no longer use the power of God and that the saga could only be used once or twice, so he couldn't go very fast. Even if he wants it very much, he cannot do more than his physical limit, but there is always hope even if the actual light has gone out. He still has a sword in his hand that can be the path to freedom, even if other safer paths are closed, and Taeho is ready to risk everything. Even if he does not come out of this battle alive and goes with Ciri to the true Valhalla, he will fight to the last until the will of a Viking falls. Ciri, despite all these difficult circumstances, was proud of her soldiers, recognizing that the true blood of a Valkyrie warrior flowed in their veins, and she understood that she had not been mistaken. And in the name of their gods, they were ready to unite, move forward, and tear apart anyone who thought they would be easy prey. Even if they died, they would die together as heroes. Stepping forward for their gods, Idun and Ul, these two were so ready to sacrifice their lives in the name of the great Valhalla and establish themselves as eternal heroes. Help always comes when you least expect it, and even though the rest of the squad was told to retreat, they rushed in at the most crucial moment. Rolf led them. When it seemed that all was lost, their comrades, who had been told to retreat, arrived, but they could not abandon their friends in such a difficult situation. And it seems that they also brought with them the Valkyrie Gandur, who will definitely be a great support at this moment when the situation on the front is tense to the limit. Rolf proved himself to be a true commander, managing to bring reinforcements here and also to survive until they reach the Valkyrie Gandur at the council. She will quickly restore order on the battlefield, because the council probably didn't go smoothly either, so she definitely needs to vent somewhere, and here Basilisk came in handy. Her very arrival on the battlefield looked like the second coming of the savior to Earth, so the young warrior froze for a second, losing all vigilance due to fatigue. And indeed, she was very angry about the whole situation, and a single glance told him that she was about to tear all these hydras to pieces, which is what she ordered the soldiers to do. Taeho stared at her in complete exhaustion, and probably a mixture of emotions that were already overwhelming his body, and it was hard to blame the warrior for this, because they were fighting alone. Naturally, after enduring such a long battle and inflicting damage on the enemy, you would be so exhausted that you would not even be able to react normally and fight back. That is why Taeho was shocked that he was literally moments away from death, and that the one whose sword was able to destroy the head of the Hydra called Basilisk. When he saw who had come to their aid when they had essentially buried themselves, the young man was speechless for a second, but then, when he regained his composure, he exploded. It was Ragnar, that huge figure with gray hair that you couldn't mistake for anyone else, and it was he who saved his student from the Hydra when it seemed like the end was near. The mentor praised him, and the captain said that you had held up very well, but now it was time to leave the rest to them and retreat to the rear, because otherwise they would die here. Lee Taeho was genuinely happy to see his mentor and greeted Ragnar aloud, but when Captain Ciri heard that name, she was speechless. Ragnar Lodbrok, the legendary of legends, was now on the same battlefield with her. And what's more, he had come to save her and Taeho from the clutches of Basilisk. Well, that was the stuff of dreams. When Taeho saw how embarrassed his captain was, he was shocked that the stern Ciri also had her weaknesses and could show romantic interest in someone. They really held up very well because, moreover, they are weaker, and here there would definitely be no bones left, but now it's time to give way to others. Rolf rushed forward, drawing his sword to finally put an end to the horror that the traitors who had sided with the Dark God had brought upon them. Valkyrie Gandur also did not stand aside and fought in the name of her homeland, Valhalla, and it was clear from her face how angry she was at the traitors, the Dark Elves. Ragnar took the brunt of the battle upon himself and tore off the heads of the Hydra one by one, showing that no one had the right to forgiveness for such vile betrayal. Finally, this difficult battle came to an end, and nothing remained on the clearing but felled trees and rotten stumps, which spoke to the scale of the battle. When they had finally dealt with the enemy, Ragnar said that everyone had done well and did not let a single warrior go without praise, for they deserved it. And to tell the truth, among the warriors, he was like the second coming of the Savior, and it was a great honor for them to meet such a person, so no one could believe whether it was a dream or reality. Even the stern captain was moved at the sight of Ragnar, and although Tae-ho knew nothing about Ragnar, he admitted that he must be a truly amazing person. With that, the warriors' mission came to an end, and Gander said that it was all over and now Razgrid had to take care of the rest, and it was time for them to return home. As for the traitors from the Mallow family, there would be a real investigation, because the Dark Elves had clearly attracted the giants here when the regenerator Marcus appeared. Gander did not overlook the feat of the young warrior Idun, recognizing that his personal feat and victory over the regenerator Marcus had made a huge contribution to their victory. And when she arrives home, she will inform Ul about this, so he will definitely not be left without a reward, and the shocked young man thanked her for the honor bestowed upon him. Gondor acknowledged that he was indeed a desirable talent that no god in his region would refuse, but only the goddess Idun had blessed him. The praise from the Valkyrie herself did not go unnoticed by the other soldiers, who were already staring at their comrade with jealous eyes. Oh, these guys. Be that as it may, it was time to return home, which the Valkyrie hastened to announce to the weary warriors, who were probably already waiting for the moment when they would be released. But of course, upon arrival home, Hedda was already waiting for Tae-ho, because he was a soldier from her legion, and the puzzled Valkyries handed her the sword fragment. The red-haired woman stared at the fragment with a look of complete incomprehension, because it was just a fragment of a sword, and what could be said about it? A golden handle with a red stone, and that was all. After examining it, the Valkyrie said that she couldn't say anything for sure because it was only a fragment, so it was difficult to determine, and Tae-ho said that everything was fine that way. However, she could guarantee one thing for sure. It was an unusual item, because after the Great Battle, many traces remained, and from this point on, let's talk more about the Great Battle. Naturally, the young man knew nothing about previous battles, and Hedda told him about the decline of the current front line and the great battles and their traces around the world. So, the fragment of the sword he found could definitely be part of a weapon left behind by one of the warriors during the first Great Battle. So it's not just trash. Most likely, this fragment carries great magical power, which Tae-ho and Sam knew, so they decided to keep this fragment with them for now, just in case it comes in handy. That's all well and good, of course, but he and Hida and the goddess Idun need to report to her on how the expedition went as part of their duties as servants. First, they needed to go to the port that connected Lee Tae-ho's current place of residence and the secret place where the goddess's sanctuary was located, and Hedda would lead the way. He has known the route since the first day when it was presented to him by the goddess, so this time he was not surprised by anything and just waited calmly for them to arrive for a quiet conversation. Time flew by completely unnoticed because this time there was no fear or tension. It was just somehow cozy and calm, as if it had always been that way in his life. Hedda had long since become part of this world, as had the goddess he worshipped. The once frightened boy had become one of them, which was a wonderful sign. And again, it was the same dark grotto where he had been brought for the first time, frightened like a little beaten kitten, but now he held himself confidently because he was used to it. As they walked through the dark corridors, Hedda mentioned that this time everything was a little different because the goddess had prepared a gift for him as her personal hero. And the gift would naturally be difficult because her servant had distinguished himself on the battlefield as the best of the warriors, who single-handedly achieved what was beyond the power of each of them. Hearing that a gift from the goddess awaited him, Tae-ho realized that the word gift clearly meant something worthwhile and positive, and he was in a good mood, which was surprising. He admitted that he couldn't wait to see what it was, and Hedda asked if Tae-ho would show her the gift, since it was a secret between the goddess and the warrior, and he replied that of course he would. Before leaving, the red-haired girl said that she would wait and try to come as soon as possible, and asked the young man not to delay. And then, as usual, he threw the apple on the altar and waited for a miracle. As they say, this is an offering to the goddess who herself distributes apples that prolong youth to the gods in her pantheon. The apple thrown on the altar immediately triggered an ancient, beautiful mechanism that lit up in the form of a golden apple tree, the symbol of the great goddess herself, granting eternity. Idun spoke to her loyal warrior, and with a gentle smile invited him to come as close to her as possible because he had truly shown great courage. Lee Tae-ho immediately knelt before her and acknowledged that it was a great honor for him to meet Lady Idun, because the goddess rarely invites warriors to a personal meeting. The golden-haired Idun praised Lee Tae-ho for his many achievements, as always, and acknowledged that without him, they would not have been able to thwart the giant's evil plans. In turn, the young warrior said that without her blessing, he would not have been able to do even half of what he did, and would have died in the first minute of battle, so it was all thanks to her. The goddess herself was very happy that her warrior had returned home in good health because, for her, there was nothing more valuable than the lives of her own soldiers. It was clear that new warriors in her ranks were so rare that each one was worth their weight in gold, but the goddess was quick to remind him that Tae-ho had mounted his comrade during the battle. And not just a comrade, but a very beautiful female warrior, hinting at Siri, which made the poor young man's hair stand on end, and he blushed, explaining that it was for the sake of the mission. However, that's not the point, because a reward is always given for the successful completion of a mission, and the warrior can personally choose what he wants, so the right to choose is granted. Lee Tae-ho will now choose from the options offered to him a gift that will help him in great battles, but of course he must choose carefully, as he can only choose one of them. It's easy to say, but it's hard to choose. He was offered a winged cloak of a heavenly horse that can turn into a horse and a magic bag that contains the whole world. It would seem that the choice is simple. Think about what you already have, but Unir, an incredible and young man, cannot choose either of them. He called the goddess a cruel woman who offered him 2 temptations instead of giving him just one, to which the golden-haired woman simply laughed. Idun reassured Tae-ho, saying that he should not worry because the next time he performed a feat, he would receive the second item as a gift, so everything would be fine. And he definitely needed to think positively from the very beginning, and whatever he chose would be a jackpot because you can't buy any of these artifacts at the gypsies market. After thinking it over, he decided that he should take something he didn't have, and since he already had the winged hawk cloak, why duplicate it? It would be better to take something he didn't have yet. And the choice fell on a magic bag capable of holding any item and returning to its original position, and Unir's purse is really a wonderful choice. Hedda was surprised by the choice because she thought that Tae-ho would definitely prefer the cape to the bag, but she didn't know that he already had something like that. And damn, he explained that in the case of a cloak, he would need another companion who would also wear one, and first of all, he would need to take care of expanding his inventory just like in games. Hedda didn't know the word game, but she pretended that she understood everything and reminded him that he had training with his mentor today and asked if he knew who he was. Of course, Tae-ho knew everything perfectly well because it was impossible not to be excited and not to know the person who was a legend throughout the Viking world, whom even your comrades and the captain worshipped. With us, the one they worship so much is now sitting and moping, drooling near Tae-ho's dwelling, whom the goddess has already kissed on the forehead 3 times. The Valkyries appear to him in person with a message. The captain rides him like a wolf, and the legendary Ragnar Lothbrok himself will train him. Everyone would want that. Ragnar was lazily dozing by the pillar of his student's house, recognizing that today's leash is truly remarkable as soon as he woke up in a normal mood. And indeed, what was there to complain about? Life had been good to him. He had an interesting student whom he would train, and the student was capable in his own right, not a fool. There was a question that Ragnar, as a mentor, had to ask his student first of all, in order to know where to start and how advanced he would be. So I immediately asked how far he and Hedda had gone, which caused an explosion of emotions on Tae-ho's face, who, in the throes of puberty, was thinking about something completely different. As they say, he burned himself to the ground when he shouted about what the mentor was talking about, revealing his romantic interest in the girl. Ragnar first calmly and quietly said what he meant, exactly what Valkyrie had taught him, but his head was filled with some kind of obscene heresy. What a shame! But who else would talk about shame now if not Ragnar, who, in addition to his exploits on the battlefield, is also famous as a womanizer? How else can you explain that he has a bunch of children by one woman? But now it doesn't matter. Let's not discuss each other's personal affairs. We need to get started. Training won't start on its own, so we need to get up, because Hedda asked to teach Tae-ho how to use divinity, but such difficult tasks need to be postponed. We need to start with the basics and learn how to prolong the use of the powers we already have, but no one is going to spell it out for him, so let him figure it out for himself. Tae-ho knew perfectly well that Ragnar was not Hedda, who was ready to mother him, and immediately understood that it would not be easy with this idiot because he was a psychopath. It was time to start training, and unlike Tae-ho, who still needed time to get into the swing of things, Ragnar was long ready to begin the main part of the training, namely combat. For him, fighting is his natural element, so it's no surprise that he was immediately ready to face his student in combat. No matter who it was, he was always ready to fight. First of all, as a teacher, he wanted to see one important thing in order to understand his student and how advanced his sagas are, because everything else in a warrior's advancement depends on them. Ragnar persistently asked Tae-ho to demonstrate all his sagas in combat, otherwise it would not be clear what the general background was and where to go next. Saga is the foundation, and even though Tae-ho received divine power, it does not mean that he can just slide down and throw them into the far corner and not develop them. No sooner said than done, Tae-ho is ready to show his sagas to the fullest, giving his all in order to secure a place to move forward. It is clear that when he is not playing around and is fighting seriously, he is a truly powerful opponent whom even such a legendary figure will respect not as an equal, but as a potential rival. It was not worth expecting a brilliant victory right away because, after all, he is still a green, snotty youngster with no combat experience compared to Ragnar. Let's say that Tae-ho has a lot of talent, and even such a legendary warrior as Ragnar was greatly impressed. But there is always room for growth. Such is the nature of life. In the end, Lee Tae-ho was defeated and lay on his back with Ragnar himself hovering over him with his sword, but this time he did not laugh and thought about how to explain. When he was fighting his student, two ideas came to his mind, and since it is interesting to hear them, now he will talk about what can be done with what they have now. Yes, as a low-ranking warrior, he has a lot of sagas, but he needs to master the defensive saga as the basis of the basics. Because they are all support sagas, they are useful, but a decisive saga is needed, and it will be called the finishing move, which, as the young warrior understood, will be the finishing skill that he currently lacks for a complete set. Ragnar said that the sagas would have to be reviewed again, and upon hearing that they needed to be reviewed, the brunette was surprised. I received an explanation that the sagas were incomplete, and that this was bad. This is a common mistake among low-ranking warriors when they believe that a saga is just an ability that they can use in a certain way. First of all, a saga is a story, not a tool. It is passed down by word of mouth and never ends. And there may always be content that even the owner himself does not guess. Today's lessons are over, and Ragnar, yawning, left his student to ponder what he had said, hinting that he first needed to understand what he had. As for the foundations of divinity and their use, there is one piece of advice. Try to accumulate them while he sleeps and even when he washes and eats, without taking breaks to breathe, as they say. Leaving his student with his instructions, the legendary warrior went off to attend to his important business while his progressive student would suffer over his homework. In principle, this is not very different from his previous life, only now he falls tired not on a soft bed but on a hard floor, creaking like an old man. Naturally, like any student and young scholar, he complained that there was a lot of homework and that it was hard to live when so many things had fallen on his unfortunate head, and he was just a boy. Morning turns into day, day turns into evening, and the sky gradually turns into pleasant amber tones, warming and relaxing the tired mind and body of the worker. As they say, those who work hard eat well, and at home, those who are trying so hard to raise their ranks are awaited by a hearty dinner prepared by caring hands. Hedda may not be Tae-ho's wife yet, but she prepares a hearty dinner for him and his mentor, who volunteered to train the only warrior of the goddess Idun in so many years. While Hedda was preparing dinner, Ragnar and Tae-ho trained as usual, gradually developing their skills as I had expected in the first lesson, and everything seemed to be going well. This time, the mentor himself noted that the student looked cheerful and asked if the boy had something he would like to demonstrate to him this time, expecting something worthwhile. As I expected, this time Tae-ho had something to show his teacher, and it was directly related to the saga he uses, so he had to show it. Using the power of his saga, the brunette decided to show the weapon he uses, but to do so, he had to summon it through the saga, and that's where all the magic begins. Summoning his sword, he looks really comical, like a little kid showing his father what a big stick he found. But the stick was called a rune fang. It certainly looks funny and interesting, but it didn't give Ragnar any information, and the man stood there, not understanding what exactly his student wanted to show him. Smiling slyly, the young man pulled a fragment of the sword found in the basilisk's mouth out of his pocket, showing that now there would be magic that no one had ever seen before. So far, it really looked like a child showing off to his parent a piece of antediluvian iron found in a swamp. But the intrigue that hung in the air promised miracles. Using his abilities, Sagi Tae-ho was able to transform the once useless fragment into a delightfully shining rune fang, a truly great weapon. It turned out that if you hold a fragment of a broken sword during a spell, you can summon an improved version of that weapon, which is what Tae-ho boasted about. Ragnar was certainly stunned because the young man was going to use it as a final step. I understood that this was a young man from another world who thought differently. You can't blame him for being stupid because you don't understand him, but their training was unexpectedly interrupted by Hedda, who came running with some urgent news. The fact is that Rasgrid is again requesting support and she needs Taeho to come here immediately because otherwise there will be a catastrophe and the task is simply of extreme importance. The brunette asked if he really needed to respond to Valkyrie Rasgrid's call, and Hedda explained that she believed Lee simply had to see the excavation site with his own eyes. The hunter and the beast are running, and this is a really good opportunity because there you can find new fragments of the broken sword and maybe something else interesting. Hello, they arrived for the mission. He is happy to be here. He forgot that he has Hedda, who by the way is his Valkyrie, and is happy that some snow princess is summoning him. Hedda herself has now raised a scene of jealousy, saying that he should not rejoice so much because of his meeting with Rasgrid, and the frightened Taeho immediately began to lament that this is not the case. Of course, he is a genius and asked if no one needs him, then maybe he should leave right now in order to come back as soon as possible to sort everything out and return again. Hedda sulked at him because she began to feel very jealous of her legion's warrior towards a Valkyrie who belongs to a completely different god, which is quite reasonable now. Ragnar watched as this idiot stood there smiling awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, and admitted that his student was talented, but no one in the world had ever seen such an idiot. As we know, evil never sleeps, and while the heroes are planning their strategy, a malicious spider-like creature is already weaving a web to throw it right in the heroes' faces. Once again, some dark plan is being prepared to put a spoke in Valhalla's wheel and undermine their entire system, because they have become very unruly lately. Moths, as we know, always fly towards the light. However, in this case, the moth flew straight into the thick of darkness to report to its master on the situation at the front. Watching his master weave his web, the loyal vassal wanted to please his crowned lord by telling him that their plan was now moving forward. However, where to start? Even pleasant news needs the right intonation, and how to insert his words into the conversation so as not to interrupt his master at work. Still, the news was good, so there was no reason to expect a negative reaction, and he just needed to tell Lord Aval that the Giant of Strength was already on his way and all they had to do was wait. Avalt already knew this and saw perfectly well that the followers of the giant Harad had already set out for Svartalfheim, so all that remains is to sit and wait. They really did a great job with the ambush, and now it's exciting to wait for the main fun to begin and see how the warriors of Valhalla will dance. Meanwhile, in Svartalfheim itself, a special person was waiting for the new arrivals. The red-haired Thorstein, a low-ranking warrior from Odin's legion, a simply huge man. He greeted everyone warmly, saying that he was glad to see them, as he had heard a lot about these people and would lead them to the army post as was his duty. Then he prepared 36 black horses, so they had to climb on them and quickly set off, because time was limited, as always. For the first time in history, they had normal human transport, i.e. horses, rather than wolves, other coffins, or even barrels with grates. At least it's something normal. And to be honest, it's unusual to ride horses after everything they've already experienced in their poor skins on previous trips and expeditions. Of course, riding a horse is not that exciting, but you can't trade such comfort for a black flash and steel rain, and Ciri said she hears the warrior of Valhalla. So, assimilation with the local population is going well, but one person, namely the bright Rolf Keisel and Lemon, had to postpone his vacation to come here. Not to drink beer, not to sleep, not to walk, as they say. The man was literally torn away from all his plans, but they are already approaching the excavation site, as Thorstein said, and ordered everyone to speed up immediately to arrive. And they rushed at full speed in order to get to the excavation site before their potential enemy, because who knows what awaits you in this forest full of all kinds of creatures. Once again, Lee Tae-ho was right, and his keen hearing did not fail him. He heard the sound of a horn, which meant only one thing. They were not alone here, and a skirmish awaited them. Once again, some pretty nasty guests were waiting for them, in the form of those same followers of the giant, bloodthirsty, stinky werewolves with huge swords in their hands, ready to tear everything in their path apart. Ciri immediately said that these were just trifles, that they could break right through them, so they should just charge ahead, and there was nothing to fear. I need to be distracted by such trifles. We need to try to break through the enemy army by ramming them all, but it's not as simple as it seemed at first glance. And they got stuck, breaking through into something that awaited them here, a surprise much greater than the pack of rabid dogs they had scattered. The Vikings froze, looking up at the sky, and what horror awaits them this time? But what awaited them was indeed some kind of mortal nightmare, the same creatures that were there at the beginning. Look up at the sky again, and you will see harpies whose claws are capable of gouging out eyes in mid-flight or even decapitating any warrior they encounter on their path. The worst part of this situation is that bows and arrows have already been used too late, so you have to survive on your own instincts and agility as an extreme sportsman. The most important target here is the horses, because by depriving the enemy of their ability to move, you will completely cut off their logistics, so you need to protect the horses. Siri immediately realized that the situation was going to get really tough and already entered the fray, even though she understood that the situation was about to go down the drain. The usually cool-headed Rolf immediately realized that the situation was getting out of control and was already cursing loudly, shouting one curse after another like a cobbler. The only one who maintained some semblance of calm and confidence in the situation was Tae-ho, who knew that he was capable of summoning a stronger sword from the fragments of his broken sword. Therefore, even when surrounded on all sides, he did not panic, but simply waited for the right moment to use his saga and tear everyone apart. Using divine power as well, he created something like a nuclear weapon, only in the world of Valhalla, and even the light from the weapon was enough to scare them. The Harpies, seeing such a bright light, were disoriented because their eyes were already accustomed to the darkness, and now they were probably just blinded by such a bright light. With such a shining rune fang in his hands, Lee Tae-ho could indeed pass for a new hero upon whom the very salvation of Valhalla would be pinned. But first things first. Seeing such an impressive weapon in their comrades' hands, Rolf and Thorstein were speechless, for it was simply divine. Even the captain couldn't help but look surprised when she saw how powerful a weapon her subordinate was now holding. Of course, this was not surprising, but still. Probably only Tae-ho himself did not understand what a relic they were now holding in their hands, and what delight it caused in all the warriors, because for him it was just part of the saga. A little shocked and embarrassed, he nevertheless decided to launch an attack because he had to move forward in the name of his goddess Idun, showing that he was worthy of everything he had received. Thorstein, breaking through the enemy line, promised that they would soon reach Odin's legion, so they only had to hold out a little longer, but the young warrior Tae-ho's mind was preoccupied with other things. When they broke through the enemy lines and saw the first images of what awaited them at the excavation site, the brunette was speechless at how magnificent the site was. A huge pit, probably full of incredible artifacts from the time of the first great battle, and they would reach it once they cleared the enemies around them, which is what they were doing now. After all, these enemies are the only obstacle separating them from the site of the great battle of the past, in which, as is well known, heaven and earth collided, and now they must take the final step. Without the witch's arrow, which hits the target, they will definitely not be able to do it, and Captain Siri, knowing full well that without it, their effectiveness will be greatly reduced, decides to give a masterclass. After all, no one can match her when it comes to mass attacks into the distance using a bow. Like a true goddess, she destroys the enemy's most distant position, clearing the way. Now that the enemies are burning brightly with the purple flames of her attacks, they no longer pose a threat, so it is safe to move on and clear the rest of the route. Having cleared the way for the soldiers, she commands them to move forward because now it's time for the crowning moment of Valhalla's main hope, and he needs space. Lee Tae-ho, as befits his rank, breaks through, holding a sword in his hand and completely clearing away all the enemy debris that was in his way. Just to think that he was able to transform a sword stump into such a wonderful sword is simply beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person who was born here and was not transported here. So Mentor Ragnar was right. I don't understand the way of thinking of a visitor from another world, and Lee knew better than anyone how to use his saga and all its aspects to the fullest. The limits of how a fragment can be used are determined only by the imagination of its owner and how well they can wield it. So the fragment was turned into a crossbow because the situation required long-range combat. A sword is a melee weapon, and you can't really fight with it from a distance. That's why you need a weapon that can fire as many arrows as possible at once, and Lee Tae-ho's crossbow was perfect for that. It's just great, as the other warriors acknowledged, because now they can be in the center of the battle in just one leap thanks to Lee Tae-ho. This greatly simplifies the task because now all of their combat units are growing exponentially. It's a miracle, and that says it all. It's not every day that you can level up your skills so quickly, and after a short battle, Valkyrie arrived, who basically decides everything herself now. Let Razgrid be the snow princess, but when angry, this woman is simply terrifying. So now the enemies will have their day of reckoning, and Tae-ho is a hero. Without him, they would not have been able to cope, because without the strength that this young man possesses, the entire army would have been destroyed in the first seconds of the battle. So let's be grateful. Now that the main part of the front has been cleared, Lee Tae-ho wants to know what the situation is like around them, and Valkyrie reports that they now have almost complete control over the situation. Now, everyone is in the same position, but it seems that the enemies have something like an iron rain, and Valkyrie was right about that, because it has begun. The barrage of stone projectiles was not long in coming, so the soldiers also had to scatter in order to avoid dying in vain. Armageddon was beginning. It was easy to die under the meteor shower if you didn't have enough reaction speed, but that was only half the trouble because the rest of the juice was inside these stones. The stones were not hollow inside, and in the middle awaited a surprise in the form of another army of gnomes hiding inside, like a pit hidden in a peach. It was clear that now these gnomes would attack with renewed vigor, and this time they sent not just any rabble, but stronger guys, so it would be fun. However, there was one more thing that only Tae-ho noticed again: the heat, the fact that he saw another flying object in the sky, different from the others in size. And my god, it was just a huge meteorite, in the middle of which anyone could be hiding, including Chernobog himself, who had decided to restore order. The Vikings had no choice but to figure out where and to whom to run, so as not to fall under the meteorite for nothing, and scattering in different directions. They waited to see what would hatch from this boulder. The boulders that flew from the sky were indeed different in size from the previous ones, which raised a lot of questions for every Viking, because it was scary. Valkyrie Razgrid, who arrived immediately, watched what was happening, trying to understand what to do next to ensure the survival of the entire regiment, because the situation was dire. She remembered that a similar boulder had just fallen on the village of the Dark Elves, and as always during such military clashes, it was the civilians who suffered, not the leaders. The scary thing was that they were now very far from the village of the Dark Elves, and it was impossible to react quickly to the danger. So now, a mass stampede of people in the settlement was beginning. Tae-ho was saved from the stone rain and literally breathed a sigh of relief when he survived and tried to figure out what to do next. He had almost died, but what would happen next? The brunette exhaled, feeling that he was alive, and prayed to the gods that he had survived, although he admitted that he had almost died in the rubble. But then Valkyrie Razgrid flew up. She immediately ordered him to go to the village of the Dark Elves because only he could be trusted with such an important task. That is, there was no way around it. The fact was that the same huge thing had fallen on this village, and Valkyrie begged Tae-ho to deal with this disaster because only he could prevent the terrible. Tae-ho did not refuse the order, and said that he would get there on horseback, although this sounded absurd given the distance between the two destinations and the obstacles. A horse was the most inefficient means of transportation due to the lack of time, and Razgrid immediately took off her fur cape, shocking Tae-ho with this gesture. It was a dragon wing cape, and he had to put it on the back of someone he trusted, which meant choosing a companion who would agree to be his horse. He also imagined Rolf in this role, who was beautiful but truly unsuitable for it, and just imagining this Apollo almost made him fall into despair because he does not like men. Therefore, he immediately rejected the idea of giving the cape to Rolf because the cape did not fit this handsome man, and in general, it was wrong to trust him with such a thing. Therefore, it was decided to give the cloak to Captain Siri because she had gone through the first battle with it, as they say, through fire and water, so it would look organic here. Riding a wolf is already an epic sight, but when you add wings to the wolves rushing towards the village, it's pure artistry. The village is just a stone's throw away. Tae-ho signaled to the captain that he could already see the settlement and asked her to rush at full speed as time was running out. Meanwhile, a real horror was unfolding on the battlefield because an entity had burst out of the meteorite that was impossible to describe in words due to the scale of the horror. Fire spread through the area at a frenzied speed, consuming everything around it and dragging everyone and everything that came under this attack into a fiery abyss. Razgrid felt that the enemy would be less than the Black Fortress, but the problem was not in its size, but in the concentration of evil that emanated from it. Evil is a system of growth for giants that differs from the growth system of the warriors of Valhalla, and the more enemies they destroy and the more famous they become, the faster their power grows. This giant has the ability to spew fire, which hints at its nature as a demon of rage capable of wiping out an entire settlement or country with a single breath. What is already quite frightening is that the ability of this mountain giant is called the Road of Fury, and even if you know the name of the enemy's ability, it doesn't make it any easier. It's scary, of course, how seriously they're in trouble, how big the threat of being burned is now. No one has been saved yet, and no one has been helped to move forward. The hot air made it difficult to breathe, and the dust that rose from the gusts of fiery wind literally filled the eyes, making it impossible to see properly. It was impossible to see the terrain clearly because, in addition to the fire giant, an entire army of gnomes had arrived. And now you have to fight on several fronts between the gnomes and the fiery giants, which doesn't look like something that can be easily dealt with. The peaceful elves from the very same settlement of Dark Elves where the warriors were first sent met a truly terrible fate when a huge giant totem landed there. Just as Razgrid said, another giant landed in the middle of the settlement, different in nature from the one on the battlefield, but no less dangerous. It is frightening how huge this creature is and how rotten and terrifying it looks, and the poor, simple Dark Elves are not guilty of anything. Even though they belong to an enemy nation, they are simple people who have no influence on the map, and now they will all become victims of cruel circumstances. Because they were simply used as a footstool for the giant, an entire village may die out, which underscores the cynicism of any military conflict. Te-ho immediately realized that this giant was not simple, and that his general features made him look like a magician rather than a mindless creature. Unlike a typical giant who would just swing a club or weapon built into his hand left and right, this one had a coordinated strategy of magical attacks on his target. Every day on the battlefield, something new awaited, and it turned out that this monster really had a mind of its own because it was right in the middle of a crowd of people. Taho understands perfectly well that the peaceful dark elves are now the main victims, and that the giant must be distracted in order to minimize casualties among the peaceful. Taho and Captain Siri are the only two people who have any weapons, and as soldiers they are obliged to protect even the dark elves. Some might accuse them of not protecting the people from their enemies, but Tae-ho knew perfectly well that ordinary people could not be blamed, and he tried to make the most of his saga. Using his abilities, he created a spear to inflict maximum damage and aimed his spear straight at the head, knowing that a precise strike would definitely distract the monster. However, everything went completely differently than he expected, because the monster was not just a simple-minded giant, but had the ability to summon a barrier for protection. Taho was shocked to see the barrier around the monster's head, realizing that the giant possessed intelligence and that the current confrontation would be very difficult. The giant really did have a magical barrier around his entire body, which minimized his chances of harming his opponent, and the warrior himself understood his powerlessness. He swallowed nervously, realizing how serious an opponent he was facing now, and tried to get the giant to focus its attention solely on him. He managed to attract attention, as the monster stopped its movement and turned its gaze to the young man sitting next to it on the back of its wolf captain. Taho's brilliant plan worked, and the giant immediately turned around and looked closely at the very torment that had decided to buzz around his ear, and that torment was Taho. Although Tae-ho was tense, he was pleased that he was able to attract the giant's attention to himself, removing the direct mortal threat from the dark elves and leading the battle. The giant would not let him go without a fight, and began to create a magical energy sphere to attack the man who had decided he had enough strength. He was ready to start hitting Tae-ho and Captain Siri with bright energy spheres and immediately destroy the insolent human cockroach who had decided to play with him. Tae-ho was ready for such a turn of events, but the power of the magical attack caused him real panic because it affected not only him. The most frightening thing was that, ignoring his obvious plans to draw attention to himself, the giant continued to shoot at the village's infrastructure, destroying everything he saw around him. The scary thing was that there were still people there, and the giant cynically continued to shoot at everyone who was caught in the explosion, making it clear that the giant's main goal was to wipe them out. Tae-ho realized with bitterness and horror that at this rate, the settlement would be destroyed and the people would be wiped out as victims who were simply unlucky to be there. It was clear that the battle could not be prolonged, but the situation was so dire that it was impossible to come up with any competent strategy or even figure out what could be done at all. There is no clear plan of action, but the situation makes it clear that now is the time to rack our brains as best we can to come up with a plan to destroy this monster. As always, the leaders of this madness, who control the conveyor belt of destruction and death, will sit far away, just watching the world collapse and people die. On the throne, as in any dark place, sits the man who is deaf to any suffering, enjoying death and reveling in agony. How can you not enjoy your distance from the battlefield and control when you have little harpy messengers who will bring you news from any corner of the earth? But there is one who is simply called a pathetic coward, who hides in the darkness like a rat and weaves his web using dark elves for his own purposes. And he himself works from the darkness, naively and fanatically rubbing in that one must fear Valhalla, as if afraid of some hypothetical dead end, afraid to take a certain step. There is no need to hide, to use other people to cover up your goals. You need to finally declare that you are claiming something worthwhile in this world. To extract the grain, you need to take a concrete, important step that will be powerful, but by simply hiding in the darkness and using others, you are missing out on the best method. And according to this psychopath sitting on the throne, the best way, the best method of influencing the world and establishing power is the complete destruction of the old world to the ground. And this grain will only be found if the best method is followed, destroying everything that stands in the way, or something like that, so that the former glory of the dark side can be restored. It will be possible to destroy even those cowards of Valhalla who called everything the great battle, and by destroying them, darkness will return to its era of glory, putting all the dots above the eyes. In a toast with a glass of wine, one of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki, the dark king magician, a giant named Harold, God is ready to bring bloody changes to the world. The situation on the front was simply catastrophic, because now there was a giant who had been activated and who was firing massively at all the targets he could see. Taeho was greatly annoyed by the fact that the giant was throwing various junk at him and declared that he was not the only one who could throw things, so now he would get what he deserved. The response was not long in coming, and using his saga, Lee Taeho began to shoot at the giant, using the transformation of his saga and the ability to create any weapons. However, for him, all of Lee Taeho's attacks were no more than a mosquito bite, as the monster had a barrier that protected him from everything, and the iron shells bent. This greatly annoyed Taeho, and he continued to fire while cursing aloud because otherwise, death would be the only possible outcome for him in this battle. And he continued his attack on the monster, firing shots at the barrier one after another, even though it probably made no sense because there was not a scratch on the barrier. Siri asked Taeho if there was any point in these attacks, since they were futile and had no effect, as the giant easily deflected them all with ease. Taeho replied that it did make sense and that maybe it was just a game, but based on this, it was possible to understand that the magic shield worked so that after absorbing the energy, it would not last forever. After all, after absorbing a huge surge of power, it eventually disappears. So there is time to recharge between the two appearances of the shield, and this time must be used. So, if you calculate the recharging time correctly, you can inflict damage during the empty period, and then the attack can make sense, which would be good. Each location has its own giant, and it cannot be said that one of them is worse than the other, because they are the same. But their nature differs, because one is a fire giant and the other is a mage. Rasgrid, who was now fighting the fire giant and his hellish road of rage, understood perfectly well that it would be very difficult for her, plus, she had also let Taeho go. Without him, it would certainly be much more difficult, but he was the only one who could be sent to the dangerous spot and now she had to take responsibility herself. Both sides understood that the enemy was not easy to defeat, and that the two opposing sides had such great power that the battle would be like a destructive hurricane. The time had come to put an end to history, and the Valkyrie, who had previously sent heroes on missions, was ready to challenge death herself, just like the fiery giant. Even she understood the danger of the situation, and even as a Valkyrie she was in danger. But at that moment she prayed silently that the warrior Eden would be okay and survive. After all, he must live because he is the only one from Valhalla who could save the whole world now. Far away, fighting an equally dangerous enemy, another giant magician. The situation here was not likely to change for a long time because the epicenter of the explosion was getting closer and closer to the positions of the warriors of Valhalla and the army of gnomes. As if the fire wasn't enough for a complete collapse and the gravity of the situation, reinforcements arrived in the form of thousands of beast-like soldiers who brought only destruction. In the village of the Dark Elves, everything was also sweet because another giant, a mage, was raging there, setting real fires in a closed area. Taeho, who was sent to clear the enemy from the village, understood that if he miscalculated the timing of the attack again, the village would be beyond saving and would burn to the ground. However, he himself could not help because the wooden structures that formed the basis of the settlement were too susceptible to any kind of fire and burned like matches. People could only helplessly watch their homes burn and could not even influence anything, staying on the sidelines while the warrior fought. But then the firefighters arrived. With flashlights on their helmets that glowed brightly and attracted attention, they were probably the only ones who could help a little in this difficult situation. Brave soldiers serving their country rushed here to help the warrior of Valhalla correct the mistake made by the head of their village who had betrayed the people. And yes, the Dark Elf Fire Brigade was already on site, but they didn't have the equipment that firefighters usually bring, so they would have to extinguish the fire with magic. Taeho immediately announced that in order to slow down the enemy's barrier, they needed a rain cloud to extinguish the fiery protective screen around the giant. No sooner said than done. When the storm cloud began to gather above them, Taeho realized that this would allow him to deliver a deadly blow to a very strong opponent. Cold raindrops like manna from heaven fell on the parched, fire-scorched earth and immediately began to drip onto the giant's body, destroying his protective barrier. This was a good sign because the shield around the monster quickly disappeared, as the rain had severely damaged it, for which the Dark Elf firefighters should be thanked. The giant immediately howled, feeling his own helplessness and that the man he hated now had the advantage on the battlefield, but this was progress. Taeho immediately noticed that the shield was weakening due to the rain and hastened to thank the fire brigade that had arrived in time because, after all, the Dark Elves seemed like good guys. He understood that he needed to break through before the enemy could restore the shield, and while the rain allowed it, unlike them, Lee Taeho himself was not sensitive to water. He had to attack right now, so he threw his spear and ordered the captain, disguised as a wolf, to run after it at full speed to deliver the decisive blow. Using the sword fragment to create a new rune fang, he had to use the very finishing blow that his mentor had spoken of. To do this, He needed to perfectly synchronize his body and awaken the variability of the Dragon Knight Kalstead, who could deliver a brilliant blow. And that final move of Saga that Taeho must now use will be called Kalstead's main ability, known as the Dragon Ballista, and only thanks to it can he show his mentor Ragnar that his Saga has finally approached the true finishing move. Therefore, for such a noble purpose, a new modification of the handle called the Dragon Cannon was used, imbued with the greatest power of his warrior Saga. And thanks to this same Dragon Cannon, the brunette was able to destroy half of the dragon's body, exposing a core in the middle of its body that could now play a huge role in further actions. He quickly realized that this stone was the very core that could be a weak spot, and he hurried to think about it and quickly informed the captain. This stone definitely had something to do with the giant's power center, and if he planned his strategy wisely, he could quickly get rid of this monster once and for all. Lee Tae-ho quickly pointed out to Captain Siri that in the center of the hole he had punched in the giant's body, there was a very suspicious stone that could be a weak spot. Indeed, this stone stood out against the black body with a bright emerald light, but first they had to get there to deliver a decisive blow. Tae-ho asked Captain Siri to cover his back with her Saga and shouted that they needed to move forward, and she agreed to use her Saga for her warrior without the robot. There was no doubt that the captain would cooperate with him, using her Saga, the witch's arrow, which goes straight to the target in order to create an energy field. This field now protected the warrior, who, connecting his warrior Saga, rushed like a storm straight to the center of the giant's body, where its weakest point was located. In the next second, the bright blue light of the sword landed right in the core, as it seemed at first glance, but what happened next knocked the ground out from under his feet. It seemed that after the warrior struck a direct blow to the core, essentially the heart, the giant should have been defeated, but in the next second there were even more questions than before. Tae-ho felt that his hand had stumbled upon something terrible, and now there was such a distortion of space that he fell into a state of shock. Suddenly, he began to be twisted like a sock in a washing machine, and he felt that he had awakened a funnel that pulled him into the unknown space in the portal. And he did not go there alone, but with his faithful companion, the she-wolf, who also did not particularly enjoy such a specific journey into another world. Scream or don't scream, struggle or don't struggle, you can't stop the transfer process because once you've activated the portal, you've already disappeared from the map of this area, so just accept it. To be fair, they defeated the giant, but what happened now raised even more questions for every witness who watched it all with fear and surprise. Already frightened by the dangerous situation and the fire, the townspeople did not understand what had happened and why the warrior had disappeared so suddenly, as if he had dissolved into thin air. Siri and Lee Tae-ho found themselves in some strange world in the middle of asteroids, not understanding what nonsense was going on and where they had ended up after the battle. Tae-ho did not understand what had happened, but he was sure that they had definitely defeated the giants, and then a light appeared and they found themselves in this strange place. So now, let's take it in order. Captain Siri suggested that the explosion of the giant could have caused an invisible crack to appear, which then transported them to a place between spaces. She declared that this place was a remnant of the Great Battle, an unobvious monument to that time when all the forces of the world came together in bloody battles for peace. The mere mention of the Great Battle made Tae-ho's knees tremble, as he understood that since it was a great battle and its traces, there could be many treasures to be found here. And most importantly, the very fragment that could become an important part of the development of his saga and an addition to his sword. But Siri understood that now they needed to rest from the battle. They had never been far from the front lines in danger, so they could have a snack and enjoy a meal that would have seemed beyond their wildest dreams before. Siri asked in surprise if it was a gift from Lady Idun, and Tae-ho explained that it was a Unimir bag in which you could store anything and it had no limits. The blue-haired woman sighed before starting a serious conversation because she needed to explain to her comrade the situation on the battlefield and what was going on. The woman explained that the situation was now becoming very tense because several parties were trying to get Tae-ho on their side in order to gain a valuable warrior. Therefore, the situation was heating up, and Gandor seriously wanted to recruit him, but it would be difficult because Lady Iden held Tae-ho in high regard. It will not be easy to lure a soldier who is so dear to the goddess into his service, and it is even less likely that the only member of the Legion, Yun, will leave. Of course, the offer is tempting, but he is not going to leave just like that because there is Hedda, who will definitely not ignore his departure, so it will not work. So, after eating quickly, time flew by, and it was time to decide where to go, where to move in this unknown world where there seems to be nothing but rocks and sky. Hearing the request from her subordinate that it was time to go, the captain asked if he was sure they should move forward and if he knew what kind of trap it was. For a second, he reached into his pocket for some unknown reason and said that there was no need to worry because there was one thing that would show them the way without fail. And that was again the fragment of the legendary sword, which, when used correctly, could be adapted to any situation, even as a compass on the ground. So everything was under control thanks to this clever warrior who, using the sword as a compass, found the way and said that they should probably go where the sword fragment pointed. However, the captain did not share his enthusiasm and continued to silently stare at her subordinate, knowing that he would not be able to get there on his own and would need flying transport. Looking at his captain, the brunette immediately realized that she was hinting that without her, he would not go there and now he would have to do something important for transportation. A second later, he was flying again on the back of a spinning wolf. And of course, even though the captain didn't particularly like such abilities, there was nowhere to go for a rat from a sinking ship. Valhalla is a place that is rarely of interest in the past, but it is worth acknowledging that sometimes it is worth asking someone you meet about what they have experienced. Still, no matter how you look at it, Lee Tae-ho has simply delightful sagas, and Captain Siri herself wonders what kind of world her subordinate lived in before, and now she wants to find out for herself. She asked him point-blank what he did in his past life, and he said he was a world champion, a genius in the world of gamers. So everything was justified. Hearing that he was a world champion, the captain was delighted because she knew that she had an incredible person on her team, and Tae-ho simply misunderstood everything. Finally, they arrived at the next point, and looking into the distance, the brunette said that the exit must be somewhere nearby, so they needed to keep their eyes open and read the information. Siri said that his eyes were quite unusual, reminding him of his ability, and asked if he saw anything unusual in the area that needed attention. It was good that she reminded him about the eyes of God. Otherwise, he would have been straining his eyes trying to find at least some anomaly on the map that he could rely on. Now it will become clear that there is at least one interesting detail waiting for him here, and he will be very surprised by what he will now see in the middle of this wasteland. He was not mistaken, because he found a whole bunch of artifacts on this stony and scorched field, which, like flowers in May, dotted this scorched, lifeless space. It was magnificent, simply magnificent. He had hit the jackpot, so now he had to collect absolutely everything. Not missing a single piece, not a single artifact on the field. There were shields and helmets and bows. My God, everything was here, and now it all belonged to him, the man who had discovered this splendor first. He hurried to gather everything he saw while the captain looked at him indignantly, wondering if they really needed all these broken things, and thinking that he was grabbing everything indiscriminately. It was good that he had a magic bag that could hold absolutely everything. The young man replied that everything would definitely come in handy, honestly. There were no useless things in his saga. Give him a shovel handle, and he will make a sword capable of defeating a Hydra. But that's not the point right now, because the young collector noticed something that caught his attention. Amidst the junk, he found something really useful, the belt of the Iron Man, which was a relic of the legion of the goddess Freya, and the warrior who wore it could fight without fatigue. At least that's what the legend says, which means that this relic increases endurance and strength, and it was kind of funny to see a legend instead of the usual characteristics. Captain Siri immediately noticed that the belt was engraved with the cross of Freya's legion, and when she pointed this out, the brunette asked who this goddess Freya was. She is the goddess of beauty and love in the pantheon of the ancient Scandinavians, a beautiful golden-haired maiden who embodies the femininity and beauty of northern women. But at the same time, she was the goddess of magic and military power, showing that women in ancient Scandinavia were not just decorations but full members of society. It so happened that in Norse mythology, even goddesses of beauty could fight each other, and even Lady Eden, despite everything, was skilled in martial arts. Tae-ho suggested that Captain Siri must also be skilled in martial arts, but she simply coughed and remained silent because she was now thinking about something important. Now that her subordinate had captured such a magnificent belt capable of increasing endurance, she realized that she couldn't just leave the artifacts here. They needed to collect everything that was here, and Tae-ho immediately agreed because they had to collect everything and not torment their consciences with remorse. And so they began to clear the entire area of the remains of ancient weapons, which could prove to be very interesting and useful in their future battles. Finally, he gathered so much that, in principle, he could have dressed the entire army, and suggested that it was time to stop because it was now difficult to walk. In front of the captain stood a soldier loaded with various equipment, who declared that functionality should be a habit of fashion, and that space in the bag was also needed. But then his sword fragment decided otherwise. I learned something else interesting and let him know about it by vibrating in his pocket, which greatly puzzled the young warrior Tae-ho. The fragment of an unknown artifact was again leading him somewhere, like a compass, indicating that somewhere far away, a couple more curious things were waiting on the ground. And indeed, under his feet, something very similar to a fragment of a spear or perhaps a katana was sticking out of the ground, which could not have been in Northern Europe. Seeing such an interesting weapon, The brunette immediately picked it up and stared at the iron fragment in puzzlement. It looked too strange compared to what they had found before. This find looked too strange, unlike a fragment of a sword, and she asked the captain what it could be since it was lying on the battlefield, which meant it was useful. She heard the answer, that it could be a weapon of new origin belonging to people who came from a world that no longer existed and had been destroyed. So they were similar in nature to Lee Tae-ho himself, and could indeed belong to that lost world. And the brunette guessed that Hedda might not understand for this very reason. Siri explained that it could just be a possibility, but in any case, it was worth taking it with them, and her subordinate immediately agreed to take the fragment. When he refused to take the valuable artifact, and now that they had filled their pockets and bags, it was time to move on to what awaited them further along the way. They found themselves on the edge of something truly magnificent and paused for a moment to look at what might be there, far beyond the cliff. When Tae-ho saw what was there, he immediately realized that this place was connected to the battles that took place during the Great War, which further piqued his interest. Most likely, it was the very place where he fought alone with his army, judging by the concentration of magic at the bottom of this very pool. Siri explained that the magic had accumulated in the very center of the pool, and Tae-ho asked if it could be a way out, in which case it would be good. At the bottom, there was something that could raise many questions. A huge skeleton, as if waiting to be discovered by some curious researcher. Descending, Siri and Tae-ho headed towards the curious set of bones to examine it and understand what kind of creature it was. So huge and probably magical. The captain immediately recognized something familiar in this pile of bones and asked Tae-ho if he could see anything interesting that might answer the question. And using his magnificent deep vision, he saw a name that could be read as Garm. And this name did not mean anything to him yet, but in vain, because it was important. As soon as Siri heard the name Garm, she immediately jumped up, breaking out in a cold sweat from surprise, and said that it was the Hellhound Garm. Finding such an artifact in the middle of a scorched desert was incredible luck. At that very moment, they realized that they had awakened an ancient evil with a single movement. It would seem that the idiots had found it, but why did they have to wake up this monster? What should they do now, because it seems that they are surrounded and cornered? Tae-ho immediately realized that something strange was emanating from the bones, and now they began to crackle and merge into a single entity. And it seemed that the Hellhound was now coming together as one. And he was not mistaken, because what had recently been a pile of bones now began to move toward them, standing on four legs. That's how magic awakened the ancient beast. Siri immediately saw that the bones of the Hellhound were beginning to come together into a single entity, and she did not expect anything good from this, because she remembered or knew about the events of the past. And just as rabbits look at the wolf's mouth before being devoured, they now watched as the bones of the Hellhound came together and the ancient creature rose. Before them now stood a ghostly figure, as if they had returned to that day with runes on their foreheads and recreated in true, complete muscular form. They had gone too far, as they say, resurrecting an ancient monstrous entity that seemed long past its time and should not have been resurrected, and now what to do? However, it turned out that it was in no hurry to attack them, while at the same time, before their eyes, as if recreating the events of past years, new ghostly figures were growing out of the ground. They rose gradually, growing flesh and transforming into their pre-death forms, which could greatly impress anyone who saw it. As if they hadn't had enough battles in the real world, they now faced an army of recreated ghostly goblins that looked just as fierce as their real counterparts. So what to do now on Sunday? An ancient evil with a hellhound at its head? Well, fight, since the cards have been dealt and there's nowhere to run, so go ahead. To tell the truth, Siri and Tae-ho had already prepared their weapons to join the battle, but it seemed that no one was in a hurry to attack them yet, but it was worth watching. He saw that on the other side, the same resurrection of long-fallen warriors was beginning, but there were no monsters there, only Vikings like him, already painfully familiar. Behind him, a whole horde of Vikings had grown, a force that could be equal in ability to the army of gnomes who bared their teeth predatorily, even as ghosts. Tae-ho looked in horror at the soldiers who immediately rushed towards the enemy, but it seemed that no one paid any attention to them. It was as if they were a projection of the past. The ghostly Vikings and dwarves clashed in battle, completely ignoring the newcomers who found themselves in the middle of their fight, confirming the nature of magical memory. This giant called the Hellhound was truly intriguing with its size, because he had definitely never seen anything like it before. It was really something. Of course, Siri, like any normal captain, said that they'd better leave because the situation looked very dangerous, and she couldn't be blamed for being overly cautious. She was thinking logically, of course, but her subordinate hurried to pull her back because they hadn't finished what they had come here for, at least he hadn't. The irritated captain asked what was going on, and why he had pulled her hood, almost choking her, expecting at least some kind of adequate answer from her subordinate. And this genius, whose ass always plays with fire, said that they couldn't leave because there was still a boss here that they had to defeat, and he couldn't wait to do so. The idea was certainly amusing, but it had to be carried out collectively. No matter how much the captain resisted her subordinate, she couldn't push him around because his word was law. He wanted to go into battle, but he had to wait until his trusty steed turned into a winged wolf, then he would be taken to the arena, and then he would fly forward on his horse to fight. It was decided to simply fly up to the Hellhound on a flying wolf in order to minimize the distance and save time. In principle, what could go wrong? The Hellhound certainly looked impressive, a huge creature waiting with its mouth open for food to be fed directly into its mouth, but they were deluding themselves. The hound was already preparing to devour the flying fly and its rider, but at first it looked with interest at what was flying towards it at full speed, which was amusing. Everything promised to be normal, but suddenly, something very painful happened because Taeho and his partner landed on the Hellhound's head and got electrocuted. It was very painful and unpleasant because electric shock is not something you expect to experience when you land, and even the experienced captain lost her composure. Taeho was shocked by what had happened and saw that the captain had immediately lost her disguise, so they had to quickly regroup while they were falling. Siri received a serious electric shock that knocked off her winged wolf disguise and paralyzed her senses for a while, so she could not be counted on now. And they flew down like a bright white arrow cutting through the sky, and now they can only pray to survive and not break all their limbs and spines at once. Taho landed softly, of course, but the same cannot be said for Siri, and now they lie like angels from heaven in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by evil armed gnomes. But Taeho still hit his head hard, and holding his head, he tried to reach the captain to find out if she was okay, because she had fallen hard on the ground. No, it couldn't be that Taeho had fallen on his captain. He was such a klutz that he had fallen on his female captain. So now his heart was about to jump out of his chest. His brain wasn't thinking at all because he could have killed the captain, and that would be an unforgivable sin, but thank God Siri was at least breathing under him, and he could calm down. Siri said that everything was fine and, in response to the unfortunate Taeho's apologies, reassured him that he shouldn't start worrying for nothing, because they were already in deep shit. The important thing was that they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible, so now they had to do everything they could to escape from this hellish cauldron of ghost warriors. There were a lot of them, and there were also representatives of combat units that they had never even seen before, but they would definitely have to fight them as if they were real. But there's nothing you can do about it. Once you've said you're going to fight, start and prove yourself as a true warrior, not just a loudmouth who can only show off. So, poor Siri, who shouldn't have been involved in all this, decided to exercise and engage in an unequal battle with those who died at least 100 years ago. For them, it must be an honor to fight those who must have died long before they even existed, so this unique opportunity cannot be missed. The main goal is the Hellhound, because there has never been such a giant in their world, and Garm is simply a unique experience in their lives, so go ahead, heroes. Once you've gotten into this mess, come out victorious, and don't leave even Garm any chance of survival, and return home with stories of how you found the artifacts. By defeating the Hellhound, which was probably the scourge of the ancient battle saga, you will definitely come home as famous personalities who participated in the events of ancient days. It is unlikely that anyone living in the real world today will remember this, but having experienced it all, you can return home a different person, worthy of ballads. Taeho and Siri are sure to become legends in their world, capable of doing what other Vikings could not even dream of, standing shoulder to shoulder with the first generation of warriors. It all sounds exciting, of course, but try to stay alive. That's clearly not an easy task because the magical projection can still harm you. However, the true heroes who survive all this will return home with a great legend in their pocket and artifacts if they can break through the Hound. It's good that the rear is clear for now, and you can break through directly towards the Hound to finally settle the score and defeat this creature. It is unknown whether they will be able to make any contribution to history, but it is still possible to show how far the surviving part of humanity has progressed, no matter what. Siri uses her witch saga, whose arrows always hit their target, and I, the Hellhound, am the creature that will now experience her legendary power in all its might. The Hellhound will now experience the true wrath of the witch, who broke through space and time to meet her for the sake of her own development. However, the arrows simply passed through the Hound's ghostly body, leaving Siri shocked and wondering what attacks to use for an effective attack. The Hellhound is a truly unique creature that ordinary attacks never work on, so she will have to rack her brains over her attacks. Siri decided to use her unique ability again to increase her mobility and attack speed in order to break through and gain an advantage. And the she-wolf will now be a much more effective incarnation of the combat form than a human with high speed, which can at least help both of them in some way. Siri hastened to inform Tae-ho that ordinary attacks on the Hellhound do not work, so it is necessary to consider alternative forces in order to be effective. So now, to attack, they would have to use the divine power that had been invested in his saga, because there was definitely no other way out in such a situation. No sooner said than done. Using the charge of a warrior similar to a storm, Tae-ho prepares to destroy the ghost's magical memories with his own perfect tactics. Tae-ho is very good at using his power, so this should not be a huge task for him now because he is a genius warrior with quick thinking. Charging his sword with divine power, Lee Tae-ho rushes forward, raising his sword charged with divine energy above his head and accelerating at full speed to attack. Divine power that could win them another victory that could definitely enter the register of the Scandinavian gods as brilliant and truly great. Tae-ho attacked the hound's paws, and the poor young man probably thought he could at least scratch it, but unfortunately he was in for an unpleasant disappointment as soon as he looked. He felt as if he had cut something, and hoped that he could at least damage the paw so that the creature would fall, but apparently his efforts were not enough for a better result. But alas, he was only able to scratch its leg, which was a very disappointing result, no matter how you look at it, and it infuriated him so much that the hair on his head stood on end. It was unpleasant to see that the effort and spirit you had put into it had been unsuccessful. Now you stood there, involuntarily wondering how long it would take to catch up with the hound. Siri pulled him back and ordered him to climb on her back, suggesting they form a tandem in order to get as close as possible and attack head-on with a spear. He didn't argue for long because the hound was gaining more and more ground on the field with its lightning attacks, and they needed to gain the upper hand in close combat first. Therefore, it was necessary to get as close as possible and regroup so as not to become skewered by the hound's attacks, which had just almost happened to the captain and Tae-ho. Such an enemy could not be defeated with their rather weak attacks and zero tactics, so they needed to think about tactics as quickly as possible for their overall advancement. Tae-ho asked the captain to buy him some time and play catch with the hound while he came up with a plan, and she certainly wouldn't argue with him. He must immediately use his Dragon Eye Saga, which sees through everything, to find the weak spots of this hellish hound, which is just like Satan's messenger. Indeed, her defense is based on reflection, so her entire tactic is not to attack aggressively and to move as little as possible. Even her last attack was not aggressive, so she attacks without this aggression and did not even move towards them, so something is wrong on one side. And logic suggests that there can be no doubt about this, and that this hellish creature is protecting something, which is why it does not move and only barks at everyone demonstratively. Siri manages to provoke the hound, which barks at her endlessly, as if they were two dogs participating in either a friendly or just a fight, so she gains time. The hound seems to be playing, distracting its opponent, and it is clear that it is not attacking out of aggression, but has a much higher goal that the captain does not yet understand. The clever Siri is well aware that simple, classic attacks will not work, but there is always a trump card up her sleeve that is worth using for victory. If she uses her power, the curse in the wolf's body, she can achieve at least some results, which is what Captain Siri is trying to do at the moment. And using this power, she attacks the hound in order to sink her saga-enhanced jaws into its ghostly flesh and pull the hound toward her, making it whimper. She managed to grab it by the scruff of its neck and pull it in all directions like a toy. So using the jaws strengthened by curses in the wolf's body is a brilliant idea in itself. Tae-ho was genuinely delighted when he saw what the captain had done to the hound's shoulders and revealed what she could hide, but it couldn't last long. Defending and holding the hound's scruff is a very difficult task, so the captain urgently needs Tae-ho's help, but this idiot is in no hurry to help her at all. What's more, this idiot rushed away from her in the opposite direction to contact the warriors who were also defending something, as it turned out. This genius left her alone with the hound and ran towards the warriors who were locked in combat, and only knows what to do now that the front has split into two parts. Using his dragon's vision, reinforced by divine power, the young warrior began to scan the area for anything special. He did not stand on ceremony with his enemies and scattered them with the help of a legendary technique known since the days of gaming, breaking through straight to the relic. Tae-ho understood that there was something that would reveal the secret of how to defeat the hound, and it must be somewhere here, where his path now lay, and he would get there. And the brunettes saw before them a huge crystal resembling the tip of an arrow stuck in the ground. It was indeed the key to victory over the Hellhound, but they had to get it. Tae-ho's hands clasped the handle and began to pull it toward him. However, it was not so easy because this artifact was incredibly heavy. It was definitely a test of strength. This crystal turned out to be a very difficult task because it seemed to be firmly embedded in the ground, and when you pull it, the veins on your body swell as if they are about to burst. The guy pulls the stone so intensely that it seems like his heart will stop and he will die right on the spot, but he continues with all his might as if he will die if he doesn't do it. The hound immediately realized that something was wrong and that I was in danger because the man was next to the stone on which her functionality and existence depended. He had to be stopped immediately because if he pulled out the stone, her existence would end at that very moment, and that could not be allowed to happen under any circumstances. Therefore, her verdict regarding him was to devour him completely, and leave him with no right to exist because it would not affect her at all, so let him die. However, her saga ends right here because the cursed man was able to pull the crystals out of the ground, and she had only seconds left to exist because of Taeho. Now her already ghostly flesh will dissipate as if she never existed, which will lead the ancient army to victory even centuries after the main battle. The spirits of soldiers from the past noticed that the Hellhound Garm had been finally defeated by an unknown hero from the distant future, and not even from this world. Through the centuries, the spirits of the soldiers could rejoice that the enemy in whose battle they had died had finally been defeated and thank this stranger, whoever he was. Now, all that remained for them was to finish off this creature, while the unknown young man pulled out the crystal and found a portal that would take him and his partner away from here. Immediately, a bright purple funnel began to form on the ground, leaving no doubt that it was the same portal through which they had entered after the rift. It was immediately decided not to hesitate and go there, so the captain, in the guise of a wolf, immediately suggested that her subordinate climb onto her back and they would get out in one go. No one wanted to stay in this place too long, so climbing onto the wolf's back, the young dragon warrior rushed toward the exit riding his comrade. Of course, they still had a very long journey ahead of them, which was exciting in its own way, but what did they have to lose in the real world? They had also defeated the giant who had attacked the village, so it was time to go home. You can't give all the credit to Lee Tae-ho alone, because without Captain Siri, he would have had a very hard time and might even have died without her help, which was like a gift. He is already home, and now those who saved Valhalla's past are returning to the future, as paradoxical as it may sound, with the simple mind of an ordinary soldier. They left the way they came, leaving behind only a golden light in the purple portal, reminding us that they made their contribution to the history of this whole world. Now that the unknown heroes are gone, and the Vikings are left alone with their enemy, whose defeat was greatly facilitated by the visitors from another world, it will be easier to finish off the beast. And so, with a couple of punches, this hellish creature was already lying on its back, not breathing, and they remained victorious. So now, victory was definitely on the side of the forces of Valhalla. The army was able to defeat the enemy in a battle in which they had fallen countless years ago, and now they praised their homeland, Valhalla, and wanted to praise the heroes, but there was one thing. Those who defeated the monster suddenly disappeared, and the leader of the army immediately wondered where these righteous warriors had gone, but the answer, paradoxical as it may seem, lay right in front of them. The huge men examined the bright purple portal with their own noses, and realized that these were definitely visitors from another world and that they had disappeared through it. After all, they were not fools, and realizing that the soldiers had gone through this portal, they quickly figured out that they should go through it too, and get to the same period from which these heroes came. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where Valkyrie and the fire giant remained, a hellish mess continued, and there was clearly no positive outcome in sight. For Razgrid, this battle will determine too much, and she has neither the physical nor the moral right to lose it, so victory is essential. Victory in her name. Victory in the name of Valhalla and all of humanity, on which too much depends to simply turn a blind eye. No matter how difficult it may be, no matter how complex the battle may be, and no matter how the enemy may attack, she has no right to lose because the fate of the whole world now depends on her. In terms of potential, she and this fiery giant are complete opposites, but their strength is equal, so the battle looks truly legendary because of the contrast. There is always ice to extinguish his fire, which is why this fight is so interesting. Otherwise, it would be too easy, and victory would not be so valuable. Lee Tae-ho was very far away, so Valkyrie couldn't pass this fight on to someone else, because only she could now pull out all the enemy's moves and techniques. Without a doubt, a genius like Lee Tae-ho would have shown himself at his best, but first and foremost, she is Valkyrie, the Snow Queen, who can and must protect her people. As ancient wisdom says, whoever comes with a sword to another people will ultimately fall by that sword, and so it will be with this fiery giant. He will not leave alive. Now, because such a reserved beauty as Razgrid, not for nothing called the Snow Queen for her coldness, does not restrain her emotions, and her cry is the cry of a true warrior. If she knew that the giant from the village of Dark Elves had been defeated, she would probably fight even more fiercely, but all good things come in small doses. Just as she was ready to rush back into battle against the giant in the middle of the battlefield, a purple portal opened, from which they were now supposed to emerge. And the warriors who would emerge from it would be the ones who could turn the entire course of the battle upside down in a good way, as they had done before in the enchanted space. Neither the giant nor the Valkyrie could have expected the portal to appear before them so unexpectedly, like mushrooms after rain, but that was the nature of the portal. Razgrid reasonably expected that some unknown creature would come out of it, and she would have to fight it too, but it turned out to be something more pleasant. Lee Tae-ho jumped out at the very moment when he was most needed, along with Captain Siri, which was a complete surprise, since they had been sent to another location. Wow! Razgrid seemed to freeze in place when she saw who had just come out of the portal, because she certainly couldn't have expected them so soon and in fact in a different location on the map. Tae-ho also fell, so he probably broke half his face, which didn't look like they had any significant success on the battlefield, but quite the opposite. Razgrid asked in shock how Tae-ho and Siri got here so quickly, how they managed to reach this place, and where the portal came from. Even more surprised was the giant who saw on the young Valhalla warrior's belt the very relic that had been bothering him so much lately. On Tae-ho's belt was an unknown relic, similar to a crystal, clearly very large in size, which immediately attracted the attention of the fiery giant. It was the same seed that their king was looking for, and as a loyal vassal, he was obliged to take it away at that very moment in order to serve the great king to the best of his ability. Siri and Tae-ho were now in real danger, because they had both just recovered from the previous teleportation and were barely aware of what was happening when an attack was already being carried out on them. Razgrid begged Siri not to protect the young warrior Idun, but it seemed that the next moment would bring something that none of them could have expected. Suddenly, in the same place where the two had come from, a portal opened, and at that moment the ghostly entities of those who had long since passed away began to seep out. It would seem that warriors who had long since passed away should have gone to rest, but these people decided to return in order to support those who needed their help the most right now. Poor Razgrid was understandably upset by the chaos that was unfolding, because, to be honest, she was already tired of all the paranormal activity for today. It seems that they will not see more miracles than today in their entire lives. Heroes who fell centuries ago came through the portal to help save their native Valhalla, who would have been at peace. Razgrid herself did not expect to see the ghosts of Valhalla's warriors, but if she had known what Tae-ho had done by breaking through space and time, she would have understood. First and foremost, they are all brothers in spirit, and now they must come together to prevent the catastrophe that the restless black god has unleashed once again. When the rest of the ghosts heard that a battle was unfolding here, they immediately rushed to participate because no Viking would miss a battle. Finally, they all gathered together and, before the eyes of the shocked Valkyrie, began to mount a truly great resistance to save Valhalla once again. However, there was one more request they wanted to make to the Valkyrie, and without her approval they could not do anything, even if they wanted to very much because of their form. First of all, they asked Valkyrie for permission to participate in one more battle so that she would bless them to defend Asgard and the Nine Kingdoms, which required permission. As ghosts, they could not do anything, so Valkyrie Razgrid, granted power by the gods, gave them a one-time chance to prove themselves once more, even after death. Having regained their physical bodies, the Vikings were indescribably happy to feel alive again, back in the ranks, and were delighted that they would be able to participate in the battle. They are good warriors who, even after death, think about their homeland and their exploits, and are ready to return from the realm of eternal peace in order to protect their homeland and help their descendants. And those who had probably been waiting for this day for centuries came together again in battle in the name of Valhalla and wished to give thanks for the fact that two warriors from this world had helped them. In the interdimensional space, Siri and Tae-ho were able to defeat the Hellhound and help the ancient warriors achieve the result that would release their souls. It was precisely because they did not fulfill their duty to the end that the souls of those who fell left the enemy alive and were stuck as ghosts, and perhaps this battle would give them a chance to rest in peace. Meanwhile, the fire demon was furious, realizing that there were now too many strong warriors against him, which greatly annoyed him, because he had come for a quick victory. And they set up an ambush for him because, in addition to the Valkyrie and several other warriors, those who definitely did not belong there came and were able to break through space and time. Razgrid hated this creature so much that she just wanted to tear it to pieces, so she yelled at the beast to fight her without distraction because she wanted blood. Thank God that Rolf and his team survived the terrible siege, and the green-haired man immediately ran up to Captain Siri and Tae-ho, sincerely asking how they were feeling. But the main thing that interested the soldier was why they had returned so quickly, and how, because they had just left the village of the Dark Elves and were already here. The brunette couldn't find a single adequate answer except to say that perhaps time simply passed differently in the settlement, which is why it seemed like they had arrived quickly. Siri remained silent, thinking that something might be wrong, but now was not the time to argue because in any case, they had to join the battle, and she flew like an arrow. However, at that moment, Tae-ho stopped her, grabbing her by the hood of her cloak and asking her to wait because not everything was going smoothly and their target was the boss. He pointed to the fiery giant, once again infuriating the captain, whom he almost strangled. Tae-ho reminded him that first of all, they needed to deal with the boss and then move on. No matter how tired the captain was, she couldn't argue with the need to defeat the boss, and once again, believing that she should listen to her subordinate, she transformed. Tae-ho noticed that the captain was very exhausted, which was logical because they were already fighting their second enemy in a row, but it was still selfish of him. He behaved very badly because the captain was literally ready to faint. She needed rest because, unlike him, she was not blessed. He tearfully asked her to hold on until the end of the battle, promising that immediately after that, they would be able to rest properly, but for now, they needed to hold on a little longer for victory. This time, it would be a little easier because, unlike in the past when they had to inflict damage, they now had to provoke the enemy's aggression, which seemed to be easier. Watching Razgrid, supported by the Vikings, fight the giant, the young soldier realized that their forces were truly equal, and that was the whole problem. He and Captain Siri must distract the giant for at least a moment. Only then will they be able to gain some advantage, which was quite wise in principle. As they say, once you make a promise, you have to act on it, and you have to calculate the moment when the demon will actually look away, and then you can annoy him with attacks. And indeed, when the beast turned its head away, Lee Tae-ho immediately began to bombard it with shells, increasing their number and intensity each time. Each time, increasing the number of shells more and more, the warrior tried to get through to the demon's nervous system to enrage him and distract him, but it seemed to be in vain. The demon of the Road of Fury just laughed, because these flies called humans didn't even tickle him, but they annoyed him so much that it made him even more furious now. Now, the demons known as the Road of Fury will deal with this Valkyrie and clear the entire front of annoying flies because they have certainly gotten on his nerves circling around him. However, victory was not in the cards for him because there was another interesting warrior on the front who was capable of fighting tirelessly, but even his efforts could not attract the giant's attention. Despite her status as an emotionless and cold Valkyrie, Razgrid herself is losing her composure because she is unable to inflict normal damage on the monster, which is unspeakably annoying. The moment the monster is distracted by the Valkyrie is the perfect chance for the warrior to deliver a direct blow, and he has no moral right to miss this opportunity, so he moves forward. Using his divinity to reinforce the blow, Lee Tae-ho will deliver a precise strike to crush the giant who dared to challenge the best warriors of Valhalla. An incredibly powerful stream of bright golden energy flew towards the giant, intending to crush his skull like a nut, and this technique should work now. For the first time in a long time, the blow finally hit the giant's skull, and he staggered and began to fall, which meant that the divinity had been used correctly, and that was progress. Seeing that her warrior's attack had hit its target, Razgrid felt a surge of emotion, because her hard work had been greatly facilitated when there had been no breakthrough for a very long time. The Valkyrie herself used the power given to her by the gods to bring about this long-awaited victory, so finally, the situation is moving forward. The Snow Maiden confirmed her title of Great Warrior by using the legendary sword that cuts through the sky to overthrow the giant who had encroached on the sacred. Their native world would now be safe, and Tae-ho, seeing how beautifully Razgrid performed, enthusiastically supported her, praising her excellent work and rejoicing. Now victory was definitely theirs, and finally the giant who had almost burned everything around him was defeated and lay on the ground, punished for all his sins and destruction. The enemy leader had fallen, leaving the dwarf soldiers with literally nothing, and they were now completely defenseless, with no commander to lead them forward, and they found themselves trapped. The ghosts of warriors who had fallen long ago now rushed forward at the entire army of gnomes, seeking to wipe them out, for this was their last battle on Earth. After the battle was over, they would return to the world of peace, but the main thing was that victory was now on Valhalla's side, and they had broken through, leaving the monsters behind. Lee Tae-ho was exhausted and fell to the ground, groaning that they could finally rest a little, because, to be fair, the day had been very intense with all the battles. Siri looked at her subordinate and acknowledged that he was truly incredible and hoped that they would fight side by side again, because he was the hope of the Legion. The warrior Idun was one of a kind, who became the hope of the entire battlefield, the one whom this world had been waiting for so long, who had finally appeared and brought light to the whole world. Finally, the battle came to an end, and the ghosts of the ancient warriors understood that it was time to return home. But their wish had been fulfilled, so everything was fair. Expressing their gratitude to the Valkyries, they were sincere, and then thanked them for allowing them to participate in the battle once again, and now asked to send their souls back to the pure world. Naturally, Razgrid was sincerely glad that such warriors had come to her aid and called them great, admitting that Valhalla would always be glad, and that no matter what happened, they would not be forgotten. Now it was time to return home. Their souls were finally free after fulfilling the duty that had weighed on their souls for centuries. They had fulfilled the main duty of a Viking, and before returning to rest, they sincerely thanked the warrior Idun, who, breaking through space and time, helped them defeat the Hellhound. Lee Tae-ho accompanied the ghosts of the ancient warriors back to rest, giving them the honor they so richly deserved, and they should be grateful for his help. Their leader promised that when he returned to Odin, he would proudly tell him about today's battle, so that the warrior Idun would never be forgotten and would go down in world history. Tae-ho also swore an oath of gratitude to the ancient souls who had called on him for help, for it was a great honor, and they said goodbye and went to rest in Valhalla. Freed from their ancient unfulfilled duty, they left behind a new generation of brave warriors who will surely prove themselves in the future. Just as the bright light cut through the dark skies, so too will new talents illuminate this world, giving it faith in a better future, and everything will be as everyone dreamed. Now that the terrible battle is behind them, Razgrid, as if it were not a pity, must conduct the warriors, and upon her return, she will prepare rewards worthy of the achievements of the living Vikings. It is necessary to send off the souls who have done them great honor, returning in peace so that they can feel alive again, but now Siri and Tae-ho have distinguished themselves with their contribution. If it weren't for them, they would hardly have achieved even 1/100% of what they have now. And now Lee Tae-ho, thanking the Valkyrie, gives her back her fur cloak, because it is hers. Taking back her cloak, the Snow Maiden wants to pay special attention to Captain Siri, which was very difficult because she was carrying a warrior on her back. Yes, of course, she was tired of carrying the warrior Tae-ho, and it was not easy, but Captain Siri replied that it was her duty and she had to help her subordinate in any case. Before leaving, Razgrid said that Gandur and Regenlife would arrive soon and that the rest of the plan should be left to them, and that they should rest after a difficult battle with two bosses. The opportunity to shift some of her responsibilities onto someone stronger was a pleasant bonus, so the captain and her loyal warrior finally felt some relief. Before leaving, the Snow Maiden reached out her hands to both soldiers, clearly intending to do something, either hug or kiss them, as is customary in Valhalla. Taking Tae-ho's face in both hands, she pulled him toward her, leaving the young man in a state of complete shock and embarrassment, so much so that his breath caught in his chest from such sentimentality. In Valhalla, Valkyries give their blessing by kissing warriors on the forehead, and she did the same with Tae-ho, blessing him with the arrival of Odin as a sign of good luck. I expected the same from Captain Siri, who reacted to the blessing and kiss with complete calm, knowing that this is how blessings are given in this world. Hedda kissed him on the forehead in exactly the same way once, saying that now the goddess Idun blesses him, because the truth is always very funny with inexperienced boys. Tae-ho was seriously frightened, but then he remembered that Hedda had also blessed him with a kiss on the forehead, and he got excited and made up all sorts of things about such a trifle. To receive a blessing from Odin's right hand, Razgrid, who is known for her coldness as the Snow Queen, is truly a great achievement. Now, while Valhalla is once again celebrating its victory, chaos reigns in the giant's castle on the dark side, because they have lost shamefully to some boy. Harpy, the faithful servant and informant of the giant herald, sits somewhere in a corner, trembling, because now her master has become very angry and the situation has gone down the drain. It's better not to get caught in the heat of the moment because he might kill you in his fit of rage when his blind tongue of anger destroys everything at hand. Without mincing words, Harold curses everything and everyone around me, blaming anyone for the defeat, such as the incompetence of his own troops. So we are looking for someone to blame. It was indeed easy to win. They had everything, but the current defeat does not mean that the attack itself failed, because first you had to light the spark. The giant herald could not have imagined that this boy would have the seed, and it was a question that was difficult to answer. How did Valhalla even know about them? Now Harad was suffering terribly, and she could only tear her hair out because there was nothing she could do when such an important offensive had failed miserably. The problem was that King Utgard Loki himself had said nothing about the failure, and most likely this would make things even more difficult. But if you think about it, the king must have his own reason for remaining silent, and it is possible that the king is so far-sighted that he knew about it. Most likely, the king magician named Utgard Loki could foresee all this in advance, so he did not rush to raise panic because it was part of the strategy in his head. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as the Valkyries Regenleif and Gondor said, each in their divine bird form, the first was a swan, as befits the bird of the Scandinavian gods. Gandur, on the other hand, arrived in the form of a beautiful hawk, just in time for the warriors who were waiting for her after such a long and difficult battle in which two heroes had already fallen. Captain Siri and Lee Tae-ho were waiting for their arrival, gazing into the distance, and indeed, after such hard work, they should have been able to relax. It was unclear who should honor whom, Regenlife or the warriors, but the obvious answer was that the redhead would be grateful. But there was no doubt that the blonde Gandour would not ignore Lee Tae-ho because she had long been eager to take him into the ranks of Ula's legion. Finally, they have arrived, as the Snow Queen Razgrid said, so now all other matters can be entrusted to them and reported on the battlefield and their achievements. The Valkyries immediately asked the two warriors representing the group if they were tired, asking them to briefly recount what had happened here in their absence. Tae-ho did not hesitate and said that, in principle, there was no need to talk about it. It needed to be shown, and he had something to demonstrate to the Valkyries as proof. Without further ado, he pulled an icy blue crystal from his bosom and said that at least now they had this, thinking that it was a truly important artifact. And he was right because Regan Life immediately confirmed that it was most likely a giant and that it was necessary. And most likely knowing that this artifact would be discovered, she brought the chest. The red-haired Valkyrie praised the warriors for their efforts, and then Tae-ho put the crystal in the chest, entrusting the artifact to higher powers because that was the right thing to do. Once again, she praised them and sent them to rest. After hiding the artifact, she took Tae-ho's face in her hands, and this time the brunette knew for sure that he was about to be blessed. Kissing him on the forehead, the red-haired Valkyrie blessed the young fighter in the name of the god Thor. And although this was the norm here, the boy was seriously embarrassed. Looking at Captain Siri, who didn't even flinch when she was blessed with a kiss on the forehead, he realized that everything was fine because the captain, knowing her, would have been unhappy. So he turned his gaze to the blonde Gandour, who was immediately confused and did not understand why he was staring at her after Regan Life blessed her and his appetite grew. He just wondered why the second Valkyrie Gander didn't bless him, but she snorted maliciously and said that human greed knows no bounds, which in principle does not change. The more blessings, the better, and there's no need to be nervous because it's just a blessing and there's nothing special about it, you think. A goddess is blessing you. But Gander decided to get her revenge on him. If you want a blessing, you'll get it, but it will definitely shock him and he will never forget it. When all the other Valkyries kissed the warriors, Gandour distinguished herself by kissing Tae-ho on the cheek, which caused a frenzied rush of blood to his face and brain. He probably even shouted an expletive because it's hard to blame a man who was so excited by a Valkyrie's kiss. Of course, he was pleased to receive the blessing, but the method raised a lot of questions. The main thing, of course, was that Ul, the god of spies and tricksters, had blessed him. Lee Tae-ho admitted that Gander scared him a lot, and he realized that this goddess had a special sense of humor. Well, if that's the case, let it be, as long as she doesn't touch him. As they say, 5 minutes of nervousness and a year of peaceful life seemed to him at first when the Valkyries flew away, but behind him stood Hedda, who was torn apart by jealousy. The red-haired Hedda's face showed her dissatisfaction with the fact that her warrior from the Idun Legion was kissing other women just like that. Even if they were Valkyries, they were still women. Tae-ho understood perfectly well that now he would have to run while he could. Run for his own sake, because the aura around Hedda promised that he was about to get his ass kicked. Probably only Hedda and Lee Tae-ho couldn't understand the tension between them, but the captain, as a woman, understood everything in a matter of seconds. Siri realized this. It was funny to watch two idiots who didn't even understand their own feelings, and Tae-ho asked Hedda when she had arrived and received 2 minutes ago. There was now a real quarrel between them, like between a couple, and even the captain herself realized that these two were really funny and worth watching. Be that as it may, it was already time to return home, and special vehicles had been prepared for the warriors, again black coffins for transportation. Hedda immediately understood that it was just a blessing, but she was nervous and, in her own way, pleased that her warrior had received the blessing of 3 Valkyries at once. Tae-ho was now more concerned that it was a truly uncomfortable place, and he felt just like a corpse before being buried in the ground, if the corpse felt anything at all. Siri watched the two argue and saw that Hedda was jealous of him for Regan Life Gander and Razgrid, and she couldn't help but laugh because they were such fools. Hedda left her potential jealous wife tendencies behind and said that she was joking and that her ward could go for a walk and relax while she took care of everything. Finally, they would leave him alone, and the unfortunate Tae-ho exhaled, admitting that he really felt as if he was about to faint, and that rest was more welcome than ever. She is jealous because her warrior is being blessed by other Valkyries, so she herself must bless Tae-ho on behalf of Idun that everything was as it should have been from the beginning. Hedda probably denies that she has any feelings beyond guardianship over the warrior, deciding to give him a blessing by kissing him because he is truly a good man. It's good that Tae-ho had the sense to pretend to be asleep and not embarrass Hedda too much, who is probably dying of shame right now, although what is there to be ashamed of? Receiving Hedda's blessing was doubly pleasant because she was the first person he ever let get close to him in this world, but now Tae-ho is too tired. It's good that he decided to pretend to be asleep because otherwise even Valkyrie would have died of shame. It's ironic that love in this world is ridiculed first and foremost as a weakness. Tae-ho himself did not know if her kiss was a blessing or something else, but he was so tired that he fell asleep as if he had lost consciousness, which was worth waiting for. In such difficult times for the whole world, the hour has come to awaken even the king of the gods, who has long remained on the sidelines, sending his vassals to observe. However, a visit to the roots of the tree Yggdrasil requires the direct intervention of Odin himself, who for the first time in so long has decided to personally come out into the open. He really looked like the legends describe him, a huge man of advanced years, but powerful as a mountain, with a white beard, a staff, and a golden eye patch. Odin did not come here alone, because such situations usually require the intervention of several major gods at once, and they are now gathered near the head of the ancient sage. Thor, as the god of thunder, turned to Odin, his own father, expecting a very tense and difficult conversation about the fragment that had been found. Odin carried in his hands the very crystal fragment that the young warrior Tae-ho had obtained, which Razgrid, also known as the daughter of Thor himself, had given him. The king of the gods showed this crystal to Thor and asked if it was really the same Fenrir that the forces of Utgard Loki had come for from the darkest corners of the earth. The head of the sage Mimir had to answer all the questions because he alone knew the essence of all things, and he was also able to answer this question. Mimir explained that Garm, the hellhound, was a strong beast, but he did not think that the reason for the attack was so simple, so the reason could be much deeper. One listened to the sage and said that everything was now clear to him, but the reward would be too small compared to the efforts made by the warriors to obtain the stone. Torg listened to all this, waiting for the right moment to speak up and ask all the questions that had accumulated in his head, because many things were still unclear. He couldn't understand how collecting the fragments of Garm around the world was related to the return of the demonic wolf Fenrir, so he asked the sage this question. Mimir, of course, was waiting for this question, and even for such complex things he had an answer, because understanding the essence of this world, one can clearly explain why and how everything is connected. The fact is that only Garm's howl can awaken the world wolf from its long sleep and start Ragnarok by breaking the chains, because it is the key to the end of the world. Garm is the most important part of the plan, because without him it is impossible to awaken the wolf, whose awakening will start Ragnarok, and Fenrir, after awakening from his sleep, will devour Odin. In the land of the giants, Jotunheim, the main part of the dark plan to overthrow the old king of the gods, Odin, is now unfolding, and the script for the end of the world is being written. In the corridors of this dark castle, devoid of life and light, the quiet footsteps of a traitor who has turned against his own kind, the gods, can be heard. Finally, everything that had been prepared for so long was ready, and it was possible to sit back and wait for the process they had set in motion to begin moving forward. The weapon known as the Bear's Paw was already on its way, so all that remained was to wait for the moment when the main fun would begin, as reported to the King Mage. Seated on the throne was the chief king of the giants, the dark magician, Utgard Loki, who shared the second part of his name with the traitor god who personified cunning and trickery. Loki, as a god who betrayed his own people and sided with Ragnarok, was pleased that the real flames of battle would soon erupt, and he anticipated the beginning of the destruction. The cunning deceiver and simply very unpleasant person who betrayed his own comrades, brothers, and relatives in the name of darkness will now face intrigues against him. Thor and Odin were well aware that Utgard Loki and the traitor Loki only needed Garm's war and not his entire physical body, but fragments are still important. After all, having gathered enough of them, the giants will be able to achieve their goal, and then no one will be able to stop them, so the gods must act as soon as possible. While Odin, the wiser father of the gods, shook his head bitterly, realizing that he would have to go against his own child, Thor was much more determined. Knowing that his own brother, the god of thunder and lightning, was a traitor, he was ready to tear him apart right then and there, but his father quickly pulled him back, for he had an important task for his son. Handing him the fragment, the king of the gods was going to entrust his son with a very important part of the plan, because the fragment, which could fall into the hands of the enemy, had to be wiped off the face of the earth. Therefore, the one-eyed Odin gave his son the order to destroy this fragment at all costs and deprive the dark forces of the opportunity to take possession of it. Thor did not understand why his father suddenly wanted to destroy it, because it was an important artifact, and if they destroyed it, they would lose it forever, and he certainly did not understand that. Odin explained to his son that this was the surest way to prevent Garm's resurrection because they did not need Garm himself, nor the resurrection of the wolf Fenrir. And now that they had openly declared their intentions, they had no choice but to intervene personally, even though they had not planned to do so. So far, everything is going according to plan, because the warrior Lee Tae-ho has once again come to his goddess to report on the situation at the front, and she was sincerely glad to see her warrior. He has returned from battle unharmed once again, and he thanked her for making this possible with her blessing, because without it, he would surely have perished. Idun praised him, saying that he had done well again, a truly great feat, and thanks to Lee Tae-ho, the warriors of Valhalla sing her name with respect on the battlefield. And since she had promised him, she would now give him his reward, and Tae-ho already thought he would get his winged horse and that would be it, but there was a catch, which was to be expected from the goddess of youth. This time, she again gave him a choice between two items, which was cruel, because she promised that she would give him the second part of the reward next time, guaranteed. This time, he would have to make another difficult choice, but Lady Idun was playful as always, as befits the wife of the god of fun, but she promised that the flying horse's cape would still be his. With the cape of Pegasus, he was definitely not deceived, but what the second gift would be was a secret, and the intrigue only fueled his interest even more. The second gift was something really big, since the goddess herself, known for her fighting skills, could barely carry it. It was definitely a saddle. The second gift will be a saddle for a beast, the very same magical saddle that can be put on the back of any beast or monster, which is also a useful thing on the battlefield. It's very good that there is such a choice, because if Tae-ho, in the form of a hawk, carries someone on his back with this saddle, it can simplify the course of the battle. Idun watched as her warrior racked his brains over the choice, because both artifacts are valuable in their own way, but he must choose the one that suits him best. Ragnar and Hida patiently waited for him to return from his audience with the goddess, wondering what their protege would choose as a gift, thinking it would be something worthwhile. As soon as he appeared from the portal, she immediately asked if the award ceremony had been successful, and the mentor noted that Tae-ho had again received something worthwhile, even if it was not a cloak. Tae-ho replied that he had chosen the saddle because he would definitely have another chance to get the winged cloak of the heavenly horse, but for now the saddle would suit him better. Ragnar was probably concerned with much more important things than some trinkets from the goddess because, as a mentor, he was primarily interested in his student's strength, not trinkets. He must have become stronger during the recent battles, so it was necessary to conduct a couple of training sessions to check this and continue training in mastering divinity. Heda stopped Ragnar's enthusiasm, saying that training was all well and good, but Tae-ho definitely needed at least one day of rest because it had been less than a day since the last battle. So be it. Rest is also necessary. So since there will be no training fights, there are a couple of other interesting things to do, and a couple of extra hands will come in handy. Ta had plans for these two and asked them for help, asking if they could do him a small favor, because it would definitely be interesting for everyone to do. Naturally, when he mentioned weapons from another world, everyone immediately rushed to help him, and soon they found themselves in Tae-ho's modest home. Here, the process of dismantling the artifacts will go smoothly, because Heda and Ragnar certainly did not expect to see a whole mountain of things that were probably long considered lost. So Tae-ho brought a whole bunch of artifacts from different worlds, leaving his mentor and Valkyrie to wonder whether he was going to open a store or just collect junk himself. Heda, examining her subordinate, said that these were all magical items and asked if he had collected them on the battlefield during the Great Battle. Ragnar said that this was only his opinion, but that the student should return everything to the legions because these were items with a history that could be dear to everyone. Thank God Tae-ho was an honest guy, and upon hearing the suggestion, he nodded, realizing that it would indeed be much more honest to do as his mentor said. He sincerely thanked both the Valkyrie and his mentor for even mentioning it, so now the task was slightly different, to understand which legion each item belonged to. Heda suggested that since this was the case, they should start sorting everything out, putting all the artifacts in order, so that they would know exactly who to go to and where to go with certain artifacts. This is where the most interesting part begins, because having started at dawn, they will definitely sit there until late at night, since Tae-ho himself brought a lot of artifacts. There were artifacts from the legions of Odin and Thor with Ul, as well as Hermod with Heimdall, whom he had probably never heard of, and Vidar, whose name now sounded like a legend. However, there was a school whose nature even the Valkyrie Heda herself could not determine, the very legendary sword fragment that had so interested Lee Tae-ho at first. She sincerely apologized to Ragnar and Tae-ho, saying that she really did not know which region this artifact belonged to, so there are things that even she is powerless to do. Ragnar thought that this thing might be from another pantheon, and voiced his assumption that, in principle, this fragment could be from the same place as Tae-ho's sword fragment. The brunette immediately volunteered to check the true nature of the mysterious smooth fragment, knowing that he had the eye of God and the ability to determine almost anything. So now, when he picked up this mysterious piece, everyone froze in anticipation of what the sharp eye, capable of seeing even a needle in a haystack, would say. Tae-ho himself did not know if he would be able to see the true nature of the weapon, but it was worth trying, because attempting to activate it with the help of the warrior's saga would certainly not break his nose. Since it worked with the fragment of the sword he found at first, it should work with this thing too. And after activating it with the help of the saga, the young man began his research. Well, what went wrong this time was that the whole house was lit up with a bright blue light, but there was no sign of any contact, which was strange. Hedda and Ragnar immediately tensed up, because this was the first time that Taeho's abilities had worked completely differently than in the usual scenario. All three were disappointed that this time, the blade did not reveal any information, but it was too early to be disappointed because there was still a long way to go. Taeho was naturally very upset that nothing had worked out, and laughed nervously when the fragment suddenly glowed with the golden light of the gods. After a while, the golden power of the deity began to tear his body apart, causing his eyes to shine as if pure sunlight were passing through them. Wow, even Hedda and Ragnar, who must have seen everything in this world, were surprised and immediately asked Taeho if he had something very interesting. And indeed, on the wall, instead of the usual explanation of the artifact's abilities, there was a projection, like a fragment from the past, showing someone's figure on a ship. On the ship, in long, immemorial times, sailed a lone figure of a wanderer who seemed to be reaching for something that had long been stuck in his head and would not let go. With each passing minute, the distance between the rocky shore and the wanderer was getting smaller and smaller, which greatly pleased the one who was searching for the unique sanctuary of an ancient deity. The brave person who challenged the waves of the restless sea was a young girl who found what she had been looking for so long, and now her eyes, full of life and hope, were eager to seek. Leaving his ship on the shore, the young warrior rushed forward in search of the legendary queen described in legends as the bloodiest cannibal. However, those who seek power and recognition are not frightened even by the most frenzied tales, because they want power and are ready to do anything for it. And she was one of those people. On that very day, lands previously unknown to anyone were discovered, known as the Shadow Kingdom, described only in legends as the darkest kingdom on the planet. No one before had found the strength to approach the Queen of the Shadowlands, for they feared her reputation as a cruel cannibal who devours anything that breathes wrongly. The hero himself knew her as a cruel ruler who devours people for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and also bathes in the blood of virgins to maintain her youth. Like any sane and intelligent person, the brave young man believed only his own ears and eyes, so he crossed oceans and continents to see who the goddess Skata was. To her, he would now swear eternal service, loyalty, and love, carrying out his queen's will throughout the world and glorifying her majesty in battles for centuries to come. The Queen of the Shadowlands was glad that someone had arrived who did not believe in the bloodthirsty tales of her cannibalistic tendencies and had come here to see her in person. From that moment on, Skata became his mentor, taking the heroine under her wing, and from then on, a long but no less fascinating and tragic story begins. The loyal warrior, who swore unquestioning service to his master, was given a gift in the form of a weapon that embodied all the military might and generosity of his suzerain. On the very day the driver left the Shadowlands, he was given a snow-white spear made from the bones of a sea monster, which became his legendary weapon of glory. This sword, which in the right hands was capable of such feats that even the most beautiful dreams could not imagine, was given to him by the Queen of the Shadowlands. From the day the spear fell into the warrior's hands, she knew no defeat and bore the name of her queen in countless battles, defeating a wide variety of enemies. His name spread throughout the world, but nothing lasts forever, because even great cities and civilizations always meet their downfall, and it is only a matter of time. Sadly, this also happened to the kingdom to which he had sworn allegiance, and it fell at the hands of the very traitor who stabbed him in the back and the gods of Valhalla. The warrior, known as the Prince of Light, Ku Chulon, met his end, defeated, stripped of everything he loved and cherished, and left with only a wound in his heart. Having lost his family, his beloved friends, and ultimately the world and country he tried to protect, he now watches its end, just as he watched his own inevitable death. Loki showed his rotten nature here, destroying what Kukulin loved and cherished so much, but she was not going to forgive him for such bloodshed. With the last of her strength remaining after her injury, the Prince of Light raised her spear to take the life of Loki, who had taken everything so dear to her heart. However, the last thing she saw was the haughty smile of the murderer who had brought an end not only to her, but also to her own world of Valhalla. On that very day, the Prince of Light, Kukulin, met his death at the cruel hand of Loki, and with that, her legendary sword broke, putting an end to her native world. With the fragments of the white spear that had brought only victory, his native world of Eryu was split into pieces, and now the very nature of that fragment will become clear to the people of Valhalla. Finally, they saw the history of the mysterious fragment, and now Hedda and Ragnar, like Taeho, had a breakthrough because it was not just a fragment. Ragnar saw who this sword really belonged to and was in a state of shock and horror, because the weapon belonged to Ku Chulon, whom he knew personally, not just from hearsay. Taeho still couldn't get over his state of divine replaying of fragments of the past. He definitely needed help to get out of nirvana. Ragnar, like no one else, was happy to knock his student on the head to bring him back to reality and out of his state between two worlds. Taeho had no idea who Ku Chulayan was, which was not surprising, and Ragnar guessed that his student might not know about him, but he would tell him. Ku Chulayan was the strongest in his now-destroyed world of Eru. If we draw a parallel with Valhalla, they are on the same level as Sigurd, so he is not a weak man. Looking at the memories of this weapon, Taeho could see the name of its previous owner, a fragment of Gaibolga, the Spear of Deadly Pain, which belonged to the Irish Ku Chulayan. To be honest, Taeho was already filled with dreams of how he could repair this sword, but before he even thought about it, his mentor had to warn him. If this was indeed the same Gaibolga, then it was no surprise that the sagas used by Taeho did not work on it, because the item belonged to a different pantheon. Ragnar advised his student not to use his sagas on this fragment for now, because none of them knew what kind of guise might be placed on this artifact. Lee Taeho did not know what this guise was at all, and the mentor explained that it was something like the Oath of Power of Eru in systems where you receive power in exchange for taking an oath. But this oath also comes with restrictions, which is why Ku Chulayan, who brought many oaths, became the strongest, and some of them can become more powerful after death. If the person who gave the weapon dies and the weapon remains stronger than the oath, it can also be very dangerous because it means that the weapon does not recognize the new owner as its true master. The memories that the spear showed were indeed very powerful, even after so many years, preserving the memories of Ku Chulayan and Skathik, who were connected to each other. Taeho asked his mentor if the sword wanted to show him what kind of person its true master was, and if so, there was one way that could help it submit. If necessary, he would become stronger just so that this thing would recognize Taeho as its master, and for this, he was ready to work tirelessly, because there was nothing he could not do. Ragnar was pleased with what he heard because this was truly his student, and he did not doubt for a second that it was worth taking this young man and teaching him. The days in the young warrior's modest residence passed quietly, without any unnecessary upheavals. However, as they say, calm always means that something new is about to happen. One fine day, when Hedda was standing at the stove again, Lee Taeho approached her. I was interested in one important thing because I wanted to find out something from my Valkyrie. Taeho asked if she knew where he could find a suitable steed, because it would be great if he could rely on someone during his journey. It didn't have to be a flying creature, a horse like the Dark Elves had, or a white silence like the Ul Legion had would do, as long as it could ride and was effective. Of course, he couldn't admit that the first thing he thought of when he got the saddle was Captain Siri, who could be used as an alternative in difficult situations. However, Hedda upset Lee Taeho by explaining that the Idun Legion did not have any special summoned creatures, unlike the Ula Legion, so he would have to figure it out himself. Ragnar, overhearing their conversation, suggested that if a horse was needed and suitable, one could be purchased in Vanheim, but he understood that his student definitely needed more than just a means of transportation. So, since he wanted something special, it would be better to tame some creature with enhanced abilities, such as a dragon or whatever else caught his eye. Taeho and Hedda were surprised by Ragnar's suggestion that they should tame someone, because this task seemed impossible when transportation could simply be purchased. Ragnar suggested that his student catch a wild griffin, hinting that a truly exciting journey awaited them. He knew of a place where griffin children lived, on the border between Asgard and Olympus, teeming with wild griffins, and if one was caught, it would make a magnificent steed. The trip would naturally take some time, so the mentor asked permission from the Valkyrie patroness because only Hedda had the right to dispose of a warrior. Strangely enough, the red-haired woman did not argue but said that before departure, something important needed to be done to ensure the safety of the expedition. Ragnar said that as soon as Hedda officially gave his consent, they could set off on their journey and continue to develop their divinity along the way. So training was not in jeopardy, but in the meantime, the thought of being able to catch a dragon personally greatly excited the young Taeho for some reason, which was not surprising. Once consent was given, a few days later, Hedda personally took Taeho and Ragnar to the border of Olympus and Asgard in a carriage, just to make sure everything was safe and under control. The Valkyrie was genuinely happy that she was the one who took them there and had no idea what kind of training was going on inside the carriage where the warriors were sitting. As it turned out, Taeho had also taken Captain Siri with him on the trip, so Ragnar had something to do, training 2 soldiers at once, but Siri was definitely happy about that. Ragnar was her idol, so training in the use of the divine spirit on the road was a great way for her to get closer to her idol. Since Sir Ragnar was watching her now, no matter how difficult it was, she couldn't give up, lest she disgrace herself in his eyes, because she had to be at her best. Ragnar ended up taking pity on the poor guys and said that was enough for now, giving them a chance to rest. Otherwise, they could really mess themselves up before the battle even started. The two of them were overjoyed when they were allowed to relax and rest, and even ran up to the carriage, but it was only temporary, and soon they would not even feel any fatigue. Ragnar asked Hedda to make a stop because they needed to rest and promised to switch places with her. He would drive the carriage from now on. Everything had to be fair. Finally, they made their long-awaited stop and needed to eat properly, but in the carriage, it was impossible to eat normally without shaking. Ragnar was not only a magnificent warrior, but also a good cook. Look at the meat he is preparing for dinner. He is not just a man, but every woman's dream. The meat was roasting on the fire, gradually acquiring a golden crust and such an aroma that Zeus himself probably ran down from Olympus to taste this delicacy. A good man is one who can wield a sword not only on the battlefield but also a knife in the kitchen, so now that the meat is ready, it needs to be cut. After all, the art of serving a dish is as important a part of cooking as the cooking itself, even more important because no one will eat a truly delicious dish served like manure. Now that the meat has been roasted on all sides, Ragnar himself assessed the degree of roasting and was pleased with the result, so now eat and don't spill anything. The first to try this truly delicious meat was Taeho, who immediately sank his teeth into the deliciously roasted meat, savoring every bite. The positive reaction was not long in coming, because the meat was cooked to perfection. There was nothing to complain about, and it simply melted on the warrior's tongue like a cloud. Ragnar was, of course, very pleased with such praise, because when your cooking is praised, who wouldn't like it? And Hedda did not disdain to try the perfect meat. And immediately, the gray-haired man suggested that Ciri join the Idun Legion because then she would be able to attend his lessons all the time and not miss a single moment. Taeho liked the idea because he was essentially up for anything except a hunger strike, and if the captain trained with him in the same legion, it would be a really good time for both of them. However, the captain was in no hurry to agree to this rather pleasant adventure, and of course she was grateful, but she already had Ul's legion and comrades. She had no moral right to abandon them, and as Ragnar himself admitted, he respected her even more because of their unhurried conversation as they came to the end of their meal. They ate, rested, and now it was time to move on. And now Ragnar would lead them so that Hedda could rest after the long journey while he drove the carriage forward. A long and joyful journey awaited them, heading towards the border between their native Asgard and Olympus. To meet the griffins they had to catch and subjugate. And so, through dense forests, stone roads, and mountains, the company of adventurers heads toward their goal, knowing that another fun adventure awaits them, one that they will remember forever. Ragnar knows perfectly well that his student and Captain Ciri will perform well, and at full speed brings the guys to another test to check their skills and sagas. After a long time, they finally reach the very spot where they could make their long-awaited stop, which at first glance seemed suitable for fishing. Getting out of the carriage, Ragnar said that he thought this place was perfect for fishing, so he would leave some of the bait with Hedda and let her take care of the horses. Hedda cast a spell on the horse and made its scent even more noticeable in the middle of the essentially odorless forest because she knew the nature of griffins and how to attract them. Griffins love horse meat, so it was decided to use the horses from the carriage as bait in order to attract the desired griffins as quickly as possible. As soon as she activated the scent enhancer, a whole flock of winged monsters immediately rose from the trees, which meant that they were definitely there and the journey had not been in vain. The griffins did not keep them waiting long, and as soon as the smell of horses was in the air, they immediately began to fly in flocks toward the smell of the animals left in the clearing. Ragnar hastened to inform his subordinates that the griffins were approaching, which meant that they had to take up their positions immediately so as not to miss the crucial moment. Taeho and Captain Ciri immediately took up their positions so that they could react as soon as the griffins appeared on the horizon and immediately assess how many enemies would be attracted by Hedda's bait. And indeed, at that very moment, the griffins, attracted by the smell, flew in, began flapping their wings in the air, and after counting them, the young warrior realized that there were 3 griffins. This was a good number for hunting, so now the mentor Ragnar stepped aside, leaving Ciri and Taeho to hunt while he and Hedda watched their progress. Ciri was really well prepared because she had a paralyzing poison that she smeared on the arrows for greater effect in order to enhance the saga of the witch's arrows. Her loyal partner, Lee Taeho, uses his divine power and magic bag to enhance the weapons he pulls out of it for a good attack. The young warrior had a special item called a hawk's wing, the very cloak he used during the battle to transform into a bird, and now again. When Hedda and Ciri heard the familiar name Hawkwing, the 2 girls immediately looked at each other, realizing that they had been kept in the dark for a long time. Both girls immediately realized that they had been surrounded by a person capable of transforming into a beast the whole time, and Captain Ciri in particular experienced an incredible range of emotions. Hedda pretended that she had not noticed anything, but she was embarrassed that she did not know this fact about her own subordinate, while the warrior woman Siri learned something incredible. And now, before their eyes, Tae-ho uses a warrior's song to activate this relic of a hawk's wing in order to fly like a bird into the sky, flying over their heads. He probably didn't see how the girls were looking at him because at that very moment, turning into a right hawk, he soared above their heads, cutting through the clouds with his wings. When he flew over the heads of Siri and Hedda, the two girls froze for a second before looking at each other again, understanding everything without words or gestures. And again, exchanging glances, the blue-haired and red-haired girls came to the same conclusion, especially since Siri was the one who had been ridden by her subordinate earlier. Blushing deeply, they both turned away, while Hedda realized who her dear Tae-ho had ridden last time, for lack of other alternatives during the battle. Hedda was still embarrassed when Ragnar asked if Tae-ho should have put a saddle on her and forced her to fight like that, but she was too embarrassed. The idea of turning into a hawk to fight a griffin, which is essentially a clawed lion with wings, was really clever because a small bird has an advantage. Compared to even the most agile human, a bird will always win in speed because the sky is its natural element, unlike humans, who have only recently mastered it. The griffin was much larger than the bird, so Tae-ho flew in front of it in the body of a hawk, distracting the larger enemy to help his partner. Naturally, the griffin could not miss the smaller bird, so it instantly turned its attention to the hawk that dared to cross the sky in front of it. This was the reaction the warriors expected from him, so in that very second, they decided to act before the enemy saw them and strike. Siri had already prepared her bow with paralyzing arrows from below, so all that remained was to shoot, and the paralyzed griffin would be at their feet. The first one went, and shooting an arrow skillfully, the warrior was able to shoot the griffin, knocking it down so that it fell without unnecessary movements, thus fulfilling part of the plan. Once the first griffin was finally finished off, it was necessary to take down the other two, so it was necessary to act as quickly as possible. Speed would not be a problem in principle because the young warrior Lee Tae-ho, transformed into a hawk, was faster and more agile than in his human form. So for him, agility and speed are basically synonymous words describing the warrior himself, and it seems that now it will be a piece of cake to subdue the remaining two griffins. However, they did not know that somewhere deep inside, a much larger and more beautiful griffin was sleeping, most likely the boss or alpha male of the species. Finally, it woke up and yawned loudly, indicating that it was hungry and that it was time for the king to eat, otherwise those who did not share would suffer. As befits an alpha male of a certain species, he expected that the other males and females subordinate to him would also bring food and he would not have to make any unnecessary movements. However, unfortunately, at that moment, no one was rushing to bring him his well-deserved food, so Rollo became seriously tense because he was very hungry and was starting to get angry. He rightly decided that the griffins who had gone hunting had decided to eat all the horse meat without him, which was against all the rules of the pack, and that this would not do. Angry that his own people had decided to set him up, Rollo decided to go and investigate to see if there really was a problem. By the smell, he was able to determine the approximate location of the bait and thought that this was where the horse meat might be, so he went there to check. Maybe he was wrong to accuse his soldiers, and they could have fallen into the clutches of an even more ferocious predator, but they were definitely doomed if they ate without him. Meanwhile, those who had flown to the smell of prey lay unconscious at the feet of the warriors, and it seemed that they were now waiting for the main event that follows victory. Of course, 3 griffins at once is a good catch, but you can't get very far with ordinary representatives of this species, so you have to wait for another one. In the meantime, we can ride the griffins we have, which immediately submitted to our command and became docile until the alpha male arrives. However, they did not yet know what ancient evil they had awakened, and it seemed that the alpha male was definitely on his way because a huge number of birds rose in the thicket. Lee Tae-ho, seeing how hastily the birds were leaving the thicket, realized that something terrible was indeed happening there and that someone was approaching, causing them to flee. Everyone wished him luck and asked him to prepare himself because someone big was indeed on its way. So he would only need luck because he already had all the other attributes. There was even a hunter's trap that could be thrown around the victim's neck to stop their resistance or at least reduce it if the opponent was strong. And then the alpha male he had been waiting for so long appeared. So now the battle between 2 powerful creatures from 2 different worlds would begin. As soon as Tae-ho saw him, he realized that this was indeed an alpha male, twice as large as the ones sent earlier, or perhaps they were males that were now saddled. Naturally, as the leader of the pack, he was unhappy that some human had decided he could sit on his servants and, even more so, smile so disgustingly. Well, now he would show him. The alpha male's servant, Rollo, was unhappy that a human was sitting on him, but he couldn't do anything about it, being under the control of the Valhalla warrior with a nasty smile. Rollo was not going to forgive such shit, because only he had the right to humiliate his servants in every way, so this man would now scream in pain. Lee wasn't afraid of the alpha male rushing at him because he had a hunter's noose with him, capable of turning even a hellhound into an obedient dog. However, it seemed that Rollo himself would tease him, hoping for his advantage over the man, but he had never been so wrong about an opponent. It should not be forgotten that he was dealing with a rather cunning human warrior, especially since he had the ability to transform into a bird. At that very moment, Rollo noticed that the man he was chasing had disappeared, which frightened him greatly because he had never seen anything like it before. But to be fair, one of his males, who was under the man's saddle, was free, although a little stunned by the previous poisonous arrow. The alpha male couldn't believe it because the man turned into a hawk right in the air, which was truly an incredible sight. But he wasn't picky. "I got horse meat, so I'll get hawk meat," which is basically as tasty as horse meat, and human meat is also a good option in the absence of delicacies. It is fair to think that now the alpha male griffin will feast on human flesh because the hawk is a werewolf, but for him, the alpha male's greed only plays into his hands. This is an incredibly fast bird, so you can't count on easy prey here because, compared to a large griffin, it is capable of simply flying under your feet. Unlike a simple hawk, this one is also endowed with intelligence. So after breaking ahead and crying out, the hawk squeaked triumphantly before transforming. Quickly removing the spell of the hawk's wing cloak, the cunning Taeho took out the hunter's noose and instantly threw it around the neck of the confused alpha male Rollo. He did not expect to be so easily tricked and to find himself in a noose, but there was nowhere to run. No matter how painful it was, the main thing was to stay alive. Lee felt enormous pressure as he tried to tighten the noose around the griffin's neck because it was really difficult due to the size of the beast and the stiffness of its feathers. Rollo was also not very happy that a human was now sitting on him, and naturally, like any normal wild beast, he tried to throw him off. The alpha male continued to struggle with all his might, trying to throw off the insolent man, because for a wild beast there was no greater shame than being under the saddle of a human son. However, the man was really tough, because no matter how hard it was for him, he was not going to let go of his prey, so he had to obey. Rollo was not one to give up easily and continued to struggle desperately while they tried to restrain him, but it seemed that their strength was truly equal. Although Tae-ho was a man who at first glance seemed rather weak and lacking in muscle, he was still strong enough to keep such a huge bird in check. The alpha male of the forest griffins began to feel something that frightened him greatly. He could not break free because the noose seemed to paralyze his entire body, consciousness, and strength. Rollo continued to fight with all his might, even though he felt his body gradually losing its strength, but he understood that giving up would be a disgrace because he was the king of the forest. Tae-ho felt that the bird beneath her was beginning to weaken. I understood that this was the only chance to finish what I had started and kill the dangerous beast. He decided to use the very fragment of the sword he had found in the basilisk's mouth, thinking that this was a legitimate chance to use it, since the situation really allowed it. When Hedda and his mentor saw something, they thought that the probability of their subordinate now wounding the griffin had seriously increased. Lee Tae-ho explained that thanks to the recent battles, his synchronization speed with the Immortal Warrior Saga had greatly increased, so everything should go well. His synchronization speed is now 20%, so now the Saga of the Warrior's Sword has become the Saga of the Warrior's Weapon. But that's not all he has up his sleeve. In addition to this, he also has a new saga closely related to another main weapon of the Viking, this time a hammer in addition to the ball. And this is the blacksmith's hammer, which always hits the mark when you use it, so now this hammer serves not a hypothetical blacksmith, but the hero Lee Tae-ho. He became the one who wrote a new saga to improve what already seems to be the perfect weapon, so victory will definitely remain his, and there is no doubt about that. Improving the weapon was indeed a good investment in combat power, so even now, the king of the forest, the alpha male, felt that he was losing. He no longer had the strength to resist, but it was shameful to admit that he was now losing to some pathetic human, because he was Rollo, the king of the forest. With his last ounce of strength, he fought to throw the man off, but in vain because the man was stronger in this regard, even though he was physically weaker. On top of that, this damn nasty little man was teasing him with a nasty smile, saying that his subjugation technique was working, as if to knock down this insolent face. If the king of the forest could, he would have torn his face apart with his claws. So vile and disgusting was this man to him, but it was too late to struggle. When you have a bridle around your neck and a hunter's rope pulling you down, all you can do is submit to the saga of the warrior who captured you, because now you are his faithful transport. Lee Tae-ho continued to squeeze the griffin's throat with all his might, while it screamed and activated the saga of the Dragon Lord, thereby subjugating the great king of the forest. The saga worked unconditionally because with each passing moment, the remnants of the wild nature of the forest king griffin, who was also a warrior, faded away, giving way to the role of a faithful winged steed. Scream all you want, no one will hear you here anyway. So the moment after being brainwashed, he suddenly realized how much he loved his new master. Hedda and his mentors, the captain and the others, were sincerely glad that Tae-ho had caught the griffin, and he declared that yes, he had caught it, and that this creature even had a name. However, first, it is worth going down and choosing a better saddle because such a creature needs good reins and armor to ensure safety. I was happy with my protege's success, so I said that we should go to the carriage since Tae-ho had subdued the griffin, so let him take care of it himself. However, they were not destined to go any further because immediately there was such a loud sound that it almost deafened them, and in such a quiet place the sound of an explosion is not a good thing. The area was lit up by bright red signal flares, 2 of them instead of the usual single shot, which meant that the danger was greater than expected. Ragnar immediately understood that since 2 flares were launched at once, it meant that the unit closest to the border had been attacked and they needed to move out. Siri, the clever captain, immediately suggested splitting up because she felt that going there as a group was not an option, but Hedda stopped her. Since only Tae-ho had transportation, she would have had to run on foot. So at that moment, Valkyrie turned into a swan so that she could climb on her back and fly away. Before Tae-ho flew away on his subordinate griffin, Hedda asked him to be much more careful than before because the situation could be even worse than they expected. As he should have done, he promised to be as careful as possible because he knew that Valkyrie would tear his head off if God forbid something happened to him. Ragnar was basically fine with this, so he climbed onto the griffin next to Tae-ho and, holding his sword at the ready, asked his student to hurry up and fly faster. The young man felt how heavy his mentor was and experienced strange sensations of something touching his neck, but there was nowhere to go because they had not subdued another griffin. Nevertheless, they took to the sky and flew toward the signal lights because there could be something so serious there that they needed to react faster than ever. And riding on the winged griffin, they flew forward without fear of anything that might await them on the way, because even the enemy fears the strong. When they arrived at the scene of the event from where the lights were flying, they realized how unexpectedly deserted it was where a crowd of warriors or enemies was expected. Lee noticed that they had only crossed small mountain ranges, but suddenly it became incredibly deserted, which was strange because he had never seen anything like it in his experience. Ragnar immediately saw what was happening below them. There was really something to see, so he hurried to point down so that his student could see everything for himself. Warriors had already gathered there, fighting creatures vaguely resembling huge mountain trolls. It was clear that the battle had been going on for a long time. Unsurprisingly, on this battlefield was Braki, a comrade long familiar to the brunette, who, as a member of Thor's Legion, would certainly not miss a single battle. And indeed, even he looked very tense at that moment, fighting fiercely with his bare hands, as befits a very strong warrior, ready to literally tear with his teeth if necessary. Opposing him was a giant capable of knocking his head off with a single blow of his finger. But as we know, such a brave warrior cannot be stopped by such trifles. Even a red flash of light that could have torn his head apart like a grape did not stop Braki's determination. Once he decided not to give up, he would not give up, even if he died. Braki was wounded, blood was already flowing from his head, but full of determination to go on, he was ready to sink his teeth into his enemy's throat, but not to retreat. The situation was becoming increasingly tense because giants were not easy opponents, and if it was a mountain troll, then it was simply a mindless machine of slaughter. Ragnar decides that this is the perfect moment for him to intervene, so he decides to jump off the griffin and enter the battlefield directly from the sky without delay. He flew from a truly enormous height, which greatly surprised his student, who thought that the local psychopath had definitely lost his mind, pulling such stunts. Tae-ho watches as his mentor jumps from a great height right into the thick of battle and thinks that he must have lost his mind, since his life is now worthless. However, as we know, such an experienced warrior knew exactly what he was doing, so his sudden appearance on the battlefield behind the giant would be advantageous for a brilliant attack. And that's what happened next, because once he was behind him and unnoticed, Ragnar instantly eliminated one of the trolls without being seen. And only when the giant's body fell to the ground did he deign to turn to face the other warriors, who immediately greeted him with joyful shouts. Left in the air on his horse, Lee Tae-ho calculated the right moment to attack, seeing that he could now fly up and shift the giant's attention to himself. The Braki, who had been defending themselves until then, were basically coping, but it was clear that a person could not hold out for long with such injuries, so he gave his griffin a course towards the giant's head. He also flew past him for a second and tore his cheek, distracting him for a second from his comrade, who probably needed a break. Brakis felt no fatigue, and the blood only made him more furious because with each wound this warrior became even more evil. Every blow, every wound, fueled his primal rage and desire to tear his enemy apart, which is why he was the perfect member of Thor's legion in his primal fury. The giant did not stand aside either, because the scratch inflicted on him by the griffin hit him right on the nerve, so he needed a minute to gather his strength and endure the pain. Thor's warrior probably managed to get at least a moment's respite at that moment, gather his strength, and rise into the air, preparing to deliver another decisive blow. He jumped into the air above the giant's head, thanks to the fact that the rider on the griffin distracted him. He was able to gain a favorable angle for the blow, which was a gift from heaven. Filled with determination to glorify his god Thor in battle, he rushed forward with even greater fury, proclaiming himself as the son of God and bringing the saga to the people. Thanks to the gift he had been given, either from heaven or from his comrade who distracted the enemy, he managed to deliver a truly devastating blow to the giant's head. And in a second, the defeated giant fell to the ground amid the joyful cheers of the entire regiment, praising Bragi as the true hero of this battle, which he absolutely deserved. Another hero of the battle was, of course, Ragnar, who was the first to behead one of the giants, setting off a chain reaction that led to the destruction of the other giants. Of course, Taeho did not go unnoticed either. Racing on his griffin, he immediately remembered that he was called the warrior who was able to saddle a Valkyrie. To be honest, this annoyed him greatly because the young man wanted to be called by his name, even though this silly nickname is rarely given to anyone. But that wasn't the point. It was time to descend to the ground and greet the hero of this battle face to face, because he was, after all, your loyal comrade with whom you had been through thick and thin. Brachis was genuinely happy to see Taeho, as was the brunette himself, because they hadn't seen each other for a very long time, and it was a really good meeting. The Vikings immediately rushed to the griffin, asking what kind of Valkyrie this was, from which legion, perhaps it was his native legion, Idun, who had given him such a beast. However, now they were really going to be disappointed because it was not a Valkyrie, but an ordinary griffin, and a male one at that, and you try to catch him. Hearing that it was not a Valkyrie, but just some winged beast resembling a lion, the Vikings were naturally disappointed, but they were still glad that someone had managed to catch the griffin. Brachis told his comrade that now was not the time to stand idly by because the battle was not over, and the strength of Taeho and Ragnar would still be very useful to them on the battlefield. Ragnar was the first to speak up and asked what was going on, asking the warrior from Thor's legion to tell them more about what was happening since it was so serious. The thing was that they had found a fragment of Garm's soul, and what they heard knocked the breath out of them because it was really important for saving the world. It turns out that the giants had kept it for some purpose. But the problem was that the forces of Valhalla and the giants found it almost simultaneously, within a couple of minutes of each other. Brachis explained to Ragnar, who suggested that the giants kept it because it was basically similar to the main goal, but something didn't quite fit the explanation. They need a fragment of the soul hidden in the head, decorating it like a crown, which is the interesting part of the story, and the giants are involved, but without a normal explanation, it doesn't make sense. And indeed, if the crystal was on the head of the boar monster, then since giants and monsters are essentially the same kind of creature, it could have been taken away in battle. But the problem is that the giants were unable to subdue it because they left their main forces to suppress the warriors of Valhalla and threw the rest of their forces into tracking down the boar. Ragnar, thankfully, was no fool and immediately understood that a fragment of the Hellhound's soul had taken possession of the boar, and if they hurried, they would have a chance to obtain the fragment. As they say, he saddled up the griffin again with his apprentice, and the mentor was ready to set off no matter how difficult it was for the youngster beneath him. Lee Tae-ho would probably have spat out his lungs from the weight, but there was nowhere to go. You have to fly even if your partner weighs as much as a whole herd of elephants. The brunette asked what the other soldiers were doing and whether they should fly ahead to gain some time, since time was now a critically important resource. Brack smiled and replied that there was no need to worry about that now, and then mysteriously reached for a pouch on his belt. Opening the pouch, the young man poured out a handful of small bones. But what is this? What kind of shamanism is this? And now he will show you the art of necromancy. The bones fell into a neat pile, and so far no one expected that something really worthwhile could come out of this pile of gray bones. But let's wait and see. As it turned out, the Brachis were not only good warriors, but also good necromancers. So after uttering some spell in an incomprehensible language, he began the process of resurrection. Well, he created a cute little goat, but what can this little creature do on the battlefield? So far, he has shown that Bragi is strong, but kind. In his heart, of course, he is a sweetheart, and Tagnioster, a low-ranking warrior, is really not bad, as Ragnar noted, who, in principle, is not easily surprised. This was only the first part of the performance because Thor's warrior commanded the goat he had created to suddenly begin to grow, intending to show off all his magic. And at that moment, the little goat's body was engulfed in light, which meant that now the main part of the magic that had been prepared for later would be shown. As if absorbing into its DNA a part of the testosterone that summoned its master, the little creature began to grow and turn into a muscular goat, which was incredibly surprising. The metamorphosis was certainly on a godly level, as with every second the goat took on more and more human form, which no one could have predicted, and it was damn scary. It was frightening that some kind of animal, at the behest of a human, could grow into an incredible giant capable of tearing you to pieces if it received the signal to do so. The appearance of a huge goat that looked more like a man than men themselves caused a lot of surprise, because no one had ever seen anything like it before, but there is an explanation for this. Brack explained that this creature is the true pride of the entire region of Thor, so it should be treated with great respect because it is on him that he will catch up with Ragnar and Taeho. He quickly agreed, saying that they were already moving forward because someone had to stay behind to help the wounded. And amid the loud cries of the Vikings, he flew away on a griffin with his apprentice to catch up with the giants and take back what rightfully belonged to the gods. Following him, the rest of the unit, led by Braki, who had created this magnificent means of transportation in the form of a goat, set off on the back of a goat. What can I say? The whole situation was truly fantastical, because next to the griffin ran a titan-like goat, and all for the glory of Valhalla. Taeho, of course, felt some remorse because he thought the goat would be surprisingly slow, but this creature turned out to be much faster than he expected. He clearly underestimated it, because the man was already rushing forward, seeing the giants ahead who were rushing to win a chance to capture the boar with the crystal. The decisive factor here is the speed with which they get here, because if the boar has been defeated, it means that the giants are about to take the crystal, and that cannot be allowed to happen. Ragnar explained that they had not yet managed to restore the fragment, so it needed to be taken into safe hands as soon as possible, but the giants were no fools. The huge troll, most likely the leader, pointed to something approaching, referring to the huge goat on which the reinforcements were riding, indicating that they needed to attack immediately. The scene was incredible, of course. A huge horned goat was running towards them, with a bunch of Vikings on it, so a quick decision had to be made. In total, there were about 4 giants on the battlefield. The rest were orcs, which in principle did not change the situation due to their stupidity and naked desire to destroy. The situation was very difficult, and it was necessary to distribute forces wisely, so dividing into teams is the basis of such situations. Ragnar promised to take on the giants, while his apprentice would take care of the orcs, together with Braki, to which Taeho immediately agreed. One way or another, the fragment of the Hellhound would still be in the hands of Valhalla, so they had to hurry and get what rightfully belonged to them and the gods of their home. Braki and Taeho unquestioningly obeyed the orders of their current captain, promising him 100% completion of the task, and rushed fiercely into battle. Of course, a very difficult battle awaited them, but true warriors are never afraid of hardship, so they had to advance and charge straight at the enemy before they could rush at them, which is what they did. Amidst the roar of battle cries on all sides of the front, giants and orcs fell, and it seemed that victory was getting closer with every step, but it was too early to raise the banners of victory. The Vikings, of course, hastened to report that victory was already in their hands, and I praise Valhalla because what awaited them next was much more terrifying. Hedda, of course, along with Captain Siri, rejoiced that they had finally dealt with the problem and scattered their enemies, not expecting what was about to happen that would paralyze them. Siri suggested going to check on Taeho, but Hedda replied that Ragnar was with him, so she wasn't particularly worried about him because the young man was in good hands. She should have been worried not about Lee Taeho, but about the horror that had just burst onto the battlefield with a loud explosion, causing the Valkyrie, who had seen everything, to shudder. A huge meteorite crossed the sky, rushing headlong toward the earth, as if intent on burning everything in its path, and there was no doubt that this was a sign of something very bad. Poor Valkyrie was speechless when she saw this gigantic and destructive phenomenon, and her heart probably broke from the injustice of the world. Hedda was probably not prepared for things like meteorites in real battlefields, so her legs immediately gave way and she fell to the ground in a state of shock. Siri rushed to her to ask what had happened, but the frightened Hedda could only stammer out one question: "Why are they throwing something so terrible at us?" Siri tried to reach Valkyrie, who at first seemed to be in a state of complete concussion and did not react to anything, but as it turned out, this was only temporary. Hedda quickly gathered her strength, realizing that if she sat there in panic, waiting to be rescued, it would only make things worse for herself and everyone else. It was good that she had the sense to quickly transform into a swan so that she could command the blue-haired ones to climb onto her back as quickly as possible and fly to tea. Meanwhile, the goat, the main weapon of Thor's legion, was rushing at the maximum speed possible for his body, carrying with him a huge number of soldiers for reinforcement and to search for giants. To be honest, just the sight of a huge grenade running towards you is enough to make a normal person retreat, apparently giants of a different breed. At first, they wondered whether they should really fight such a creature as it looked very dangerous, and swinging clubs at it would be like setting themselves up for an explosion. Their story on the battlefield ended shamefully because those who were ready to fight for Valhalla and their homeland rushed in, leaving the orcs with no chance but to be trampled. At that moment, Ragnar was rushing at full speed with his student, flying on a griffin and personally watching how the orcs were now scattered like matchboxes. As previously stated, the teacher would take on the giants, while Taeho and Braki would take on the smaller orcs and deal with the remaining forces. He did not argue with his superior's order, as it would cost him dearly. Naturally, no one was going to wait on the battlefield for the warriors to decide who would attack first, so the giants were already preparing to attack with all their might. After giving his final instructions, Ragnar jumped off his griffin right into the thick of the battle, leaving his student and his comrade to deal with the rest of the targets. Remembering perfectly well that his mentor had promised to take on 4 giants, Taeho, together with Braki, the son of God, was going to deal with the rest of the living force. The most interesting thing awaited near the crystal that was located in the forehead of the wild boar, but the most interesting thing was something similar to a ritual performed by orcs. Hedda and Ciri, who had arrived here, immediately understood that some kind of dark shamanism was taking place here, which they were simply obliged to interrupt. And whatever it was, they had no right to allow it to continue because it was a direct threat to Valhalla, and if it was not eliminated, there would be trouble. Meanwhile, Taeho rushed forward on his griffin, urging it to fly as fast as possible, while using his magical vision to see the situation from a different, broader angle. His vision was not all he had in his arsenal because there was another saga that had been improved during his growth and paired with his steed was divine. Its name was the Storm Warrior's Charge, and the technique itself was called that because the griffin was capable of carrying it over long distances, which only increased the effectiveness of the attack. Hedda and the captain, of course, thought about the need to disperse the orcs, but the young man who flew in on a winged griffin took care of everything before them with a thunderstorm. They expected the crystal to give them at least some power, but instead they experienced an electric shock sent from the heavens, as if mocking them from the gods. It was very painful, and of course their anger tore them apart even more than the pain because they were so close to turning them, but got nothing. The gathering of amateur Satanists was quickly dispersed by the rider of a winged steed thanks to his lightning bolts skillfully dropped into the net, but it was too early to rejoice. Breckus was the first to take the initiative, saying that they should continue in the same vein, and he would rush at the boar, leaving his comrade to deal with the rest of the obstacles. And yet, this warrior is as resilient as a real monster, and his physical strength will allow him to withstand as long as possible in an attack with a strong opponent. Taeho could not boast of physical strength yet, so it was decided to do what was possible and leave the stronger warrior to fight the wild boar. And there was no doubt that the one who was called the Son of God thanks to the power of the saga would indeed prove himself to be an excellent fighting hammer, fighting with his bare hands. The effect was immediate, because the moment Braki appeared on the battlefield, the situation changed dramatically for the orcs, and they began to fly in all directions. Braki was truly incredible, which even the warrior to whom the Valkyrie once appeared had to admit, recognizing that his comrade was indeed a second Thor. It was good to rejoice for his comrade, but he himself could not slack off, so he had to drive his horse forward so as not to miss something very important. It seemed as if an explosion had just thundered, causing the ground beneath their feet to shake, which was not a good sign because a rumble of this magnitude promised horror. No one knew yet that something unexpected was about to fall from the sky, a red meteorite, and what hellish creature it would bring with it, but it certainly brought considerable danger. If you want to do something well, do it yourself, decided the giant herald, so he went to the front on his own to destroy Valhalla to smithereens. Anticipating how much blood he would now shed, the red-haired giant smiled, for before him lay an unlimited opportunity to prove himself in the name of the king. Even seasoned wolves like Ragnar Braki and Taeho were terrified by what they saw, for before them stood not just some mindless giant, but a true giant. Yes, I am not just one of the 5 fingers of King Utgard Loki, but also the giant of strength Harad, or simply walking fire death on legs. It would seem that they had done something so terrible that they had to fight such a terrible enemy, but apparently Harad himself would decide what they were guilty of, because the gods were interfering. Of course, she has not been on the battlefield herself for a long time, but there will still be time to make up for lost time, because there are many new heroes in this millennium. All of this promises to be very fun, because never before has there been so much potential meat for her to snack on, and so much territory to bring destruction to. Harold hadn't had such a workout in a long time when she saw a huge goat behind her, the main weapon of Thor's legion. Quickly realizing who it was, she was already licking her lips. Turning around and warming up her arms before the fight, she already felt the taste of victory on her lips. But one should not underestimate those who have fought so many battles alone. The fight will be long. Realizing that the little goat directly connected to Thor was just the perfect appetizer to start a big harvest, the giantess headed in his direction. Standing side by side like true sparring partners, they were ready to challenge each other, knowing that only one would emerge from this battle alive. Brachys tried to stop his creation so that it would not die in vain in the battle against the giant, realizing that he was probably not even close to this giant fiery giant. However, it was too late. The diabolical mechanism had been set in motion just as Harold descended to the ground and saw her potential opponent, so there was nowhere to run. The battle between two forces, possibly unequal in their abilities, began because the goat was, after all, a mortal creature of flesh and blood, unlike the demonic creation. It was to be expected that in the very first second of the battle, the giant goat would be destroyed, because he had no advantage over the demonic creature, sad as it may be. Brachys lost his composure when he saw that his creation, which he cherished so much, had been destroyed, especially since it was a gift from the god Thor to Taeho. Harold will pay for this, because he dares to smile and mock the insignificance of the warriors of Valhalla because she was able to defeat some goat. Naturally, Brachys, the son of God, was not going to let this go and rushed forward to personally confront the giant who was waiting for him. Brachys felt that he could not breathe, and the pressure was very strong, and it felt as if his lungs were being torn apart and burned. The giant Harold took advantage of the fact that the warrior could no longer breathe to deliver what seemed to be a fatal blow and burn him alive. Poor Brachys was doomed to a sad end. If he didn't die in the fiery attack, he probably suffered terrible injuries, which, to be honest, you wouldn't wish on your enemy. Taeho was in shock from what he had seen and couldn't even move, even though he really wanted to rush straight into the thick of the battle and help his comrade. Harold ran wild on the battlefield, taking advantage of her superiority over the forces of Valhalla, because she was truly invincible against lower-ranking warriors. For her, burning people alive was not a hobby but a daily routine, so not a single muscle twitched on her face after such an atrocity. But at that very moment, she noticed someone interesting ahead of her. She couldn't help but lick her lips because she saw someone she hadn't seen in a very long time. Brack survived only because Ragnar Lodbrok arrived in time and managed to shield the warrior with his sword and repel the powerful fiery attack. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, but they didn't miss the opportunity to exchange barbs. Ragnar called her crazy when the giantess decided to come here and wreak such havoc. She declared that Ragnar had become so weak that it moved her to tears, hinting that she would deal with such a weakling in no time at all. He was a first-class warrior who distinguished himself in the first great battle and was a legendary Viking, but now he was more like a beaten dog. Tired of such a minor skirmish, the giantess admitted that she sincerely felt sorry for him because it was sad to see a legend in such a state. The years were taking their toll, but his mind was still sharp enough, and he understood that the soldiers were still in shock and that they needed to buy time. Brack and Lee Taeho are heroes, of course, but they are still too young for such a shock, so you can't blame the young guys for being paralyzed right now. His duty as the senior member is to lead them out, and at that moment, footsteps are heard behind them. A huge boar with a fragment in its forehead begins to move toward the giant. He walked slowly toward her, clearly not with bad intentions, because no monster had yet been able to control him, and the giantess would not be able to either. Harold did not yet know what awaited her. She was too preoccupied with the former hero of the great battle and his humiliation and how low he had fallen over the years. However, hearing footsteps, she instantly turned around to see the target she had come here for, the wild beast with a crystal in his forehead that had turned him into a monster. The hunter and the beast run. As they say, all that remained was to reach out and take the crystals, and then the main goal of her mission would be accomplished. After all, you can't trust such an important task to some idiot from the cult or a giant who will ruin everything because he is afraid of some Valhalla warriors, idiots. Brack stood rooted to the spot even when Ragnar shouted at him to run, because the enemy was much more dangerous than it seemed. But it was clear that the young man was still in a state of shock. The shock was evident on his face, because what can you expect from a man who has just seen his creation, to which he was devoted with all his soul, torn apart before his eyes? For a second, Lee Taeho's voice could be heard as he rushed in at full speed, shouting war cries to his mentor, who was trying to reach Brachys, paralyzed by shock. Ragnar raised his head to see his student finally coming out of the state of shock he had been in just a few moments ago and was surprised. Lee Taeho held out his hand to him, hinting that they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible, and the mentor couldn't help but acknowledge how quickly his student had gathered his strength. It was really hard to expect such a lightning-fast reaction from a person who, just a couple of minutes ago, was staring at you like a sheep at a new gate, and now was saving you. Ragnar had to admit that this kid was truly remarkable in his abilities, and that he had underestimated him from the very beginning. Ragnar had no intention of leaving, as he wanted to continue the fight, but there was one warrior who needed to be taken away from here urgently, and that was Brockie, who stood rooted to the spot. The mentor ordered to take this concussed man away and leave here safely, leaving everything to him to find a safe place and lick his wounds. Lee was most concerned about what would happen to his mentor now, because he was leaving him right in hell and did not want his mentor to die there. Ragnar looked sternly at his student before his eyes lit up, and he overcame the urge to punch Lee Tae-ho in the head. His eyes burned with the same fire as in the old days, promising that now it would definitely be fun, because here was not just a warrior but a true legend of the past and, probably, of the future. Putting aside his modesty, Ragnar asked his student for permission to show the true power of a warrior who had achieved greatness, and from that moment on, everything would be different. Ragnar was a great king once upon a time, a brave sailor who conquered seas that others did not dare to enter, and the most powerful warrior. Legends were composed about him, passed down through generations of people over the centuries, and from this he became the king of all Vikings, a simply mystical figure. His saga bore the name of the mystical saga of the Viking king Ragnar Lodbrok, as bright as the golden light emanating from his figure. Life threw him back onto the battlefield, and his opponent was also a giant, Harald, whose goal was to prevent the destruction of Valhalla, just as he had done many years ago. At stake was not just a defeat and disgrace, but the fate of the whole world, because if even a fragment of Garm, the god Odin himself, was not captured, a sad end awaited him. The fragment was right at her feet, and all she had to do was reach out to pick it up and bring Garm's howl closer, thereby triggering the awakening of Fenrir and Ragnarok. It seems that the battle is lost, for her hand has almost reached the crystal on the boar's forehead and destroyed it, but it is too early to put an end to the story. Anyone could knock out the crystal, but it would not necessarily be the one who destroyed its bearer who would pick it up, but the one who was more dexterous than the enemy. The crystal knocked out of the boar's forehead fell to the ground, and it seems that Harald will definitely pick it up because she was closer to the relic, but that's not the case, so she will have to fight for it. Harald had already reached out her huge hand for the shard, but at that moment she sensed something was wrong, as if someone was challenging her again. Her hearing did not deceive her. The one she had long written off or simply decided to provoke was now standing against her. Who knows what was on the mind of this giantess? Just as her hand was about to reach for the crystal, a sharp blow from a sword she certainly did not expect to see now almost deprived her of it. The old man, who had suddenly gained strength and shed the disguise of an unfortunate old man who had decided to retire after the great battle, was now ready to fight seriously. Ragnar Lothbrok, who remembered that he was first and foremost the king of the Vikings and the father of great warriors, shed his disguise and set out in earnest to defeat Harald. In the first few minutes, her eyes widened with fear because she did not expect such a sharp turn of events, but in principle, you can have fun with the real Ragnar. The appearance of her old enemy in his true form provoked her greatly, so it was decided to stage a real battle and show no mercy to either herself or her enemy. Ragnar finally came, stopped hiding in the form of an old man who was tired even from one extra step, and decided to seriously take up the fight without pretending anymore. How long she had waited for him to come to his senses and appear in his true form, and how her blood had boiled all this time when there was no way to release the charge. All this had been building up in her blood for so long without a worthy enemy, and now he had come to face her in battle, and there might never be another chance like this. Ragnar was also here in his true form, wanting to show what a true warrior who had reached his peak was like, and to show the current generation of warriors his power. Lee Tae-ho did not go against his mentor's orders and flew away with the concussed Brockie, but his thoughts were still with his mentor. This battle was truly great because the shockwaves from it reached the heavens, and the battle was truly grand. There is no denying that. Tae-ho was very worried about his mentor. Even if his silly jokes and teasing could sometimes be annoying, his mentor was still a very close person, just like Hedda. Garant understood that no matter how weak the former king of the Viking warriors was, his head was still the greatest gift for her king, and she would bring it to him. Ragnar understood perfectly well that with such a body, he would not last long, but he would still do everything he could to at least buy time for the boys. In the current situation, this could last for a very short time because the resonance of forces was great, and it was unlike any battle that had ever been fought before. The battle may have lasted only a dozen seconds or so, but the blows they exchanged were enough to destroy hundreds of thousands. This day could truly be called the day when heaven and earth collided, and the Vikings themselves understood that it was too dangerous here and that they needed to leave before it was too late. They had to assess their capabilities adequately, because here they could easily fall, although at another point on the map, they would be an excellent help to the rest. Things weren't going well for Ragnar either. He felt that he was almost at his limit and needed to end it all with one blow, putting all his strength into it. Therefore, he tried to gather as much strength as possible for the final blow to defeat Harold once and for all, but it was a really difficult task. He taught Taeho that the main technique of a Viking should be a saga called the finishing blow, and now he had to put all his strength into this finishing blow. Harold was not stupid either, and understood that now, when he was on his last breath, so to speak, Ragnar was becoming even more dangerous because of his increased strength. And she took a step to the side, dodging the blow, although, to be honest, it was close enough that she could have been hit in a vital organ and fallen back forever. However, Ragnar failed because she dodged, which was a very bad sign, hinting that he would have to hold on for a very long time to defeat her. Truly, his blow was colossal, because even though he missed, it was an incredibly powerful burst of energy capable of destroying the entire mountain behind him, so that Harold would have died. The giantess mocked the former Viking king, saying that it was close and very weak for him, and that she also had a powerful blow as a gift for him. Ragnar had no choice but to try to dodge so as not to die on the spot, putting his sword forward for defense. But something went definitely wrong. Ragnar expected her to attack him and prepared to defend himself, but he was certainly hit by the shockwave. But the main blow was definitely not aimed at him. The realization that the blow was not aimed at him, and that there was a direct threat to someone else made him panic because it could have been Lee Tae-ho, which would have been tragic. His apprentice was not there, of course, but there were Vikings whom the damned giantess had taken hostage, deciding to manipulate Ragnar's feelings in this way. She was a noble bitch, of course, and it was part of her plan. And now that she had driven so many people into a corner, she wondered what the Viking king would do. The Vikings were probably ready to fight themselves, even though they wanted to scatter, but the Viking king Ragnar Lothbrok himself would not allow them to do so. He was already prepared for the fact that it was only his and Harold's fight, but then variables intervened that he definitely couldn't sacrifice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for it himself. He felt very sorry for the people because what kind of Viking king would sacrifice people? Now he was torn between two fires like a wounded dog. The Vikings closed their eyes, trying to protect at least their faces from the fiery attack, but no one would allow them to die so easily, even if it meant burning themselves. He would burn himself to save people who should not die a vain death, and save the Vikings who were simply unlucky to be in this place at this moment. The warrior who opened his eyes saw above him a living shield in the form of the Viking king, who covered his simple soldiers with his body from the deadly fire. The hellish fire burned his skin along with his clothes, and the pain was hellish. But true to his principles, he could not allow the people for whom he was responsible to burn alive. Let him suffer, but he would rather suffer himself than feel the pressure of the sword he was driving into the ground, trying to restrain himself because he had no right to show weakness. Ragnar closed them with him. The Vikings did not expect this and were ready to die, but their hero, their king, came to the rescue, giving life to the simple soldiers. Harold mocked him, saying that if he had not paid attention to the people, he would have dealt a deadly blow to her. But he was still just a simple, weak man. In her opinion, even the king of the Vikings has no right to feelings and should be a simple machine for battle. And now, swearing loudly, Ragnar was sweating profusely from exhaustion. The fiery giantess teased him, asking if he had decided that now was the time for him to die, since his physical condition had greatly deteriorated and he was no longer in good shape. It seemed to me that he was paying attention to her words, and that he was not interested in the giantess herself, because there was something much more important than this crazy bitch on the battlefield. There was the one he told to run, but that idiot decided he was smarter than everyone else and stayed here to watch his mentor fight, exposing himself to fire. Harold already thought that Harold had gone mad and was seeing hallucinations, and asked, not understanding what this psychopath was muttering to himself. As it turned out, all this time a griffin was hovering in the sky above them with a very interesting person on it. This person, or rather, two people, could turn everything around. Brakes finally came to his senses and arrived with Tae-ho, ready to fight again in the name of Valhalla, and now the giant's head would surely become a toy. Calling himself the son of God, Brockie promised that he would never again allow such a disgrace as had happened a short time ago, so let her prepare for death. With those words, leaving Tae-ho on the griffin, the son of God jumped down, ready to burst onto the battlefield like a flash of thunder on a hot summer day. Brockie carries within him a thunderstorm that is his military saga, and now this storm will engulf the accursed Herald, extinguishing her flame for eternity. His true ability is called the Saga of the Hammer that strikes lightning, and now this hammer will be the last thing the giant's head will ever see. Brack is determined to avenge himself for that very goat and, most importantly, for the humiliation of the god Thor, whom he truly considered his divine father. It seems that while Harold is preoccupied with something else, it is the right time to bring down the hammer on his head, so he takes advantage of this opportunity. The iron is hot, but the giantess has parried his attack. Well, in principle, he is not particularly upset because it is a good sign that at least she has opened up. Braki expected her to parry his blow, but he commanded his partner sitting on the griffin that the giantess had opened up, and that was enough for a strike, and gave the go-ahead to move forward. Harold did not expect another attack from the sky, and that an even more unpleasant surprise from Valhalla and the one Ragnar was addressing awaited her there. In the heavens soared a griffin on which rode a warrior named Hope of Valhalla, at whose hand she might now meet her true doom. And he prepared a special death for her, using all his strength to the maximum, creating a new weapon capable of probably even turning the whole earth upside down. Lee Tae-ho's new ability is called Saga, the ancient dragon cannon, and now this dragon cannon will meet the hard head of the stone giant, splitting it like a nut. The moment of judgment is drawing nearer, and only one can survive this battle, but Tae-ho will not allow the giantess to leave here alive. Oh, Harold certainly loves strong warriors, and since Ragnar didn't satisfy her very much, maybe at least this boy will be able to cheer her up instead. I fear that two completely opposite forces are now converging, the power of the gods from Valhalla and the power of the giant, who brings only destruction, death, and desolation. Now is the moment in history when Valhalla may lose its great warrior, or Utgard Loki may have one less finger on his hand. It seemed that the dragon cannon's shot had missed the giantess's hand, but it was too early to say anything, and the situation remained as dangerous as ever. After the two hands collided, the giants and the warriors, there was an explosion in which both seemed to drown and burn alive, leaving only ashes behind. Ragnar was probably now distraught with grief because he did not know whether his students had died or not, so he could only shout Tae-ho's name and could no longer help. He would never have allowed his student to intervene in the fight, but now he couldn't even lift a finger, so the battle was up to Tae-ho, the hope of Valhalla. One of the 5 fingers of the king magician Utgard Loki came to deal with him personally, so this battle was truly legendary, just like a battle between heaven and hell. After all, two forces that were completely opposite in nature clashed, the power blessed by the gods on the side of Lee Tae-ho and the hellish scourge on the side of Harold. Flames burst forth from the ground, and it really seemed like the end of the world was approaching, as if the earth had opened up, letting out the most terrifying creatures. Harold herself felt that with every passing second, her end was drawing closer and closer, but until the last minute, she refused to believe it because she was strong. But Lee Tae-ho, who was now challenging her, was just as strong, but he was an insignificant man whom she did not even consider an equal opponent. And now, Valhalla's main hope had been lost in the explosion, leaving everyone who had been watching the battle in a state of panic, praying that he would not burn alive there. Ragnar, who was standing in front of the crowd, probably sat down for the second time when he saw the explosion, and all the Vikings were very worried about Tae-ho, who could now die. He survived, but he was a little disoriented, and of course no one was able to breathe normally after surviving an explosion that nearly tore him to pieces. However, he was pleased with the result of the blow because it seemed to have hit the target, thinking that it should shake the giant properly, and that would be good. The giantess was still standing, but her hunched figure showed that the blow had been quite effective for a weak person. While Tae-ho was now sitting on the ground trying to catch his breath, she felt fine, but to be honest, the shock was quite significant. The giantess praised the boy for catching her off guard when she was open to attack and recognized his strength, so she would fight with all her might without mercy. Tae-ho realized that he was in deep trouble because the giantess didn't have a scratch on her, while he was already breathing like a beaten dog, realizing that it was not going to be easy. Ragnar, like the other Vikings, understood that they needed to help Tae-ho urgently, even though they all knew that in his current state, he couldn't even think about fighting. Ragnar's back was covered with terrible burns that burned his skin down to the flesh, but he was not going to retreat and abandon his student to the giantess. However, Tae-ho was not alone on the battlefield, because the very man he had saved while he was still concussed approached him and helped him recover and rejoin the ranks of the fighters. Braki came to the battlefield, promising that he would fight side by side with Tae-ho. No matter how deep in trouble they were, they had to be together. The warrior Thor understood that even if the situation was inevitable, they had to attack together no matter what, and Braki was adamant because he never abandons his friends. Harold decided that it was worth making concessions. I expected them to give their maximum effort, to give it their all for her. After all, she would certainly not hold back, using all her fiery power against the 2 best soldiers of Valhalla at the moment, whom even the Valkyrie had noticed. Of course, Lee Tae-ho understood that the quality of their attacks would now determine whether everyone else on the front line would survive or not, so he was ready to give his all in the saga of the thunderstorm. The Braki also kept up with him. As a true warrior of Thor, he brought with him the saga of the hammer that throws lightning bolts. Together, they can truly create an unbeatable team. Ragnar, no matter how much they tried to dissuade him from entering the battle in such a state, did not stand aside either. So in this battle, the 3 legends of this world will merge. Some special guests also arrived on the battlefield in the form of Valkyrie Hedda and Captain Siri, who are now about to witness a truly great spectacle. Hedda, in the form of a swan, was able to track down Tai-Ho, but she probably won't like what is happening to her subordinate, who is really unlucky. Harold stood and held Li Tai-Ho in her hand as if he were some kind of doll in the hands of a little girl, and at first, the warriors could do nothing. They were just trying to buy some time. Nothing else was possible because none of you are capable of doing anything worthwhile. Despite his great physical strength, Brockie did not put up a fight and lay completely unconscious next to Ragnar, covered in blood, while Harold entertained herself. Feeling like a winner, she tortures Li Tai-Ho, who was lucky enough to stay alive, intending to tear his head off like a stuffed doll. This psychopath's dolls quickly become boring, so it's time for them to go to the trash can, and she now throws the toys unworthy of her royal hands into the garbage. Tai-Ho would probably be dead now if it weren't for an unfortunate coincidence, and Hedda, who managed to find him in time, arriving at the scene of such a terrible massacre. Valkyrie noticed a small figure flying against the backdrop of a sky flooded with bloody glare and rushed to pick him up as quickly as possible. Lee woke up in some empty space and for a long time could not figure out where he was. But fear slowly began to take over his body, and it was the fear of death. Unable to see or hear anything, he was very afraid that this time he had really died and kept asking the emptiness around him about it. But the voice he suddenly heard said that he was still alive, because if he had died, he would not be able to think about his death now, which was a logical argument. Hearing such a familiar, satisfied voice, the young man returned in shock from whoever was talking to him now, while in reality the battle for his life was being fought. Hedda managed to catch him in time, otherwise he would have smeared himself on the ground like a piece of butter falling from the knife of a clumsy cook, but she arrived just in time. Hedda wept because the only warrior of her legion, Idun, was dying in her arms, and moreover, the girl loved this man so much. She had no right to let him die, because otherwise she would not have asked for it herself, and the goddess would have cursed her for all eternity for such a vile sin. Tai-Ho recognized this voice and image from his memory, for it was the great Prince of Light, Ku Chulainn, whose sword he now wielded. Ku Chulainn, or rather what was left of him, was summoned here because Tai-Ho was able to use a fragment of his soul trapped in the shards of the sword, and so now he would be very important. From this moment on, Ku Chulainn would be Li Tai-Ho's spiritual mentor, which he was certainly happy about, but he did not expect to get such a jackpot when it would have been easier to ask him to revive him. The legendary warrior of Irish mythology explained that the spear found by Tai-Ho recognized him, which is why he wanted to teach Tai-Ho everything he knew during his lifetime. He will pass on to him all the secrets of the world of Eru, which is why Tai-Ho is still alive, because even his Valkyrie, Hedda, has not given up on the possibility of resurrecting her beloved warrior. She bit off a piece of the apple, realizing that she would have to do what she had been putting off until the last moment, and perhaps as a girl, she had been waiting for a more romantic moment. However, having bitten off a piece of the golden apple and having his blessing on her lips, the Valkyrie Hedda kissed the mortally wounded warrior, passing her strength on to him. Whether it was the apple that worked or Ku Chulainn who dared to give him some of his strength and help him, the hand of the young man, who at first glance seemed dead, suddenly moved. He had no right to die, because he was the only heir to Eru, so Hedda should not shed tears, because he was alive and had no intention of dying. Li Tai-Ho finally opened his eyes and looked at her, and that was probably more than she could have wished for in her entire life, to see that he was alive and her soul was at peace. Herod, also known as Harold, now received another signal from the deity, a reminder that she had actually come here on a specific mission. But instead of doing her job, she was just entertaining herself with some flies, even though she should have captured the fragment of Garm's body long ago. They had already lost a lot of time, and she was still fooling around, even now when he was scolding her like a schoolgirl, urging her to finish what she had started and calling her a bore. Avalt warned her that they needed to get out of there before reinforcements arrived, but she was clearly too confident in herself and decided to take the fragment right away. She probably thought that Ragnar was definitely dead, but an unpleasant surprise awaited her. A video of the resurrected Viking king standing behind her with evil intentions. It couldn't be. He had just been lying dead at her feet and now he was standing, albeit unsteadily. What a stubborn soul, refusing to die and accept defeat. The giantess recognized his stubbornness and determination, even though she saw that the gray-haired man could barely stand, but was still ready to go into battle again. Just like his student, who had just regained consciousness and was already ready to return to the ranks of soldiers, both the mentor and the student did not know the value of their lives. Hedda rightly burst into tears, begging Tai-Ho not to do anything foolish and to come back because he had just woken up and could easily die, and she did not want to lose him. For the first time in history, a person has become so dear to her. However, a surprise awaits her in the form of Tai-Ho, who has no intention of dying himself and will not allow Ragnar to die either. Therefore, he will return victorious. One only needs to believe in him and wait for him to bring what Valhalla needs and defeat its most sworn enemy. Hedda may not cry because he is not alone. He is under the protection of, if not a god from Valhalla, then at least an equally powerful patron from Eru. With him is the spirit of Ku Chulan, who, as I promised earlier, will be with him until the end and will reveal all the secrets known to this promising young warrior, Lee Tae-ho, a brave warrior. And he will not let anyone down, proving that he is worthy of the blessing given to him by several great personalities from different worlds, stories, and social strata. Harold is no longer joking, as she is once again forced into battle by the one she never expected to see alive, Ragnar. He was very stubborn, and even when his wings were essentially torn off like a moth and he was left to die near a lamp, he still got up. Ragnar is certainly good, but you have to look around so that, God forbid, some cockroach doesn't sneak up from behind and hit you on the head. Tae-ho survived and came back to test his luck again, and she was basically fine with that since she had enough luck for everyone. And since he decided to play again, she didn't mind. She didn't know that this time the situation would definitely not go the way the giantess wanted, because he had the blessing of a completely different power, one that might even surpass hers. Ragnar immediately lost interest, so she decided to focus all her power on his student, thinking that no matter how he attacked, he would die anyway. And now she would show him that his place was deep underground, because this insolent man was still trying to challenge her, believing that he could defeat her. Of course, their powers were not equal, but it should not be forgotten that this time the opposing side had a blessing much stronger than in Valhalla, but that was for later. Kuchulain will now make sure that his so-called student survives the battle and emerges as the sole victor, because there will be no other option. His student must win this battle, and Harold will be the sad moment in history that is destined to remain here on the battlefield, reduced to dust. No matter how she bares her teeth now, this will be her end, because the enemy she has chosen is not an ordinary man, but at least a blessed one. It may hurt him at first and he may lose again, but as we know, you can lose one battle but win the entire war. The fire will now completely burn Tae-ho's body, just as the hot wind will blow him off his feet, but he is known for his willpower and will surely stand his ground here because he knows his goal. Experiencing even the most hellish pain imaginable and flying away from the pain shock, he managed to leave his mark, albeit an invisible one for now. It was too early to rejoice that he had flown away, because Tae-ho, even though he was injured, managed to do something that completely turned the battle around, clearly not in Harold's favor. Let him enjoy the illusory thoughts that she is winning, because in a couple of seconds it will be Harold who will be crying and lamenting his carelessness. Clenching her fist, the giantess was about to strike again, but at that very moment her once strong stone hand began to crumble, which was not part of the plan at all. After all, this little rascal managed to hook her hand with a blow from the fragments of Kukulen's sword, which had a completely different type of power than the weapons produced in Valhalla and Asgard. Now, the real fun was about to begin, because her hand was burning with a blue flame that she couldn't extinguish no matter how hard she hit it or tried. She lost her arm, and no matter how hard she tried to shake the blue light off her body, it was all in vain. Now, instead of an arm, she had only a stump that she could barely wave. Anger began to take over her whole body, because the loss of her hand meant complete powerlessness, since a man was able to deprive her of her limb, even though she was the strongest. Ironically, one of the King Mage's fingers had lost its hand, so now it could be said that the king had half a phalanx instead of a finger, and this infuriated Harold beyond words. Tae-ho, that vile boy, was able to deliver a crushing blow and deprive her of her hand. So now even the giantess herself did not understand who the hell this young man was. What was the true nature of the creature that could so easily deprive her of a limb, when even the legendary warrior could do nothing against her, and he was only human? He wanted to know how he managed to inflict such a wound on her, because no one before him had ever succeeded in doing so, but now he was paying the price for daring to fight her in the first place. Tae-ho certainly understood that he was now definitely doomed, because he had suffered a serious enough injury to be concerned. He was shocked that he had suffered a fatal wound, but she was still standing. He expected Harold to at least fall down, but he was no longer able to fight because of his arm. Avalt ordered the giantess to retreat immediately, because they had already spent too much time searching for this fragment, and that was unforgivable. But she couldn't retreat because the ego of the invincible giant was hurt, and she was filled with rage that someone capable of harming her had appeared and posed a threat. If this threat was not destroyed, it would stand in her way again in the future, and that could not be allowed. It was much more important than dealing with the already defeated warrior Ragnar. Tae-ho understood that Harold still wanted to fight, and he knew that he would not be able to withstand another such attack because his badly burned arm was paralyzed. Avalt agreed with his subordinate, deciding that since she wanted it so much, he would give her another chance to prove herself and share his power with her by restoring her limb. The deity restored her arm, making it possible to continue the fight, but said that this was her last chance and she had to finish the fight as soon as possible. Now, they were both in deep trouble. She had a new arm, but both the mentor and the student understood that they were doomed because of the enemy's increased power. The situation is truly dire because neither Ragnar nor Tae-ho are capable of anything anymore, and they understand perfectly well that they are now definitely going to Valhalla. Harold is pleased with her new arm, acknowledging that it moves very well, and announces the second round to the nameless warrior so that he can prove himself. Tae-ho noticed that she had rebooted, and this is serious because he is no longer able to even hold his head up, and she has probably become even stronger than she was before. Help always comes from where you least expect it, and this time Hedda decided that she had had enough of sitting in the rear and, together with Captain Siri, came to rescue Tae-ho. After all, he was now in deep trouble, and only they were full of strength and able to somehow influence the course of the battle with one arrow and the witch's second with a sword. Tae-ho sincerely thanked all those who came to his aid because without them, it would have been very difficult for him, and it was only thanks to each other's help that they were alive. In principle, this was what Harold wanted, even more powerful opponents to satisfy her ravenous appetite, but even the whole world would not have been enough for that. Tae-ho did not know if their tactics would be effective now, but they had nowhere else to go because they had to attack in the name of everything they held dear. Brekis, who had been lying unconscious until that moment, also stood behind him, preparing to deliver crushing blows because that was the only way to get a little closer to victory. Harold merged with the dark force that had given her a hand, and now she was a fairly high-level opponent, even higher than before, so they had to be more careful. Turning into a tornado, the mad giant whirled everything around her with the clear intention of sowing chaos, death, and destruction wherever she set foot. The warriors faced a great trial, and if they survived it, they could truly become the greatest in history, for this would not be the last of their difficult trials. Renewed and still as dangerous in her madness, Harold laughed that now they would all meet their certain end, for she would wipe them out. Hedda, who held the defense together with Tae-ho and the others, experienced the pressure exerted by an enemy that looked much stronger than her, and it was as hot as hell. Tae-ho felt this heat like no one else, because he was at the front and couldn't even take a step or move, so intense was the hellish heat. Drowning in her own madness, the giantess rushes forward with only the desire to destroy, annihilate, and take revenge on those who challenged her in her head. Entering a state of absolute madness, she didn't even know where to start, whether with the black-haired boy or the huge warrior of Thor's legion. The choice was so great. The lightning bolts of the gods always hit their target, and no one expected such an intervention on the battlefield because everyone stood completely still. But then who attacked? So, the intervention on the battlefield must have come from much higher authorities than they could have imagined. Could it be that the gods had descended to Earth? At that moment, it was possible to believe anything, even that the Thunderer himself had descended to send the wild creature to hell and roast it with his lightning bolts. Tae-ho had the chance to see the one who unexpectedly came to the aid of earthly creatures who were now alone in fighting the hardest battle in their history. It was Thor, the god of thunder and lightning. Thor had come to protect the people who were fighting so bravely for their existence, and not only for it, but for the whole world, in fact. With his own hand, Thor stopped the inevitable and apologized to the warrior Tae-ho for being late, which is an honor in itself when a god apologizes to you. The poor young man was shocked that the god of thunder himself knew his name, because he was just a human being, and Valkyrie couldn't tell Thor that herself. Thor promised that he would answer their questions once they got rid of this annoying creature, and now they would tear her to pieces like a hot water bottle. Now, this fiery creature would definitely not be able to do anything against Thor himself, because he was clearly no match for her. Only a madman would go against God. This was an event of global significance. Thor himself descended to Earth, and a shocked and disheveled Siri kept shouting that someone was coming down from the heavens, while Hedda hung in shock. Brekis did not lose his composure, and immediately said that his father had finally come to solve his son's problem, as they say. Lee Tae could not believe that this was real. Thor said that it would be better for them to step back because lightning bolts would now fly in all directions, and the battle promised to be difficult, so no one wanted any unnecessary casualties. Indeed, the battle would not be easy because God himself had come here, along with a cursed creature from hell who had decided that she was equal to God in power, for which she would pay dearly. Thor had no intention of sparing her or holding back, so he asked the people and others to move far away so that, God forbid, they would not be caught in the blast wave. Now he will get his revenge in full because not only did she open her mouth on a fragment of Garm, but she also decided that she could compete with the gods themselves. Here is his hammer, and here is Thor's weapon. He never knew such a thing as a miss, so now, using this same legendary hammer, he would smash her stone head. Harold must have been in hellish pain when the god of thunder and lightning didn't kill her. She was already bleeding, but Thor clearly had no intention of stopping there. A just god who would never harm an innocent creature, he was now seriously angry, and the whole earth literally hummed and shook. Probably a single blow from Thor was enough to completely turn the earth upside down and inside out, shaking all the demons. The Vikings could not help but rejoice that Thor himself had come down to join them in battle, and they praised their god, for he was now fighting for them. Of course, this was all very well, but the only one here with a brain was Ragnar, who said that it would be better for everyone to back off, otherwise they would surely die if they got involved. When asked by Tae-ho whether they would win or not, Hedda replied that since the solution was here, he could relax a little, because God would take care of everything. As they say, there is no peace for the sick in the head. So the brunette was confused about how many more enemies were waiting for him in dark corners and understood that he needed to become stronger. Harold was already lying pinned to the ground, thinking about how she had sunk to such a life that God had managed to come to the battlefield, and that Thor didn't annoy her now. Damn Thor. How did he manage to get here so quickly? And in general, the appearance of God was a truly alarming sign for the giants. Thor ruined all her fun, so now she would ruin his life by doing the only thing this creature was capable of. But she had a little gift for him in her pocket, so now she's throwing a smoke bomb in Thor's face to show him how it feels to ruin such a pleasant fight. It's good that the Thunder God immediately realized that a smoke bomb had been used against him and his eyes were not damaged, but something even more interesting awaited him. Of course, a smoke bomb against the God of Thunder is powerful, but in reality, it was far from a thunder bomb, but rather the last Chinese warning from the one who gave her her powers. Abel decided to take his power back, leaving Harold without an arm again, so now she was wondering what this freak was allowing himself to do. He replied that she was no match for Thor, so he hid her behind the veil of night, but Harold was clearly not satisfied with the outcome of the battle. She wanted to fight, she wanted blood, and she couldn't get enough of her desire to compete even with the gods, so she didn't care about the warning that she would surely die now. Her fists clenched with rage because she wanted blood, and now they were taking it away from her. Insatiable to the very end, she was ready to push forward even if it was a god. She would not back down. Thor, of course, expected everything. He had seen it all in his life, but this kind of insolence towards him was unprecedented. The giantess had really decided to fight. Even he was now shocked by what was happening, because the giant had not died from his attacks. And even more so now, when she was on the verge of death, she decided to continue fighting. He would appreciate such persistence in battle and life in any other creature, but not in this annoying piece of rock that he cannot crush completely. Harold was not going to retreat because she was, above all, a giant warrior who always went to the end, and it would be a disgrace for her to flee the battlefield. She is not one to flee the battlefield, and she does not die by turning her back on her enemy, which in its own way is worthy of respect. So let her dear king watch her fight with the god of thunder, who is basically already tired of all this fuss with an annoying creature. Thor has probably swallowed nervously hundreds of times, but decided to see this damn fight through to the end, since she wants it so much and we have what Harold is asking for. Because he cannot use his hammer, the god of thunder began to fulfill the sacred duty assigned to him by the great gods, because there is no other way. Harold probably understood that she would soon die, but for her, as for any warrior, it was an honor to die in battle. They would flee, which made her a worthy opponent. Drowning in her own madness, she is ready to challenge even God himself, even if it costs her dearly. But she is ready to show that she is worthy of fighting Thor himself. If she could, she would even challenge Odin, but for now, she will have to settle for Thor. Well, let's be glad that at least we got lucky here. The Vikings who were outside the battle zone were probably blinded by the dazzling light created by the collision of the two forces. The light really burned their eyes, because this clash of forces really meant that their eyes would burn, because Thor himself was there. The battle, like everything else, came to an end, leaving behind a huge pit that was still covered with dust, hiding something important for everyone who was waiting for the end of the battle. When the dust from his blows settled, the statue of Harold, frozen in time, was visible at the bottom. She had finally achieved her goal and died in battle with Thor himself. Thor still allowed her to die with dignity and fulfill the true duty of a warrior to die in battle, rather than turning her back on her enemy, and even respected her. Usually, enemies like Harold are to be despised, but her determination to show her best side and not retreat, even if it was in the name of the king, was impressive. Even if she was the very creature that was unworthy of being remembered, Thor laughed at her claim that she was a warrior, but he would remember Harold. He turned her into a stone statue, armless and tongueless, who would never be able to harm anyone again and would remain staring at everyone. Leaving this stone statue twisted with rage at the turn of the century, Thor headed in a completely different direction, for he still had unfinished business. First of all, He had to destroy the Shard of Garm, as he had promised his father Odin. Now the shard was at his feet, and the moment was perfect. For this, he came to fulfill his mission and brought his soap to destroy what could start an irreversible process of world destruction. Thor also cannot destroy what, in the wrong hands, will trigger the destruction of the world, so he is here to carry out Odin's main order. When Thor smashed the shard of the hammer, he burst into the sky with a dazzling bright blue flash, greatly frightening everyone who was watching, especially Valkyrie, who knew nothing about it. Ragnar was the first to guess that this was most likely a task from Odin himself, that every fragment of Garm found must be destroyed immediately. When Thor finally completed his task, he descended from the heavens to the people, who were probably expecting the god to fly down to them after a long battle. And they would probably have been very offended if he had not done so, because for a god to descend to the people himself, he had to try very hard to do so. Of course, the warriors could not help but praise Thor, who had indeed saved their lives from certain death, and some even shouted that Thor was their father. Probably only Thor himself did not know the identities of his children. However, now is not the time for that. He must talk to Lee Tae-ho and all those who were lucky enough to accompany him. Hedda, Ragnar, Lee Tae-ho, and Siri greeted him joyfully, without any pretense, even though many of them were seriously wounded. Surprisingly, Thor communicated without arrogance and was happy to see Hedda and Ragnar, and he was also very pleased to meet the warrior Idun Lee Tae-ho. The young man was shocked by the fact that Thor himself knew his name and hastened to ask how he knew about him, because it was really very unusual. Lee Tae-ho considered himself a person who would be forgotten if he were crushed, but even the god Thor knew about him, and the story was much deeper than it seemed. As it turned out, the head of the sage Mimir said that on the day when the world wolf is held, the king of the gods will become food for dogs and die. And of course, Odin and Thor had no choice but to stand and listen to what the sage was saying, no matter how unpleasant it was to hear the truth. And the chance of this happening is extremely high, which is a truly frightening statistic that needs to be addressed in some way. Odin was in complete shock when he heard how close he was to death because, as the king of the gods and master of the world, he could not allow himself to perish in this way. Thor was also stunned when he heard how close the sad end was for the whole world and how much closer Ragnarok was than it seemed. For him, it was like a bucket of cold water thrown over his head, and he hastened to ask his father if this was really the case, but the king of the gods was in no hurry to answer. He only replied that this time the probability of his death had decreased compared to what it had been before, which was surprising. Before that, Thor had heard that the probability of a sad outcome was in the hundreds of thousands, and the numbers had not changed. But for the first time, he heard that the chance of the world's destruction had fallen. Yes, the chances of destruction had decreased only slightly, but this was already a huge step forward, and all thanks to Tae-ho, who was the first to find the fragment of Garm. And then Thor said the same thing that the Valkyries had said thousands of times before, leaning toward Tae-ho and saying that his blessing would come with him. The poor young man was already expecting a strong, manly kiss, but he hoped that this time it would be okay, and that he would at least shake his hand. However, Thor's blessing took a much more pleasant form than the Valkyrie's blessing. He simply put a bracelet on his hand, and that was it, and he was afraid. And with that, the goods were ready to say goodbye and said that they would see each other again, and Tae-ho could only say thank you to the goddess who had saved him from such a fate. Thor was also sincerely grateful to everyone who was there and was happy to chat, but many warriors now needed help, so they would postpone the conversation with the others. Ragnar thanked Thor for his help, but Thor surprised him by saying that he should thank the gray-haired man for saving many warriors from the giant. It was time for Thor to return and help the other warriors who were in a difficult situation, but he still hoped to meet everyone alive. He still wants to meet with the other warriors at the outpost, so they shouldn't be too upset that he didn't get to talk to everyone. For them, it was actually a great honor and celebration that Thor appeared on the battlefield at all, and seeing God with their own eyes was already the highest degree of blessing. So they all stood together watching Thor leave after paying them a visit and providing help that was difficult to put into words. After long and difficult battles, of course, a well-deserved rest was in order, and now a long sleep awaited him in Tae-ho's home. He settled down here near the door, and there was even a sign showing who lived here, and the household had a new addition. Rollo, his faithful griffin, has now settled in a kind of chicken coop with the rest of his kin, because without servants, he is nothing. Hedda scolded Tae-ho, saying that he only looks good thanks to the golden apple, but training must be postponed because he needs to rest. Recovery will take some time, so it's better to wait a few days, and only then will they go in search of Gebolga, provided that the warrior has fully recovered. In such a disgusting state, he cannot go anywhere. So the warrior agreed, but still asked if he could do something while they were resting. They have time to rest, so they should make the most of it. And then this hero lover reveals that he wants to go on a date with Hedda, which sounds unexpected, of course. Poor Valkyrie looked as if she had been doused with a bucket of water, and her face turned red as if she were a boiled crab that had just been pulled out of the water. Naturally, she went on a date with him alone, but Ragnar, who decided it was his duty to accompany them, tagged along like a faithful father. Taho asked if he would continue with them, but thank God, Gray said that he was just seeing them off because only 2 people could enjoy Vanaheim. Lee didn't understand what it meant to truly enjoy Vanaheim, but decided to pretend that he understood everything so as not to upset Hedda. Finally, they arrived at the port, and that was the end of their journey with their mentor. Now they were completely alone, awkward and stupid. Ragnar, as promised, brought them to the port, and now, leaving the lovers alone, he withdrew, leaving them to enjoy each other's company. Lee Tae-ho was truly shocked when he saw the Valkyrie Hedda in civilian clothes instead of armor, realizing that she was so beautiful that it took his breath away. In armor, she looks much more massive, but in everyday clothes, she is simply a delicate and beautiful lady, a princess. The princess should be held by the hand, but neither of them can even take a step towards each other. They are so embarrassed that they cannot even speak. First love is always such that you are embarrassed to even breathe in front of your partner, but then you will see how far it takes you. And here comes the classic move. They start talking about the good weather and the internet, and he realizes what nonsense he's talking and how stupid he sounds. He saved them from that situation, and a voice suddenly called out to the failed hero lover from behind, but he didn't know that they weren't here. Lee Tae-ho couldn't help but recognize that voice, how familiar it was from the days spent in battle. There was no doubt that it was his captain. But now she also looked completely different. Clean, combed, adorned with jewelry, in a beautiful dress, not at all like her combat version. Hedda was happy to see Siri, just as Siri was very happy to see the redheads, and it seemed that only the boys here couldn't start talking normally. The voice of a drunk little puppy suddenly came from Rolf, who pointed at himself and shouted that he was also here and that a big party was about to start. All the Vikings gathered here and shouted that they finally saw the warrior whom the Valkyrie had come for, and that this Valkyrie had now saddled him up for a date with the Valkyrie. Bjorn was also there, which made everyone incredibly happy, but he had a conversation with poor Rolf, who had broken the promise he had made to the latter. And now they understood how everything had happened, especially blue-haired Siri, who was now glaring at her partner, and he understood that he was definitely doomed now that this had happened. The group went to drink beer with a large group of men, leaving the confused brunette to watch them and feel ashamed that Thor Broki's brave son was there. Siri said that he could go drink with them if he wanted to, but the green-haired man said that everything was fine and that he was on a date with her anyway, so he'd better stay here. Hedda couldn't help but laugh as she watched how foolishly the men, who were usually so formidable, were behaving, while Tae-ho simply asked if they wanted to go somewhere. The city was indeed a beautiful place, worth visiting sometimes after long battles, and hopefully no one would disturb them. For the first time ever, Tae-ho and Hedda could be seen enjoying the ordinary things that normal couples in combat usually find so interesting. Siri remained true to her traditions as a brilliant archer even on vacation, so she won all the toys at the shooting range for Rolf just to make the child happy. Hedda experienced a strong sense of déjà vu when she looked at all the bizarre fish in the aquarium, some of which reminded her of goblins more than the goblins themselves. In general, they finally couldn't enjoy the peaceful life they so deserved after going through so much suffering and long, bloody battles. While the redhead and Tae-ho were as calm as possible and essentially behaved their age, Siri and Rolf constantly got into trouble. However, it could not be denied that everyone behaved completely naturally when the situation did not require them to be bloodthirsty and calculating. Rolf could finally show that he was afraid of something, and in fact, he was the only one who felt sick and was frightened by the very prospect of riding the carousel. Evening had come, and it was time for everyone to go home, but even though the day was coming to an end, they were all full of pleasant impressions that they would never forget, especially Rolf. In the evening, when the day was coming to an end, Ragnar was waiting for them like a faithful father, who had been watching them spend the day and rejoicing. After all, youth is something that comes only once in a lifetime. You can't just take it and throw it away, and you realize this very late. However, now he himself will experience shock when he hears the voice of Odin himself, who turned out to be behind him like some kind of spy with a knife in his pocket, ready to attack. And then, this mysterious old man in a hood says that it looks like the guys had fun at his place, and his eyes light up with joy, which is ironic because he only has an eye. Ragnar is shocked that this man got so close to him in such a short time that he didn't even sense him. However, Odin rejected all formalities and was glad to finally see the one he hadn't seen in a long time, even though he had other reasons for his visit. The gray-haired man asked if God wanted to see Tae-ho and received the answer that he was here for several reasons, and of course, Odin would like to see the boy. After all, sometimes instead of relying on ravens, it is better to see the world with your own eyes, even if you are blind in one eye. Ragnar kept wondering how much Odin knew, understanding that if he asked too many questions, it would hurt his ass, and not just a little. The old man savored his sandwich and rejoiced in what ordinary people usually rejoice in when they have no problems. Getting up from the bench, Odin said that he was glad to have spent his time this way and that he would have to eat some more delicious sandwiches. When Ragnar asked him why he was here, Odin replied that he had unfinished business that he still had to complete. After all, the time was not far off when Valhalla itself would need great warriors, because the smell of battle and blood was already in the air. After answering the curious Ragnar's question, the god turned into a raven to fly away, leaving him to ponder what awaits this world. During his years on Olympus, Ragnar learned one important piece of wisdom. If God intervenes in human affairs, do not expect anything good. Therefore, it was better for him to leave everything responsible to the younger generation, who knew what to do much better than them. A few days after a pleasant rest in Vonheim, Teho returned to his training, and without it, there was no way. Ciri, in turn, also joined him because Ragnar noticed her talent and took her as his student. And now he will teach them everything he knows, so that knowledge will spread among the people rather than remain hidden in the forest. The main thing the warriors will teach them is the mythical saga, the level of which they must one day reach and then fulfill. Now the mythical saga sounds to Teho as if he is being asked to jump up and grab everything by the beard. Ciri couldn't help but admire how great a teacher Lord Ragnar was, and then, watching Ciri's cheeks turn pink, Lee mentally begged Rolf to hold on. But the green-haired man is known to be knee-deep in the sea, and in principle, he is so confident in himself that nothing can shake him. He is God. 3 whole months flew by, no one even noticed the time passing, and it left behind many pleasant moments. Teho seemed so carried away by a peaceful life that he forgot the promise he once made. But you can't blame someone who misses peaceful life. After all, when your personal life is in order, you stop thinking about military exploits, and everything seems to be as it should be. It seems that you can breathe, relax, and live like a normal person, not a warrior who always has to be on guard, so now you sleep peacefully. Usually, such things come when you do not expect anything supernatural in your life, which has become rather boring. That's what happened on that beautiful night when the fragment of Cuchulain's sword lit up with a blue light, because it had awakened. Cuchulain, the prince who carries the light, arrived and greeted the one who promised to return all the fragments of the lost spear, but forgot. Teho was shocked to see Cuchulain before him and thought it was really a dream or some kind of delirium. But the Irish warrior replied that it was something like a dream. But Lee Teho was now in his own consciousness. In order for him to convey everything he knows about Eru, Lee Teho must go through all the fragments of memories together with Ga Bolgun. Now, Cuchulain only remembered that once his spear, Gai Bolga, had split into 4 pieces, and that was basically the extent of his memories. He had just managed to remember where another piece was, so now he had to go in search of it right away. Naturally, Teho now wanted to know where this fragment was and was ready to go to the ends of the earth if only someone would tell him. Lee Teho was ready to go wherever he was told. However, he was already in this place, Svartalfheim, known as the Forest of Shadows, the home of the Dark Elves, hidden by tree branches. If you walk through this entire forest, you can reach a desert covered in gray ash, and there you will find what Cuchulain is looking for. And it is in this desert that you will find the temporary base of the Order of the Red Branch, to which Cuchulain belonged. I've heard about the Order of the Red Branch and somewhere in it, and yes, the Order fell along with Eru, but there were a few survivors who continued to carry out the Order's mission and built a temporary base in the desert. Cuchulain would not be sent empty-handed, so he drew a return spell on Gaybolg in case of emergency evacuation, and the part with the magic rune should be at the base. Teho understood that this was very important, and he thought that if they were in the game, it would be a secret quest. Cuchulain once again urged Teho to find the fragments of Gaybolg and, most importantly, the traces of his master, Lady Skada, which was very important to Cuchulain himself. And yet Teho, the heir to Eru and Cuchulain, would surely fill him with the power of Eru, and after these words, a kiss usually follows. The poor young man already knew that a strong masculine kiss awaited him, but at least this time the kisser looked more like a girl. Cuchulain leaned over and kissed the young man on the forehead, saying that the power of his native world, Eru, would now come to him. After that, the poor fellow woke up in a cold sweat and screamed as if the devil himself had kissed him. So unpleasant was it for a man. Having calmed down a little from his frenzied scream, but still drenched in cold sweat, he decided to take a look around, because something in the room seemed strange to him. It was as if it was his room, but something here was definitely different from when he went to bed, but it could be attributed to a nightmare. After all, he couldn't sleep forever. Sooner or later, he would have to leave his bed and go downstairs to greet the others who were already waiting for him. Hedda was a little surprised that her beloved had woken up so early, but the mentor said that he looked as if he hadn't slept all night. Taeho didn't take it and said that the reason for his terrible appearance was that he had had a nightmare. That's all. Kuchulain was also not thrilled with this whole adventure because he wanted to go to rest and not engage in searches like mine, which were ruined because of some Loki. Still, it was a little unexpected that a warrior whose soul lives only in fragments of a weapon would feel so calm in the head of the bearer. When he heard Kuchulan's voice in his head, it scared Hedu a lot, and when he started yelling that he could see an evil spirit and a ghost right above his head, he almost went crazy. He kept pointing his finger at the empty space next to him and shouting that there was an evil spirit right next to him, but they couldn't see it, and he was here. To be honest, they immediately understood that the young man was either sick or someone had been too strict with him during training, which meant he had overheated. Kuchulain can only be seen and heard by those who are spiritually connected to him, so it would be better for him to tell his loved ones everything in detail. The explanation was in full swing, and while he was trying not to come across as crazy by explaining truly unreal things, Ragnar and Hedda were trying to understand what was going on. Hedda quickly realized that being the heir to the world of Eriu was indeed a great honor, and did not say anything against it. Ragnar said it was too early to rejoice because they still had to collect more fragments of Gay Bolg, and that would be a really difficult task. Because these fragments were scattered all over the world. And yet, no matter how much he grumbled, he was also excited to experience this adventure for himself. After all, after a long lull, this is something good, something new, like a sip of water after a too rich feast. Otherwise, whatever he had in mind, they would go with him, so it was better to concentrate on Ga Bolga now, and for that, it would be better to tell Siri about it. Kuchulainen was delighted with this mood, especially when his physical carrier agreed. The Irish warrior was more than happy that they would meet more people. One way or another, they still reached the gray wasteland hidden deep in the depths of the intricate branches of the Forest of Shadows. As Kuchulain had promised, the ground was covered with ash, creating the feeling of walking on snow, and it was as cold here as at the North Pole. Siri went with Taeho again because this adventure was something she couldn't miss. Taeho sincerely thanked her for coming, to which the girl replied that it was his mission, and she owed it to Ragnar, so this was the least she could do for him. Now it was time to leave the foolishness of snowball fights behind because the situation demanded seriousness, so it was time to work hard. Using the saga of the Wolf Witch, Siri transforms, as before, on the battlefield into a ferocious, swift wolf capable of carrying anyone on her back. Her saga and abilities have grown, which Lee Tae-ho, who is essentially capable of seeing even what is hidden behind a concrete wall, could not help but notice. He couldn't help but praise how amazing his captain's abilities looked because it was truly impossible not to admire them. Her saga had grown significantly during training, becoming much more divine. Even the wolf had turned from blue to gold. So let him not be afraid and climb on her back, because without her he would fall into the snow and freeze, turning into an icicle, and the young man could not refuse such an offer. And they rushed through the snow toward their goal, searching for the long-forgotten unofficial base of the Red Branch Order. Kukulin Pokemon promised to use the fragment of the sword to lead them forward, helping his bearer by letting him know when the fragment of the sword was nearby. And so, step by step, overcoming the snowdrifts of the mountains and forests, they reached a place that vaguely resembled something like a base. Hidden under the snowdrifts was a small wooden building, which turned out to be the very base they had been searching for so long. It seemed that the magical compass in Lee Tae-ho's head, which had guided them through all the obstacles, had stopped working at this place. Now Tae-ho could no longer feel the vibrations of the fragment, which meant that they were close to their goal. Kukulin promised that he would not abandon them and would guide them through because there was surely a hidden passage here. And he was right because in one of them there really was something vaguely resembling a secret passage, which he led the travelers to. They found themselves in a huge stone hall in the middle of a platform, which looked quite unusual. Tae-ho noticed that there were no doors here, so it must open somehow differently, and they had to wait for instructions from above. Kuchulain mentally suggested that they should place their heads against one of the protruding sections of stone on the wall, and then everything would work. But the brunette was annoyed that he had to use his forehead again. He was tired of his forehead being the most tempting thing for everyone, but he decided to agree since duty required it, and most importantly, there would be a reward for it. And indeed, after he pressed his forehead against the stone, a mysterious passage opened, letting him inside, proving that his sacrifice had not been in vain. Kuchulain was also glad that everything had turned out the way he wanted, and asked Tae-ho and Siri to go ahead once the portal opened, and he was truly inspired. Following the voice that sounded in the head of only Tae-ho as an instruction from a long-dead hero, they took a confident step towards the darkness. However, where there is light, There will always be darkness pursuing anyone who dares to enter its territory. However, there is always a weapon against darkness, especially if you have a caring Valkyrie girl with a sense of love who has applied a temporary tattoo to your skin to summon fire. So, having summoned a sphere of fire, the young hero lit his way through the cave because it is very convenient to always have something like that at hand. However, even if you enter the cave with a flashlight, don't forget that there is still space behind you. And even if you can't see it and consider it a blind spot, there really may be something there that could seriously ruin your entire journey. And so began the journey through long corridors, which meant that now they would have to solve one mystery after another. They were back at some kind of sign. So far, everything looked right, but what to do next was still a mystery. The sign looked convincing and correct, but there was nothing written on it, so we waited for instructions again. It was possible to guess without any hints that it was worth putting a hand on the altar, but Kuhulun volunteered to help, so let him help until the very end, since he promised. The young man decided to listen to his spiritual mentor and placed his hand on the altar, hoping that something would at least start to happen. All that remained was to wait, because his hand was already on the altar and so far, nothing extraordinary had happened. However, soon a bright golden light spread throughout the room, signifying that the young man had done everything right. Shortly thereafter, he was transported to a world that was somewhere between reality and a dream, and it seems that he found the very same goddess Skata that Kuchulain had so desperately sought. Tiho was not mistaken, for she looked exactly the same as in those fragments of memories shown through the fragment of the sword back home. It was indeed her, there was no doubt about it, and the goddess smiled at him, seeing her former student in the newly arrived young man. Although Taeho was not biologically Kuchulain, the soul of her student still lived in him, so Skata called him her proud student. On the day their native Eryu fell, she disappeared, and their native land of shadows disappeared as well, which was to be expected. As Skata fought to protect the land of shadows on the border between life and death, she was pulled into an uncertain stream of time. She wandered unknown paths for countless days and nights, and when she finally arrived here, it was already too late. Kuchulain had died, his staff had been broken, and she realized with bitterness that it was too late to do anything. Skata, of course, understood perfectly well that her hero was dead, but she could not stop, so she kept a fragment of Ga-Bolga. If he ever returned, let Kuchulain find her. No matter what it took and how long it took, she would always wait for him. This could be considered a confession of love veiled in a rather tearful and touching melody, and with that, the vision disappeared. Kuchulain was ready to burst into tears, and it seemed that for this sentimental young man, crying was like banging his head against a wall. However, one can understand him, because he lost his teacher, and now his heart was simply torn apart by the realization that his teacher was waiting and still waiting for him. All this was happening in Taeho's head as the carrier, so one of his eyes also began to cry, which could not go unnoticed. Siri immediately noticed that something strange was happening to her partner and asked what had happened, receiving the answer that Lee had been visited by a vision. In principle, this was to be expected in the dungeon, but now they had another clue, because the goddess Skata also had a fragment, and the symbol on the slab was a map. However, it was too early for them to relax because you always have to be careful in any situation, as the enemy never sleeps. At that very moment, a mysterious rustling sound made them both look around. Shapeless shadows began to spread across the walls, which did not bode well, seriously frightening the travelers who thought they were alone here. They did not begin to take any form, which was an even more suspicious sign of something dangerous. Taho and Siri immediately drew their weapons, preparing to attack, and they were right to do so because they received an explanation in the very next second. At least Taeho heard that these were the same monsters that had killed Eryu and that they needed to be destroyed. The Formorians were shapeless monsters born in the depths of the sea who had risen to the surface to sow chaos. Long ago, they destroyed the native world of Kuchulen, and now, after so many years, they have seeped in here, so none of them can be allowed to leave. Taho immediately directed the captain to the door so that she could take care of all those who were about to leave and clear the area. Now it was time to show the results of his long training and prove that it had not been in vain, so he was ready to give it his all. Science did not go into the woods among the people, so Saga must be used with maximum efficiency. And the battle against sea monsters is a great chance to show how much you've grown and to glorify your mentor, who spent so much time training you. The sea creatures now face the unenviable fate of being frozen alive and meeting their sad end in the snows of the eternally icy cave. Taho now methodically moved forward, freezing and destroying everyone who had cast even a shadow on the destruction of Eryu. There would be no chance of escape for those who had destroyed the native world of his comrade Kuchulain, even if he was only a voice in his head. Any creature that now attacks them is first and foremost an enemy of Valhalla, which is on friendly terms with Eryu after the incident with Taeho and the dagger. T-Ho is staging the greatest massacre this cave has seen in hundreds of years, because, as his comrade forgave him, he must cleanse the territory. After checking everything again and realizing that the territory is indeed completely protected, the young man decides to go to Captain Siri with a report on the situation. He rushes headlong to the place where he sent the captain to clear the area, only to find that everything is basically fine. The captain was doing quite well with her witch's arrows, and the monsters were running away from her like the devil from holy water. Siri is first and foremost a first-class archer and warrior trained by Ragnar himself, so no sea creature can hide from her. No matter how much she teases, trying to escape from her, the blue-haired ones will still catch up with you. And even though the venomous sea creature was close, the arrows fly even further, so wherever you look, they are everywhere. You can't mess with the captain. Whether you're a human or some shapeless sea beast, there's no hiding from her. But this creature still managed to slip away and fly out of the cave, but the main thing is that everyone is alive and relatively unharmed, and the rest doesn't matter. Still, one damn creature, which turned out to be winged, managed to fly away, which was very annoying. Seeing that something had gone wrong with Siri, Tae-ho immediately rushed to her aid to at least find out how to help. Siri immediately apologized for letting one enemy escape, but Tae-ho reassured her that it was okay. There were too many of them here. Kuchulayan reminded them that they needed to hurry because they had to get to the treasure vault first. When Tae-ho heard that there was also a treasure vault here, he was pleasantly surprised, but at least it was something good. Kuchulayan replied that one day he wanted to rebuild Eryu, but that sounded crazy. However, it would be possible to create a second Ulster, which is why he was collecting various resources. In addition to various artifacts, the warrior had collected a lot of gold and silver, so there might be items here that would help with the journey. The entire treasury truly looked impressive, worthy of an emperor, but Kuchulayan pointed somewhere in the distance and said that now they needed a boat. Now, there was indeed a boat in front of them, named Squabtwin, and it would become their transport, even though it had no oars and moved on magic. Kuchulayan explained to Tai-ho that he had to put his hand on it, say the words, and then the boat would start on its own. Obeying his spiritual mentor, Lee Tae-ho placed his palm on the side of the boat, and it lit up with a blue light. After that, it felt as if a small version of the boat was in Tae-ho's hand, and now he could really understand how to control it. He had to learn how to steer the boat quickly and set off as soon as possible because his enemies would not wait. It was time to set off and search for the teacher Skada, and as always, the spiritual mentor would come to the rescue. Kuchulayan promised to take control, while Tae-ho would get Gay Bull, and they would sail to find the teacher in Nidavellir. Now that all the roles have been assigned and it is clear who will do what, it is time to move forward with complete confidence. With a battle cry and confidence that everything will work out, the company set off on an adventure to Nidavellir to search for a teacher lost long ago. In the depths of the sea, where no one has ever ventured, the Fomorian people gather around their king, rejoicing that their lives will finally change for the better. There, seated on the throne, is the one who rules this entire kingdom and dreams of dragging the rest of the world to the bottom of the sea. The vassal whom Captain Siri could not defeat came with important news that should greatly please their great king. The news was indeed good because Skada's exact location had been discovered thanks to rats from outside. The king of the seafloor was glad that they had finally found the place where the witch who lived in the shadows had been hiding all this time. Truly, nothing else could be expected from the Witch of Shadows, and she had indeed hidden herself very well, but it was only temporary. The Lord turned to a creature named Aden Macha and asked if he had heard that he was being addressed and that it was time for him to leave. And from the water rose a shapeless blue mass, which gradually began to take on a distinct form. Adenham turned out to be a huge snake that had escaped from the bottom of the sea. His true task now was to go to Nidavellir to meet the heroes who were searching for Skata. She did not have long to hide because, as is well known, those who have set their sights on the Scats will always find you. And that is why Eryu, the king of the Fomorians, Tyrant Bress, fell. But Tyrant Bress's underwater plan will not come to fruition because there is always a greater danger than a great threat, and the heroes who will cut off his oxygen supply are already on their way. Kuchulayan, who is mentally mentoring Lee Tae-ho as a helmsman, urges them to hurry because his teacher, Dear Skada, is in danger. Lee Tae-ho does not understand why he should worry about his teacher because, as a mentor, she must be very strong. But this is not the case because, as Kuchulayan said, she is certainly not weak. Skada is probably more of a teacher than a warrior, so her potential on the battlefield is somewhat limited because her specialization is primarily that of a teacher. And the most interesting thing is that during his first meeting with Skata, Kuchulayan held a sword to her throat and threatened that if she didn't become his teacher, she would die. Taeho was shocked, remembering how his invisible companion raved about love while he himself was still a bastard. But the green-eyed man said that youth is foolish. In principle, young people can be forgiven for their mistakes, and it is uncomfortable when you can share your thoughts with someone else. But their conversation was interrupted by Captain Mole, who was talking to himself. Taeho replied that everything was absolutely fine and that the captain didn't need to worry about anything, as the journey had already cost them most of their nerves. Deciding that everything was fine, they decided to rush forward, because if they didn't get to their mentor first, Tyrant Bress would get there first, and that would be bad. Siri immediately understood that the meteorological phenomenon they were seeing was a white night, and that the mentor had not lied, and as Ragnar had said, it was happening at the border between worlds. If they crossed the borders of Nidavellir, the sky would turn white even in the middle of the night, but Lee Tae-ho was more interested in what the invisible mentor would tell him. Kuchulain warned that something was wrong ahead, ordering them to look up because something was coming towards them, something bigger than ever before. The explosion was not long in coming, because the very second the warning sounded, something with a powerful explosion hit the snow, creating a crater around it. Wow, they hadn't expected such a huge dragon. Well, in principle, it was stupid not to expect blows from behind if they had lost sight of one of the enemy's minions. Taeho had just managed to concentrate on one thing and get ready for the journey when some kind of strange creature appeared, as if it had grown out of the snow. An unusual creature with a completely white body, not a single spot, sparkling in the eternal snow and ice like a bluish crystal, such a pure color. There was no doubt that it was a dragon, because no other creature she had ever encountered had such an unusual color, which was unique to these creatures. Indeed, it was an unusual dragon, the very sea dragon awakened by Tyrant Bass, so that the Skadas would not chase after Adenhama in real life. Kukulin immediately told Lee Tae-ho that it was Adenham, a sea dragon that only travels in areas where there is water, and if it appears on the surface, it is a sign of trouble. If you see her, consider that behind the whole plan is her master, Tyrant Bass, who prefers to send his slaves and other creatures to do his bidding. Adenmacha has a beautiful name, and the creature itself looks so beautiful that the words delightful and beautiful are an understatement. But Ku Chulain did not share this opinion. They must move forward, but here Lee Tae-ho's vessel is so interested in the dragon, and that silly smile on his face suggests that Lee has a plan in mind. A sea dragon is still a dragon, so it's basically a good means of transportation that can be subjugated. So Lee Tae-ho likes it, and now he's going to give a masterclass. With the hunter's noose in hand, Tae-ho only has to calculate the moment when he can climb onto the sea dragon's back and throw the saddle on. Adenmacha did not yet know what awaited her, but Siri already understood that she was more suited to being a wolf, so, having transformed, she was ready to do whatever she was told. The sea dragon immediately realized that the situation was starting to smell fishy because these friends looked too interested and eager in their actions. The smiles on their faces caused panic in her soul because they did not promise anything good, except that now they would chase her like a fly, which could not help but frighten her. Well, she didn't come here alone because the Fomorian were here, which meant that the master had made sure that the situation was under control, so it would be fun. Adenmacha and the Fomorian were ready to start fighting to prevent the humans from entering the territory of the Shadow Witch, which was very well hidden. They scared the hedgehog with a needle because Siri and Tae-ho were already quite bored, so they had to use the strength of a warrior like a storm to break through. Showing amazing teamwork with the captain, who had transformed into a wolf, they broke through, showing the sea creatures what humans were capable of. It was painful when the Fomorian began to writhe in pain first, and Lee Tae-ho rushed forward on Siri's back, and the dragon realized that it was the end for her. This black-haired young man was too determined and considered her his main target, so Adenmacha had better think about her own defense. Adenmacha was not going to just stand there while she was being attacked, so she used an ice flame attack to show the insolent man his place. She clearly underestimated Lee Tae-ho because he immediately jumped off his saddle and headed to the opposite side of the powerful beam of light emitted by the dragon. If he had remained in the saddle, Siri would also have been hit, so the she-wolf was able to dodge while Tae-ho ran to the side, ready to attack from the air. Adenmacha had just miscalculated again because the one she expected to see in front of her was now behind her, and not just with his bare hands. The hunter's noose is the weapon you always need to have on hand, especially with an enemy like Adenma, whom he wanted so badly to capture and was able to capture. There was no point in trying to escape because, like it or not, if the hunter's noose in the skilled hands of Lee Tae-ho was around your neck, you were already his pet. Tae-ho had no intention of letting go of the very prey he had long had his eye on, so once he wanted it, the sea dragon would definitely become his own transport. If the saddle gifted by the goddess Idun was already on the dragon's back, then once the dragon was saddled, there was no turning back to a life of freedom. It was not even worth trying to bite through the ropes of the noose, because it was not just a creation of human hands. It was a gift from God, found at the site of the great battle, and it had become a magic wand. Taeho was already sitting on Adenmacha's back and did so with an expression as if he turned dragons every day, and said that in principle, he was ready to go. Adenmacha was shocked that he had so easily mounted her. She expected the man to be weak because he clearly wasn't from her world, but he just took the noose and put it on her. She did not know that the saga of this warrior was called, in plain words, the saga of the warrior who subjugates dragons, and in general, she had grown in level thanks to the saga of Kalstead. Namely, it gives special effectiveness and power to subjugate all who belong to the dragon species, so Adenmacha had no choice but to obey the man. But still, she remains a slave to Tyrant Bress, the pure white Adenmacho, who was now completely confused because her master had changed, but her base had not. Taeho reminded her that he was now her master, so it would be better for her to stop saying goodbye and move on. It was time to fly up, but there was one thing he definitely did not foresee. The white dragon asked where he was going to fly, and what kind of manners these were towards such a noble creature as a beautiful dragon as white as snow. In fact, she was a lady who, incidentally, was actually in charge and commanded him like a mare, which greatly angered Adenmacho, much to the brunette's shock. She was the first representative of the dragon race. Besides, the girl, and of course the griffin Rollo, was very smart, but it was impossible to communicate with him just like with Adenmacho. Of course, that's all well and good, but they still had to get going. As the master said, they would discuss it later, but for now she had to obey his commands and do what Taeho said. But the situation was completely confusing because if this continued, her oath, or rather the vow she had taken, would present a very big dilemma. Lee Taeho did not understand what contradictions he was talking about, but the white dragon explained that her goal was to obey her master, but for some reason, she now had two masters. However, if this continues, both oaths will conflict with each other, causing major problems in her mental state, and Taeho began to understand. So her former master, Bress, most likely ordered the dragon to attack her, and now Taeho, as her new master, orders her to defend him, which is why they are in conflict. It is unclear what exactly might happen and what conflict the dragon was talking about, but judging by her appearance, everything will be bad, so it is time to abandon the old oaths. To do this, the dragon must tell her how to do it because Bress is still a scoundrel, so it is definitely better to switch to the side of the master who will treat her well. Lee Taeho promised that he would treat her well and not as a slave, which greatly shocked the dragons, and she decided that this time it was worth giving the man a chance. Realizing that it would be better with this brunette, the dragon said that she had one scale that was different and that it had a seal of slavery on it, but he probably didn't know how to remove it. Taeho immediately saw what he needed. The scale would glow blue, so without thinking too much about it, he decided that the best way to get rid of the mark was to cut it out. The area where the slave mark was located was indeed highlighted in blue, and it didn't matter how Taeho was going to remove it. The main thing was to get rid of it. He had a special warrior's sword called the Novice's Blade, capable of cutting through anything that came to hand, and this seal would be no exception. So now that he had the blade in his hands, it was time to get started, and he didn't even pay attention to how much it might hurt the dragon. The main thing was to break the seal. Naturally, the first thing to do was to pry up the edges of the scale and start tearing it because there is no other way to remove such a serious seal of Tyrant Bress without a spell. It was very painful for the dragon, who literally forgot about the pain and wondered what this man was doing to him and why he felt so bad now. Along with the flesh and scales, the very seal that had finally been destroyed broke away, freeing the dragon from the eternal bonds of slavery in the hands of the cruel Tyrant Bress. Finally, Lee Taeho was able to break the very seal that held the dragon in check and, in combination with his commands, could cause the dragon's brain to explode completely. Ku Chulayan himself was shocked that the one he had chosen as his guide, a stranger from another world, had so easily broken the seal of slavery on such a powerful man. And now, the one chosen as Eryu's heir will once again place the seal of submission on the already freed dragon, using divine power instead of pain. Adenmacha had to endure only a little because right now, using divine power, Lee Taeho would heal the cruel wound he had inflicted. Adenmacha was, of course, very angry about this and hurt by such a display of power and subjugation, so she said through tears that Lee Taeho was a monster, even though he was her master. He was happy to try, since the seal on her was already his and there was no longer any conflict between them, so what was there to wait for? They had to start working together, so let Adenmacha entrust her body to him. And so begins his new journey called the Saga of the One Who Tames the Dragon, and Adenmacha herself felt that something strange was happening to her body. It gives her very unusual sensations. Moreover, her body, which is used to being under a slave's seal all the time, does not know what freedom and voluntary submission to her will are. Now she does what her normal master tells her to do, protecting both herself and him from the onslaught of the Fomorian, literally smashing them to dust with her powerful body. However, the sea creatures are not going to retreat and attack from all sides, and the winged ones use their advantage in the air, attacking them from above. However, there is no need to worry about this because Lee Tae-ho will now take control of the air and clear the territory above with remarkable ease. Because, as his saga suggests, he can summon any weapon, and a crossbow for long-range combat is the best solution in this terrain when the enemy is in the sky. The mopping up began on a colossal scale because arrows never miss their targets, even though there were a lot of enemies, but it was too early to rejoice because there were so many of them. A crowd of Fomorian creatures seemed to rise from the ground and attack them from all sides, which surprised Tae-ho, wondering how it was even possible that there were so many of them here. Lee immediately realized that the old master of Adanmachi might arrive, but the dragon replied that Bros would most likely not even deign to come to the surface because the situation was ambiguous. He only appears when he is confident of victory, but that is not important. What is important is that sea dragons cannot fly, which made Adanmacha snort in annoyance at the stupidity of the question. When I asked her to be polite, she played along, though naturally with gritted teeth, and the new master asked which boss of the sea monsters would appear in that case. Adanmacha replied that it was most likely Midaka, because he could control all kinds of monsters using magic and could even turn into them. So now they had a rather interesting enemy who was still unknown, and he was already on his way to carry out the task given by his master. No one was going to just let strangers feel like they owned this territory, so Tyrant Bress had already sent a ship with his loyal vassal. Midak thought no. He was sure that everything must be fine with Adanmachi and that she must have already dealt with everyone herself, so there would be no fun for him. But he wanted so much to taste the fresh blood of the Shadow Witch, but they simply wouldn't let him drink it because they sent Tyrant Bress's universal slave on such a mission. But anyway, the ship had already crossed part of the wasteland on its way to the most delicious peace in recent times, but they did not know that everything there had been distorted in the other direction. Of course, it was all very fun there because sea creatures were bursting out from all sides, warning of the appearance of their true master a little later. The Fomorian, who previously looked like a monstrous, shapeless mass, finally began to take on some bodily form, increasingly resembling beasts. Adanmacha, contrary to what Midak expected of her, was now on the side of Lee Tae-ho, an ideological enemy whose existence no one could have guessed at all. There, horses and people really did mix, and creatures that had not been seen in these parts for several hundred years were resurrected, but there was no need to panic prematurely. The creatures with stone claws and teeth pinched and bit, and it really hurt. But there was no need to worry about it because, first of all, Tae-ho was there with his bow. He was capable of repelling long-range attacks, so Adanmacha didn't need to worry too much, but even he had something to surprise him, which would happen a little later on the side. It turned out that those who at first could be considered idiots without intelligence or strategy would turn out to be quite nimble creatures who, among other things, throw stones. Tae-ho himself did not expect that these vile creatures would eventually acquire such an ability as coordinated long-range attacks, so this situation angers him. Adanmacha was beaten to the point that she was literally groaning in pain because she could no longer stand on her feet, as they had to run as fast as possible. Tae-ho certainly did not want to agree to this, but he understood that Adanmacha was right and that if they continued their attack now, they would definitely be knocked down from the height. The Fomorian warriors were really strong, but there weren't any truly powerful ones among them yet. However, they were already very tired, and at this pace they would be exhausted. So he thought about what the hell he should do now, given that the situation was such that they were running around like rats with no choice but to do what they were doing. But as you know, help will always come, even when you least expect it, and those who arrived here in such a remote place left no doubt that they were allies of Lee Tae-ho and Asgard. Yes, his comrades had arrived from Asgard and the Nine Worlds, but God, how did they get here, and what are they doing here on the border between two worlds? An entire army came here, as if someone had sent them here specifically for him. Gondor riding on white silence is simply incredible help, because even the heir-to-heir you can find himself in a difficult situation without the help he needs, more than anyone else. Nothing could be better than the fact that reinforcements have finally arrived, because in the midst of all this madness at the junction of two worlds, the help of allies is worth its weight in gold. And anyway, how they ended up here is no secret, because Siri called for help, which surprised Lee Tae-ho immensely, but then the blue-haired girl asked him to step aside, and to leave this place to them and look for Lady Skada himself. Well, he's not against it, so let Siri ride the dragon instead of him, since he has such an honor. And the girl didn't resist because she was finally a rider, and not someone who would be ridden by others because, It's not always so bad to ride yourself rather than be in the saddle. There was no need to repeat it twice because Adama didn't mind changing riders, but he had only one owner, and for a great cause, Siri could endure it. And as soon as Taeho received approval, he rushed forward to fulfill Ku Chulain's main desire, to find his teacher Skatach and protect her from danger. And Ku Chulain, as he had promised earlier, led him on the right path, pointing out exactly where to go because the life of his dear teacher was at stake, and that was no joke. And yes, no one would let them pass just like that, because a horde of black stone giants would be waiting on the way, who would jump out of nowhere and rush at him. Here, he would have to jump and exercise in order to leap over their heads and leave everything as promised to his comrades, because he was alone here. Taeho finally saw what was the entrance to the cave, but there was a barrier there that greatly stressed Lee Taeho, who did not know whether to go in now. Ku Chulain told Taeho not to be afraid because he would guide him through all the obstacles because he had the senses of Gaboga, so the young man would definitely pass. And listening to his spiritual mentor, Taeho continued to walk against the wind and snow, knowing perfectly well that there would be no resistance on his way and that he would pass. So, since he was told not to worry, he would not because with Ku Chulain's protection, everything would definitely be fine now without a doubt. Moreover, as if it were some kind of sign from above, Ku Chulain felt another fragment of Gaboga, and his strength gradually increased as he approached. Therefore, no matter how difficult the path will be, they will find it. So all that remains is to follow the instructions regarding his teacher's position on the map. Taeho ran forward, feeling the energy of the fragment, driven by the fact that he was being guided by an invisible mentor, so he would definitely not make a mistake and get into trouble thanks to his help. He has already grown tired during the chase, so when they finally arrive at their destination, the brunette cannot regulate his breathing as it is still a marathon. Skada was found by them and not by the dark forces of Tyrant Bress, so they could relax, but something was definitely wrong with her. She was still in a dream, which hinted that she was really feeling very bad, which was very noticeable and raised a lot of questions. Taeho immediately noticed that his mentor's teacher was very weak, but Ku Chulain explained that she had just woken up after a long sleep for treatment and was therefore weak. But Skata was alive. She opened her eyes and reacted to stimuli, so at least she was alive, and there could be no more questions because she was reacting to him. Skada immediately recognized the newly arrived young man as the heir to Eryu, which she hastened to ask as soon as the brunette approached her because she had been waiting for him very much. Taeho was embarrassed like a boy when he heard such a beautiful voice and introduced himself as the warrior Idun, who was very happy to welcome Lady Skata, about whom Ku Chulain had spoken so much. And Skata asked him in a calm voice to come as close as possible so that Taeho could take her by the hand, because the next part of the task required it. The young man took a step towards the goddess, not doubting that now the main part of the plan he had come for would await him. Skada explained to him that if he took her hand, she, as a goddess, would be able to see information that was broader than any written word. More than a century had passed since Eryu fell, and even now those damn Fomorian creatures had not changed at all and remained the same creatures. Skata warned him that a very dangerous representative of the Fomorian species was approaching, and that Adanmacha herself was deeply involved, which was not easy. Skata apologized for burdening the young man just because he is Eryu's heir, but the young man must understand that he is the only hope. And most importantly, he is the one in whom the soul of her only love now lives, the very man who, ignoring cruel tales, became her neighbor. That same beautiful young man who crossed the ocean just to become her student, and now he was the leading voice of the one they called the heir to Eryu. Imagine that she is now kissing some little boy from the Legion of Idun, and Ku Chulain Skata blessed him with the powers of the Land of Shadows. Taeho decided that for the sake of the task, he could endure this, but such things should not happen again because he did have a girlfriend, Hedda, waiting for him at home. At this point, all of Skata's authority and assistance ends, so she gives him Gabolg because she can trust him with such a relic. Finally, a weapon that should only be in worthy hands. Let it be only a fragment, as Skata said, but it is the most powerful weapon of the Land of Shadows. And Kuhulun will help him use the full power of this small fragment. And now the young heir has taken the legendary weapon into his hands as the highest gift. Taeho hastened to activate the power that flows through this staff before his mentor explained all the details to him once again. The fact is that the power of life turns the staff completely white, and the power of death sits deep inside, awakening a powerful curse. And the true purpose of Gay Bolga is to deal a critical blow to the enemy's life force, so it is not worth using this power just for show. Taeho accepted her teaching and said that now he must go and that he was very happy to finally see the dear Lady Skada. This concluded his adventures in the cave, but there was still someone who had many grievances against him. Ku Chulain noticed that when Lady Skada kissed him, Lee Tae-ho was still thinking about another woman, which greatly surprised his mentor. Lee Tae-ho was very shocked because his so-called mentor could hear Lee's thoughts and not just Kukulin's. But he replied that he had simply guessed logically that the carrier was thinking about that red-haired Valkyrie because he had no other woman in his life. And he was right on the mark because at that moment, Lee Tae-ho was thinking about Hedda, who was patiently waiting for him at home, and his face was now flushed. The beautiful Valkyrie, the first of this world, who aroused in him not so much irritation as thoughts that they could build a future together, and even now he was thinking about her. Be that as it may, he had to get out of the cave as soon as possible and return to the real world, where a terrible battle was now raging. Finally, after a long marathon through the narrow, stuffy corridors of the cave, they ran out onto the surface, where they finally breathed in the air and experienced bliss. However, they would not be able to enjoy the beautiful views and clean air for long, because a very unpleasant picture was unfolding ahead of them. Tae-ho tensed up because Ku Chulan shouted, demanding that he look at the sky. However, even without him, the brunette saw the gravity of the situation. Above them, it was as if a squall of sea creatures was not enough, and the ship was hovering, hinting that now it would be fun. Midek, yes, it was him, who now, with his entire menagerie on the ship, the very king of monsters, hinted that Tae-ho would definitely have something to entertain himself with now. Tae-ho realized that, judging by Adan Maha's memories, he was indeed very strong, and a head-on battle between them would be a truly disastrous undertaking. But a brilliant idea came to his mind, that direct combat could be avoided if he really used his head correctly and was cunning. Ku Chulain asked if his vessel was thinking of attacking from behind, and Tae-ho said yes, because they were the first to spot the ship. So Midak, sitting on it, certainly did not suspect that someone might be below them, and that Tae-ho now had Gay Bolga. If they really had the power of Gay Bolg, then they definitely had an ace up their sleeve and would win as long as the ship could fly by without noticing them below. Siri riding a sea dragon is certainly a good move, but they still need a faster and more agile means of transportation. The sea dragon cannot fly, and its body is too close to the ground to get closer to the sky and the ship. However, who among those present here would be capable of flying high and having speed? Naturally, it would be Valkyrie, namely the fastest Gandour. Now I'm thinking about how to ask her to let a person ride her again, but if it's Tae-ho himself, she will definitely agree. The battle is certainly very serious, but since the situation requires her direct participation, Valkyrie will agree, especially since it is Tae-ho himself. The blonde immediately realized that, judging by the sly expression on the young man's face, he definitely wants to use her, but he was annoyed that she thought that of him. Tae-ho promised to explain all the details of the situation a little later on the way, but for now, it would be better for her to transform as quickly as possible, because the airship was not going to wait for them to gather their strength and was heading straight for Earth. However, they were unlikely to reach the surface of the land because Lee Tae-ho was already flying on the brave White Eagle. Gander explained that there were no changes in the ship's flight path, so Midak definitely didn't notice them and everything was fine. Everything was as Tae-ho had thought. Valkyrie really did have excellent camouflage skills, much better than those of low-level warriors. Gandour warned that they were already flying very close to their target, so he should get ready to jump, but the young man was already prepared. He understood that they only had one chance to do this, and that no one would forgive any mistakes, so everything had to be done in one go. It was decided to increase the speed of flight, and Valkyrie, helping her great rider, taught him to go as fast as possible while he was preparing. Gai Bol was already in position, so Lee Tae-ho clenched his fist tightly and prepared to strike in the name of his goddess Idun, and of course the eternal life of Eryu.